Chapter 51, Konoha Crush, 1. Thank you everyone. It's the best day ever. NNHH. Naruto had tears in his eyes as he looked at everyone around him, and then at the two big cakes in front of him with his face design on it, and the other had Tsuyu's face on them. Sakura snorted, seeing Naruto was in tears. Naruto, since when are you so dramatic? Give him a break. Sakura. Ino was actually nice to Naruto and understood how it meant for him. NNH. Naruto wiped his tears. He could never ask for more. Blow the candle already. Kiba nudged. Naruto made a silent wish in his heart that he would always have people around him like today. As he blew the candle, he realized that his true wish was never to become the Hokage, but instead. Naruto looked at everyone, feeling overwhelmed by how they were celebrating his day. Tsuyu. You too. Hinata whispered to Tsuyu, who had just been looking at Naruto with a hint of something. Tsuyu just felt that this was what Naruto needed, and she felt a sense of accomplishment seeing Naruto was fulfilled, although she couldn't find the word to fully describe it. Tsuyu just smiled slightly. She never believed blowing a mere candle would grant your wishes. Might as well consider this candle as God since you were praying uselessly to it, she thought in sarcasm. Even so, she made a silent wish that she would eventually reach the top and could have such a leisurely day like this sometimes, with no constant threat to her life. She blew the candle, and everyone blew their confetti. Otenjubi omedetou. Tsuyu, Naruto. Pop. Pop. The colorful strips of paper falling down accompanied Naruto's gleeful chuckle. He wiped his tears that were constantly falling, feeling too happy. Sasuke noticed the look on Naruto's expression. And how everyone seemed to accept him as their friends. A part of him felt a little jealous and longing, remembering the times when he had his family celebrating his birthday. But, a part of him in a way could feel happy for Naruto too. The days have passed by since then. Tsuyu noticed Naruto seemed very tame compared to normal. Though he was still his goofy self. Just the other day Naruto tried to use sexy jutsu on Sasuke out of all people and got beaten by him, and Sakura too. Tsuyu noticed Naruto was always leaning towards moving closer to work out near Sasuke whenever they were on the field now. And Sasuke stopped moving away from him. Sasuke. Watch me closely. Naruto made hand seals and make 5 other shadow clones. Sasuke snorted as usual. Make as many clones as you want, he activated his Sharingan. But Sasuke would never expect what was about to come. Let's go everyone. Yeah. Naruto and the 5 other clones made hand seals at the same time. Sasuke widened his eyes, not believing Naruto actually had other jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. X5. What th dash? Sasuke saw a blast of wind blew dirt and grasses apart, and in the next second the invincible blast carrying dust and small pebbles reached him and lifted him off the ground. Sasuke felt himself losing his footing as the force pressed his entire body backward and upward. He was unprepared and was sent flying meters away before falling with a loud thud on his back. Yosha! Naruto and the clones screamed in excitement that Sasuke was defeated by the jutsu. Tsuyu nodded, thinking to herself Naruto did very well given the time he trained. Although, his shadow clones could do some work. The jutsu was in barely a multiple of 2 because of Naruto unable to fully supercharge the shadow clones with the chakra. Naruto was like having a bucket and using a spoon compared to Tsuyu, who was much better in this aspect as she could utilize a big ladle from her bucket. Sasuke rubbed his back, feeling a little pain. But overall the jutsu was just blowing him and he didn't exactly receive much damage. It's more because Naruto hasn't been able to completely compress and sharpen the wind, which required more training on wind nature transformation. Sasuke stood and still had his high ego, even if he was slightly impressed inside. I don't even feel a thing. Heh. Then I will use more chakra to Bayo. Sasuke smirked. Already planned how to handle Naruto. Here I come. Wind release dash dot. Sasuke quickly threw shurikens right at Naruto and his clones. But Naruto, who had trained and undergo daily baptism with Tsuyu, couldn't possibly be that bad to not expect such a basic maneuver to falter on his hand seals. Naruto and clones all dodged swiftly while their hands never stopped weaving. Wind release, great breakthrough. The blast of wind arrived at Sasuke once more. But this time Sasuke had already laid the trap. He opened up his arms and pulled back, the sunlight reflected and revealed the steel wire in his hands. The wires that were silently placed beneath Naruto's feet moved and strangled all of them together without Naruto realizing. Whoosh! Sasuke was blown into the air, but he strung along Naruto. It wasn't over yet. Sasuke had already anchored himself with a wire onto a tree, and while Sasuke managed to stop himself, Naruto couldn't. Naruto and his clones being tied up couldn't do a thing as they were blasted by their own jutsu and crashed into the ground. The clones all poofed as they plunged. Sasuke smirked seeing how miserable Naruto looked. Is that all you got, dope? Sasuke tried to act tough, but in fact his arms were hurting even if he had enhanced his arms with chakra to withstand the pressure from the wires. Gore, damn you. I am not over yet. Naruto stood with fighting spirit, not wanting to lose. Humph, show me then. The days were almost too peaceful. Tsuyu completed another mission not worth mentioning in the meantime. On her free days, she just practiced and trained. The Chunin exam this year eventually came to the finals. Everyone in the village could buy tickets to watch. Tsuyu thought Naruto could gain something from watching how most genin fight, and how those who passed as Chunin did. Naruto was more than happy to watch. It sounded so fun. The Leaf Stadium was crowded with many people, even travelers and visitors from other smaller shinobi villages in the Land of Fire. It seemed a newly acknowledged shinobi village called Odogekure was also here for the first time to take part in the Chunin exam. Hiruzen was sitting at the higher spot, overlooking the crowd and those who had passed into the final stage. Tsuyu took Naruto's popcorn, stuffing them into her mouth, her eyes looking at the Odogekure's squad specifically. Because she felt that woman who kept licking her lips seemed to always give glances at her. Or was it her imagination? Just then, an ANBU member flickered on Hiruzen's side. Sandame-sama. It's urgent. The barrier team detected massive chakra signature, in the sky. In the sky. At the same time, Danzo received the same report. Have Sai investigate. The root member disappeared. Danzo felt an awful premonition that Orochimaru might have planned something far more than just killing Hiruzen. Nevertheless, most of his root forces were in Konoha just in case. Just then, Danzo added to the root member that was about to leave. Ordered Tsuyu to hide underground, no, also her brother. In a matter of minutes, Tsuyu noticed an insect landed on her hand. She frowned, seeing it was an insect of the Aburame clan. Her mind instantly went to Iam, who was a part of her squad. She noticed the discreet movements here and there. The ANBU was moving. Something was happening. She immediately stood. Although she wasn't on duty, the bug in her hand was a signal. Lord Third also seemed to be anxious from her observation. She went to a secluded corner of the stadium where no one would notice. Iam appeared in front of her. Tsuyu. Lord Danzo ordered for you and Naruto to hide underground. Understood. Tsuyu didn't ask much. But she felt something was happening and she would rather not take chances on her and Naruto's survival. Since Danzo ordered her to hide, that was good and she had no complaint. As for Naruto, it seemed she had to knock him unconscious. Root HQ was a secret, after all. Nisan, follow me. It's urgent. But the next match is starting to Bayo. It's an order. Tsuyu's voice turned cold and commanding. Okay. Naruto pouted but still followed Tsuyu out of the stadium and then followed her into a dark corner in the streets. Naruto was quite confused though. Tsuchan. What are we doing here? It's so dirty. Naruto. See there. Tsuyu turned her gaze to behind Naruto. Wadash, Naruto turned his head. He didn't even manage to react before he lost consciousness from a chop on his neck. It's that easy to trick Naruto. Tsuyu carried Naruto into a dark alley and entered Root HQ underground through the secret entrance in an abandoned building. As she entered the main hall, most of Root operatives were there in formations, seemingly prepared for battle already. Danzo was also there, seemingly waiting. Tsuyu, good that you are here. Danzo looked over at Naruto, who was already unconscious. Danzo was satisfied that Tsuyu didn't show mercy to her brother either, and still knew the secrecy of the route was still utmost. Prepare yourselves. A storm would pass the village. And only when the time is ripe would we act. Tsuyu nodded and went to the barrack to prepare her tools. Naruto was kept in a secure room with an attendant meanwhile. Sandame-sama. Here's the intel. Hiruzen took the report. Using a flying bird summon, a Hyuga member was carried as high as possible, and what he saw was a flying fortress powered by a powerful chakra source, almost close to that of a bijou. And there were multiple chakra signatures of shinobi on them. Hiruzen frowned. His brain instantly recalled the land of the sky that had once challenged Konoha during the Second Great Ninja War. His eyes widened as he realized the seriousness of this matter. But before he could make any other arrangements, the first phase of the attack had begun. On Confrontation, the shinobi of the sky wore their gears and machineries. Their goal was to cause as much destruction as possible towards Konoha. For their revenge. The company comprised hundreds of shinobi of land of the sky geared up and jumped down the sky fortress. As they fell, the wings opened from their backs, chakra guide them as they dived right straight to village below. Hiruzen received the report that they are actually sending shinobi to attack right at this moment. Hiruzen stood and quickly cancelled the Chunin exam, and asked every shinobi around to protect all the civilians. We are under attack. Evacuate to the shelter. Quickly sound the alarm. Assemble all ANBU units. In seconds, the alarm sounded. And just as they did, explosives were dropped from the sky. The company of sky shinobis came in formation and in waves, each of them dropping bombs, using devastating machinery that shoots projectiles with chakra propulsions as fuels. The sound of chakra guns shooting blade projectile non-stop, the screams of panic and fear, the smell of gunpowder and iron, the smokes and dust covering the sky. Blood spilled as civilians and shinobi defending fell in the assault. An Akimichi used his expansion jutsu, turning into a giant. With his massive hands, he swatted a few of the sky shinobi in fury, sending a few of them crashing to the ground like flies. But being bigger also made him an easier target. He was shot in a barrage from multiple angles. Ah! The Akimichi received shots after shots, and explosives after explosives. He body turned mangled and bloodied, eventually fell with a loud boom, even causing a building to collapse under his weight. Konoha defense team took out their own machineries, kunai turrets kept shooting, trying to take down the sky shinobi. Chaos and explosions spread all over Konoha. Every Konoha citizen was running in panic, trying to reach the nearest shelter and begging anyone to save them. While the shinobi tried their best to defend their village and protect the civilians. Cries and fear were spreading. Death of loved ones, destruction, the smell of blood and powder. Amidst all of this, Shino stood on top of a building, laughing in madness and anticipation as he felt the surging dark energy going inside of him and feeding into Rabi and towards Confrontation above. Ha 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 ha. Just a little more. Shino can feel the chakra of Rabi growing rapidly under the negative emotions due to destruction that happened. And in few minutes, the destruction cannon would be ready. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 52, Konoha Crush, 2. Sandame-sama. Here's the intel. Hiruzen took the report. Using a flying bird summon, a Hyuga member was carried as high as possible, and what he saw was a flying fortress powered by a powerful chakra source, almost close to that of a bijou. And there were multiple chakra signatures of shinobi on them. Hiruzen frowned. His brain instantly recalled the land of the sky that had once challenged Konoha during the Second Great Ninja War. His eyes widened as he realized the seriousness of this matter. But before he could make any other arrangements, the first phase of the attack had begun. On Confrontation, the shinobi of the sky wore their gears and machineries. Their goal was to cause as much destruction as possible towards Konoha. For their revenge. The mere company consisted of hundreds of shinobi geared up and jumped down the fortress. The wings opened from their backs as they dived right straight to village below. Hiruzen received the report of those shinobi actually launching an attack right at the moment. Hiruzen stood and quickly cancelled the Chunin exam, and asked every shinobi around to protect all the civilians. We are under attack. Evacuate to the shelter. Quickly sound the alarm. In seconds, the alarm sounded. And just as they did, explosives were dropped from the sky. The company of sky shinobis came in formation and in waves, each of them dropping bombs, using devastating machinery that shoots projectiles. The sound of chakra guns shooting blade projectile, the screams of panic and fear, the smell of gunpowder and iron, the smokes and dust covering the sky. Blood spilled as civilians and shinobi defending fell. An Akimichi used his expansion jutsu, swatting a few of the sky shinobi in fury, managing to kill a few in a single swat. But being bigger also made him an easier target as he was shot in barrage from multiple angles. Ah! The Akimichi was bloodied and holed, eventually falling with a loud boom, even causing a building to completely collapse. Konoha defense team took out their own machineries, kunai turrets kept shooting trying to take down the sky shinobi. Chaos and explosions spread all over Konoha. Every Konoha citizen was running in panic, trying to reach the nearest shelter, while the shinobis tried their best to defend their village. Many civilians were injured. Buildings went to smoke and few became rubbles. Cries and fear were spreading. Death of loved ones, destruction, the smell of blood and powder. Shino stood on top of a building, laughing like a maniac as he felt the surging dark energy going inside of him and feeding into Rabi. Ha 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 ha. Just a little more. Danzo received the report and felt a trace of anger. He didn't expect Orochimaru to have a deal with the remnant of the land of the sky. But he still felt it wasn't that much trouble. The sacrifices were still within acceptable range, at least. And the troops from those sky shinobi were only in a company size, hundreds. They only launched an attack towards the center of Konoha, and the damage was limited. Hiruzen had his gear ready. A team that had the ability to fly via summoning beasts was assembled. And he's coming along even if his life was at stake. He wouldn't let the village fall to ruin. But just as Hiruzen and the tens of Konoha shinobi and a few ANBUs were about to take off, the ninjas from Otogakure suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Kimimaro, Jirobo, Sakan, Kidomaru, and Tayuya, the Sound Five were all assembled. And behind the five, a woman with long hair licked her lips in crazed expression. What's the meaning of this? Hiruzen had to ask, feeling the evil intentions. HNHNHN. It's been a while, Hiruzen. Why you dash? Hiruzen's face darkened hearing the hoarse cold voice. It had to be him. Orochimaru teared the woman's face he wore, revealing that he had completed the living corpse reincarnation as if taunting Hiruzen. And this day of destruction was Orochimaru's plan all along. I regret letting you go back then. To think you would come back to destroy Konoha, but why? Why are you harming the village? You only had a grudge against me. The village had raised you. Don't you have a heart at all for your home? Hiruzen was solemn. He realized just how much of a mistake it was to let Orochimaru go back then. HNHNHN. You fool. I didn't hold a grudge against you. This world needs a wind of change. It's already too long that the wheels have stopped. Orochimaru acted as if his attack was a mere whim of his and wasn't personal. Orochimaru's elite force, led by Kimimaro, used their curse marks, dark markings spread across their body and eventually turning them into monsters. Kimimaro started the attack by using a massive wide-range jutsu, Dance of the Seedling Fern. The ground shook as massive chakra was poured into the ground. Massive spikes of bones meters high grew outward in an instant, creating a forest of sharp ash-colored bones. Hiruzen summoned Enma quickly and used adamantine rod to defend himself and create a platform for him to stand on. However, half of his men were caught in the jutsu and received injuries. Blood spilled all over from the dead bodies and parts skewered by the bones. Kimimaro wasn't finished yet. He seemingly melted into the bones, akin to hiding mole jutsu, and launched an assault by moving stealthily from one bone to another. Orochimaru and the other Sound Four also began their attack. Orochimaru slithered and approached Hiruzen head first. Your opponent is me. Orochimaru looked at him with bloodlust. Hiruzen was pushed back by Orochimaru. He was shocked to see the abilities of the Sound Five, especially the person with Shikatsumiyaku Kekii Genkai. Konoha's shinobi forces were spread out due to the chaos earlier. He needed to buy time for reinforcements. Hiruzen summoned 3 shadow clones, using various means to fight Orochimaru. Wind release, Great Vacuum Blade. Fire release, Dragon's Roar. The combination of jutsu created a blade of roaring temperature heading to Orochimaru. Orochimaru couldn't dodge and was cut in the middle from the flaming wind blade. The flames climbed up his body, trying to devour him into ashes. But it was Orochimaru, his mouth opened wide, and from it spat out a new self before his original body was burned to ashes. Orochimaru was a little solemn, seeing how Hiruzen hadn't lost his touch. I really couldn't underestimate you, Hiruzen. Orochimaru licked his lips and made hand seals. Living corpse reincarnation. Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock and fear seeing that Orochimaru had indeed completed the jutsu. 3 coffins appeared in front of him one by one. Lord 1 St. Lord 2 ND. Hiruzen quickly made hand seals and quickly stopped the 3rd coffin from appearing, because he didn't want to deal with Minato out of all people. TCH. As expected of you. You already figured the seals to stop my summoning, but I already have the 1st and 2nd. You can't possibly defeat them on your own, Hiruzen. And just then, suddenly, a dark flaming barrier appeared all around them. The 4 of Sound 5 was given space by Kimimaro to help Orochimaru, preventing Hiruzen from escaping and receiving any backup. Everything went according to what we all know without much suspense. Damned old man. Orochimaru had panic and for once, fear, in his heart. He felt his soul leaving his body, his limbs went limp, the Shinigami pulling his inside. But Orochimaru was not willing to die without a fight. Hiruzen was slowly losing his breath. He realized he couldn't completely kill Orochimaru, but at least. I will take your hands with me. Hiruzen cut the soul of Orochimaru's hand and had it sealed into the Shinigami's belly. No. My hands. Damn you. Hiruzen eventually died, while Orochimaru made his escape. He managed to kill Hiruzen. Danzo muttered to himself after receiving the report. Although it was what Danzo had hoped, it would be a lie to say he didn't feel lost. Hiruzen was his closest friend, and the one who stood in the light while he was in the darkness. Danzo remained still, processing that the day had really came. Hiruzen, if only it wouldn't have need to come to this. Danzo genuinely think it was Hiruzen who had failed Konoha, and that his death was justified. He truly had wished their views aligned. Danzo-sama, Lord Third was killed. Do we make a move now? A root member spoke. Danzo raised his hand to give signal. First to 5th squad, go and eliminate him at all cost. Danzo wanted to clean up the mess. And also avenge Hiruzen while at it and get the name for killing the defector. Understood. Half of the people from the group disappeared. Danzo thought the attack on Konoha was over, since Orochimaru retreated because of injury, and the Sky Shinobi attacks were already over long ago since there were only hundreds of them and their weapons and chakra were used up. Hundreds of shinobi couldn't possibly damage Konoha that had close to 80,000 populations in total. But just then, Sai came to report urgently. Danzo-sama, there were huge chakra signature coming from the flying fortress. Danzo frowned, realizing they still had something up their sleeves. The rest of you. Take down that fortress. We already had enough losses. Tsuyu, go with them. Yes. Tsuyu arrived outside, her eyes widened slightly seeing the destruction at the center of Konoha. The smell of blood and powder. But seeing the number of shinobi still around, and the most civilians were at most injured, most of the combatants weren't affected and it wasn't the worst situation yet. But all of a sudden, Tsuyu felt a forceful tugging in her consciousness. She found herself in her subconscious, where Kyubi was seemingly restless and looking at her with almost panic. Brat. Take my power. Quick. Kyubi roared loudly, even holding out his hand to Tsuyu across the gap of the seal. What? Tsuyu was very confused at this suddenness and couldn't process what this fox was about. I hate to work with you, but I am not going to bury myself with you. They are coming at us. Don't just stand there. A massive attack is coming. Block it. Tsuyu noticed the commotion in the real world. A Hyuga was looking towards the sky in horror, and something about an incoming attack. The sky fortress had a nuke about to set off here. Tsuyu finally understood the gravity of the situation and just as quickly reached out and extended her hand towards Kyubi. Floods of red chakra leaked out from Kyubi. Tsuyu took it all in. Tsuyu's iris turned red, her pupils became like that of a demon. Burst of red chakra pulsed from her body as boiling bubbles of chakra start to cover her body. The chakra became darker and darker as it covered her entire body except her face. Bone-like structures also grew out of her body, encasing her limbs and torso in it. Upper and lower jaw of a fox-like bones grew from behind her head, crowning her head and covering her jaws, leaving her face still open and visible. 1, 2, 3. 6 tails formed on her body as 5 appendages formed from her hair coated with dark red chakra and a single chakra tail as the 6th. Her red demonic eyes turned to face the sky, where a bright light akin to a star was pointing in their direction. Chapter 53, Konoha Crush, 3. Her eyes constricted as her heightened senses finally understood exactly the true horror of what was pointed towards them. That is a nuke. Taking no chances, Tsuyu activated her cursed seal as well. Dark markings with eyes like leaves pattern spread across her body, weaving into and combining with her dark red chakra cloak. The dark pattern spread to cover half of her body, even turning one of her eyes entirely black with red slitted iris. Her already demonic appearance turned even darker and demonic, causing everyone around her to felt so much fear they couldn't move. She felt her body was brimming with dark, potent boiling chakra, but her entire body was subjected to severe burning pain from the destruction of her own body tissues. The combination of the two was too strong for her body. But she didn't care. Because it's this or death. Amidst Tsuyu's transformation, everyone around was shocked, scared, bewildered, and had so much emotions on them, thinking Tsuyu had turned into a monster. She quickly made a set of hand seals and slapped both of her hands into the ground, pouring as much chakra as she could, not give a damn about what people think or what this jutsu would cause. Earth Release, Colossus Earth Wall. As dark red chakra channeled into below, the ground shook as if an earthquake was happening. The ground split open, buildings shook and collapsed from the movement of the ground as 100-meter-high wall of earth rises from the ground. Many people were caught up in the jutsu, civilians and shinobi alike were buried and smashed alive from the collapsing buildings, earth and rubble. But Tsuyu never cared about such insignificant matters. The great earth wall continuously grew, covering almost half of the entire village at one front. Some of the shinobi even thought Tsuyu was attacking the village. But before they could even condemn her, the bright unnatural star from Anchor Vanshin finally released its restraint. Shino pressed the button with a look of madness. Click. The bright star in the sky dimmed for a split second. Kaboom. A beam of light tens of meters thick shot down straight from the sky to the dead center of Konoha. The beam hit the gigantic earth wall barely erected in time. The mass of light crashed into the wall head-on. Crumble. 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 The great wall was constantly breaking apart and repairing under Tsuyu's chakra input. All of Tsuyu's 6 tails attached itself to the walls and the ground, flood of chakra outputted to support the technique with red chakra layer. The powerful blast was deflected to the surrounding sideways and upwards, constantly destroying and disintegrating everything. Kyubi inside Tsuyu was also pouring as much as he could because he wouldn't want to die either. The wall of earth became smaller and smaller as Tsuyu couldn't output enough chakra to support all sides of the great wall, causing the beam to eventually destroy the sides of the walls and pass through. The laser blast finally stopped after what felt like minutes when it was only 5 seconds in reality. Only the center portion of the great earth wall was left intact, protecting the middle center of Konoha from complete destruction. Cough. Tsuyu coughed out blood from overexerting her body. The curse mark receded, and Kyubi chakra dispersed. She shakily stood and tried to hold herself together for a few seconds. After minutes, she at least caught her breath. Her entire body was limp, in severe level 9 pain, and blood were pouring from all her orifices and tears in her body and on her skins. Tsuyu caught another mouthful of blood. Damn it. She gritted her teeth and still raised her hands to make a hand seal. Secret art of regeneration. Not caring about a few days of lifespan, she forced her body to heal using her life force, healing her physical body in a matter of seconds at speed naked to the eye. After her skin and tissues regenerated, the pain and fatigue receded. Standing upright, she ran towards the top of the remaining 100-meter earth wall. When he oversaw the entire village, she was shocked, and followed by the emotion, extreme rage bubbling in her heart. It's not even about the sentiment of home or the feelings for people. It's the fact that this destruction was nothing but a barbaric act that caused a complete loss for the village. And really, what did those people achieve by doing this? They are killing manpower, destroying buildings and infrastructures, and mindlessly using a nuke right on one of the most populated towns in the Land of Fire. Soldiers exist as a tool to prevent such waste and unnecessary loss. And why assigned battlefields exist so people don't mindlessly go to war in the middle of a populated place and bringing civilians who were the ones contributing to economy and society to their death. This is a war crime. And using a nuke without any warning too. Even Tsuyu never committed such a crime blatantly and find loopholes to use. But they don't even bother. Tsuyu wasn't sure if there was such a thing as the Geneva Convention in Shinobi World, but what they had done was a war crime by her and anyone's standards. Danzo that was hiding underground felt the chakra fluctuation above and the earthquake shaking the entire Route HQ. He was deeply shocked, and even assumed Tsuyu lost control of Kyubi or something for some reason. He quickly went out to see what happened after everything seemed to calm down after minutes. He noticed the giant earth wall that cast a giant shadow over everything his eyes could see. The situation was unclear. Many shinobi also began to climb the walls. But as soon as they reached the top, all of them showed horror in their faces. Danzo also made his way to the top and had the same expression on his face. His eyes widened in disbelief at seeing the destruction. 2/3 of Konoha were completely destroyed. Only the center, which Tsuyu had protected with this massive earth wall, remained intact. No. No. This can't be. Danzo felt his knees wobbled seeing 2/3 of his village was in ruins. Damn it. Orochimaru. Land of the Sky. Danzo felt rage and anger bubbled in his heart, mirroring Tsuyu's. He will do everything in his power to kill and eliminate them completely from the surface of this planet. The only good thing was the center of Konoha, which was most populated and where all shinobi clans stayed, were at least saved. Thankfully, his decision to give power to Tsuyu had saved the village from total annihilation, he thought to himself. Tsuyu noticed Danzo tens of meters away and quickly went to his side. He kneeled on one knee, respecting his authority still. Danzo-sama. I failed to protect all of Konoha. Please forgive my incompetence. Tsuyu was still respectful, given that Danzo was the highest person in command in Konoha after Hiruzen's death. Danzo raised his hand to dismiss her, trying to suppress his anger and even grief at the losses. And he could see already what would be the consequences of the damage done to Konoha this time around. You did well to save what you could. Land of the Sky, to think they still had such a weapon. I would have completely eliminated them if I had known they were a threat to this extent. The shinobi that remained on the wall had a variety of emotions in them. Sadness, anguish, hatred, loss, and also grateful to Tsuyu, though that was the last thought. All of their gaze turned to see the still flying fortress above that was close to them. Just then, a group of ANBU appeared and went to kneel in front of Danzo. The commander of ANBU that survived spoke with a hoarse voice. Danzo-sama. Lord Third, he was killed by Orochimaru, and our village. He clenched his fist, as if holding back tears. Danzo-sama, lead us to fight against them. You are now the one in command. Danzo never planned such a scene. It was just a coincidence. And he'd rather not go fight personally. But somehow all the shinobi standing on the walls also followed after the ANBU, all asking Danzo to lead them and make a move, and so he had to. We will avenge the death of our comrades and the people. But first, assemble the team to save the people and any survivor. You, gather all the remaining ANBU and Jonins in the village. And anyone who had any methods to fly. Yes. Everyone dispersed accordingly. The main counter-assault team was formed within minutes, with ANBU, Root, and a few Jonin members riding on summoning flying beasts. Tsuyu rode a giant beast eagle painting with Sai, looking at the flying fortress with unhidden rage. Just how much would it cost to rebuild the village? And close to half of the population was gone too. This is unacceptable. The commander of ANBU led the charge in madness, wanting to avenge his fallen comrades and the village. Tugging at the griffin-like beast he rode, he took off and rushed towards their greatest enemy at this moment. Tataki. 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 The group of tens of people riding various flying beasts charged towards the sky, heading towards Anchor Vanshan to settle the score. Chapter 54, Last Boss. Shino in the control room looked incredulously at the massive earth wall that came out of nowhere before he fired the main cannon. He didn't think Konoha would be prepared enough to make such a wall in time, especially with the chaos that Orochimaru and Otogeki's forces distracting them. He assumed a group of people had worked together to make it. I underestimated them. Shino looked at Rabi behind him, floating in a giant cocoon connected to the walls of the main chamber, constantly being sucked for its chakra. It was shriveled half the size of its original from being squeezed out of chakra used to power the cannon just now. A cry as if like that of an infant was constantly echoing from the snake-like creature. So noisy. Just get back here. With a hand wave, seals around Shino's torso lit up, Rabi turned into particles of dark chakra and absorbed into Shino's body. He took a deep breath, stretching his muscles and feeling the dark power circulating inside of his chakra network overflowing as purple from his skin. He let out a maniacal laugh, ready to slaughter the incoming Konoha shinobi. With this chakra and my regeneration technique, I can use the 8 gates until the gates of death without any worry. Nhahaha. Shino thought to himself how he was already a godlike being. He moved and pressed a button on the console, activating the microphone to send a message for everyone on board to prepare to receive guests. Everyone. Ready for battle. From this day onward, we, the land of the sky, will regain its glory. Nhahaha. The platoon of Konoha shinobi met with the assault of sky shinobi from the sky as they approached. Tsuyu spat the sound seeing the approaching platoons of shinobi with wings. They had aerial advantage, but it was clear their technology was more like an aeroplane, and could not make sharp and flexible maneuvers. Sai, you control your bird. Leave the offensive to me. Understood. Just then, the black and white living bird painting rushed towards the sky shinobi at a fast speed. Seeing the approaching bird, they take out their chakra guns and fired openly at them. Sai maneuvered the bird with skill, gliding at sharp angles to dodge with ease. Sai maneuvered the bird up, overtaking the latitude by few meters above the platoons. As the sky shinobis look up, multiple humanoid figure dropped down from the bird in free fall. As their eyes focused, they realized it was clones. Their blue eyes were locking onto their target, using chakra expulsion from the tenketsu to shift their positions and launch themselves. Even while falling, Tsuyu's shadow clones had a clear goal. To kill. Each of the shadow clones threw a kunai with explosive tags attached to them. The chaos caused one of the sky shinobi to lose control and collide with another, killing both of them at the same time in a bang. One of the shadow clones managed to drop right onto one of the shinobi's backs. A grin covering half of her face looked at him as if he's looking at her prey. Ah. Let go. Let go. He was panicking as he was being held in a chokehold from behind. The clone's devilish chuckle caused panic and fear of death to run deep into his spine as he struggled and spun in the air to get her off. Let go. The clone's body overflowed with unstable, overloaded chakra. Its eyes glowing in a cold blue light. The cries of the shinobi in the sky did nothing to stop her. Die. The gathered chakra tipped over. Boom. 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 Multiple explosions run at the same time consecutively from a combination of explosive tags and self-detonation from multiple clones' assault. Broken limbs and flesh fell down from the sky as a third of the platoon was taken out by Tsuyu's offensive. Impressive. Sai made a comment quickly as he looked over. Not worth mentioning. Tsuyu looked at the art she made with a little smile. The assault on the sky lasted only for a minute as the group reached the top of Anchor Vanshan without difficulty. What met them was hundreds of sky shinobi were already ready for battle. But they already lost their advantage the moment Konoha shinobi landed. Might Guy, with youthful rage and anger, stepped forward. Might Guy had never felt this angry, seeing close to 2/3 of Konoha destroyed and having so many people lost in a single moment. For destroying my home, I will show you the true power of youth. Gate of View, open. Might Guy opened the 6th gate directly and headed straight to hundreds of cannon fodders like a cannonball. Shoot. The sky shinobi used their guns, but before they could even pull the trigger, Might Guy already threw a punch. Morning Peacock. His punch was so strong the air pressure carried flames from the intense friction his punch carried. The punch landed hard on the first unfortunate victim, causing his body to explode in a bloody mush. The force was still so strong that the flesh and bones smashed into tens of sky shinobis behind him, creating more mangled fleshes. Tsuyu was quite shocked. She never thought Might Guy, who she thought was a slightly silly adult, was an actual monster. Her respect for him shot several levels. Might Guy on his own probably could have taken down half of the entire Sky Shinobi forces. Tsuyu didn't want to just watch and also began her own attacks. Weaving hand seals, earth release, earth barricade. The variant of earth wall created barricades of earth on the battlefield with gaps in between. The walls grow consecutively outward, approaching the enemy, creating shields for Konoha shinobi while reducing threats of ranged weapons. The Sky Shinobi had chakra guns that shot fast projectiles, and making the battlefield into closer range would be the wisest. She made hand seals, creating 4 shadow clones containing a lot of her chakra. Tsuyu tossed to each of them a storage scroll containing explosive tags she had prepared. Tsuyu and her shadow clones created earth clones and attached them into those earth clones with quickness and order. Go. Tsuyu ordered them in a matter of seconds of preparation. The shadow clones lead the charge, followed by tens of earth clones. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth pillar. The shadow clones created chances and space for the earth clones to get close, even tossing them directly to the middle of enemy formation before they exploded in a 3-meter radius explosion. Explosions keep ringing as the clones work in tandem, along with limbs and flesh torn apart. Both strategy and raw brutality made Danzo and other shinobi on the field impressed and in awe of Tsuyu, who were very young. The seasoned shinobi behind her also began their attacks, avoiding the sides where Tsuyu and her clones were to avoid being hit by her tactics. Tsuyu was feeling mental ache and pain from the shadow clones being destroyed and torn apart at intervals, but her expression had a satisfied smile seeing her results, turning enemies into corpses in a matter of seconds. It was really because she finally got to show the result of her effort and training completely, and that seeing the barbarians who destroyed the village for nothing died, she smiled more out of satisfaction. But onlookers that noticed the smile all had different ideas and had fear and chill creeped into their spine. Kakashi on the other side, killed multiple shinobi in seconds with Raikiri slicing them in halves and cutting their limbs. Blood splattered all over the battlefield as hundreds of Sky Shinobi fell. He watched Tsuyu for a second, seeing her prowess in real battle and how she was unflinching at the sight of corpses and blood. But that smile. Minato-sensei, will you be proud, or will you be worried? Kakashi wondered what Minato would think of his daughter if he saw her mercilessly killing them with a smile on her face at the moment. Everyone almost collectively forgot Tsuyu was only 10.5 years of age because of the abilities and the killing intent emanating from her on the battlefield. They killed their way into the Anchor Mansion main chamber, where Shino was waiting as if he was the last boss. As the group entered, he laughed maniacally. Look what we got here. Bunch of ants sending themselves to death. Nhahaha. He let out wave of dark chakra, sending massive pressure onto all of Konoha shinobi. A Hyuga at the back exclaimed in shock at seeing the overwhelming chakra from him. His chakra. It's almost like a bijou. The troops of Konoha felt a little panicky. Shino smiled in satisfaction and ego, seeing them cower. But before he could even talk, someone, Tsuyu, threw a kunai right onto his face. He casually bent his head, dodging them as if looking down at them as a joke. But in slow motion, as the kunai was passing right next to his head, he heard a pest sound. His eyes darted to see an explosive tag was attached right on it. Boom. The explosion blasted Shino's head half open. And he dropped dead with a thud. Huh. The Konoha forces were surprised. After a second of processing, they breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Tsuyu heard the Hyuga said he had a chakra of a bijou, she was not taking chances. But then seeing the scene in front of them, everyone gasped, even Tsuyu had her eyes widened in disbelief seeing Shino's head regenerate quickly as his body stood. Damn you. He felt so offended by whoever threw the kunai at him. And the explosive tag was really potent too. It was a specially made tag, after all. Tsuyu was solemn. If half of his head being blasted can't kill him, then would she need to blast all of his head? Konoha shinobi. Today will be your death day. Gate of life, open. The burst of chakra spread all over his body, his muscles ripping as if about to rip himself apart. Ha ha ha. It's my first time to use this much power. Let's test it. Shino with massive speed rushed towards Konoha shinobi. He received multiple jutsu and hits from them, and returned blow after blow, knocking each of them with a single punch or kick. Tsuyu also landed blow after blow, using raging fist that could crack bones each time it hits, and even Herculean that blew his arm off completely. But whenever his limbs and body received damage, they regenerated and became even more powerful. Tsuyu stopped hitting him and left the rest to the others. A Hyuga tried to use 64 palms to seal his tenketsu, but his skin and chakra layer protected his tenketsu. Shino slapped him, sending him to crash into the wall right after. With a sadistic laugh, he mocked them. I am invincible. He wanted to use more power and see how far he could go. Gate of limit, up, R. Shino suddenly felt extreme pain inside his body. As if insects were constantly digging and eating him alive inside out. Arc. What's happening? Ah. Shino felt his entire body suddenly agonizing pain as if ants were grinding into his skin and deep into his bones and flesh. Ah. Ah. He screamed in agony as he used more and more chakra to regenerate. But the more chakra he used, the more the insect's Rinkachu of Aburame's clan multiplied and his body regeneration couldn't keep up. Danzo was here, naturally his strongest root member was also here, Torian Aburame. Shino having a mere chakra battery from Rabi and regeneration, while having no useful jutsu at all to counter meant there's nothing he could do. The Nara clans used their shadow binding jutsu to hold him still. The insects eventually eat him close to being clean, only a small blob of flesh left. Truly, what a terrifying insect. The last boss died miserably, overestimating himself and underestimating Jonin of Konoha. But just then, a terrifying wave of dark chakra came out the dark blob of flesh, appearing as 10 meters tall, pitch-black creature akin to a worm. It let out a cry, much like an infant. And to everyone's shock, before anyone could react, that thing went to Tsuyu and entered her body. What the F-? Tsuyu was pulled into her subconscious space. She saw that snake-like thing was constantly swimming in the air and pressing itself against the red gates where Kyubi was living in. Kyubi and Rabi looked at each other, while Rabi was constantly crying as if calling to him. Kyubi was silently observing, he stretched his finger, and Rabi was actually rubbing its head on his finger. Kyubi-san. What's that? You know it. No. But. Kyubi can feel the connection. As if they were siblings. Much like other tailed beasts. But since when has he had a little brother looking like this? Hagoromo only created 9 of them. So what is this thing? But still, Kyubi can hear the cries of the infant like Bijou. As if trying to seek protection from its brother. That's why it went directly inside Tsuyu. Kyubi as the big brother naturally would want to shield it. Rabi went to slither along Kyubi's finger towards his arm and actually entered the seal and rested snugly against Kyubi's fur. The gap of the seal had widened considerably for it to enter willingly. Tsuyu felt that was kinda cute. Anyway, she could just kick it out easily too, but seeing Kyubi's reaction to it, and that thing wasn't exactly hostile to her for now, she let it and Kyubi be. She returned to the physical world, only to see everyone looking at her as if she was an enemy. That thing seemingly tried to possess her, so it was understandable. She raised her arms, telling everyone it was fine and let everyone drop their guard a little. Danzo quickly went to her to ask what's going on and she explained what she had experienced, and Danzo being Danzo had a Yamanaka check inside of Tsuyu's mindscape to confirm it and already had the sealing squad ready. Konoha forces captured the remaining living Sky Shinobi and took over Anchor Vanshin. Danzo thought at least they had this Sky Fortress and perhaps their technology to prepare for the upcoming event. The attack on Konoha will surely trigger a war later. Konoha lost half of its entire force in a matter of a single day after all. Danzo's face darkened at the thought of war. Danzo already planned ahead as to what to do to protect Konoha and its people. No matter the cost, even his humanity. Chapter 55, Sasuke. Naruto opened his eyes, regaining his consciousness after being knocked out for some unknown amount of time. As his eyes regained its focus, what he could see was just white. Where, what happened? He felt a headache from oversleeping, or so he thought. He looked around, confused at the unfamiliar environment. The room is plain and all white. He looked down at the bed, which also had only white sheets and covers. Naruto felt anxiety creeping in and quickly sat up from the bed and tried to find an exit. His eyes quickly locked onto the steel door. He scurried quickly towards it, not wanting to stay in this weird room for any more seconds. But as he's about to turn the knob, the door opened itself. A person in a gray flak jacket with a white mask stared down at Naruto. Seeing the mask and the outfit, Naruto let down his guard a little, thinking it was those ANBU like Tsuyu. Mister. Where am I? I need to get to my sister. Wait here. The person with the mask said quickly, closed the steel door and just left. Naruto fidgeted in anxiety as he waited. After what felt like minutes, the same person came in. You will need to close your eyes and wear this blindfold. You cannot leave the room unless you did. He said without emotion. Okay. Naruto complied and wore them. As soon as he did, the man took Naruto into his arms. What? Naruto felt himself being carried in his arms and they were moving here and there very fast. He felt like the guy was jumping up and down too, causing his head felt like spinning. After such a torturous experience, he finally put Naruto down. His knees were a bit wobbly from the dizziness, but he regained his footing. Mister. Naruto can hear the atmospheric sound of being outside, the rustling of leaves and the wind, footsteps or chatter of people, and maybe fire crackling. It was just that it smelt like burning and was quite smoky. Naruto pulled up the blindfold, wondering if the mister was already gone. What he saw shocked him. Where is this? Naruto didn't recognize the place at first. The surroundings were patched with little craters with the smell of smoke and iron. The buildings too weren't as what they used to be. But after looking carefully, it was in fact Konoha. Almost most buildings remained standing, but it was as if the village had just been attacked. He noticed the village felt really dim and dark too. But as he turned around, his eyes widened, seeing a huge 100 meters high earth wall casting the huge shadows causing the dimness. Most of shinobi that could walk on the wall did as what Naruto did. He went up the walls instinctually to understand the situation fully. But as he finally reached at the top, his heart dropped at seeing the scene. This can't be real, the village. Naruto murmured to himself. Only parts of the village behind this huge wall remained intact. As for the sides, it was turned to nothing but rubbles on a desolate land and ashes. He felt his heart beating out of his chest. Anxiety overtaking him as he turned to see the people on the wall. He needed an anchor to not lose his mind. He spotted a few familiar figures and called out to them quickly while running. Kiba. Shikamaru. As Kiba saw Naruto, he felt glad to see him alive and well. Naruto. Thank God you are alive, man. Where's Tsuyu? Kiba let out a sigh of relief seeing the blondie. Naruto felt his heart panicking remembering his sister. Where was she the last time? He remembered going to an alley and it all went blank. Tsuchan. I don't know. Naruto felt his heart beating out of his chest. He's afraid of the worst. Tsuchan. Where's Tsuchan? He felt his brain going in a panic, he didn't know what to do. He felt his stomach twisting, he couldn't breathe, tears wetting his eyes as he looked around, trying to find his sister. He felt his world spinning as he turned to see each and every face, trying to find her. His heart was racing in panic as he kept turning trying to find even a shadow of her. Oi. Hold yourself together. Kiba shook Naruto's shoulder hard and brought him to his senses. She's with the ANBU, right? Maybe she's doing work with all these things that happened. Don't worry for now, okay? I am just scared. I know. Just calm down, dude. Kiba looked at Naruto with worry. His hands holding Naruto grounded him from losing himself. Okay. Right. Got it. Naruto still couldn't get the worry out of his head. But what Kiba said was logical. She might be working outside. He regained composure for a while. But as he turned to look at the ruins and destruction again, he remembered Sasuke. He recalled the fact that Sasuke lived at the edge of Konoha. And that means... His pupil contracted at the implication. No. No. Kiba. Do you see Sasuke? Naruto held onto Kiba's shoulder, he wanted an answer. Sasuke. I don't. Kiba's gears in his head was also turning, realizing that Sasuke's home was within the area of whatever destroyed the village. Oh God. Kiba already thought Sasuke was dead. Naruto saw Kiba's face, and the same thought couldn't be helped but also surfaced in Naruto's mind. Tears brimmed in his eyes again as the worst scenario popped in his mind. Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto. Where are you going? Naruto quickly jumped down the wall and flickered all over the place, heading to the outskirts of the village. As he moved outside the area protected by the walls, he could shinobis around here and there, looking for survivors. His heart paused for a second as he saw two people unearth a charred corpse from under the rubbles. The scent of burnt flesh made his stomach twisted with nausea coming over him. But he held himself, he couldn't falter now. No. Naruto kept flickering, finally reaching the parts where the Uchiha compound once stood. He looked at the ground, seeing a burnt piece of a flag bearing a red and white color that survived the destruction. Sasuke. Sasuke. Where are you? Naruto called out to Sasuke, hoping he would hear and reply. Naruto tried to figure out where Sasuke's home was specifically. The Uchiha's district was too big, but he just couldn't find it with how everything looked the same. Sasuke. NNH. After minutes of tossing around, screaming out his name, he felt his heart dropping, along with tears. He sniffed and covered his face, sat against a half-destroyed column still remained standing. Sasuke. He recalled Sasuke's snobbish face, always calling him dope or useless, or would try to bring him down with his words. But behind those words were acknowledgement for this strength, they kept pushing each other to be better. Sasuke was someone who was lonely too, and he had wanted to reach out, as if he didn't want to leave him alone. The flashback of their time together replayed in his mind. How they trained together. Having Sasuke in his home, joining him for dinner. His snobbish face was annoying. But it hurt so much that he couldn't see him again. Naruto held onto the front of his shirt, as if trying to hold his heart together. It hurts so much. As minutes passed by, the feelings inside Naruto came to a numb point. He didn't know what to feel anymore. He just stood, his gaze casted downward onto nothing. He walked slowly around what was once the Uchiha district. I couldn't even say goodbye to you, stupid Sasuke. Just then, Shikamaru and Kiba finally arrived to catch up to him. Shikamaru looked at the teared-up face of Naruto, sighing at thinking what a drag he was. Naruto, it was possible Sasuke was under a shelter when that happened. We were attacked by Sky Shinobi first and the people were already evacuating. Let's look for him around there. I know where the shelters are. Shikamaru. The hope in Naruto's eyes reignited, that Sasuke might have survived. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. The trio went to the nearest shelter first. Due to being underground within fortified walls, the damage they received was still controlled. Although not everyone evacuated and simply hid in their home due to the distances. Naruto finally understood death. The scent of iron hitting his nose, the image of injuries and pain made Naruto want to throw up. The corpses pulled out from the rubbles of the collapsed shelter roof made Naruto unable to look anymore. Just why did this have to happen to the village? Mom. NHHNN. Mom, NNH. Naruto's ears perked at the voice of a crying child. Turning his gaze to him, he felt his heart breaking at the sight. The child of just 4 years old crying over the pale-skinned, cold body of his mother. Naruto was frozen in place. The suffering. The pain. Naruto felt his body shaking slightly as he looked around. It was the same everywhere. Naruto. Kiba placed his hand on Naruto's shoulders. He too felt the same feelings, but he tried to toughen himself up. There were other places to check. Come on. Naruto nodded, turning his eyes everywhere. His eyes landed on the medical tents at the sides. Kiba, Shikamaru, let's check inside there. The trio went to check each of them, seeing the injured inside being treated or given first aid. As Naruto entered one of the tents, his eyes widened, tears brimmed in his eyes again. Sasuke. Sasuke was sitting up on one of the beds. He had his leg broken from dodging the rubbles falling over his head and was stunned hearing the familiar voice, turning his head quickly. As he turned his head, Naruto already launched himself onto him like a cannonball. Sasuke. And Naruto. What are you doing? Sasuke was flustered as he tried to push the dobe away. NNH. I thought you died. Naruto was sniffing into his shoulders. TCH, idiot. You are acting weird. Sasuke muttered awkwardly. He didn't know how to act with Naruto like this. But inside him, he felt some warmth, the warmth he used to have from his family. He didn't know Naruto thought of him this much. That he would cry over his life like this. This stupid Naruto. His hands hovered awkwardly just inches away from Naruto's back who were clinging to him. Naruto pulled away quickly, realizing how it was too long and started to become awkward even for himself. Stupid. Sasuke muttered slowly. You bastard, humph, Naruto muttered slowly in reply. What about your sister? Sasuke asked to shift the awkward atmosphere. But he thought since Naruto was here, Tsuyu who would be with him should be fine too. I don't know. I didn't see her, but maybe she's outside working. I don't know. Sasuke nodded. She was a shinobi already, so it's understandable. Is your leg okay? Naruto looked at Sasuke's bandaged leg. TCH. It's nothing. I am not so fragile, dobe. Shikamaru and Kiba also come in later. Though they were kicked out for disturbing the patient soon after. Naruto heard the shinobi speaking about the attack by land of the sky, and how 2/3 of Konoha was destroyed. And the earth wall that appeared barely saved what was remaining. Then the words they spoke caught Naruto's attention. About a team already dispatched to fight the sky shinobi on top of the flying fortress. Naruto had a feeling his sister was there at the moment and can only pray for her safe return. Chapter 56, Morning. Tsuyu stood in front of the control panel of Anchorvantion, overlooking all of Konoha through the glass view from the sky fortress. The crumbling earth wall overcasting giant shadows over what remained of the village. Danzo stood beside her, also looking at the view. He felt solemn. Konoha had never come close to destruction like this day. His expression grave, worrying about the coming storm. Tsuyu. Do you understand what this meant for Konoha? Possibility of war. Tsuyu knew that the other nations had always been looking out for a chance to take a piece from the land of fire. Konoha's current state was more than enough of a chance to cause movements from the other great nations. She even had a sense of déjà vu back when the empire was attacked from all sides, almost causing the empire to crumble. Danzo turned his gaze towards her. His eyes as if looking at his future. Among the newer generations, I placed my hope on you most, Tsuyu. Tsuyu's eyes became firm, hearing the words coming from her superior. The expectation may be overbearing, but it meant he recognized her worth, and for Tsuyu, that was more than just a praise. Danzo-sama, I will do my best to fulfill your expectations. Danzo nodded. I have decided to take you as my personal disciple. Would you be willing? Konoha severely lacked manpower currently, with close to 1/3 of their fighting force eliminated in a single day. But what mattered more was the truly elite that could change the tide of war itself. Danzo could see Tsuyu becoming one of such people, just like her own father, perhaps surpassing him from a long time ago. As for the elite Konoha had right now, he could think of Kakashi, Jeriah, and finally Might Guy. And that was all. It was baffling that they lost Itachi, Shisui, White Fang, Orochimaru, and Sununade was also useless. As for Danzo himself going to the battlefield, that was the last thing he would do if Konoha was truly about to be destroyed completely. Tsuyu had no hesitation hearing the promotion given to her. I am willing, Danzo-sama. Good. Soon enough, Anchorvantion landed just right next to the earth wall that stood protecting Konoha. Most of the shinobi gathered to inquire. Danzo quickly ordered the INT department to take in the prisoners and extract everything useful, and made subsequent arrangements for his subordinates and delegate his orders. It was clear Danzo was actually a good leader just from how Tsuyu observed his decision-makings. An ANBU quickly came over to Danzo seeing him. Danzo-sama, we had retrieved Lord Third's body. His voice was quiet, almost in deep sorrow. Danzo sighed. He died as a hero of Konoha, protecting this village even till his last breath. Let's not delay his burial. Make a head count and quickly make a list of the lives losses today. We will carry out the funeral as soon as possible. Understood. The ANBU just as quickly. The shinobis and administrative staffs moved in groups and made head counts. Naruto and Tsuyu stood at the side, quickly having their names noted down. The news of the death of Lord Third soon spread among the villagers. The chaos made many unaware of the circumstances of Hiruzen's death, and only now they realized after the fact. The sky grew darker as gray clouds rolled over. It seemed as if the earth was also mourning for the death of loved ones and the leader loved by many. Lord Third. One of the ANBU nearby shed tears. For him, Lord Third was akin to a grandpa. Most of them had received words of encouragement from him, giving them the fire in their heart to go on as a shinobi, to protect the village and its people. A few others followed suit. Expressions of sadness and anguish painted over many of the faces. Sound of thunder rumbled as the clouds gathered more. "Tsuyu, meet me at the headquarters after the funeral," Danzo said. His tone was just as solemn. "Yes, Danzo-sama." Danzo gave a salute and watched him leave. Danzo had many things to do, after all. Calling back Sununade and Jeriah was also urgent. As Tsuyu looked around, she looked at everyone mourning the loss of the village. Many lost their parents and child, had their home turned to smokes and rubbles. Many of their companions and friends were gone in a single moment. Tsuyu had no deep emotions regarding this. Just a pity. It's such a waste of resources. Just then, Tsuyu heard a familiar voice screaming towards her. "Tsu-chan." She saw Naruto running over with an expression on his face. "I am alive and well, Nii-san." Tsuyu just said blandly, knowing Naruto was worried, she guessed. Not that it was needed. Naruto turned to look at Anchor Vanshin behind her, almost in awe. It was really big, and he saw it flying down to land just now and quickly came over. Just then, he saw rows of people with their hands cuffed up being guided down the flying fortress. Kill them. Damned sky shinobi. Naruto felt his heart stop for a moment, hearing the shout filled with resentment shouting behind him. As he turned to look, he felt a deep sense of discomfort looking at the faces of the crowd. The look of anguish and hatred. A villager, unable to control his rage, took a small rock beneath his feet and threw them at one of the prisoners. With a thud, blood dripped from his head. The prisoner stopped his steps, wincing in pain. Move. The shinobi leading them was only irritated and pulled on the rope to force him to move forward. Die. Kill. Die. Hang them. Execute them. Curses, rocks and other objects began to be thrown at the prisoners as they were led away. Tsuyu noticed Naruto was mortified, and his body was shaking slightly. She didn't say much. It was good that Naruto get to see this. He needed to grow up soon mentally. Tsuyu had a feeling Naruto would be forced into the battlefield if war did start, given that he carried half of the village's strongest weapon like herself. She could only do so much to prepare him. Naruto couldn't look away. The look the villagers had. The way they threw curses at the prisoners. He didn't know how to describe it. He just hated it. He hated all this. Naruto tugged at Tsuyu's sleeves all of a sudden. "Tsu-chan, what would happen to those people?" "Who?" Tsuyu was confused as to who Naruto was referring to. Those people that attacked us. Death sentence. After everything useful is extracted. Tsuyu said factually, without any stutter in her words. What? What's the problem? Tsuyu frowned, she didn't understand Naruto's point or feelings with the question. Nothing. Naruto couldn't answer the fact that he was uncomfortable at the idea. But he kept his silence because he knew those people had killed a lot of people and deserved it. But, seeing the look of hatred from the villagers, and the way the prisoners were treated, it was as if a part of himself felt it was wrong. But he knew that a lot of people were injured and saw many lost their loved ones. He did feel angry at them, too. But Naruto knew how it felt to be hated, and in a twisted sense he couldn't help but be affected by the display just now. Tsuyu just let it go, since he wasn't willing to say it. After minutes of silence mourning, Naruto tugged at Tsuyu's sleeve once more. "Tsu-chan, let's get back home." Their names were already counted in the head count and it would be no problem. As they headed back, Tsuyu noticed how quiet Naruto was. "Tsu-chan. Lord Gramp, I can't believe he passed away. Tsuyu personally never cared about him. And honestly, she didn't understand why Naruto seemed affected either. All Lord Third did for them personally was checking up on them once every few months, dropping some money, giving some words or something and just leave. But Naruto had taken Lord Third's initiatives as very personal, and already look at him as a grandpa figure and also someone, a Hokage, that he would like to be as well. Naruto remembered what Lord Third had once said to him, back when he was checking on the two and sat down to eat dinner with them. Ji-chan. What does Hokage do exactly? Naruto actually asked. Naruto almost thought Hokage only stamp on papers and sat in his office all day doing nothing. Ho. So you never know? Ha ha ha. Very well, let me tell you. Being a Hokage wasn't just about acknowledgement or fame, Naruto. It was about protecting the village and hope. Hope. Hokage was akin to the leaves. Giving shelter, giving cover from the sun. And even if they wither, they become nutrients in the soil, providing for the budding leaves so they could grow well in the future. You carried the burden, and along with it, hope for your friends, family, and all of Konoha. Do you understand, Naruto? Ah, maybe. Naruto scrunched his eyebrows as he munched away at the food. Ha ha ha. Someday you will understand. But really, Tsuyu, your cooking was really delicious. Ha ha ha. It's not worth mentioning, Sandame-sama. Tsuyu was frothing in her mind that this old man decided to freeload when she already had strict budgets. And he ate almost as much as Naruto did. I want to be Hokage, to protect the village and everyone. To protect Tsuchan and my friends, just as Ji-chan had. Naruto muttered internally. He raised his head as the will of fire was lit up and his heart reflected in his blue eyes. He truly wanted to protect all he cherished. It was as if his reasoning for his goal had changed at this moment. He finally realized the true meaning of a Hokage and what it stood for truly. The family and friends he had made him realize how shallow his reasoning to become Hokage was before. Seeing the deaths and injuries of many people and loved ones, and the fear that Tsuyu and Sasuke too were gone before, and then the death of Lord Third, it deeply affected his mindset. He didn't want to lose any of them. The day passed as the two returned to their home. Thankfully, their house remained intact. The next morning, the sibling head to the assigned graveyard compound. There were too many deaths, and along with it, too many tombstones to count. Rain fell lightly as the remaining villagers gathered to mourn for the deaths of the villagers and Lord Third. Seeing thousands of graves in front of him, Naruto's heart also firm once more. To become a strong shinobi, to protect everyone he cherished. Chapter 57, Preparations. Pitter-patter. Soft rain fell on the day. A cry of a child echoed in the air, breaking through the sounds of the atmosphere. Grandpa, NNH, sniffs, Grandpa. Konohamaru Sarutobi, Lord Third grandsons cried his heart out. He kneeled on the damp dirt, not caring of the stain on his clothes. Asuma, Hiruzen's son, stood next to him blowing out a puff of smoke from the cigarette he's smoking. He gently placed his hand on his nephew's shoulder, hoping that both of them could get through their loss and grief. Naruto felt a tugging in his heart, feeling deeply affected by seeing the child crying over his grandpa. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu stood on the other side. To think he would leave first. Koharu muttered with a hint of deep sadness. All of them were in the same squad back in their shinobi days, and had been fighting in missions and wars together for most of their lives. Despite the disagreements in political matters at times and decisions about the village, Hiruzen was still their lifelong friend. Danzo looked down at the tombstone carved with Hiruzen's name. Hiruzen, your sacrifice won't be in vain. I will protect Konoha and do what you failed to do. Danzo still had remorse over contributing to Hiruzen's death. But it was a choice he made, for the sake of Konoha. Perhaps there were accidents in his calculations, and Danzo admitted it inwardly. But in a way, Orochimaru would have attacked Konoha regardless, and with what had happened, Danzo didn't exactly contribute much to the destruction of Konoha, so he didn't feel guilty. Naruto looked at Lord Third Tombstone, and at the thousands of others. The cries and wails of many people losing their family and friends. Naruto looked at Tsuyu at his side. He wondered how he would feel if she were gone. No. He didn't want to think about it. Tsuyu noticed Naruto's gaze. What's the matter? Nothing. Naruto felt silly in a sense. Tsuyu was way stronger than he was. If anything, Tsuchan was the one who would be worried about him. That's why Naruto was determined to be better and stronger. Naruto turned to the other side, looking at Sasuke meters away. He was standing there, holding the umbrella all alone. Sasuke still looked lonely as ever. Naruto wanted to pull him to stand near him. He didn't like seeing him lonely. He knew how that felt like. But still, it was only what he felt. He lacked the courage to show his feelings openly for now. As the funeral ceremony ended, many left, leaving behind some people still mourning over their losses. Naruto noticed Sasuke was also leaving. He remembered that Sasuke's home was entirely gone, and that it was at the farthest side of the village too. So Sasuke had been sleeping at the temporary camps and Sasuke's home might be the last to be rebuilt. Sasuke. Naruto's feet moved on his own, catching up to him. What? Sasuke's annoyed voice seemed usual, but it was just the way he talked. He already considered Naruto a friend inside. Your home was, well, gone, right? Yeah. It would take some time for the place to be rebuilt. Then. Naruto fidgeted slightly, but decided to still speak his heart. You can stay over at my place for a while. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. He never had someone slept over in his home, so he was quite nervous himself. Naruto looked at Sasuke with expectation. Sasuke was surprised at Naruto's invitation, but a part of him wanted to refuse. He just didn't want to open up. It was scary, not after the losses he experienced. It would be troublesome. I am doing just fine. I am leaving. Sasuke turned around quickly, wanting to leave. But Naruto quickly grabbed his shoulders. Hey! Just stay over. Naruto, I said no. Come on. No. They bantered over and over again, but each time Naruto became more and more insistent, already clinging to Sasuke who's trying to run away. Tsuyu went over to see the commotion. Tsuyu stepped in finally. Our house is big enough. Just stay with us. She said casually. Sasuke bit his lips for a second, looking at Naruto, then at Tsuyu. He turned his face away, and finally gave up and muttered a yes. A part of him felt reluctant, but a part of him also felt a sense of acceptance. Great. But warning, I snore very loud. Hee hee. Naruto made a joke trying to scare Sasuke. What? Then I refuse. Sasuke turned around, trying to leave again. Though he too was joking somewhat. Hey. I didn't snore, I swear. I was just joking. I bet you snored so loud the neighbors were complaining, Dobe. I don't. It's you who does it. Tsuyu let out a light smirk upon seeing the two. In a sense, the two are like brothers, she supposes. She wasn't exactly an affectionate person with Naruto, and over the years there was a gap between them in that sense. Having another person who Naruto could emotionally bond with would be great to him. Naruto, you can return with Sasuke first. I have a meeting to go to. Okay. Tsuyu then turned to leave, heading towards Root's headquarters. But as he walked a few meters away from the two, he felt a gaze towards her. She turned her head to see a crow perching on a pole line. The bloody red eyes of the crow met with Tsuyu's eyes for a second before it flapped its wings away. Tsuyu sighed. It was just a bird. She didn't think much about it. Maybe she was just feeling a little stressed over all that happened and towards the future that would be coming. You found a friend. The figure hidden in a shadow muttered to himself as he saw through the crow's eyes. The same red iris reflected in the figure, though 3 Magatama patterns adorned the iris. Kill your best friend. And you would obtain the power to even have a chance against me. The figure already made a plan in his mind. To prevent Akatsuki's goal from accomplishing, and for Sasuke to be safe and gain power at the same time. Though it would be some time before he could approach them. Tsuyu, it seemed I had to be selfish. Perhaps you would come to kill me as well. He remembered how the talk he had with Tsuyu did change a part of his thinking. How the village, without his family, wouldn't be worth living in. Sasuke was his only family left, and unfortunately, he had to take another's away for his own. The red eyes glowed as the 3 Magatama pattern spun and combined into a 3-pronged windmill constantly spinning, containing deep killing intent. Tsuyu was unaware that the chill behind her back was not from the gloomy weather. As he entered Route HQ, he quickly kneeled on one knee, seeing Danzo already waiting with Captain Kaito. Tsuyu, from now on you would be dismissed from doing missions for ANBU. You are to train and focus on gaining strength. You lack combat experience against high-level opponents that you would meet on the battlefield as the Jinchuriki. I had arranged for a different Jonin-level combat specialist for you. Absorb all you could. After your spar, I will guide you with your ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Yes. Tsuyu agreed outright. She, too, had the same plan in mind. She didn't feel strong enough to face the upcoming war. And I would like you to accompany me to the council meetings at some point upon my instruction. You have a bright mind. I would want you to learn more than just being a shinobi, but as a part of a bigger war that would come. Danzo already considered Tsuyu as a successor of some sort, as he took her as his personal disciple. He would want Tsuyu to know the brutality of war, though Tsuyu already did. For now, you can spar with Kaito. I will return after a meeting. Yes, Danzo-sama. Tsuyu saluted as Danzo left. Kaito quickly led Tsuyu to the training hall to begin their training. Kaito, as per instruction, didn't hold anything back, even using his blades to ensure Tsuyu gained as much as possible. Tsuyu wasn't a coward either. Despite cuts and injuries, her healing factor and medical need nearby always kept Tsuyu's condition in check. Tsuyu never complained, as she was willing to go through this pain to gain strength for herself and to survive, eventually. Kaito-senpai, I could use shadow clones to fight with the others as well. Please allow me. It would accelerate my learning. Tsuyu just had the thought. Kaito thought for a second and nodded. He called on the other Jonin-level shinobi around, and Tsuyu divided almost half of her chakra to create 2 other shadow clones that would last for a very long time fighting. In the evening, after some rest, Danzo came to guide Tsuyu in ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Danzo was one of the people that was well versed in fuinshiki, proven by the fact that he mastered reverse 4-symbol sealing on his body, paralysis sealing, and even the seals implanted onto the tongue of each root member were embedded by him personally. He wanted Tsuyu to master flying Raijin the most. But from what he observed, Tsuyu's intelligence was very high, but it couldn't reach the level of Minato and would take a few years if Tsuyu only solely focused on it, as he observed Tsuyu's training with the seals. But it would be inefficient, as the need for battle power cannot wait. Danzo sighed inwardly. Even he couldn't use flying Raijin despite trying to learn it for years. Hiruzen, whose intelligence was also very high that he could learn and master all nature transformation, also couldn't use it. So, while he felt disappointed that Tsuyu wasn't a genius enough to learn it fast, he didn't put it to heart. Tsuyu, I had a suitable forbidden sealing technique for you. You had a high spiritual energy, and I believe you could use it very well. It was called the mad puppet sealing technique. You would be able to use it on the enemy to use your soul to infiltrate and control the movement of their body once you placed the seal on them. But you also could control your own body with your own soul, no matter whether your body was torn apart or poisoned, as long as your mind and will remain strong. The technique was a derivative of spirit transformation technique, though it was a downgraded version due to needing a seal to be performed. But the seal also acts as a pseudo-chakra string towards the body physically, thus creating a puppet out of one's own body or the enemy. As long as a jutsu didn't affect the chakra network deeply enough, Tsuyu's strong chakra could theoretically overpower most control and paralysis effects by forcefully puppeteering her own body, even with torn muscles and broken bones. Tsuyu's eyes brightened at hearing the offer. She did lack countermeasures against various poisons or techniques that could lock her down. Thank you for your generosity, Danzo-sama. She bowed in respect. You are the hope of Konoha's future. The enemy villages already made their movements from what our intel gathered. We should only have a few months before Kimogakure makes their move first. Iron ore shipments, rising arms production, a surge in sailing ships carrying cargoes, forge orders in the land of iron and neighboring countries, and black market reports all point to one conclusion: every nation was preparing for war. Kimogakure, being the strongest out of the 3 other nations, would definitely make a move first, and IWA would follow, with Suna joining the last or possibly in alliance with IWA in this war. At least, that was what Danzo and the council thought. You can return now and learn the basics of the jutsu first. Once you do, I will guide you further tomorrow. Yes, Danzo-sama. I will do my best. Tsuyu returned home to read the scroll and further practice. Despite her body being out of stamina from the bloody fights she had in the morning, she never stopped. She will survive this, she thought. Chapter 58, Stay Over. When Tsuyu returned to her home late in the evening, she was very surprised to see the scene in front of her. The two boys were sprawled on the carpet in the living room, napping together with toys around them. It was quite pleasing to the eye. Did Naruto force Sasuke to play with him? She saw the game cards, the tower blocks, and other games that would be competitive. He probably said things like, "Sasuke, I know you are scared you would lose," and Sasuke ate Naruto's provocation as usual and played along. A small smirk carved in her smile seeing the two boys and imagining the scenes. Tsuyu thought back and she really never played with Naruto much and only rarely would she enjoy playing. Every single day was too much though. Over time Naruto stopped asking her to play the silly things anymore since he probably realized now she wouldn't be interested in most days. She looked at Sasuke's sleeping face, he looked a little at ease. He had been alone for the past 3 years since his family was massacred, so it was understandable that for once he showed that expression in his sleep having a company now. She let the two be, not wanting to disturb them. As she went to the kitchen and summoned a clone to help with dinner, she was thinking about the upcoming war. Previously, Danzo mentioned to her how he would want to give early graduation to students that already had the capabilities due to how much manpower they have lost. It wasn't that surprising, and she had guessed that would happen just like in previous wars. Itachi and Kakashi for example graduate at an even younger age than herself under the reign of Lord Sandaime. Danzo, who was more pragmatic, wouldn't hold back talents either. She decided to prepare both Naruto and Sasuke for it. She was more worried about Naruto. Sasuke had seen those he cherished die in front of his eyes. That was enough for his mentality, not to mention his goal was to kill his own brother. As for Naruto, he was not ready to see real war. Most of the academy students never were. But then again, it had always been that way. You don't wait for them to be ready. Even adult soldiers would never be ready until their first true life and death battle and having their hands stained with blood. Being children or being an adult only made the adaptation part more difficult or easier. Tsuyu closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. As she opened them she already made a decision. Her eyes became cold, losing its humane blue to a chilling one. He needed some mentality training. She should be able to get her hands on a prisoner or two. He had a few months to get his mental state right. While she was certain even if Naruto was sent to the battlefield there would be guards and arrangements for him, she rather had him prepare earlier. The last thing she wanted was for herself to die, the second last was her brother. As dinner was prepared, Tsuyu toed around the toys and poked Naruto's side with her bare foot. "Brats! Wake up!" Tsuyu poked Naruto's side with her foot again. Naruto grumbled and rolled against the direction of the poking. Somehow his hand ended up on top of Sasuke as if Naruto thought he's a pillow. Sasuke was startled awake. He opened his eyes, looking around in confusion at the unfamiliar surroundings. And the evening nap made him lose all sense of self, time, and even place for seconds. He noticed the hand wrapping his torso, and then warmth right next to him. Seeing Naruto's snoring ugly face right next to his, he blushed red and quickly he kicked Naruto away. Idiot. Wah. Naruto was kicked and rolled over. Naruto sat up, clutching his side that Sasuke kicked trying to process what happened. Team. That hurts. Naruto was jolted awake enough to know Sasuke had hit him. Why you? Sasuke was not sure how to explain himself. It was embarrassing to even say it. Brats, dinner's ready. Tsuyu just rolled her eyes and went away. Naruto glared at Sasuke, his nose noticed a nice delicious scent from the kitchen. His mind already went there. Can't you wake me up nicer? Naruto pouted. He thought Sasuke woke him up for dinner but did he have to hit him? You refuse to wake up. Idiot. Sasuke turned his eyes away, hiding the faint blush. At least spray water or something. That was better. Water. That's how Tsuchan wakes me up usually. I hate that too but at least it didn't hurt. The boys were sat. Naruto quickly took big spoons of rice right onto his plate. Tsuyu took just slightly lesser than Naruto. These two eat so much. Naruto picked up some sides with his chopsticks and placed it on Sasuke's plate. Here. These are good to Bayo. Tsuchan's carriage is the best. It's really crispy. Sasuke looked at Naruto's bright eyes, then at the piece of chicken on his plate. A memory surfaced on his mind. Sasuke. Here. The scene of Itachi giving him the last piece of chicken replayed in his head. Thank you Nii-san. The scene of himself at the dinner table, with the family he used to had was forcefully brought up. It was strangely familiar, yet unfamiliar at the same time, sitting at this table. Sasuke turned his face away from Naruto. A part of him hated this. How weak he felt inside. Sasuke silently ate away. So how was it? Naruto had some kind of pride to show off Tsuyu's skill to Sasuke as if it was something he wanted to show off too. It's nice. He said quickly. Sasuke, what you usually eat in your house? Munch. Naruto kept talking even with mouth full of food. You are spitting in my food, idiot. Shut your mouth. Sasuke muttered. I just buy them. Oh. Naruto then remembered Sasuke was living alone by himself ever since what happened. Tsuyu's education on what happened to Sasuke towards Naruto was really just to have him act socially appropriate. Most people never feel offended with Sasuke's indifference because they understood it was difficult for him even if all of them were kids. Though the girls had a different idea of coolness to him. And deep inside them there was some savior complex of saving the broken boy that made the idea of liking Sasuke had much more value. Only Naruto was bothered by Sasuke's attitude, calling him arrogant or whatnot. That was why Tsuyu educated him once before and made it clear on what circumstances Sasuke had. The lecture changed Naruto's perception of Sasuke a little, even to an understanding. Do you have money? Naruto recalled how he and Tsuyu lived before they had money. It wasn't that bad, he only gets some treat once per month at most. Tsuyu was really strict and held all the money. He thought Sasuke was the same. I do. What even is that question? Dobe. Money was the least of his worry. And even with the properties of the Uchiha destroyed, the land deeds were still his and the ones in banks too. Naruto thought Sasuke was just saying things. And seeing Sasuke was thinner than himself, he had this absurd thought he didn't eat enough. Here. Eat more. Naruto take more rice and top it on Sasuke's plate unasked. What the, hey, I am full. Nope. Just eat as much as you want. We have a lot. You are too thin. My wind jutsu can blow you so easily. Idiot. Sasuke was speechless. He was forced to finish it since it's already on his plate. After the full dinner, Sasuke found himself already in Naruto's extra pajamas ready to sleep. This is so stupid. He took off the stupid hat and tossed them onto the desk nearby. He looked at the bed, and at Naruto who was bouncing on it while reading a notebook. Sasuke hesitantly sat at the edge of the bed. What are you reading? It's Tsuyu's notes. We have exam in 2 weeks. It's so hard to remember to Bayo. Sasuke glanced at the already oversimplified notes that only had the goal of having Naruto pass in theory. Only to pass. Sasuke twitched his eyebrows seeing the notes. Idiot. Hey. You always call me that. Don't you have another word? And it's not like these things are useful to Bayo. Naruto grumbled as he rolled on the bed, lying on his back. It's not. But that tells me about your brain. Sasuke smirked, giving Naruto a mocking taunt. Who needs head when you can just go and POW? Why am I even arguing with you? Sasuke didn't feel like arguing over senseless things. Naruto covered his face with the book. I can't, maybe I will study tomorrow. Naruto grinned and placed the book on the desk and closed the desk lamp, dimming the room. Only the street light passing through the window lit the room. Why are you just sitting there? Naruto wiggled to make space for Sasuke to lie down. Sasuke hesitated but went to lie down next to him. A minute or two passed silently. Sasuke found it difficult to sleep. Hey! Naruto called. Sasuke didn't open his eyes, but replied. What? Naruto wanted to ask or tell, or something, about Sasuke's family, or lack thereof. He felt a sense of understanding and closeness to him in that regard, of his loneliness. But he couldn't really put it in words. Besides, his loneliness, at times, even for Naruto himself, felt like he was ungrateful for his sister. It's hard to describe what he lacked. Nothing. I guess you aren't that bad to room with. Naruto grumbled. It's me who should say that. Just don't snore. Or I will stuff your nose. Sasuke said seriously, in fact. Hey, I don't. I swear. Right, we will see. Minutes passed. Sasuke could hear hints of soft breathing next to him. He turned to see Naruto was already asleep, holding his hug pillow. A part of Sasuke felt it was unreal. Why are you so nice to me, Naruto? A part of him couldn't understand and wanted to push him away. But a part of him also wanted to just let his guard down. Naruto's hug pillow rolled off the bed as his hand lost its grip. He was subconsciously looking for it and ended up reaching out to Sasuke instead. I idiot. Sasuke slapped Naruto's hand away in time. He pulled his blanket and turned around, distancing himself further right at the edge of the bed, not wanting Naruto to cling to him. A part of Sasuke did wish to be hugged. But it made him feel pathetic and weak. Naruto made him feel so pathetic. But he couldn't deny how he couldn't truly push him away. Chapter 59, for Konoha. Thank you, Lord Danzo. I will make sure they are fully utilized. Tsuyu saluted respectfully. It's nothing. I believe you know how to dispose of them afterwards. If nothing else, you may go. Danzo said calmly, as if the two prisoners he prepared for Tsuyu were nothing. Tsuyu nodded, and with a flash she were gone. Danzo tapped his finger on his chair, contemplating. She's quite ruthless even to her own brother. But still, it's something all ANBU members had to go through, so it wasn't that special of a training. Danzo didn't think much of it. Besides, he had more important matter to attend to. Danzo looked over at the report, saying that Jeriah would arrive in Konoha in few days. And a few members of Konoha had been dispatched to convince Sununade to come back. Danzo felt a little apprehension over the Hokage position. The meeting with Konoha Council and the Jonin Council would determine the next Hokage. Danzo could tell the daimyo definitely dislike him. He felt annoyed at this. Hokage position is close in his hands, but as usual it slipped through his fingers. He can only hope those two refuse and had the position fall into his hands like a pie afterwards. Unless. Danzo already had a plan in mind, brewing darkly quickly. Sununade, you are already useless. If you are gone. A trace of coldness appeared on Danzo's single eye. Sununade, a medical nin, had hemophobia. A joke of the century. What use could she have now that Konoha is in a critical situation, with guillotine over its head waiting to drop at any moment? Though. Danzo contemplated it again. Actually, she still had some use. Her healing technique with Katsuyu to heal en masse, and the medical knowledge in her head. She may not be able to see blood, but remembering her achievements in previous war, and that Konoha would confront Sununade again with its lethal poison, maybe it's far better to leave her alive. Danzo tensed expression from thinking relaxed slightly. Never mind. She still had enough use. Besides, she could only do things in the rear once the war breaks out. While I could contribute far more than she could. If he couldn't take this chance to become Hokage, the upcoming war is definitely his chance to shine, and once the councils and the daimyo see how incompetent and lackluster Sununade is compared to himself, the Hokage position would definitely be his. Danzo felt more confident thinking about it. And thinking about his future achievements, he recalled the research he had put forward on Tsuyu's request before on aerial technology and forming a shinobi unit from it. As well as other, confidential things Tsuyu had discussed with him in the dark. Aerial advantage had always been the major threat when facing Iwagakure ninja and Sununade's Kage. If Konoha could add wings to their elite members, they could fight without worry. Danzo took another glance at the files on his table. 3 different operations and outlines from his and Tsuyu's discussion, akin to two devils exchanging ideas on how to bring real hell to this world. Somehow, despite how absurd in terms of how grand the objectives are in the end are, Danzo could see Konoha's victory. Operation Shinigami's Dealing, Operation Starving Sand and Operation Sinking Stone. The 3 files with the big red letters, Top Secret, contained schemes that would let Konoha fight against all front. Even if it meant sacrificing morality and humanity. I should see how everything is going. It's the first time Danzo's route are fully immobilized for the 3 major operations without anyone else left for other schemes. But first thing first, Operation Shinigami's dealings should be pushed forward immediately. Danzo had a chilling cold smile as he take out a unique prototype of explosive tag from within the file created by Tsuyu with few adjustments from his own side. Tsuyu, you are truly the devil Konoha needed right now. Danzo disappeared with a flash, heading to see the various route departments. Naruto was training at the training ground number 3 meanwhile. Tsuyu said she would give him a special training and he need to be mentally prepared. Naruto, as usual, replied with usual spirit, bring it on, though he shuddered thinking of various ways Tsuyu would beat and torture him. But to be Hokage, and to make sure Sasuke team couldn't act so smug towards him, he could endure. Throwing fists and kicks onto a wooden dummy standing still, he imagined various scenarios in his active mind. Time passed slowly, until a figure appeared and tapped on his back so suddenly almost causing his heart to fall out of his chest. Tsuyu-chan. Stop sneaking up on me. Naruto pouted, still hated the way Tsuyu appeared like a ghost all the time without leaking any of her presence beforehand. Tsuyu didn't comment and directly state the point. Let's go. Naruto tilted his head, asking in confusion where to as he's lead to outskirt of Konoha, reaching an abandoned building away from any sign of people. Naruto curiously look around. The walls of cement covered with moss and molds and stains of black. As if there's really nothing here. Tsuyu led Naruto to a corner, and in Naruto's shock and excitement, an entrance suddenly opened up on the ground, leading to a staircase down to an unknown basement. Wow! A secret place. Naruto felt excited seeing some secret hideout here and his head filled with wonders. Tsuyu didn't say much and just head straight down. Naruto followed closely from behind, only light from the small torch on Tsuyu's hand guide the way. The stairs eventually reach its ends, and Naruto could hear voices and sounds. Or grunts. Naruto felt a little intimidation, wariness and even hint of fear at the unknown. And the smell of rust, mixed with an unpleasant odor already hit his nose so suddenly. Tsuyu-chan, what's that sound? Naruto asked with worry. But Tsuyu didn't say a thing at all and just keep walking forward. The smell and sound become more and more clearer the further Naruto walked. He felt his chest start to beat faster and faster. The anxiety slowly accumulating inside him. Tsuyu-chan, what are we doing here? What are those sounds? Tsuyu's lack of response made Naruto feel even more nervous. He held a corner of his jacket, as if trying to find an anchor for himself. Tsuyu turned to a corner, and flicked a switch. The blinding light hit Naruto's eye for a moment, momentarily caused him to lose vision. But as his eyes regained its clarity, his heart dropped at the sight. His eyes visibly shaking along with his body. His fingers shakily moved to held onto Tsuyu's hand. He tried to mutter few words. Who are these people, why? 2 adults were chained on the walls. The dimly lit room revealed their pained expression. The foul odor from their dirty waists mixed with hint of blood from their body that are filled with various scars and injuries that are barely closed up. Tsuyu didn't look at Naruto, but only looked straight forward. These 2 are spies from other hidden villages. These 2 were already interrogated and extracted. Tsuyu introduced shortly and looked at Naruto's expression, wanting to see what Naruto was thinking. Naruto felt his throat dry, his breathing becomes heavy seeing the state of the 2 people chained on the walls there. He turned his eyes away, unable to see the pained expression and sound from those 2. Look. Don't turn away. Tsuyu commanded with a cold voice. Tsuyu-chan, Naruto refused to look, his eyes still fixed on the ground. I said, look. Her voice became cold and sharp, making Naruto tremble. Seeing Naruto's refusal, a hint of annoyance flashed in Tsuyu's eyes. Swiftly, she grabbed Naruto's collar and dragged him forward. Tsuyu-chan. Stop. I dash. Naruto struggle, his mind cannot process what he's seeing and what Tsuyu wants to do. Naruto clenched his eye tight, adamant on not seeing it. Tsuyu clicked her tongue and pulled his collar and pushed Naruto down. With a thud, Naruto fell onto the ground. Ack! He groaned inwardly. Tsuyu-chan, Naruto raised his head, his eyes were met with the two half-dead people chained on the walls a meter away from him. Their eyes contained hopelessness, resentment, hatred, and pain. One of them stared right into Naruto with resentment and hatred. And out of nowhere, a murderous hoarse voice was spoken from his throat in a low voice. "I will kill you." Without any warning, the prisoner tried to reach out to Naruto with his hand suddenly, wanting to relieve his resentment onto the kid that's right in front of his eyes. Seeing the approaching bloody hand, Naruto's heart stopped beating as fear made him frozen still. Clang. Fortunately, the chains held him from reaching Naruto. Naruto fell on his butt, feeling his heart racing from fear. Those murderous gaze and sound, the scars and horrible injuries on their bodies, the foul odor coming from them, Naruto felt his stomach flipping and he couldn't stop himself from throwing up on the spot from being overwhelmed. After a minute, he bit his lips and shakily stood, quickly taking a step back from the two half-dead people. He remained silent, he didn't know what to say or do, or why he is here. After few seconds of silence, Tsuyu finally spoke. "These two are enemies of Konoha, feeding intelligence of our village to our enemy. You should understand how much harm they had done to the village." Tsuyu said factually while at the same time trying to assess Naruto's thinking from his expression. Naruto remained silent. He turned his eyes to Tsuyu. He can't say a word, but his eyes already presented the questions on why Tsuyu is showing these to him. And he hated all these. Tsuyu's cold eyes didn't change, as if Naruto's feelings never mattered for her. "Do you really want to become a shinobi?" Tsuyu asked without any hint of emotion. Naruto opened his mouth, closed it back, and finally able to mutter a small yes. But there's no hint of certainty or confidence. "Are you willing to kill Konoha's enemies?" Tsuyu squinted her eyes, her gaze was like a hawk trying to see through Naruto. Naruto's lips trembled, parted slightly but ultimately closed back. He had always said or thought he could at the back of his mind. But seeing the two people in front of his eyes only caused his stomach to churn. His eyes start to become red and teary, his lip already bleeding from being bitten too much. "I am asking, Nii-san." Her eyes turned even colder, with a hint of disappointment. The further silence made Tsuyu frown in dissatisfaction. A shinobi that couldn't kill an enemy that harmed the village is a waste. If it's up to her, she'd rather just have Naruto quit being a shinobi entirely, seeing all this farce. But he wouldn't have a choice. Tsuyu wasn't so cruel to hand over a kunai and ask Naruto to execute these spies that were chained up helplessly. Instead, she had a better idea and a lighter one. She walked step by step towards the prisoner on the left. The person starts to shake, his voice screaming for Tsuyu to stay away. "I already told you everything. I beg you." His voice was filled with fear and pleading, even causing those fear to spread in Naruto's own heart. Seeing Tsuyu's cold back, he felt genuine fear for his own little sister. Just what did she do to make the prisoner react such a way? He doesn't want to accept it. Tsuyu didn't talk much, and took out a small vial containing translucent red liquid and a syringe from her ninja tools bag. She calmly shakes the vial a few times and took the content out with a syringe. "Tsu-chan." Naruto mustered enough courage to call out to her. In response, Tsuyu's cold voice sounded, but it was not for Naruto. "You should know you would never come out alive. But I am giving you a chance to relieve your resentment before your death. Kill him," she said to the prisoner. Naruto felt his world collapse hearing Tsuyu's own words to the man. Tsuyu swiftly injected the unknown medicine into him, not giving any chance for him nor Naruto to say any other words. Blue veins start to pop out and throbs from the site of injection spreading along his arm and body. He screamed in agony and pain as his muscles start to bulge and his chakra is forcefully exploding out of his body. The chains shake and making clicking noises as temporary strength filled him up. With a chop of a hand, Tsuyu broke the chains in one swing, releasing the man from his containment. The chains fell onto the ground with a clang. The man's bloodshot murderous eyes looked at Tsuyu that already stood at a corner as if watching a show, and then turned his gaze towards the yellow-haired boy. "Ni-san. Defend yourself, protect your own life. Prove to me you are ready." Naruto felt his scalp tingling, his feet wobbling, his eyes teary. He keeps looking at Tsuyu pleadingly, then look at the man that looks like a monster with red eyes about to devour him, then back at Tsuyu. Tsuyu looks without any hint of emotions, hoping Naruto could pass this trial in her heart. Chapter 60, For You. The mad prisoner didn't mutter a word and directly launched a frontal assault towards Naruto. Naruto's mind shook, his body barely moved sideways out of instinct to dodge the incoming fist. But before Naruto could be mentally prepare himself, the man already swung a kick to his side. Naruto instinctively put up his hand to guard against them. The kick landed on his arms. Naruto felt pain like never before spreading through his forelimbs, as if the force is tearing his bones apart. Crack! The remaining force sent Naruto flying backward, causing him to be slammed against the wall of the room. A mouthful of saliva spat out from his mouth. His entire arms are trembling and felt numb, his back is in so much pain, his muscles ache. His breathing became rapid, his eyes regained its focus and clarity, but just as he did, his pupil contracted in desperation, seeing another fist coming right at his skull to take his life. Naruto managed to barely force himself to dodge it to the side. Bam! The entire room vibrated due to the sheer force, cracks like webs spread on the wall with a meter radius at where the fist had landed. Seeing the scene, Naruto's heart thumped wildly again, fear began to creep up into chest. He could have died if that fist landed. Naruto's first instinct is to look at Tsuyu, as if trying to find an anchor and support from his only little sister. But Tsuyu only looked coldly, not giving a damn. Tsuyu looks at how stupid his brother is to turn his eyes away from the enemy. Even if it's only for a second. Idiot, Tsuyu muttered in a low chilling voice, but it's audible in Naruto's ears. Before Naruto could process the words and Tsuyu's indifferent eyes, he felt a powerful blow landed on his side. Pain spread from his side throughout his entire body. He's kicked several meters away and rolled on the floor like trash. NHH, Naruto gritted his teeth from pain. He held onto his side where his ribs were fractured, tears uncontrollably flow from his eyes. His hands and body couldn't stop shaking. It hurts so much. Naruto tried to raise his head, also raising his arms to block the incoming foot. But he couldn't make it. A huge force come down onto his skull from being stepped on, slamming his face into the floor. Blood trickled from the back of his head, forming small patch of blood on the floor. The man's feet kept pressing onto Naruto's face, making Naruto unable to lift his head. Naruto's hand shakily tried to push the foot away. But his already broken arms are weak. Or the man is too strong. Or perhaps it's Naruto's already broken spirit. Tsu-chan, Naruto pleaded for help, even if he couldn't see her. But Tsuyu didn't respond. The man raised his feet, and stomped on Naruto's face, body, and kicked at him in anger and murderous intent over and over again. Thud. Thud. Whack. Pain, and more pain. Tsu-chan, Naruto's voice pleaded weakly, as if asking for help. Blood, tears, and snot mixed on his face as he was beaten one-sided laying helplessly on the floor. Bruises and fractures spread all over Naruto's body. His resistance became weaker and weaker. Tsuyu's eyes had a trace of disappointment in them. She didn't know what happened to all those hard trainings. The ninja tool bag strapped on his leg is a mere decoration. As for jutsu, it's all thrown out the window. Even if the man is physically stronger from the drug, Naruto should have dealt with him easily from the very beginning. The most annoying thing was Naruto dared to look away in the middle of a battle just to look at her face, and for what? She wanted to curse seeing how such a fatal mistake happened that led to this one-sided beating, but had to hold her tongue. As the fierce man about to stomp right on Naruto's face again, all of a sudden, a shadow flashed by. With a blow of her fist filled with chakra, it crushed the man's chest, his heart, lungs, bones and flesh were all destroyed, leaving a mangled fleshy hole before he's blasted a meter away, leaving a patch of blood onto the floor and the wall, killing him in an instant without any scruples. Tsuyu casually takes out a handkerchief from her pocket, wiping her dirted hand. She looked down on Naruto that's still lying on the floor. She didn't know what to say at the moment. She just felt so much disappointment. Was it difficult? She doesn't think so. As for lecturing Naruto right now, the problem was obvious from the start. Naruto should realize it himself. Saying the obvious only would make her felt angry. Naruto's blurry eyes can only look up at Tsuyu. His body hurts all over. He never had felt so much pain before. His arms, body, feet, his head, it's all over. But what pains him most is not his body. It's his heart. Looking at the indifferent eyes looking down on him, he felt his heart breaking for for many reasons. He couldn't mutter a sentence. It's all too much to bear. Sigh. Tsuyu sighed in frustration. Can you stand up? The silence from Naruto caused Tsuyu to click her tongue in annoyance. You didn't bite your tongue. Answer me. Tsuyu said coldly. No, Naruto weakly said a word. Tsuyu made a few hand seals and summoned a shadow clone. Bring him home and treat him. The shadow clone saluted in response and take Naruto away from the dark room. Tsuyu cleaned up the messes, leaving no trace of those prisoners behind as if what happened in that room never happened. Naruto lay motionlessly on the floor of his room, his body bandaged with gauze all over, permeating strong medicinal scent. His eyes dull, almost losing most of its brilliance. He can only look up at the ceiling. In a blink of an eye, he found himself inside his mindscape suddenly, being pulled inside from Kyuubi taking the chance at Naruto's mental weakness. Nah. I had never seen someone can be so cruel to their own flesh. A voice of a devil fox rattled from the tall cage. Naruto only take a glance at the red sinister eyes visible from the gaps before ignoring them. HN, you have seen it. That's her true self. A cold, heartless, little sister of yours. Nine Tails intentionally provoked Naruto again. Shut up. Naruto didn't bother to argue. He finds himself in his room again, still lying in bed staring at the ceiling. Unknown amount of time passes slowly. Naruto only felt heavy and perhaps empty at the moment. Looking out the window, orange hue fell onto his face. His stomach suddenly gurgled, and only now Naruto realized he skipped lunch, and as for dinner. Hungry. Naruto sat up weakly. He had enough strength to get up and walk around, he thinks, only if he gritted his teeth and forced through the pain. But before he could, the door was pushed open suddenly. Naruto turned his head towards the door, expecting Tsuyu coming to check up on him. Instead, it's the Uchiha boy. Disappointment flickered in Naruto's eyes, as if expecting that someone to care. Sasuke looks at Naruto in shock, and even a hint of worry. What happened to you? He asked while walking close to him. Nothing, just training. Naruto gave an excuse. It was a training, in a way. Sasuke furrowed his eyebrows. He could see the injuries weren't superficial, and it wasn't just bruises, but worse given how bad Naruto looked with all those bandages. You mean she? Naruto turned his eyes away. In a way, it's her. Even if it's the men who break his arms and legs, but she instigating it, and not doing anything and only watch like it's a show meant it is her in Naruto's perception. Naruto's feelings and emotions are hard to describe, to a point that he couldn't bring himself to feel. He felt lonelier than ever. Or rather, perhaps his feelings are closer to that of abandonment. Sasuke's eyebrows frowned deeper. Even if Tsuyu is tough in her methods, he doesn't believe she would be so cruel to even break his bones. Can you even walk? TCH. I guess I had to bring dinner to you. Sasuke said in fake annoyance, turning to leave. Naruto didn't have much energy to reply and just watch him leave. Maybe he preferred to eat in his room for a while. Sasuke saw Tsuyu already sat at the dining table, casually dining already as if it was any other day. Sasuke's eyebrows frowned deeper. He couldn't help but ask. Why did you beat him that badly? Tsuyu didn't stop the chopsticks movements in her hands, as if the question didn't arouse any sense of guilt at all. He was not ready to become a shinobi. It was for his own good. Tsuyu replied in between pieces of food going into her mouth. She's too lazy to elaborate the whole context of the training, thinking it didn't matter. Seeing Tsuyu's indifferent eyes, Sasuke suddenly felt like a layer of fog about Naruto lifted. Something about Tsuyu that only now he realized the depth. Sasuke takes 2 plates and stuffed them with rice and side dishes, not commenting further on Tsuyu's remarks. Tsuyu glanced at it, and continued her dining. She planned to bring Naruto his dinner afterward, but since Sasuke is going to, she won't have to. Sasuke left swiftly, bringing them to Naruto's room after giving Naruto his own plate. He glanced at Naruto, seeing his shaky hands holding the chopsticks, as if it's a struggle to even use his arms. But Naruto still could use them, and ate silently. Naruto's silence made Sasuke feel restless. Naruto had always been annoyingly chatty with him ever since he roomed with him the past few days. Sasuke had thought if he could shut up he would feel at peace. Contrary, he felt uneasy instead. Oi, Dobe. It's just training, what are you sulking about? It's not like you aren't used to getting beaten by her. Sasuke said in mock mockery, his eyes glancing sideways at Naruto's expression. Naruto didn't know what to respond, or rather he doesn't want to. It's not about the beatings, or that his body is in pain. Great. Did you turn into a mute? Heh, at least I won't have to hear your annoying voice. Sasuke tried to poke at Naruto again, expecting Naruto to make an usual comeback. But Naruto's further silence and robot-like movement eating his dinner made Sasuke felt even more restless. Hey, what's wrong really? What happened? Sasuke no longer tried to mock him and asked in genuine concern unmasked in his voice. Naruto parted his lips to answer, but the only thing that escaped from his mouth were that. It's nothing. Sasuke decides to not push it further, only hoping or expecting Naruto would return to his usual self in a day or two. Chapter 61, Devil's Chess. Tsuyu glanced at the latest report from spies planted by Konoha at various locations. 2 of the smaller shinobi villages of smaller nations bordering Iwagakure and Kimogakure respectively also had movements and most likely joined forces. Either they are coerced into it or it's willful, it didn't matter. Anyone would want a piece of the pie given Konoha would be facing all front. Plus, the matter of Konoha's Jinchuriki losing control was another important factor that made the other shinobi villages dare to challenge Konoha even if there's still the 2 Sanins, Kakashi of the Sharingan, and Might Guy as among the top combatants. As for Tsuyu being the other Jinchuriki, the enemy still didn't know. After all, even if Tsuyu had once exposed it when she needed to suppress Naruto, at the time the village was in chaos, and no one would suspect 9 Tails could be split into 2 to begin with, so even if there were spies at the time the information was unclear. Troublesome. As for allied nations bordering the Land of Fire, they weren't willing to lend a hand. Even if they did it won't change much, but still, these smaller nations had always been under protection of Land of Fire one way or another. The audacity to not send any forces when Konoha is in need is giving ick. We can only rely on ourselves. Those ungrateful people couldn't be depended on, Danzo casually added. Despite the circumstances, his face remained calm. Danzo would take relevant names in his head list and don't care much. Fortunately, Shinigami's dealings had proceeded to its second pace. Kimogakure had signed the deal just yesterday. We procured the funds to expand the other plans. His words had a hint of rare excitement. The money he got was just in time when Konoha is in dire need of it. Tsuyu's stressed expression lightened a little. As expected of your route, then the company should have been well known by now by other shinobi villages. Tsuyu honestly complimented, because to set up a trading company dealing with arms, to gain trust and name, and eventually struck a deal with one of the major shinobi villages in such a short time was shocking. Not to mention, the other plans are on the run as well. It's nothing. It wasn't surprising given that your improved explosive tags are too powerful, and its price was similar to the current model. Any smart person would think they make a profit. It's all thanks to you. Danzo said that with a hint of playfulness, already imagining the blow to the other nations would receive once the third pace of the plan began. All of a sudden, Tsuyu suddenly asked a question irrelevant to any of the reports on the table. Danzo-sama, when will they graduate? Danzo raised his eyebrows slightly. Within a week. Tsuyu went silent. Are you worried for him? Danzo asked, seeing Tsuyu's unclear expression. Tsuyu didn't know if she should say she is. It was difficult to word it. After all, no one would want to send their closest ones, the ones they had raised and put effort into for years, to their death. Tsuyu knew the brutality of war. She had lived a lifetime of it. Danzo tapped his finger over his chair. I have seen the report on his abilities in the academy, and you trained him personally. I assumed you had confidence in him. He recalled that recently Tsuyu had used those prisoners for Naruto's training. It seemed Naruto failed her expectations. Danzo wasn't that surprised by this. No. However, I know real soldiers are made on the battlefield, not before. She said that, but in truth she had hoped Naruto would be ready earlier. Danzo nods in agreement at the sentiment. Tsuyu looked at Danzo, hesitating to voice her concern. But ultimately she chose to say it. Danzo-sama, I hope you can be lenient to him. Tsuyu bowed her head slightly. Danzo's eyes widened, surprised that Tsuyu showed her concern directly like this. At the time Danzo is the one leading Konoha, his opinion and decision would decide what team and where he ends up after he graduated, how Naruto's training as Jinchuriki goes, and how he would be placed when the war comes. Unless a new Hokage is selected in time and the decisions over Naruto's matters were taken control by the new Hokage that is. Tsuyu had foreseen all of this, and it pressured her a lot knowing what kind of person Danzo is. I will see to it. Danzo replied half-heartedly. If the late third was still in control, Naruto would have been with Team 7 after he graduated. And if it was peacetime, Naruto could take his time to grow as a shinobi. But Danzo wasn't Hiruzen. And it wasn't peacetime. Unless someone interferes, Naruto would face things far worse than what Tsuyu had subjected. Perhaps Tsuyu was afraid of what Naruto would face, and she couldn't be there for him. Besides, Danzo already had plans for Naruto to control Nine Tails' chakra much like Tsuyu, and that's a priority. He already had a plan for it. And in a sense, Tsuyu didn't have to worry in that regard. It's not like Danzo was being kind or merciful, it's just what's most effective. I will try to convince Jeriah, the Sannin, to oversee Naruto's training in controlling the Nine Tails. I still believe in his skills and teachings. He wasn't as cold as me. Danzo said with self-awareness, knowing what exactly worried Tsuyu, it's himself ironically. But Danzo didn't care about how others viewed him, especially since it is true. Jeriah could be considered Naruto's godfather, and he believed he would definitely put dedication and attention to that boy. Though, whether Jeriah will agree to it in the first place remains a question. He's not sure if Jeriah is willing to raise a child as a weapon for Konoha, and that child is his own late disciple's son. If Jeriah disagrees, then it falls under Danzo's hands. But it didn't matter who's leading as long as Naruto is put under training no matter what. Tsuyu's stiff expression relaxed slightly, thinking it couldn't be that bad given that person is their late father's master. And perhaps that person could guide Naruto in terms of what's to come better than she did. Plus that person was the author of Ika Ika Paradise, at least his personality could be predicted. Nine Tails control training is one matter, while Danzo already had plans to put Naruto under a team under his control once he graduated. As for the missions and training, naturally he would directly pass his orders. Thank you for your consideration, Danzo-sama. You should learn from him once he arrives. I am sure he would take interest in you. I will see to it. Tsuyu nods. The two continued their discussion for the time, meanwhile. Akatsuki base. Conan looks at the report from their intelligence. A recently established weapons dealer that mainly manufactures explosive tags had become renowned in the market, gaining popularity among the mercenary ninjas and now even striking deals with both Konoha and Kimobukure, presumably for the upcoming war. Nagata didn't mind much, even if their source of funds from Conan's paper bombs were almost halved since that company, Kurotsuru Trading Company, was established. After all, once the war started, the Jinchuriki and hence the tailed beasts would be exposed, and Akatsuki would take the chance after their forces were weakened from tearing each other apart. And it wouldn't be long before that. Conan took out a black paper tag with complex fuin that even had encryption on them, hiding some seals that prevent others copying its fuin shiki. Conan wonders what secrets are hidden inside. Even in Conan's impression, this paper bomb is superior to what she could make. It's just unfortunate no one in Akatsuki had enough knowledge in Fuinjutsu to break open its complete formula. Not to mention the paper bomb had a unique bright red flame when it exploded, giving a unique aesthetic and a sense of power. It's really just some additive metals to add color, like a firework, when it explodes. Tsuyu wanted to differentiate itself from other paper bombs, and she succeeded at leaving an impression. Conan, do you want to procure those? Nagato asked with a cold voice. No, I prefer using my own. Conan refused. Nagato didn't force it. Nagato proceeds with the other important matter. Iwagakure are hiring us to join their force. Their representative would arrive in a few days. Prepare to welcome them. Haiden, Kakuzu, Sasori, and you would be participating. Understood. Conan's figure turned into pieces of paper folding into butterflies, disappearing with the wind. Konoha's predicament is unknowingly increased by a fold with addition of Akatsuki members, a mercenary group filled with Kage-level powerhouses joining the fray against Konoha. Land of Wind, unnamed village. Toby was scouting in the Land of Wind, casually strolling around Sununade and surrounding villages. Nagato ordered him to do so, seeing unusual movements in the country. Few villages faced famine and plague so suddenly. But of course, it was just smaller villages in the country and it's only on the outskirts. But over a few weeks the spread of this famine and plague seemed to be too fast, as if someone was stirring the pot. Toby is a schemer in the dark, and he could smell some deliberate schemes. Toby walked around the small unnamed village, seeing the thin, poor states of the people. Few people are begging on the streets. There's barely food on the stalls selling them. Officer, I really don't have any money left. One of the older men begged a tax officer, but ultimately ignored as the officer barged into his house to find the money. Countries going to war naturally need money. And the daimyo naturally imposed tax for such occasions. Toby noticed the carriage carrying some wheat and food supplies. But it was only filled halfway. He casually walks up to the man leading the carriage pulled by horses, asking why he's carrying so little. Sigh, those people raised prices too high. I can only procure this much. And I can only sell at very low profit just for the sake of the people. I don't really get much myself. Toby homed. Land of Wind had always been relying on the surrounding country to export essentials to them, especially food. Land of Wind had very little fertile land after all. And the majority of the trade comes from the Land of Fire that was rich in resources. But recently Land of Fire suddenly increased its import taxes by folds, and naturally the others wanting to buy had to increase the prices. But Toby wasn't innocent, and so he asked directly. What about the black market? The men seemed hesitant, but since he knew about the black market channel, he can just say it. There is, but their prices are only a little less than the proper channel. And I heard cases of poisonings, not sure if the rumors are true, but I don't want to risk others. My products are all proper. Toby was in deep thought. He let the men pass while he recalled the details he had gathered from before. Someone is definitely targeting Land of Wind, targeting its food security even, as if trying to destroy its very foundation. Food sources, the fields, and wells are poisoned. The tradesmen raised exorbitant prices. The lack of water sources also means it's easier for the shadows to target them and spread diseases. Since sources of water are scarce, people won't waste them for things such as hygiene, and once a single source of water is poisoned, there's no choice. Truly evil. Toby muttered in amazement at the realization. Could it be Konoha's doing? Toby thought, and he's right on the money. He even had thoughts on Danzo's hand behind all this, given his history with Rin. Toby could foresee the long-term effects of this predicament. Toby's amazed expression behind the mask turned calm all of a sudden. This world is really cruel, wasn't it, Rin? He murmured. Land of Stone. Itachi blended into the crowded marketplace, where both civilians buy and sell. But what's odd is that this is the black market, right? He had never seen such a lively black market where civilians are everywhere, as if they were a normal night market, selling seemingly normal goods, and they were cheap. He is quite confused. Itachi took an apple, observing its bright plump flesh and color, and handed some Rio to the seller. Where did you get these fruits? Itachi asked him. You have good taste, young man. These are imported from Land of Fire. A lot of products here are imported from there. Itachi frowned. Didn't they impose high taxes? How are you selling so cheaply? Ah. Mister, this is the black market. Haha, the man thought Itachi is a funny young man. Of course he procured them through the black channel. A new black company was established in the black market, supplying normal everyday products at a very cheap price, importing them out of Land of Fire. This company popped up out of nowhere, and ordinary products and items were sold in bulk like they were grasses found on the side of the road, flooding the black market. And the recent burst of increase in civilians coming here are also bizarre, as if someone is actively promoting it. Itachi felt something didn't add up. He didn't think the main supplier of this fruit, or the other seemingly normal products here, gained any profit from these. Or maybe they did, but very little. But then looking back, outside of this black market, there's really not much outside. Basic necessities weren't a problem. Land of Stone is not as poor as Land of Wind, but their citizens couldn't afford luxury. Especially with the upcoming war, a lot of funding was directed towards war supplies, and livelihood of normal people are affected. But in this black market, luxury goods like a variety of books, fruits, food items, and such can be procured cheaply, and civilians flock to get them. As Itachi walked among the crowd, his bright mind realized what's happening. Someone is targeting Iwakagure's economy. As expected of a young genius that had once deemed suitable to become Hokage, he figured out the grand scheme of seemingly unassuming lively black markets. Directing the cash flow of the land of stone into the black market, if the black market becomes more popular, if the majority were to spend on the black channel, in the long term. Itachi shudders at the thought. Itachi couldn't help but feel wary of the person who could direct and plan such a thing, a demon manipulating the world. That said demon was a reincarnator who's keen on economy, and its very downfall. Seeing the economical point of Land of Stone, Operation Sinking Stone was designed with the history of the Soviet Union in mind. Root organization in the shadows are growing larger and larger by the day, extending its route into Land of Wind and Land of Stone silently, taking one innocent step at a time. In the shadow, Tsuyu moved a normal soldier piece to checkmate the king on board. Danzo's eye widened slightly, not seeing how he could have been trapped into this position. You are very good. I am surprised. I don't deserve your praise, Danzo-sama. Danzo had a rare smile on his lips, finding amusement at playing this chess game with the very devil. Chapter 62, Siblings. Training Ground 2, Naruto is sparring with Sasuke, exchanging blow after blow with him. The one-tomo Sharingan able to perceive Naruto's movement, countering and sending punches and kick at deliberate angles. Pow! Naruto is taken off guard, a punch landed squarely on his stomach sending him back a few steps. Cough, team. His eyes flared with irritation at Sasuke. What are you dazing about, Dobe? Your head isn't even on me. Even if he doesn't use his Sharingan, Sasuke can see Naruto is not in his game since that day. Damn it. I will beat you this time. Sasuke. TCH. Once again Sasuke sees an obvious opening. Seeing Naruto's obvious punch, he parried it with one arm, grabbed his wrist and threw him onto the ground in one swift motion. Ack. NNH. Naruto groaned as his face ate some dirt. Looking down on Naruto, he crossed his arms and spat some words. If you can't get your problem out of your head, let's just forget it. I don't want to waste my time with you. Sasuke said with a cold tone, but the truth is he wanted Naruto to tell him. Naruto sits cross-legged on the ground. That day still lingers in his mind. His eyes looking down at the grasses, noticing the ladybug crawling on one of the leaves. Sasuke sat down on the dirt as well, seeing that Naruto is not going to stand up. Why am I even doing this? Sasuke muttered in his heart. But he just sat silently opposite to Naruto who's dazing onto whatever it is. I am curious. What kind of training did she give you? I bet I could fare better than you. Sasuke tried to poke Naruto so he confessed. What do you know? Naruto played with a small rock, rolling it on the dirt a few times. Tsuchan, she. Hearing Naruto finally speaking, his body leaned forward subconsciously. Naruto confessed the details of that day. He just wants to tell someone about it. About those prisoners. The spies. That Tsuyu told one of them to kill him. And that she just watched him get beaten up. It's scary. Naruto muttered. That was an enemy of Konoha. And he's trying to kill you. Are you such a scaredy cat? I thought you wanted to become a Hokage. Sasuke felt it's actually dumb. Not that. Sasuke frowned, not understanding it at first, but then it clicked. You mean, you are scared of Tsuyu? Naruto draws circles on the dirt. His eyes staring at the random scribbles. She's different from you for sure. Sasuke didn't know how to respond to this situation. I get where you are coming from. I am scared of my brother too. Sasuke didn't know why his mouth said that nonsense. Him? Scared? Never. Though it's more of a self-comfort, recalling years before when Itachi looked at him with that murderous stare, with the fresh corpse of his parents behind him. Never mind. Forget it. He quickly stopped himself. Your brother. Oh. Naruto recalled Itachi Uchiha, the one involved in the Uchiha massacre. And the one who killed Sasuke's family. Naruto looked at Sasuke for a second, realizing that Sasuke had a lot in common with him. I guess, we both don't have that great of a sibling. Don't lump me with you. Your little sister is far better than that person. She is only harsh and strict to you. Don't be such an ungrateful brat. She didn't care. Naruto muttered while drawing with his stick. Hearing such nonsense, Sasuke felt annoyed on behalf of Tsuyu. What bullshit are you saying? Do you even hear yourself? What, you expect her to be some girl that calls out to his Onii-chan with a bright smile? Giving you puppy eyes asking if you are okay and crying for you? You know what kind of person she is. And the way I see it, she did it right. Idiot. I know. But at times, I wished she's more caring, you know. And, at times I just thought she's not, the way she just kills someone, it's. The image of the bloodied prisoners, the way that person was killed in one single blow, and the way Tsuyu's eyes were as cold as ice even with what's going on, it's still imprinted in Naruto's mind. It's. Naruto didn't know how to describe his feelings, and the accompanying discomfort remembering it. That his little sister felt inhuman. Naruto can't understand how she didn't feel anything about it. It's as if killing someone is as easy as drinking water, and it's disturbing for Naruto. And then there's also how it felt like Tsuyu didn't care about what he wants. She just forced what she wanted of him. Sasuke crossed his arms, rolling his eyes. From what you said, those people are enemy spies. It's how the shinobi world works, idiot. Someone has to do the dirty job. Every hidden villages are the same. Then I hate how this world works. Naruto said with a firm tone. TCH. What can you do about it? What can I do about it? Hearing Sasuke's mocking question somehow flicked something in Naruto's mind. Then I will change this world. He said with almost conviction, his eyes looking straight at Sasuke with seriousness. Sasuke snorted. You are naive. Whatever. You know what? I have decided. Once I become Hokage, this shinobi world won't be suck anymore. No more stupid fights. No more hurting others. Naruto stood up with a fighting spirit so suddenly. Sasuke's eyebrows twitched, not understanding what's wrong with this guy's brain that shifted so suddenly. But a small smile creeped up on his face, subconsciously seeing Naruto gaining his spirit. Naruto is a tough guy inside and would always stand up no matter how difficult it is. Come on, our spar is not over yet. Naruto felt fired up. Recalling the day he got beaten up, he wanted to make a comeback with Sasuke as a substitute. It takes you so long to get serious. Sasuke took a stance with a slight smirk. His single Tomo Sharingan flashed ready for any attacks. After a long day under Route HQ, Tsuyu returned to home. Apart from seeing the development and movement of enemy villages with Danzo, she had special training with the remaining Jonin of Route, trying to improve her combat level on par with Jonin. Her body was covered with bruises and cuts under her clothes, and these were the norms these days. Taking off her shoes and seeing Naruto's and Sasuke's sandals at the entrance, those boys had already returned home it seems. 2 shadow clones are summoned and the kitchen gets busy for some time making some food as per routine. Even if she felt fatigue and slight pain all over, it was nothing for her. Brats. Dinner's ready. She turned around and headed to the dining room, waiting for the kids to come. Soon enough the two appear, with Sasuke leading taking a seat first. The room was silent, only the sound of chopsticks and chewing were audible. Tsuyu frowned, feeling something was missing as she looked over at Naruto. Was it just her imagination that Naruto seemed a little withdrawn today? Or maybe Naruto is still affected from being beaten that day. Nisan, what training did you do today? Tsuyu tried to ask an unusual question, trying to see through his emotions. Just some taijutsu. Naruto said shortly, his eyes barely stayed on Tsuyu before focusing on eating his food. She looked at Sasuke, and Sasuke looked at her. Then, as if making an impulsive decision, Tsuyu stood. Stop eating you too. Sasuke frowned, putting his chopsticks down. Naruto too did the same. Come on, let's go to Ichiraku. It's been a while, hasn't it? Tsuyu said calmly, but internally only she knew what kind of emotions she had. Sasuke seemed to get it, and agreed immediately. Naruto said a simple, okay. Tsuyu didn't talk much and quickly took away and wrapped all the food and stuffed them into the fridge. Seeing Naruto still sitting there dazing at the empty table, she reached out to pat his back, just to bring his attention to her. But her heart skipped a beat seeing Naruto seemed stiff when her hand patted his shoulder. It's as if Naruto felt distance towards her. She's not dumb enough to not see it. Tsuyu felt a pang of irritation. Is he sulking over that day? Maybe it wasn't appropriate, but Tsuyu can't help but feel annoyed and irritated seeing Naruto like this. In Tsuyu's precognition of Naruto should have said excitedly like, "Yatta. Let's go," with some giddy posture as usual. She can't explain what she's feeling. Seeing Naruto silently standing next to Sasuke, it felt like Naruto was even avoiding her. Naruto acting like this triggered her for some reason. Maybe it's because she had never put this much concern over someone. Or that she's under a lot of pressure and tired right now. She even goes out of her way to suggest going to Ichiraku for him. To be honest, she doesn't even like Ichiraku that much. And when her effort was taken so lightly, it felt infuriating. Add to the fact that Naruto had disappointed her and failed her expectations a lot. If there's anyone that should give airs, it's her, not you. If I don't give a damn, they can send you off to die for all I care, you little piece of s*****. You too should go. I remembered I had something to do. She turned around and just left to her room, closing her door. Sasuke gulped a mouthful of saliva looking at Tsuyu's back as she backed off, then at Naruto, then at the door of Tsuyu's room again. Then his eyes glanced back at Naruto. What's with this atmosphere? Sibling fight? But there's no direct confrontation. Come on, Sasuke. Let's get ramen. Naruto's mood seemed to turn 180 degrees once Tsuyu's no longer in his view. Naruto even seemed oblivious to what just happened. At least for Sasuke, it's clear Tsuyu also had some dissatisfaction over Naruto. Naruto didn't seem to notice it and took Tsuyu's word as it is. Sasuke could feel that Naruto wasn't depressed or anything anymore. It's just how he treats or views Tsuyu that has changed. At the end of the day, Naruto too had expectations on Tsuyu. And there are some lines that simply can't go along with Naruto's own view, and Naruto cannot accept it, at least for now. Naruto had always been a person who acted on his feelings most and didn't think much about it. Even his cold acting towards Tsuyu had zero thoughts or intention in it. It was purely instinct even if he never meant it. Sasuke wanted to say something, but it's not like they are fighting. Maybe with time it will be alright again. Sigh. Tsuyu lay on her bed, thinking over a lot of things. She heard Naruto's usual voice when he dragged Sasuke out of the door. She can't say he's depressed hearing that. But at the table just now he is silent. So Naruto's behavior is directed towards her specifically. Thinking back, even if she wasn't particularly fond of Naruto's overexcitement and chatter, it had become a norm. Her norm. She doesn't know what she's feeling right now. It's unreasonable. With few deep breaths, these unnecessary thoughts disappear one by one. It didn't matter. What she wanted was for Naruto to ultimately survive. It could be said Naruto is already a part of her most important responsibility. She put everything else aside, knowing her own goals. Chapter 63, Erosen in Return. Irika-sensei finished his class for the day, stretching his waist from the soreness of standing throughout the whole class. Seeing the students already rushing to pack, Irika quickly stops them. Don't leave just yet. I have an important announcement to make. The students who were already strapping their bags over their shoulders sat back down on their seats. Because of Konoha's recent losses, the higher-ups had made decisions on holding a special graduation exam. Konoha is in need of talents. It is up to you to participate. But remember, once you pass the examination, you will officially become a shinobi. You will leave the comfort and safety of school, and no more playing around like before. Those who want to give it a try, you can sign up now. Contrary to the expectation that children would want to delay their graduation as long as possible, especially when it comes to such a dangerous career, most of the students actually start to flock up to Irika-sensei. Seeing this, Irika hesitated, and despite the higher-ups asking them to keep quiet, he doesn't want to see his students get involved when they are still too young. Stop. Listen to me first. The students back away. Even Naruto, who's excited to graduate early, had to wait. Konoha, is going to face war. Most of the students in class seemed taken aback at this revelation. In fact, there's already rumors going around and unrest in the village. And this matter cannot be kept a secret. Irika's expression turned solemn and serious. In a few months at most, Konoha won't be as peaceful anymore. I will be direct. Once you become a shinobi, you will be drafted, and become a part of Konoha's fighting force. As genins, you would mostly be involved in logistics and play an auxiliary and support role. However, in special circumstances, you would be promoted to a Chunin, and you cannot avoid battle and would face real enemies. You wouldn't be fighting to win or to compete with your peers. But you have to fight for your lives. And even end others' lives. And even if you are still a genin in name, those of you who are exceptional. Irika's eyes look at Naruto, then at Sasuke and a few others. You would be drafted into a dangerous position, and you cannot avoid risk. You all should have one more year in the academy. The class suddenly went silent. If Danzo knew how Irika scares the children off, Danzo would have found someone to kill him in his sleep right now. But only a few seemed timid. One of the students stepped forward with fire in his eyes. Despite being a side character, his words are loud and confident. Sensei, I want to graduate. Irika-sensei looked surprised at the young boy. My parents, they were gone because of the attack that day. I want to protect my village. And I want to protect everyone I cherish. Konoha is my home and I want to protect them. The other students were also infected by the same will of fire, resolutely stepping forward. If Tsuyu saw these, she would praise Konoha's brainwashing on the so-called will of fire to have these people send themselves to their deaths happily. Irika cannot help it but has to let these kids sign up even if he is reluctant. The children of named clans weren't surprised at all, as they were told early about Konoha's situation. Shikamaru is one of the students that definitely knows it's dumb to graduate early when you can enjoy peace longer. But his father had already given his words to him, so he too had to sign up. All of the named clans are pressured by the higher-ups and most of the clan's children will definitely graduate early. It's also why Kiba, Hinata, and others don't have free time to train with Naruto anymore. Each of their family placed importance on them and began their real training. Naruto cannot help but realize why Tsuyu had been so harsh to him. I have to fight for my life, and even end others. The registration form in his hand felt heavy at this moment. From the way Irika-sensei looked over at him just now, he gets a feeling that he is exceptional and would be placed somewhere dangerous. He's not sure about ending others' lives. But he's sure about one thing. Konoha is his home. His friends are all out there. He sees Hinata, Kiba, Choji, Ino, Shikamaru, and others all sign up. Therefore, Naruto placed the pen down and wrote down his name. Perhaps he couldn't kill on command. But he could do anything to protect his friends. He couldn't help but think of Tsuyu at this moment. Tsuyu must have known beforehand. Tsuyu is Tsuyu after all. Naruto can't help but feel like he's such a bad brother. No wonder Sasuke called him an idiot often. As for Sasuke, he signed up without much thought. While he can't say he had patriotism, he wanted to graduate solely for selfish reasons. His ultimate goal is to kill Itachi, and what he needed most is the right information and condition which he lacked. He wants to gain more strength. Fighting the enemy of Konoha is a good thing for him. And secondly, if he contributes enough, he may eventually find Itachi's whereabouts. Sakura looked at Sasuke's back. She felt ashamed of herself for hesitating. She pinched a corner of her skirt, trying to make a decision for herself. She looks at the majority of her classmates, even Hinata and Ino sign up for early graduation. I can't get left behind. With firm resolve, Sakura too took steps forward to sign up. With that, they had set themselves up, tangling themselves with Konoha's future. Naruto and Sasuke returned home walking side by side. Both of them wondered about what's to come. But as the two walked past a bathhouse, Naruto's step halted. He turned his eyes seeing a man in red clothes and long white hair squatting down and planting his face on the side wall. Oi Asen! What are you doing? Naruto screamed seeing the audacity of that man. The women in the bathhouse heard the loud scream outside and all of them panicked. Seeing the beautiful scenes all covered up, he felt annoyed and turned to the yellow-haired boy. You kid! Mind your own business. You pervert. What are you doing peeping in broad daylight? Just then the door to the public bathhouse opened, and women in bathrobes had anger in their faces with buckets and objects in their hands. That's the pervert. Catch him. The women threw everything they had. Damn it, the mysterious man suddenly jumped so high, landing on the rooftop and disappearing in a blink of an eye. Gasp. So high. Naruto was surprised, Sasuke too. He can see that person is definitely a strong shinobi just from how high he leaped and disappeared in a single instance. That person is no other than the legendary Jeriah, one of the Sannin, the author of Ico Ica Paradise and the esteemed Toad Sage that had returned to Konoha. Konoha Council. Jiraiya-kun, you are still lively just after returning. Koharu spoke, seeing the unserious-looking men. The commotion of the Sannin peeking on a public bathhouse wasn't hidden from their eyes. Ahaha. Koharu-san, I am looking for inspiration. Inspiration, you know. Have a seat. Koharu didn't bother. She's too old to care about his antic. Jiraiya's face turned serious as he sat down. He turned to look at the gloomy-looking old man sitting at the same table, Danzo Shimura. Seeing him was like seeing a unicorn for most people, even for Jeriah, as usually he was always lurking in the dark. Danzo placed the cup of tea down after taking a sip. Jeriah, the councils had decided on the candidates for the position of 5th Hokage. Hamura started the discussion. But before he could mutter another sentence, Jeriah raised his hand in objection. Leave me out. I am not suited for this. I like to be free and about. Koharu's already wrinkled face wrinkles more. This is not just about you. Konoha is in need of a Hokage to lead them. She said in a dissatisfied tone. I know Sununade is among the candidates. Give it to her. Hamura looks at Koharu. Koharu looks at Danzo. Danzo already expected this outcome from Jeriah. Well, once Tsunade Heim is back, we can decide. But she needs to return to Konoha first. Her tracks are very difficult to find. And we believe you are the most suitable person to get her to return. The team we dispatched couldn't catch up to her. Sigh, troublesome. Hamura also sighed. If she's heard of Konoha's predicament, I am sure she would return. This is her home after all. But the team didn't even get to talk to her. Jeriah takes a sip of the tea. He knew Tsunade already quit being a shinobi, probably toiling away drinking and gambling, not caring about the outside world and what's happening. Fine. I will try to bring her back. Good, as for the second matter. Koharu looked at Danzo, letting him speak. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Jiraiya's expression became a little stiff after hearing the term. He recalled Minato's children. He saw one of the siblings, that boy Naruto. Loud and annoying for sure. But he grew up well, he thought. Konoha will be facing many enemies. And we don't have much to defend ourselves with. I think having you overseeing his training on that power would bear good results. Those two are still children. Jiraiya's voice is calm, but his eyes looked sharp, as if glaring at Danzo. Minato's child. And that's why I am asking this to you. I can't think of a better teacher. But of course, if you aren't willing, you can leave it to me. Danzo squinted his eyes, making his point clear. You dash. The pressure inside the room increased slightly. Koharu wiped a sweat formed on her forehead, feeling like her old bone is about to be crushed from these two. Do you think Konoha in this state can fight against all of them? You should know that answer yourself. Even if you are traveling around, you should know our situation clearly. Jeriah went silent. He knows Konoha is in a very dangerous position. The recent losses of the village became the trigger that pushed others to make a move against Konoha. Konoha really is in the weakest state in its history. And they need their Jinchuriki. Besides, the daughter of Minato can already fully control Nine Tails' power. Danzo took a sip of tea, while gauging Jiraiya's reaction. Impossible. Jeriah stood up from his seat, slamming the table. He doesn't believe it. He knew how ferocious Nine Tails is. Even Kushina, who's a pure Uzumaki that has trained since she's a child, can't control it. It is true. Danzo reassured Jeriah. I will need to see it with my own eyes. In fact, she already had a great merit to her name. Danzo tossed a scroll containing the report on the day Konoha got attacked by the Land of the Sky and Orochimaru. This. Jeriah read the report on that day. There's no mention that Tsuyu used Nine Tails' power, but the 1,000 meters wide wall that protected the center of the village meant she did tap into it. Such a scene cannot be kept hidden anyways. Looking at the other pages, it tells about Tsuyu's performance fighting on Anchorvantion along with the other elites. She received approval and praises from many. Jeriah felt solemn. He didn't know Minato's child is that fearsome. Could she be the child of prophecy mentioned by the Toad Sage? Jeriah felt a sense of urgency to see her. The child of prophecy is the one who could bring about a great change in this world, either to its destruction or peace. Wait, she's in ANBU. Since she's 10. His eyebrows furrowed, looking at Danzo with a questioning look. She is a natural. Almost like a fish in water. Hearing that disturbing praise, Jeriah stood up again in anger all of a sudden, even almost choking Danzo on his tea, but Danzo managed to keep poker face. Your root and its dark ways. Did you? Jeriah's tone became murderous. He knew what kind of organization Root is, and how they raise its perfect soldiers that are merciless to both themselves and enemies. Seeing Tsuyu's genius, her being in ANBU while housing the more evil part of Nine Tails, and how highly Danzo is praising her, it's almost as if Tsuyu is his own people, and that Danzo had his hands on her from the very beginning. He suspects Danzo had even done something to her to make her his weapon. The scroll in Jeriah's hand is crumpled under Jeriah's clenching hands. If what he suspects is true, he will never forgive Danzo for doing this to Minato's child, and in case she's the child of prophecy, Danzo might have guided her to the path of destruction. You are thinking too highly of me. Danzo snorted. It is half right in the way that Danzo supported Tsuyu. But her genius and cold nature had nothing to do with him at all. Jeriah took a deep breath to calm himself and sat down. He already made the decision to see Tsuyu, this genius child housing the more evil part of Nine Tails. He prayed it's not what he suspects. Seeing Jeriah's silence, Danzo added. That boy is graduating in 3 days. It's inevitable he would be involved in Konoha's struggle. For Konoha, and Minato's sake, you should know what to do. Fine. Jeriah had to agree. He knew the importance of this matter. Hearing the short reply of agreement, Danzo doesn't feel much surprise. Jeriah is someone with a high sense of belonging towards Konoha, and he put Konoha first before anything else. It seemed Danzo overthinked too much about his attitude just because the siblings are his late student's child. Chapter 64, Jeriah's Test, 1. Training Ground 3. Tsuyu focused on training Flying Raijin, specifically, a large-scale teleportation variation of Flying Raijin. Tsuyu is able to use the teleportation aspect of the jutsu, but in combat it's still fatal for her. Her orientations in space are random, the loss of senses and the sudden gain of it, the splitting headache and nausea, mixture of it could lead to her death if she appears in front of the enemy in that state. She still needs time to get used to the jutsu to use in combat. At the same time, a clone is observing and instructing Naruto and Sasuke's training. There's not much to say. For Tsuyu, the best training right now is a real life and death battle. Both of them had achieved a good enough combat level in theory when fighting under zero risk. But in practice, it's always different. Still, since she doesn't have living training material, any training is better than nothing. However, amidst her practice, she felt a gaze towards her back. She turned her eyes towards the direction. Why do so many people like to sneakily look for her? Jeriah hiding among the bushes was taken aback. What a sharp perception. Seeing he's already caught, Jeriah comes out of the bushes looking closer. Those markings. Flying Raijin. Jeriah looked shocked. She's just 11 and she already understands such a complex jutsu. And before that, to think she can get her hands on the jutsu in the first place is already a surprise. Even Minato had to contribute in wartime first to get his hands on his trademark jutsu. It's apparent how much trust Konoha higher-ups placed in Tsuyu to give her such a dangerous jutsu, plus she is a Jinchuriki who apparently can control its power fully. The combination can only be said as terrifying. Tsuyu too is judging the man, looking at him up and down. The long white hair, the straight red line marking down his eyes, the headband with the word oil on them. She felt she had seen him in a book before. Could he be? Could you be one of the 3 legendary Sannin? Before Tsuyu could finish her guess, Jeriah raised his head high, feeling proud. It's the one and only, the Toad Sage, Jeriah the Sannin. Yash. Jeriah made an introductory posture, bringing down Tsuyu's 100 respect point level to 90 points. It's a rare opportunity for me to meet you, Jeriah-sama. Tsuyu bowed in respect. Ho, you are flattering me too much. Jeriah felt high on being looked up to. Just then, Naruto's scream immediately broke down Jeriah's high stance. Ah. It's that pervert. Jeriah looks at the yellow-haired boy in annoyance. Who are you calling a pervert, brat? Nisan, mind your words. Tsuyu's sharp commanding word sent Naruto to a stop. It's one of the Sannin, one of the strongest and most respected people in Konoha. She would have directly sewed Naruto's mouth if she knew he was going to make a fuss. Tsuchan. I swear he's really a pervert. He peeked at the public bathhouse Tebeo. She frowned slightly, turning her head to Jeriah. Cough. It's gathering inspiration. What do you know? You are slandering me. Slandering. Tsuyu's eyelid twitched after hearing that it's true. But to be fair, this person is the author of a smut novel. Maybe it's not surprising, Tsuyu thought. Naruto looks at Jeriah with an unkind gaze. Naruto then had a thought. What are you doing here now? Could it be? You are peeking at us. Oh no, Naruto quickly runs and hides behind Sasuke, who just came to see the scene. This brat. Who's interested in a kid like you? Keep dreaming, the veins on Jeriah's forehead bulging with annoyance. Nisan, stop making noise. He's one of the legendary Sannin, Jeriah. Show some respect. Sannin. Naruto recalled hearing that term before. Like Orochimaru. Naruto only knows the title of Sannin, but never really understood the implication behind it or the whole reason the 3 Sannin are called Sannin. Yes. But do you really have to bring that twisted guy up? Jeriah felt dissatisfied that this brat didn't even care to know about him. Your name is even taken from my novel, brat. Sasuke looks at Jeriah in awe and shock. The legendary Sannin. Unlike Tsuyu's respect, and Naruto's still not so good impression, Sasuke had a fiery look on his eyes. If I can get his guidance. Jiraiya-sama, it's a great pleasure to meet you. Sasuke gives his respect after knowing his identity. Brat. See, this is how you should treat me. I don't care. You are Ero-sennin then. Damn brat. Naruto, show some respect. It's Sasuke who repeated Tsuyu's words. TCH. What's up with you two? Naruto felt wronged seeing these two treat this pervert like someone amazing. Enough. Call me what you want. I am just curious to see you guys training. Then you are really trying to peep on us. Pow. Naruto felt a heavy knuckle hitting his head, almost feeling a sense of déjà vu. Where did Sakura come from? It wasn't Sakura. It's Sasuke who hit him. Team. Naruto glared at Sasuke, feeling wronged even more. Tsuyu ignored those two and continued to converse with the Sannin. It would be my pleasure to have you oversee us, Jiraiya-sama. HN. You are definitely as mature as they said. Hey. Kid, how about a little spar? It's been some time since I moved around. I will go easy on you. Haha, no worry. Tsuyu obliged without much words. Please teach me then, Jiraiya-sama. Tsuyu bowed in respect before backing off to create a distance, readying herself with the standard CQC of the Imperial Army. Naruto and Sasuke stopped their banters and immediately turned their eyes towards the two. Sasuke felt a little jealousy seeing Jeriah is willing to test Tsuyu. He wished it was him. But still, he wanted to see how Tsuyu would fight against a real powerful opponent, and how Jeriah, the legendary Sannin, would fight. What an unfamiliar stance. Is it a self-made taijutsu style? Jeriah didn't ponder too long. Go on, make the first move. Hearing the signal, Tsuyu's first action is to take out a few shuriken from her ninja bag, throwing them swiftly. Swish, swish. Jeriah easily deflected them with a kunai, and saw a few shadow clones summoned right after going in 2 different directions trying to approach him from different sides. A third shadow clone that instead digs and burrows itself into the ground is not unnoticed by Jeriah's keen perception. Interesting. Jeriah felt interested in knowing more about this genius child. Ninja art, raging lion mane. Jeriah's long white hair is akin to a snake, sweeping at the incoming 2 shadow clones in one swift motion, grabbing them and destroying them in an instant. Then suddenly he stepped on the ground and jumped right before a hand stretching from below almost grabbed his feet. Ignoring the shadow clone below him, Jeriah's long hair retracted and he's about to launch needle attacks towards the real Tsuyu, but he hears some sizzling sound close to him. My hair. Boom. Boom. Tsuyu's clones armed with explosive tags stuck to those when they were attacked just now. Nhahaha. His hair got burned. Naruto, seeing the situation, laughed out loud. Tsuyu didn't think much. Her shadow clones are always armed with explosives. And their decisions to stick it onto Jeriah's hair were the shadow clones' own decisions. It's not like Tsuyu ordered them specifically to do that. Jeriah landed on the ground while checking his singed hair. My beautiful majestic hair. But suddenly he felt a slight tremor on the ground. Wait, that shadow clone is still there. Just in time, Jeriah managed to dodge an incoming uppercut from below the ground. But seeing the eerie smile on the shadow clone as it comes out fully, and the massive fluctuation of chakra in front of him, his expression turned bewildered. This is chakra overload. This shadow clone is going to explode. But just when Jeriah realized what the shadow clone was doing, Tsuyu had finished a set of hand seals from the moment Jeriah jumped to dodge the shadow clone's attack at the very beginning. Earth release, earth dome. Crumble, crumble, the earth around Jeriah about to form walls trapping him. But Jeriah had a keen perception, noticing the chakra fluctuation beneath his feet. In an instant he leaped above quickly and managed to barely escape right before the dome of earth closed up. Just as the dome is completed, a roaring explosion from within shatters the dome to pieces. Jeriah had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If he had been successfully trapped inside, he can't say for sure he could brush it off. This kid is dangerous. While for Tsuyu, she feels it's not surprising that normal tactics won't work on Jeriah. His perception is too keen to be catched into such a simple trap. And even if Jeriah is trapped with the clone, Jeriah has different ways to avoid it. Using Raging Lion Mane to wrap and protect himself, using sealing technique on the shadow clone to cancel its jutsu, summoning the inner stomach of a toad to cover himself, etc. But in Jeriah's perception, it's only been less than 10 seconds and Tsuyu made such a decisive strike. No wonder she's in ANBU unit. Jeriah felt solemn. Sasuke and Naruto at the sidelines watch in awe and amazement. The two had never seen Tsuyu go serious. At least she didn't bother to use any fancy ninjutsu and only used her fists to beat them up. If it's me, could I react and escape? Sasuke clenched his fist, thinking whether he could react in such circumstances. Even with his one Tomo Sharingan, he's afraid it's not enough. I need more power. Sasuke felt frustrated. He wanted his Sharingan to evolve more if he could. Jeriah regained his composure as he observed Tsuyu more seriously. He realized he cannot take her lightly at all. And it's clear from Tsuyu's expression, she is not completely serious and had a lot hidden under her sleeves. Chapter 65, Jeriah's Test, 2. She's already a full-fledged shinobi. I can't treat her like a child that needs testing. She doesn't need it at all. Jeriah's hands began to make hand seals. Seeing this, Tsuyu threw a couple of shuriken in quick succession and made her own hand seals to counter what's to come. Those first 3 seals, it's a fire release. Tsuyu sees the few hand signs and comes to a conclusion. Jeriah nimbly moves his feet and tilts his body to dodge the incoming projectiles and finish his hand seals seamlessly. Almost at the same time, the two released their jutsu. Fire release, flame bomb. Red-hot flames spewed out of Jeriah's lungs towards her. Earth release, earth spear current. The ground beneath her breaks apart, creating formations of earth spears and pillars rushing towards Jeriah. The two jutsu clashed in the middle, creating spectacular flames and cinders. The two jutsu compete for power, earth constantly rises and crumbles, while the flames continuously blasting forward. What a powerful jutsu. She can utilize such a large amount of chakra in a single instance. As expected of Kushina's bloodline and Nine Tails chakra developing her reserve. Her mastery over earth nature and shape transformation must have reached a very high level. To think she's only 11. Only devastation is left in front of the two, charred broken ground with ashes and cinders. The two stood opposite to each other, as if sizing each other up. Naruto and Sasuke at the sidelines already retreated a few steps away, feeling the remaining heat emanating from the field in front of them. Both of them cannot calm down seeing the display of such powerful jutsu. Sasuke held his chest, his heart was beating fast both out of excitement and awe. Tsuchan is so powerful, Naruto muttered in almost disbelief. He had always thought and even accepted that Tsuyu is far better than himself at some point. But seeing her jutsu, he felt that he's being left behind by not just a few steps, but tens of them. In fact, Naruto is still unaware that Tsuyu had created 1,000 meters high earth wall to protect the village before. The scale of the wall is simply so huge that it never crossed Naruto's mind that someone has to create it and it's his own little sister, not anyone else. The news of it is kept low due to the absurdity of it along with chaos surrounding the village back then. Jeriah clapped his hands all of a sudden. Ha ha ha. Good. Konoha's young generation is truly fearsome. The Sanin's prowess is as the rumors say. Tsuyu gives Jeriah her own praise. Both of them had some sort of a tacit understanding it's no longer appropriate to continue as it means it would become unsafe to go any further. Right. I have not asked for your name, young Kunoichi. Jeriah no longer refers to Tsuyu as a kid. She is a full-fledged shinobi in his eyes now, deserving due respect. Jeriah still had to keep the relationships between his late student Minato and them a secret, so he pretends to not know. I am Uzumaki Tsuyu, a member of ANBU Assault Unit. It's a pleasure to be your acquaintance. And you too. Jeriah turned to face Naruto and Sasuke standing at the side. Ah. Uzumaki Naruto. Future Hokage. Naruto's respect level for Jeriah shot up from the negative to 100 points after seeing him in action just now. His eyes are bright like that of a puppy seeing the strong man. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke said shortly, not sure what else to add. Naruto, you must be Tsuyu's little brother. Ha. No. I am the brother. I was born first before her. Naruto pouted in dissatisfaction. Tsuyu at the side had a slight smirk hearing the remark. She didn't know the order of their birth is that important. Ah. Is that so? You two are so different. Then, Naruto-kun, let's see how you fare in battle. Come at me. Yosha. I will show you how amazing I am. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Tens of shadow clones summoned swarming Jeriah. Jeriah dispatched the clones seemingly easily, but his expression says how he's surprised at Naruto's performance. This kid is also talented and can be considered a genius. At least mid to high Chunin level from taijutsu along with use of shadow clones. There's no tactic or strategy, only direct show of ability and reflex. While at it, Jeriah also wanted to see how the last Uchiha of Konoha fare. He's also surprised with Sasuke's performance. And that too with only one Tomo Sharingan. Perhaps if Sasuke evolved his Kekkei Genkai, his ability would be raised straight to low Jonin level. Jeriah felt a hint of solemnity. Minato's children are both geniuses in their own rights, though Tsuyu is on another level. Fugaku's child is also a genius comparable to Itachi at his age. Naruto and Sasuke lay on a patch of grass, feeling drained from the Sannin poking at their abilities. While the two were resting, Jeriah already pulled Tsuyu to the side for a chat. His expression turned serious all of a sudden. Tsuyu-kun. You are really talented. I had to say, it reminded me of my late student, he is a genius comparable to you. You know the fourth Hokage. You must know him and his trademark jutsu, the one you are practicing before. Tsuyu's gaze turned to Jeriah, expecting this probing from him. Jeriah continued. But along with your talents, you bear the 9 tails as well. As for Jeriah knowing her status as a Jinchuriki, the Sannin is one of the strongest combatants of Konoha and naturally should have access to top secrets of the village, it wasn't surprising. Besides, Jeriah is her late father's teacher. Shinobi world is filled with turmoil. And we are on the verge of war. The world is filled with hatred, selfishness, prejudices, pain. I experienced a lot. Tsuyu listened attentively, trying to understand what he's rambling about. Do you think this world can change? That real peace can be achieved? Jeriah wanted to see what Tsuyu thinks. He had hoped to hear a hopeful yes. Tsuyu had potential and great power in her, and perhaps she's the child of prophecy that could bring about change in this world. No. Tsuyu answered honestly. Jeriah is taken aback completely. It is human nature to be selfish. Even before shinobi and chakra is a thing, war is a constant happening across civilizations. Jeriah had no words to deny such a fact. But that's also why there is order in place. Konoha is originally an alliance between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. And from then on the other clans joined Konoha, establishing order and peace. While fights and bloodshed are stopped within the confines of the village, human nature cannot be erased. The Uchiha's downfall is an example of this. Even the downfall of the Senju clan, silently going obscure over the past decades, had interest of certain groups at play. It's ironic that the very founders of Konoha are now gone. Tsuyu glanced at Sasuke at a distance, recalling the wasteful loss of talent. Too bad you are thinking like this at such a young age. Young people should have hope, you know. Jeriah said lightly, but he's not disappointed. In fact, he appreciated Tsuyu's high view. Somehow, even if Tsuyu doesn't have naive hope for world peace, but her seeing reality means he would trust her for sure if she wanted to try changing the world for the better, since she should know what she's doing. But if you could change the world, or make it a better place, how would you do it? I would have everything under control. The only reason there's lawlessness is because there are people outside the system, or even abusing it. I would say, having control over all of them truly should make the world a better place. Tsuyu meant it as having a more honest enforcement of the law, a proper control and delegation of power among its hierarchy, and therefore making sure the controls are not lost and they cannot do anything so freely. Tsuyu is referring to Konoha's structure specifically. Hokage position, for example, doesn't seem that powerful with how Danzo could do whatever, and Lord Third just closed both of his eyes on him and even cannot open his eyes anymore under Danzo's scheme. There's definitely something wrong with how power is distributed inside the system of Konoha. Jeriah thought over Tsuyu's words. But the more he pondered, the more he felt uneasy. Does she mean having the whole world under control, unifying the shinobi world? Jeriah misunderstood Tsuyu's words that refers to the village as an example instead of the whole world. Jeriah gulped a mouthful of saliva. This 11-year-old Kunoichi had such a high view on this world. And her idea to change the world is to unify this world under her control. Terrifying. Jeriah is not sure what to think about Tsuyu. And what's scary is that Tsuyu allegedly had full control over Nine Tails' power too. She had the capacity and potential to do what she says. But what if world peace can indeed be achieved if she succeeds? However, unifying the shinobi world doesn't come freely, it comes with bloodshed, with war. The prophecy passed on to him is that a person that he guides would bring great change to the world, either destruction or peace. Is it the outcome of said unification? If it succeeds, world peace will indeed come. But if it fails, destruction. Jeriah felt it's actually logical. But this is just his guess. He doesn't know the details. The prophecy is already vague as is. Your idea had some truth to it. Jeriah had to comment. Tsuyu smiled slightly, finding someone agreeing with her. I am glad you could see the way I see. Silence ensues for seconds. Jeriah wanted to find a way to bring up training her and Naruto in controlling Nine Tails in a natural manner. But he realized there's no need to be so complicated. Tsuyu is a member of the ANBU and privy to Konoha's important matters. He can be direct about his intentions. Right. I am here originally because I am instructed to oversee you both training to control the Nine Tails. You two are Konoha's Jinchuriki, and the village needs you both. For Naruto, I will wait until he graduates first before officially training him. As for you, I would like to see if it's true you could already control it. I understand. When will we start, Jiraiya-sama? Let's start tomorrow. I am quite tired after traveling for so long. Hey, maybe a nice soak in a hot spring would be nice, don't you think? Hot spring. Indeed, it would be a nice way to relax. Though, I personally prefer quiet and a warm cup of coffee. Having no disturbance and nothing in the mind. I find them relaxing after a long mission. Coffee. At your age? Ah. You are truly interesting, Tsuyu-kun. Then, tomorrow at 9 here seems fine. I will have them empty out this area. I guess having Naruto observing should be fine too. He should learn from you to control the same power. Wait, Jiraiya-sama. Jeriah looks at Tsuyu's sudden change in expression. Almost in deep thought. What's the matter? You had something to do tomorrow. It's... Naruto doesn't know that I have half of 9 tails as well. Tsuyu had a complex tone in her voice over this matter. Up to now Naruto never knew this, and no one ever tells him this information. Heck, Naruto only knew 9 tails inside of him due to Tobi forcing Naruto to see it and making him lose control before. Whenever she exposes and uses 9 tails chakra, Naruto is either unconscious or not seeing it. And honestly, Tsuyu knew this information was almost like a massive time bomb. She's aware of the differential treatment in their childhood and its consequences. She couldn't find the right space to tell Naruto, and that to begin with it is a village secret, and she is aware that even the existence of 2 Jinchuriki of 9 tails is a secret in itself. Even in classified documents, herself being the second Jinchuriki is not mentioned anywhere at all. It's an utmost secret and could be said to be a trump card of Konoha, and also her own trump card that no one ever suspects it. What? Jeriah is quite shocked hearing Naruto didn't know his own little sister had the same 9 tails. Chapter 66, Truth, 1. Jeriah crossed his arms, humming in thoughts. Is there a problem to tell him? Jeriah noticed there must be something wrong. Tsuyu looks at Naruto in the distance, thinking about everything in the past years. Their childhood. Or rather, Naruto's childhood. Tsu-chan, why do they hate me? NHH, sniffs. A memory of the distant past replayed in her mind. When one day this brother of his came back home with tears in his eyes all of a sudden. Yoichi doesn't want to play with me anymore. Tsu-chan, I don't understand, everyone, they are so mean to me. Tsu-chan, that old guy doesn't want to sell to me. He called me bad luck and tried to hit me with a broom. Humph. I hope he goes bankrupt. Nissan, just let me buy the groceries then. Don't go out often. Just stay here. But I don't want to just stay here all day. There's nothing to do to Bayo. Right. How long has it been? Naruto is fine now. He has many friends. Everyone sees he is talented and strong. It's no longer the past. Thinking over it, Tsuyu felt it's okay to tell Naruto now. No. It will be okay. I am too rigid with this supposed village secret. It shouldn't be a problem to tell him. It's just, I was thinking about his childhood. I am not sure if you are aware of the matter, Jiraiya-sama. His status as a Jinchuriki was leaked before. Everyone knows. Everyone, you mean everyone knows Naruto is? Jeriah is taken aback. It's supposed to be top secret. And even he knew Minato would never want others to know 9 tails is housed inside his children. How could this happen? The adults in the village mostly. But the information was suppressed shortly after, but still. How long did they know? Who leaked it? Jiraiya's tone is a little colder all of a sudden, as if he's angry. Since we are 4 or 5. As for how it got leaked, I am not certain. Tsuyu does have suspicions that the leakage of the information is a strategic move. Back then the village was still vulnerable and there's unrest in the village. Perhaps the higher-ups wanted to shift the blame to him. Even so, by her standard, it's unreasonable. Putting aside the moral question, the Jinchuriki's mental and emotional stability is crucial in controlling the Biju's power. If Naruto is a little different and wasn't a tough person inside, hell would have broken loose a long time ago. In fact, Tsuyu didn't know the full scheme was that Danzo is supposed to come in the middle of Naruto's lowest moments, acting as his savior, manipulating Naruto into loyalty and typical root brainwashing method subjected to children. And in a sense, once Naruto is roped into loyalty in his lowest moments, it can be guaranteed he would be so loyal, so grateful and appreciative towards Danzo he won't lose control nor hate the village. So in Danzo's view, Naruto's emotional stability was supposed to be taken care of eventually by himself or anyone he wanted to arrange for that purpose. But Danzo underestimated Hiruzen's bottom line, and he won't allow Danzo to approach Naruto at all. Who could blame him if his perfect scheme is interrupted midway? And if we are to blame anyone, Lord Third does nothing for the boy. Am I the Hokage then, or was he the Hokage? Hiruzen should have cared more, no. That's what Danzo would have thought. He probably thought it wasn't that bad, since the boy Naruto is always cheerful on the surface and Hiruzen just doesn't put much thought into it. Tsuyu would have blamed both of them on the matter. Hiruzen for being half-assed in his work. Danzo for being cruel toward such a child in the first place. Though, Tsuyu would think Danzo's idea wasn't wrong and had its merits. What's better than such loyalty for the very savior and for kindness shown when one is at their lowest? Such feelings and sincerity, even if it's all artificially made, should be enough to suppress Nine-Tails' influence. Perhaps if things goes as Danzo's planning, Naruto at this point should have been in control of Nine-Tails. Poor boy. Jiraiya knows how a Jinchuriki is treated, not just in Konoha but in other hidden villages as well. Carrying such fearsome beasts capable of destruction, and especially due to memories of the Nine-Tails attack, that boy must had to face a lot of hate since he's a little child. He still grows up so well. Always with his bright smile and his bright personality. You did well to be there for him, Tsuyu-kun. Jiraiya felt solemn thinking about Naruto. The only grace Naruto had is that he had his family and friends with him. Jiraiya felt a little guilty that he didn't return to the village all these years to check up on Minato's children even once. He assumed Lord Third would take care of them well, and in normal circumstances their status as a Jinchuriki is a secret and their childhood supposedly should be normal like any other. Jiraiya-sama, although I did my best for him, but often, it's not enough. There are things I cannot make it up for him. It's only fortunate he's a strong person inside. And he had friends to fill the gaps I can't fill. I am afraid I failed your expectation, Jiraiya-sama, Tsuyu said earnestly, admitting her weakness. You are just a child yourself, forced to grow up. It's unreasonable for a child to take care of another. And you two are born at the same time. Besides, even if you are a grown-up, adults too had their own shortcomings, Tsuyu-kun. In fact, seeing your own shortcomings is a sign of a great shinobi. Your future will be limitless. Only by seeing them can you grow as a person. Jiraiya-sama, I am almost as old as you by years I had lived. Tsuyu muttered in her heart. But Jeriah is right. I see. Your words carries wisdom of a sage, as expected of the legendary Sannin. Ha ha ha. You are really good with words, Tsuyu-kun. Jiraiya-sama, we can proceed with the training tomorrow. Today I will tell Naruto about the matter. Leave it to me. Good. It's getting late now, doesn't it? Then, I will see you two tomorrow. Jeriah stretched his waist and body, relaxing himself and already headed towards the direction of a hot spring bathhouse in Konoha. Jeriah didn't worry much about the revelation to Naruto, thinking Tsuyu is his own little sister, his family is there for him, and it will be okay. Tsuyu too think it won't be that bad given Naruto is in a much better place, happy and go lucky with nothing he's lacking now. As Jeriah left, Tsuyu headed to see the two brats laying on the grass all tired. Ha! Tsu-chan. Ero-sennin is gone already. Yes. Come on, let's go home. Okay. Wait, Tsu-chan, what about dinner? Let's go to Ichiraku. Sure. Tsuyu agreed without much words. She believes what she's about to say would be heavy for Naruto and wanted to give him a good mental conditioning. Ichiraku again, what a surprise, coming from you. I can already taste it from here. Sasuke said in a mocking tone. Blay. If you don't like it then don't come. I am so full. Naruto rubbed his big belly after stuffing 2 servings of large-sized ramen. Going back into their home, Tsuyu called out to Naruto before he could return to his room with Sasuke. Nisan, I have something important to tell you. Sasuke, you should go back to your room first. Fine. Sasuke doesn't argue since it's their home and that he respects their privacy. Though honestly he's curious what Tsuyu wanted to say. He assumed it may have something to do with upcoming graduation, and the danger lies ahead as a shinobi or something along that line. What is it, Tsu-chan? You are scaring me. Naruto could hear how serious the tone is, and it made him feel anxious for some reason, as if what he's about to hear is something he won't like. Let's sit down first. The two sat on the dining table. Naruto held his own hands in nervousness, seeing Tsuyu's expression being extremely serious. Seconds of silence ensues, wrecking Naruto's nerves more and more by second. Tsuchan, just say it. Naruto felt a little frustrated. Tsuyu is trying to think of the right word and way to say it. Does she just say I have 9 tails inside me too in one go? Do I introduce first that 9 tails are split into 2 halves? Seeing Naruto already feeling anxious, Tsuyu decides to just say it. Ni-san, about 9 tails. I have him inside of me as well. Flash. Rumble. Coincidentally, thunder and rain starts falling. Pitter, patter, drops of water akin to a premonition. Tsuyu keeps her eyes locked onto Naruto's expression, trying to gauge Naruto's expression. What? Tsuchan, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Naruto is genuinely confused that it cannot register in his head. It's like being told he had a third twin sibling that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In Naruto's whole life, and in everyone's view, even the villagers, there's only one 9 tails. Rumble. Thunder flashed outside. At the time of our birth, the 4th Hokage had to split the 9 tails into 2 halves. Yin and Yang. Presumably the Yang half is sealed inside of you, while the Yin half is sealed inside of me. Seeing Naruto's silence, Tsuyu had to continue her words. We are, both, Jinchuriki of 9 tails. In the coming days, Konoha would need our power to face our enemies. You will start training on utilizing 9 tails chakra after you graduate. You should try to communicate and cooperate with 9 tails properly from now on if you could. Remember, 9 tails is imprisoned inside of you, me, are his cage. He is angry, rightfully so, but he's not unreasonable. You should try to reason, empathize with him and reach an agreement. It would be beneficial for both of you. The silence is deafening. Only sound of now heavy rain filling up their house. Pitter, patter. Are you listening? Tsuyu frowned at Naruto's expression. He seemed surprised. Tsuyu could see Naruto's eyes are still on her, his mouth agape slightly, but his body entirely frozen. Tsuyu can't understand what kind of thought Naruto had at the moment. Are you alright? Tsuyu asks just in case. Naruto doesn't seem sad or anything. You said, you have 9 tails inside of you, too. Yes. He's living inside of me, too. No. That's impossible, how could there's 2? Like I said, the 4th Hokage dash. No. Naruto stood up slamming the table with his hands. Lighting kept flashing outside their window. Tsuyu was jolted from the sudden loudness in Naruto's voice. Naruto felt his heart beating frantically, his hands shaking uncontrollably, his breathing irregular and rapid. No, this can't be true. How come there's 2 foxes, and Tsuchan had it too? It doesn't make any sense. Naruto clenched his fists, holding his head tightly as if trying to hold himself together. He kept muttering how it's not possible, his eyes gazing at the table. Tsuyu is at a loss for words seeing Naruto's overreaction. Even she felt anxious seeing Naruto like this. What is he panicking about? She expected Naruto would have a hard time to accept it. But this feels like it's on another level, that she severely underestimated Naruto's reaction. What is Naruto thinking at the moment? Naruto is feeling an instinctual sense of crisis deep inside, something that words cannot describe. Tsuyu couldn't possibly understand the depth of Naruto's emotions. Breath, Nii-san. Then why, I dash. Seeing Naruto choking on words, Tsuyu stood and moved so sit next to Naruto, turning him around to hold his shoulders. Look, I understand it's difficult news to accept. Take your time. Breath, Nii-san. Naruto bit his lips, his gaze returned to his feet. He still felt it was all unreal. That whatever Tsuyu said was some nonsense, a nightmare. After seconds of silence, Naruto raised his head to meet Tsuyu's. It's as if he's trying to search for signs of lies or it's all a joke from Tsuyu. But no, her expression is as serious as usual. What weird thing you are saying, Tsuchan? Naruto's word is almost too calm, and he's really just confused. Ni-san, it's true. I am a Jinchuriki of 9 tails as well. Listen, okay. It's not funny, Tsu-chan, haha. Naruto suddenly gives a silly smile to Tsuyu, making her feel really uneasy about all this. Why is Naruto like this? Is it that bad? Or because it's a little all of a sudden? And illogical? Let me show you then. Tsuyu didn't hesitate. She cannot keep it hidden regardless. Tsuyu grabbed Naruto's hand, closing her eyes as she dragged Naruto into their subconscious spaces. Chapter 67, Truth, 2. Gasp. Naruto gasped for air and opened his eyes, only to find himself in his subconscious space. The underground sewer, metallic walls, the water beneath his feet. The familiar red gate housing 9 tails in front of him. He could hear the breathing of the fox, and as if he was silently watching. Ni-san, your place. Naruto is jolted by the voice coming all of a sudden. He looks to his right, realizing Tsuyu is inside as well, standing right next to him. What's with this gloomy place? This sewer, what's going on inside your head all this time? Tsuyu looks towards the direction of 9 tails, the familiar red gate. But contrary to her expectation that the 9 tails would greet them, he's silent. This is unlike the 9 tails I know of. Is he a little different compared to the one inside of me? Tsuyu half expected 9 tails to make a big deal out of nothing as usual. She takes a step forward to take a look at Naruto's 9 tails, wondering what it's doing at the moment. Don't go there, Naruto quickly held onto Tsuyu's arm, not letting her take another step. He's dangerous. You wouldn't like him. You should stop saying such things about him. Be a little considerate, Nii-san. Tsuyu said it to Naruto since they need to cooperate in the future. Is 9 tails always this silent? Tsuyu tried to look between the gaps of the gates. But it's only dark. As if 9 tails is deliberately not showing himself. No. He always mocks me each time I am here. Naruto also doesn't know why 9 tails is hiding in there. Never mind, come on, Naruto, let me show you. 9 tails inside of me. Tsuyu takes Naruto's hand, leading him in the opposite direction. The words coming from Tsuyu's mouth about having 9 tails inside of her too is still too bizarre and unable to enter Naruto's head fully. The sewer structures and scenery suddenly change at some point. Naruto finds himself in an open ground area. There's structures that Naruto cannot identify what of. Scents of sulfur and smoke filled his nose. Tsuyu led Naruto to a long ditch. Tsu-chan, this is my mindscape. Tsuyu shrugged, she's not sure what this space is exactly either. If it's a part of her brain, imagination, that can't be right since the seal is in her stomach and connected to the chakra pathway. Come down. Tsuyu jumped down the ditch, with Naruto following obediently from behind. As his step reached the ground, he found himself in an enclosure, like a cave of sorts. A striking giant red gate stood meters in front of him. From among the gaps, 2 bloody eyes opened, staring straight into both of the visitors. No. Why is he here? Naruto felt immense shock seeing 9 tails here. The reality slowly starts to set in. He looked at 9 tails, then at Tsuyu, then at 9 tails again. HN, you brought your brother with you, ha ha ha, he looks so surprised. You. How could you be inside of her? Naruto suddenly pointed his finger to the fox shouting at him. Ha 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 ha. Kyubi felt this was hilarious. He felt how ridiculously stupid Naruto is. The answer is right in front of his face and he's still asking. How ridiculous that this brat comes from the same womb as the little devil. You are a fool. Your whole life you had been lied to, gahhh. Spikes of earth suddenly formed from above and dropped down like guillotine, pinning all his limbs. The pillars of earth surrounding his neck tightened to choke him, causing 9 tails to groan in pain and even a flash of shock, with disbelief in its red eyes. Tsuyu's eyes are filled with murderous intent and rage, the whole mindscape space buzzing with spiritual energy coming from herself. You, dash. Tsuyu didn't expect 9 tails to run his mouth so brazenly. This brat. I didn't expect she could suppress me to this extent. Kyubi lost words, not sure how to say anything. How would Kyubi know all this time Tsuyu had been treating him kindly by never doing such a thing out of respect and mutual cooperation? But this time Kyubi had crossed her bottom line. Lied to, it's a lie, everything. Naruto's eyes are fixed at the bounded nine tails, but his eyes have already lost their focus. He keeps muttering words that Tsuyu can't quite hear. Seeing Naruto acting so out of himself, she tried to calm Naruto down, already planning the words she could say. Ni-san. Listen to me. Naruto turned his eyes to look at Tsuyu. There's almost a blank expression on Naruto's face. His hands were shaking. His breathing was heavy. He's on the verge of collapse. I keep it a secret from you because it would be a burden for you if you know. And it is a village secret, too. Whether I tell you or not, it doesn't change anything. Ni-san, I understand that what we experience is different in our childhood. And I understand if you feel it's unfair. It is unfair for you, it's true. Life can be **tty and cruel. But everything has passed. It's been years since the villagers know. And it wasn't as bad now. Drip. Ni-san, Tsuyu felt her heart stop for a moment seeing the tears flowing down Naruto's cheek. Drip. Drip. Look, you have me. You have your friends. Iruka-sensei accepts you too, and is always worried for you. Jiraiya-sama is eager to teach you. They don't care about the nine tails. They accept you. Tsuyu felt a little panicked. Seeing her words seemingly not going through Naruto. She tried to emphasize that it's alright now. That the nine tails' existence doesn't matter much and therefore Naruto shouldn't delve too much on the fact she had nine tails too. What should I say? Damn it. Brother, hold yourself together. Everything is already fine. You already have people around you that care for you and accept you. You are fine all this time until now. Why are you like this? Why? Naruto's hoarse breathless voice stabs at Tsuyu's heart. Ni-san. Tsuyu placed her hand on her chest, feeling a sliver of pain seeing Naruto like this. Tsu-chan, why? Naruto clenched his chest with both hands. His body bends over in excruciating pain. He can't mutter a full sentence. His throat felt so tight, he can't breathe, it's so suffocating. How could you? Tsuyu opened his eyes, seeing she's already out of the mindscape. Noticing Naruto's shaking figure, she stood and tried to hold him in her arms. It's the only thing she knows at this moment. That from the very depth of her soul, she wanted to give it to him. Tsuyu silently firmed her arms around Naruto's cold body. Seeing him shaking and crying so silently, and his short breathings, Tsuyu felt a pang of pain in her chest. She can only try to comfort Naruto like this. She doesn't know what else to do. Ni-san. I know it hurts. Tsuyu said words of comfort. Even if she doesn't know the depth of Naruto's pain, she knows that Naruto is suffering right now. Tsuyu bit her lips, feeling immense guilt seeing Naruto like this. She didn't think it would hurt Naruto this badly. All of a sudden, Tsuyu felt Naruto take a jerking step back and pushed her away. She is left stunned, and before she could react, she sees Naruto turn himself away and head towards the door, pulling the door open and ran out of their home all of a sudden. Ni-san. Wait. Where are you going? Rumble. Pitter. Patter. The sound of rain and thunder echoed in the surrounding area. Damn it, Tsuyu quickly gathers herself and runs off outside to chase Naruto. Don't play with him. Tsu-chan, come on, stop reading your books. Let's go outside. Fine, Nii-san. What are we playing? Yatta. I win Tsu-chan. HN. You are just a little lucky. Is it not fun for you? You look so bored. We can play something else. No. It's all right. Let's keep playing. Ni-san, don't care about what they think. You know yourself. They are in the wrong. Era, Tsu-chan, here's an extra dumpling for you. Boy. We are closed already. Stop making trouble. Get out. Find some other hobbies. You can try to read these comics, it's interesting. Thief. You brat only know how to cause trouble. He refused to give the mask to me, Tsuchan. I did want to pay. I am sorry for my brother's actions. I will teach him properly and pay for compensation. Tell me if you want to buy anything. I will get them for you. I have 9 tails inside of me. Is that why everyone hates me? But I don't ask this. I never choose this. I didn't do anything wrong. Why do they hate me? Tsuchan has a lot of friends, unlike me. I hurt a lot of people. I never wanted this. I am sorry, NNH. I wish people could treat me like they treat Tsuchan. Whatever. Hee, I will show them how amazing I am and they will notice me. Everyone always smiles at her, but they don't care to smile at me. Right. No matter what, I will prove to everyone. Once I become Hokage, they will accept me. Crack. Something deep inside of Naruto cracked at the moment. Memories of his entire life flood his mind as he runs and runs. His bare feet splattering the water beneath his feet as he keeps running across the dark streets. NH, Naruto's feet get colder and colder. He felt his legs going numb. Tears uncontrollably falling down. Tap, tap. Naruto's steps stopped, his knees gave out on him. Splash. He plopped down on his knees, feeling himself losing everything he had known. Everything. It's just pain. Cold. Suffocation. Naruto lowered his posture, as if a heavy weight was being pressed on him, trying to crush him to death. His entire body soaked in water. His forehead dropped down to level with the ground as he screamed in pain. Naruto's tears and cries of pain. Nisan. Tsuyu watches the scene, the wail of a hurting, suffering child. Tsuyu takes a step forward, little by little. Splash. Tsuyu dropped her knees in front of Naruto, wanting to reach out to him. Nisan, Tsuyu tried to hold him, but Naruto in anger splashed the puddle of water towards her. She didn't dodge, only flinching slightly seeing Naruto's expression towards her. That expression that carries unimaginable pain, and even hate for her. What's it all for? What's it all for? I am hated by everyone. Everyone. And you. You lied to me. How could you do this? How could you? Nisan, Tsuyu's lips parted slightly. She wanted to say something to Naruto, but it's so difficult. She doesn't know what to say. She felt her throat tighten, and a suffocating feeling making her unable to mutter a word. I hate you. I hate you. I hate all of you. You don't know how hard it is for me. You don't know. You had it so easy. You don't know how it felt like to be all alone. You don't know. A flash of dark red chakra suddenly exploded out of Naruto's body, the shockwave blasting Tsuyu a meter away, causing her to roll in on the soaked ground. I thought I had a monster in me. And that's all the reason everyone hates me, but you never had to go through everything I did. More of the demonic chakra flares out of Naruto's body. I hate you. Naruto is filled with so much pain and hatred. He hates her. He hates everyone. He hates the village. Everything. The Nine Tails chakra is consuming his mind and influencing his emotions to an extreme. *T. Tsuyu stands up, quickly making hand seals and raising one of her hands. She rushes up to Naruto that's about to go crazy, without any mercy pushes Naruto onto the ground and quickly pulls his shirt up. Fuinjutsu, 5-pronged seal. Purple flames ignited on each of her fingers, slamming it onto Naruto's stomach, causing a grunt of pain from Naruto. Sizzles. The 8-trigram seal on his abdomen became distorted, the connection of Nine Tails to Naruto is cut off in time. Seeing the red chakra recede and his demonic eyes turn to normal, Tsuyu breathes a sigh of relief. But even so. It's so unfair. Naruto's low, defeated voice felt even more stinging to Tsuyu. Naruto can only lay on the wet ground with tears flowing to his side, with rain still falling onto his face, his eyes emptily looking at the dark sky, wondering why this happens to him. Tsuyu felt at a loss. It's so unfair, why is it just me? The rain and thunder accompanied the siblings. Tsuyu moves to the side to sit next to Naruto, silently holding his hand, trying her best to give Naruto some warmth. Naruto didn't refuse her hand, but it's because Naruto had lost it all. He can't scream anymore. Only silent tears flowing from his eyes. She didn't say a word, only firming her hand trying to hold Naruto together. You feel so cold, Nii-san. I hate you. You are shaking, you are still crying so much, it must have hurt so much. I didn't know. I am sorry. Tsuyu can only mutter sorry. She had so much to say to comfort Naruto, all the reasoning, things that cannot be changed no matter what, things that aren't her fault nor Naruto's, but all she could say is a mere apology right now, that in her realization, all this is due to her shortcoming and short-sightedness. Sorry. You know from the very beginning. You watched everyone avoiding me, treating me like a monster. I thought you were the only person who could accept me. I do accept you, Nii-san. But, you had it too, you lied about everything. How does it feel, to just watch and everyone never hates you, while they hate me? Why are we so different? Why I deserve all this? Ni-san, please, listen to me. Tsuyu wanted to explain. And probably Naruto would know what words would come out of Tsuyu's mouth already. Tsuyu. Stop saying anything. Naruto pulled his hand away from Tsuyu. He weakly sits up from the ground, but his eyes remain empty. Hearing Naruto called her by her full name made her felt a sense of lost. That Naruto no longer trust her. Even if by reason she had no fault in what had happened, and Naruto shouldn't blame her for the mistreatment or unfairness, and even if Naruto would hate her and would never forgive her, she, somehow, resigned to it. As if it's something she cannot control. Tsuyu held her own chest, where her heart is. Even counting her previous lives. Naruto is the first to make her feel like this. That Naruto is her brother, that she cares most without her realizing until today is how much Naruto truly meant for her. There's no tears from her. Nor does it feel like she's going to break. But it's there, this sting, this discomfort that won't away. Naruto turned his eyes to look at Tsuyu's expression. Trying to find any semblance that she's hurting for hurting himself. To find emotions that show Tsuyu feels pain from his pain. But despite Naruto feeling so much pain and suffering, Tsuyu never shed a single tear, nor does her expression ever change. In Naruto's heart, what he wanted, what he needed most right now was to see that he's cared for. That Tsuyu could feel his pain, and care for his heart. But all he could see was Tsuyu sitting there, looking at him with that same expression as if his pain meant nothing for her, as if he's outside of everything that he went through. Crack. Something inside Naruto broke completely. As if he had lost everything he ever had. Trust, love, care, admiration, everything that Tsuyu was for Naruto, breaks apart, crumbling to pieces. That he felt betrayed by his own family, that Tsuchan is the one who hurt him most. That he doesn't feel cared for. That it's all one-sided from the very beginning. Naruto silently turned his eyes away, looking back at the dark sky. Tsuyu could feel that she had lost Naruto. Tsuyu turned to look at the ground, lost in thoughts. It's as if everything just went out of control. She expected one thing but another thing happened. She tried to speak of reasons but it had no meaning. And she can't stop it, and she doesn't know what to do anymore. ANBU members already appeared a long time ago. Even Sasuke, since who knows when, was standing 10 meters away in the distance under the rain. Tsuyu noticed those people shortly after Nine-Tails' chakra leaked. But she doesn't care. Kakashi, among the ANBU members watching, felt a sting in his chest hearing the pain in Naruto's wailing and words. From his words he can guess what happened. Kakashi felt bad for Naruto, and his late sensei and Kushina. If only you two are still alive, they need you too. Kakashi silently mutters in his heart. Chapter 68, Shaken Reality. I hate you. The words echoed in Tsuyu's ears. She knows Naruto doesn't mean it. That he was just overwhelmed, and didn't know where to put his anger, she guessed. For Naruto to say such a thing, perhaps, he's burdened by his growing environment more than she assumed. Maybe that part of Naruto hasn't healed, despite the years passing and things getting better. If she had to make conjectures, Naruto can't accept he is treated differently all this time, that he's living an entirely different life compared to her. While all this time she had the same thing that caused his sufferings, but she's spared from those hate. Tsuyu can only guess. Maybe, in Naruto's world, his misfortune is because of the monster inside of him. And he accepted that as his life and a part of himself, and along with his coping mechanism, survival instinct, personality, his positive self to not let those setbacks hold him, and to chase his dream and goal for everyone to acknowledge and accept him. What Naruto experienced shaped his personality and dreams. But he discovers the very thing that makes Naruto himself was all a lie. It's just bad luck that people hate him, that people know about it in the first place. Tsuyu had the fox too, but she had everyone looking up to her. She had many friends to talk to since they were little. What is the reason then that Naruto is so different? Why is his life so miserable? He felt so wronged. That it's so unfair. That it's so nonsensical. It's like his whole life is a whole joke. But it's not funny. It just hurts. Naruto stares at the ceiling, still feeling the wound in his heart. He doesn't have much energy to move. Last night, he cried so much his tears dried up. Sasuke already went to the academy. Naruto turned to the empty spot next to him. Sasuke left silently and thinks Naruto deserves to skip the day after last night. Knock 2. Nisan. I made breakfast. It's on the table. Tsuyu said through the door. Can I come in? Never mind. He needs space. Graduation exam in 2 days. Don't forget the date. Tsuyu leaves without any fuss. Skipping today and tomorrow doesn't matter anyways. Naruto felt a pressure in his chest, hearing Tsuyu's voice. I know she didn't do anything wrong, but it hurts. It would be a lie to say Naruto didn't regret nor feel guilty saying what he said last night. He doesn't know why he said he hated her. He doesn't, he just felt it so unfair he hates it, he hates it. He doesn't know what and to whom he should be angry at, he can't describe what he hates. Naruto felt guilt washing over him. Why is his tongue so stupid to say that? He felt like a horrible person inside. Tsuchan did so much for me. Even so, this deep anger and frustration won't disappear. Where do I put these feelings? Naruto remembers back when he found out he had 9 tails inside of him. He was distressed, he felt so frustrated. He never asked for it to be inside of him. And worse, he figured out everyone tried to keep Naruto from knowing what caused them to hate him, even Tsuyu included. He felt betrayed. Tsuyu knows so much about 9 tails, she could handle the fox so well, and she even knows who put it inside them. Tsuyu knows so much, but she kept it all a secret. Just like all the villagers. Naruto wonders how long she had known. It felt like Tsuyu knows from the very beginning. It's painful, knowing she knew yet intentionally kept him in the dark all along. Villagers are one thing. But she's his family, not anyone else. Naruto felt a sting in his eyes. He buried his face into the pillow, feeling his heart ache again. It felt like Tsuyu cannot trust him somewhere, or that Tsuyu thought Naruto is too pitiful and miserable she don't dare to tell him. And it sucks to be seen pitiful by their own little sister. In Naruto's complex mind, many things come up on the surface as he just lays on bed, thoughts jumbled here and there. Stupid Lord Fourth. Why are you putting a monster inside babies? Stupid Lord Fourth. Naruto recalled the revelation and felt really angry. He sat up and punched his pillow over and over. Stupid Lord Fourth. I will paint your rock face later. Naruto clenched his fist, his eyes filled with resentment. His punches slowly weakened, his eyes dropped low, feeling of tiredness washing over him again. Is it because of the fox? That I was so miserable? Naruto had to face the reality that someone else had an entirely different life even if she had the fox too. She had everything Naruto would want and dreamed of. The fox never stopped her. Heck, she trashed the fox so easily. Naruto witnessed it with his eyes. What's all this for? What's the reason? Naruto felt like his suffering was all for nothing, because of nothing. That he felt like the worst loser in Konoha. That his suffering is his own doing somehow. He recalled the stupid bird in an open cage drawing Tsuyu showed him before in some attempt to cheer him up back when they were little. The bird's head is stuck out in between 2 bars of iron. It had an expression of sadness, convinced it's trapped and unable to do anything. And yet, the bird can go left or right and get out of it. In Tsuyu's words, it's a cage of its own making. Was that really me? He felt stupid for even feeling so hurt. Yet he can't stop it. His dream is to be Hokage, but it's just a way to be acknowledged by everyone. He still wants that, truly, but the whole reason he gets rejected in the first place is because of the monster inside of him. But that reason somehow turned into an excuse. For her, that being does not matter for her at all, and she still gets acknowledgments from everyone around her. It's as if Naruto's entire life goal is based on stupid reasons. Someone else had it all so easily without any of Naruto's emotional turmoil. Tsuyu can even advise him to treat the fox better, to communicate with him or stuff. She never cared nor felt anything about having the fox inside of her, and Naruto felt like Tsuyu herself never thought deeply that the fox had that much meaning to Naruto. The 9 tails had no significance to Tsuyu's self. While for Naruto, its existence is a part of something significant, a major reason that makes Naruto, Naruto. He tried to imagine and ask himself if Tsuyu would feel and care like he did if the villagers knew about her too and treated her like they treated him. He wanted to get angry at her, and wanted to tell her how if she's in his place, but then his brain stuck at this imagination. He couldn't imagine it at all. Even if Tsuyu put herself in his shoes, literally, Tsuyu would have walked an entirely different road. Naruto had this belief, knowing what kind of person Tsuyu from the very beginning even when they were little. And this knowledge is like mocking himself. It wasn't about the fox, nor it's about the villagers that treated him badly. It's about himself being stupid. Being so unlucky it's miserable and even pitiful. He felt so small, like he's just a pebble at the side of the road. He holds his chest, trying to fill in the gravity in his chest. It just felt so tiring. He doesn't want to do anything anymore. Naruto closed his eyes, hugging his pillow to sleep this heaviness away. Sigh. Tsuyu sighed inwardly. She felt frustrated and even annoyed honestly. She thought she did everything right enough. She even wanted to say Naruto is being unreasonable, but she understood the fact remains her brother is hurt deeply and that's the first priority to settle as his sister. She knows her priority and responsibility, Naruto's feelings and well-being is first, reasoning second. Even so, she's not a psychiatrist nor a therapist. She might be able to handle most people well, but she learned at times she doesn't. Being pushed off toward the train track by someone she fired definitely taught her a lesson about people that she couldn't handle. Thinking about last night, she recalled when Naruto accused her of lying to him. Omission of information is in fact a way of lying. She admits she's not innocent. Perhaps, I should have been honest to him. Tsuyu is considering it, to tell Naruto about everything. That she may need to trust Naruto's judgments. Remembering Naruto's expression when he called out to her lie made her feel guilty somehow. Even though she thought she's not wrong at all. But seeing Naruto in so much pain meant she was wrong somewhere, she failed somewhere as his family. Maybe, it's only right she tells him, even if the reasons tell her not to. The reason Lord Fourth sealed the fox inside the two of them. That Lord Fourth is their own father, while Kushina the late Jinchuriki is their mother. The reason they had no inheritance whatsoever even if they are the children of 2 Konoha's heroes that died as martyrs. The need to keep their parentage a secret, the fact that Naruto was supposed to live a normal life much like herself and no one is supposed to know about him being the Jinchuriki, and some hands used him for the village unity or to control him. Should I? Tsuyu is contemplating this. Maybe, telling Naruto everything would give him a better view of himself and the village, and helps him grow. She started to imagine the scenes once Naruto found out about everything. It could go 2 different ways. Would he hate Minato for sealing the fox inside him? Would he hate the idea of Hokage itself because Minato had to do what he did to Naruto to save everyone? Or would Naruto understand their decisions, think of his parents as heroes of Konoha, see the responsibility of a Hokage and sacrifices required and motivate him in some ways? See the flaws of this world and yet choose to make it better? Or would he give up entirely? Her eyebrows frowned, she really couldn't guess what direction this would go trying to go by pattern and logic. But, her intuition, her feelings knowing Naruto for years tells her to trust Naruto. That he wouldn't go astray. That the Naruto she knew would always get back up, never gives in, and would always find the positive side of things. Taking a deep breath, she made a decision. Soon, when time is right. Chapter 69, Jeriah's Shock. For now, her focus returned to Jeriah at the distance, already waiting for the assessment over her control of Nine Tails chakra. Jeriah saw Tsuyu coming on time. He did notice the movements last night while he was soaking in the hot spring, especially the dark evil chakra appearing for a quick moment before it disappears. Since it wasn't an emergency, he just remained there and asked about it to a random ANBU member he catched randomly right after he's done. He gets the gist of the situation on what happened with the two. Tsuyu. How's he doing? Jeriah asks in a leisurely manner. He's already stable. But he needs some space. It wasn't the first time Naruto gets sulky and depressed. She had confidence it's only a small episode, knowing Naruto's overall attitude. He must have had it really rough if he almost lost control of Nine Tails for a second. Thankfully you are there. I heard you stopped him from losing control. I interfered with the 8-triogram seal with 5-pronged seal. For the time being, Nine Tails shouldn't be able to affect him. You are definitely prepared for such a situation, aren't you? The seal doesn't have much use outside of interfering with even-numbered seals. Jeriah looks at Tsuyu in approval, acknowledging her foresight and care for her brother. How about this? I will show you a jutsu created by Lord Fourth if you show great promise in controlling the Nine Tails chakra. Jeriah grinned, already planning to pass Raiznan on to her, and Naruto later. He's just giving an excuse to teach it back to Minato's child. He could see the shadows of Minato in Tsuyu. His genius is passed down onto her, even his far sight and maturity. This quality of his is why he could become Hokage at such a young age. If Tsuyu takes after Minato, then Naruto takes after Kushina when he thinks about it. Kushina is more expressive and is a sensitive person much like Naruto. Jeriah couldn't help but have a melancholic smile on his face remembering the two. The children of theirs really take after them. It would be a pleasure for me, Jiraiya-sama. Tsuyu bowed in respect. Good. For now, I want to see the condition of the 8-triogram seal on you first. Tsuyu nods. With no further thoughts, she unzipped her jacket and pulled up her shirt beneath. With a little focus to connect to Nine Tails chakra, the seal is revealed. Jeriah, despite being the #1 pervert, wasn't interested in flat-chested lowly and everything is professional. Sensing the seal, he frowned. The seal's gap is already very large. A lot of chakra from Nine Tails leaking into you. It's beneficial, of course, since more of the Nine Tails chakra can integrate and become Tsuyu's own power. However, how come the seal's gap is already so large? The seal risks breaking if Nine Tails force it and if you lose control. Jeriah muttered to himself. By common sense, normally he wouldn't trust a young Jinchuriki that he hasn't seen their performance and control yet and would have tightened the seal back up immediately. The key and seal formula to the 8-triogram seal is left with a toad, Gamatora, that he could summon. The key can be used to tighten or loosen the seal, allowing them to take more chakra from the bijou by loosening the seal and tightening it after they are done. How many tails did you see the last time you used its power? The last time, I had 6 tails. 6 to 6 tails. And you can really control the power? Jeriah asks in disbelief. Just how strong is Tsuyu's willpower to still be in control even with the dark nature of Nine Tails' vengeful chakra? Jeriah wanted Tsuyu to show him, but he hesitated a little. He's certain Tsuyu won't lie or brag, but it's a little unreal and 6 tails is a massive risk. Alright. I understand you said you could, but just in case. Jeriah turned his head to a certain tree in the distance. Tsuyu too turned her gaze towards it. The ANBU watching and keeping the place suddenly appeared and flickered towards them. He's a part of the sealing squad that's watching, ready to react in case of Tsuyu losing control. What's your instruction, Jiraiya-sama? Have your sealing squad stand by and stay closer, react immediately once I give instruction. She's about to channel the Nine Tails chakra. Understood, Jeriah-sama. The ANBU disappeared, which movements in the surrounding area as they. Good. Okay, we can begin, Tsuyu. Tsuyu nods. Mindscape. Growling. You are here again, and for mere training. I will remember this humiliation, human. Within expectation, Kyubi gnashed his teeth, his eyes glaring at Tsuyu with annoyance and anger. Kyubi-san, I believe you have thought over my proposal. I will find a way to free you, within terms and conditions, and you will lend me your power. It's been a long time since I proposed. What is your answer? How do I know if you aren't lying? These words again. I cannot prove it now. Tsuyu said honestly. However, you have no other options. Have any of the previous Jinchuriki promised you freedom? I still prefer having a cooperative relationship with you. There's no need for any of us to be against each other, Kyubi. Kyubi grunted. It's true, out of all the Jinchuriki that he's trapped in, Tsuyu is the first to offer such a thing and didn't view him as an evil creature and sees his opinion and feeling to matter to begin with. Kyubi can feel Tsuyu was never greedy for his power, even if she could take it relatively freely and never use him unless it's for those stupid old fools to see or in dire circumstances. So over time, Kyubi did believe Tsuyu's promise to not use his chakra unless it's a need. The thing is, Tsuyu could forcefully take it, but she didn't. This is a proof of half of her promise. As for the later half. Kyubi grunted again. Huffing out a reluctant voice, he had to believe her since there's no other choice. Very well, human. But I want to be free sooner. Tsuyu smiled slightly. I understand. Once I have the right position to make decisions regarding your matter, I will fulfill the promise, Kyubi-san. I will tear you to pieces if you lie. Yes, sure, Tsuyu said casually. But then she just had this thought. She had always called him Kyubi, because that's what literally everyone calls him. Is Kyubi your real name? Or you had another name? Grr. Kyubi felt touched when Tsuyu asked about that. Has anyone ever asked that? This little bit of acknowledgement is like a trigger for his Stockholm syndrome. He felt like Tsuyu was looking at him like another person. Kurama, he muttered the name given to him by Hagoromo, his eyes avoiding Tsuyu. Is that self-given, or someone gave it to you? Tsuyu asked in curiosity. Don't act so casual with me. It's given by someone. Kyubi acts like he won't answer, but he answers regardless. Interesting, someone close to you. Or parents. As far as Tsuyu knows, the tailed beasts are creatures born from chakra. You are not worthy to know. Tsuyu raises her hand in surrender. Okay, I won't force it. Getting down to business, I will need to borrow your chakra for a while, Kurama. Pleased to be working with you, Tsuyu holds out her hand, much like a handshake. Don't act like it's yours, brat. I am only doing this because you promised to free me. Don't go back on your words, Kurama said whatever and held his finger out, taking Tsuyu's hand. A massive influx of Nine Tails chakra flowed in her body. Jeriah, seeing the red bubbles of chakra forming a cloak around Tsuyu, made him shudder. The evil aura permeating her made his scalp tingles. Her pupils already turned into a slit among blood-red irises. Tsuyu, recite this book while you are transformed and as you further grow more tails. I want to see if you can retain your consciousness and will. Jeriah passed a book to her. Holding it with her hand coated with red chakra, the title of Ika Ika Paradise almost made her vomit. Seriously? Her eye twitched. But still, she opened the book and read the opening. The obscene description of a man towards the one he loved blinded Tsuyu's eyes and tainted her tongue. Her fingers caresses gently, yet leaving blazing sparks and tingling in its path. Ah. He gripped her wrist, looking at her with desperation and need. Don't tease me, touch me there. She gritted her teeth, swallowed her dignity and recited the book while using more and more of Nine Tails chakra. 1 tail. 2 tails. 3 tails. 4 tails. The book starts to corrode slightly from the intense chakra surrounding her. Frankly, the humiliation of using her mouth while reading this godforsaken book surpasses the negative emotions trying to influence her mind from the Nine Tails chakra. 5 tails, and finally 6 tails. Her entire body is covered in a dark red chakra layer. Bone structures form, framing Tsuyu's body, her limbs, and eventually forming a fox's skull covering the entirety of her head, hiding her face entirely. Tsuyu, Jeriah was afraid Tsuyu had lost control. Just then, the mouth of the skull opened with a loud crack along with blast of chakra wave, pushing Jeriah a step back. She revealed her ferocious eyes like that of a demon. A small grin subconsciously formed on her lips, feeling the turbulence of power like adrenaline infusing her body. Or rather, the constant injuries and healing of her body releases massive amounts of endorphins and whatever cocktail of hormones. A feeling of bliss filled her amidst the constant pain. The wicked, demonic smile reveals her sharp fangs. Her hairs sway in the air, the 6 appendages representing her 6 tails covered in thick dark red chakra. The book in her hand entirely turned to ashes. She controlled her expression, suppressing the feelings in her heart to maintain professionalism. Jeriah gulped a mouthful of saliva seeing Tsuyu's evil-looking state. Why is she smiling like that? A chill rose in his heart. Jiraiya-sama, the book is gone, Tsuyu said almost calmly, but Jeriah felt as if Tsuyu was definitely dissatisfied with him somewhere with her tone. All of a sudden, he felt as if the flood of evil chakra engulfed his vision for a second. Ra. The image of a ferocious fox appeared in his eyes. He visibly felt the glaring from the fox image, causing his body to shudder. Damned human. You dare make me see such at #__. Dollar. Aside from Tsuyu, Kurama had to see all that too. Beads of sweat formed and dropped down his face. Tsuyu, you are still in control, he wiped it with his sleeve. He felt a huge resentment and hatred towards him. Not sure if it's coming from Nine Tails or Tsuyu herself. Yes, I am in control, but her voice contains an undisguised hint of annoyance. She can't help it, her negative emotions are amplified after all. Gee good. Can you use more of its chakra? No. It's my limit. The seal limits any more passage of chakra from Nine Tails. Okay, let's test your combat strength. The forest on the other side is completely free. Use your means. Jeriah would be a fool to fight Tsuyu. Unless he gets into the sage mood, he has no confidence. Even if he gets into sage mood, testing Tsuyu in this state feels like a death wish. This is intuition of the strong and he's sure of it, those massive chakra aren't a mere show. In terms of power, he's completely crushed so he don't dare. Understood. Tsuyu turned her entire body in the forest direction. She just had this thought of using earth chakra shape and nature manipulation with Kyubi's chakra cloak and she had this chance to test it. Earth nature is about solidifying and compacting chakra. And with Tsuyu's inclination towards nature that forms and shapes something from nothing, her control over the chakra cloak is unprecedented. Tsuyu's 6 tails represented by her bundle of hairs each moved and stretched towards the trees in the distance, grabbing each of them. The grip onto their bark causes the body to crack, with the audible sound of breaking. In quick succession, she uprooting them with force, breaking grounds, and throw them one by one. Each of the trees crash into other trees, falling many, destroying the grounds, the barks are all destroyed to pieces. She controls it like her own limbs. Jeriah commented inwardly. Just as Tsuyu finished warming up, each of her tails retracted. Each of them turned into a hooked blade, like a scythe of death. With earth nature chakra intertwined increasing its weight and solidity of its form, turning the dark red into close to opaque color with metallic luster. Tsuyu flickered towards an empty area, the burst of chakra from her feet creating a small crater beneath her. Taking inspiration from Fong over Fong and Revolving Heaven, Tsuyu came up with a devastating technique with a name on the spot. A creepy, almost excited smile carved on her face, her demonic eyes lights up imperceptibly, baring her fangs as if she yearns for destruction. This expression on her scared Jeriah silly. Hell Revolving Fong. Explosive chakra expelled from each of her tenketsu, creating a spinning force turning her into a tornado of annihilation towards the area. Whoosh! Whenever Tsuyu passes, the wind howls, dust scatters, the trees and rocks are blasted and destroyed into pieces, leaving deep slashes marks on the ground meters on Tsuyu's path, clearing everything like a blender. Seeing 100 meters of area worth of devastation from Tsuyu's straight-line attack, Jeriah had to take a deep breath and a mental rest. As the dust settled, the figure of Tsuyu became visible once more. She stood with a hunched back, turning her gaze towards Jeriah. The once green and lush background turned into a ruined wasteland in straight view. And what he saw once he met her eyes was the disturbing grin on her expression again. She couldn't help it. The endorphins filling her entire body from the destruction of cells and its regeneration, the anger and hatred from Nine Tails' influence becomes a cocktail of emotions resembling madness. Terrifying. That's the only word he can describe. He felt fear when he saw that smile. It's as if she enjoys wreaking havoc. Tsuyu came over to Jeriah with a single leap, creating another crater as she landed. Jeriah observed Tsuyu's condition, the red mist surrounding her skin added another layer of touch to her already demonic form. What's with this bloody smell? and those dark red mist around her skin, her blood evaporating. Your body takes a lot of burden. Jeriah felt solemn. Such power has a price. Yes. The Nine Tails chakra is corrosive, but damage done to my body is recovered just as quickly. Okay. I have seen your control. I am convinced. You should not use Nine Tails chakra to full extent unless it's necessary. You are chipping your life away, let's stop now. Tsuyu nods. Though, she already knew this information. The bone frames on Tsuyu's body and on her head disappeared, followed by the dark red cloak. Tsuyu's body slumped downward a little, an expression of pain visible on her face as the chakra supporting her body stopped working. Her body couldn't stand its power. She's still 11 and growing after all. No, in fact, she held up more than I thought for her age. Her body is already abnormally strong, just not enough. Jeriah makes a conclusion. The Uzumaki bloodline is a wonder. As long as Tsuyu grows into an adult and temper her body more over time, she could unleash more of its power with lesser risk. Of course, what Jeriah didn't know was that the improved cursed seal of heaven on Tsuyu had an effect of making her body stronger over time with the addition of natural energy. Activating the seal would also get her into cursed seal mode, which further strengthened her resistance towards Nine Tails chakra. And if she could unlock the second stage of Cursed Mark, which would greatly alter and improve her physique, it would further increase her resistance if she unlocked it. But she couldn't show this to Jeriah since it would expose her connection to Orochimaru. Jeriah already had a solution in mind, the key to the seal. If Tsuyu had the key, she could take Nine Tails chakra, separate it from Nine Tails, refine it first, and use them relatively more safely. Right now, the Nine Tails chakra are directly, rawly channeled from Nine Tails to Tsuyu's body, mixing two separate chakra, separate will forcefully. However, Jeriah felt it's too soon. He had seen her control, but there's a room for doubt. His gut feelings felt something was wrong. Her expression is a concern for him. The last time she saw Kushina use Nine Tails chakra in her training in the past, she didn't look or feel that scary, she didn't seem happy about it either. How do you feel when you use its power? I feel hatred, and want to destroy everything. Tsuyu is honest, with assumptions this is absolutely normal. She is Tanya von Degurechaff, a tempered soldier who went against God's manipulation towards her psyche. Being X forced her to feel faith, and she still resisted it in the past life. Faith is as strong an emotion as hatred, if not more. Hatred had reasons as a basis. Faith never does. One could tell which is more crazy and harder to resist. Tsuyu had known worse. I see, do you? Jeriah hesitated on putting the word. Enjoy it. His tone is a bit unsure. I feel excited, yes. Tsuyu also hesitated slightly, seeing Jeriah's expression. Is there something wrong with that? It felt like she's drugged up, certainly. Jeriah pondered. That doesn't sound right. The Jinchuriki trained to suppress those negative emotions and temper their will against it. But he felt something was definitely different about the way Tsuyu goes about it. That Tsuyu completely lives with it. But as long as she's conscious and can make decisions for herself, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. However, he's afraid once Tsuyu gets in contact with more Nine Tails chakra, she would lose herself. He couldn't trust her with the key for her for now, given the way Tsuyu controlled the chakra sounds a little off and had risks. Okay. I figured out the direction of your training. I believe you should train to stop the influence of negative emotions. Once you use more of Nine Tails chakra, I am afraid you may not be able to resist it anymore. So for the time being, train on blocking those emotions that come from Nine Tails chakra, make those feelings dumb down, until you no longer feel as excited, Overpower it with positive emotions. What matters most is having your loved ones, your friends and comrades, and the village in your heart. That would let you stay on top and block the influence. I understand, Jiraiya-sama. No, she doesn't understand what he's talking about. It seems a little subjective. But she supposed she would try. Since not feeling those things may help her from acting rashly on the battlefield. Good, let's end it for today. Rest your body. We will continue tomorrow at the same time. Tsuyu nods. As she departs, her thoughts return to Naruto for a while. Wondering if he's still in bed, and what she could do to let him feel better sooner. She already had a plan in mind. Let's have Kiba drag him out to fool around. Those two haven't been hanging out lately. Kiba surely would be happy to run away from his mom's harsh training. And let's get him to some rare ramen from other countries. Without her realizing, she had treated Naruto truly like a family. Her goals is simple. For Naruto to become strong enough to survive, and second, for him to be mentally and emotionally well. Seeing him happy is akin to her success. While if he's not, it means she failed. A metric of evaluation of her performance as his little sister is different than compared to her subordinates. It's something that even Tsuyu didn't think much about. And even if she thinks about it, she would reason her unreasonable feelings to make it reasonable subconsciously. If a friend, a subordinate or a comrade show attitude like Naruto last night, she would have immediately gives up on them. But Naruto is different. The only person that had made her a little more human, at least towards him. That Naruto is her family, the one she watched growing up, seeing his downs and ups, seeing his smile and tears. A moment of his weakness, a single instance of failure does not cause Tsuyu to gives up on him. Because she saw the instances where Naruto gets back up before, and she still believes in this. Years' worth of such close relationship does change her in subconscious way. She had never known anyone as deeply as her brother. She never understood anyone in depth except him. Even counting her previous lives, Naruto is a first. Something that Tsuyu never reflected on herself deeply, but her reasonings and actions for him showed her care and acceptance towards him. As she walked across the street of Konoha, she overheard a conversation. That kid is causing trouble again. What a wild beast. How could he disrespect him? Turning her frowning face towards them, then turning her face at the direction they are looking, she sees the Hokage rock. But Lord Fourth. Her eyes almost popped out seeing it. The image of Minato's rock face had turned into an art project. With red horns on his forehead, fangs, and sharp teeth on his mouth with a snake-like tongue sticking out. And the tiny figures of that familiar orange, a lot of them, swarming and painting at the same time. Naruto. The vein on her forehead popped out. With a leap, she disappeared from the spot heading towards that brat. Chapter 70, Stupid Fourth Hokage. She arrived at the land above the Hokage rock, looking at the Konoha police force members trying to deal with Naruto's shadow clones that's holding them back. What's worse is these shinobi can't even deal with Naruto's shadow clones. What a waste. She walked step by step approaching the cliff. The shadow clones noticed Tsuyu's arrival and anger eventually. Gasp. It's Tsuchan. Run. One shadow clone screamed in panic and ran off, with the rest scattered like monkeys. The ones painted on Minato's rock face also scattered in fear. Some poofed themselves, some jumped off the cliff, while others ran in different directions. Her eyes scanned left and right, trying to see the real one. But she had no magic eyes and she really couldn't figure it out. Her eyes darkened, quickly she locked her eyes onto a single victim. With a flash, she grabbed one like catching a running chicken, looking at him like she's about to eat him. Aya. Tsuchan, dash. Where's the original, she said coldly, scaring him so much. He's there dash, the shadow clone pointed in a direction, towards the forest. Lead me to him. The shadow clone didn't dare to disobey, after all, the real Naruto wouldn't dare to disobey her once she showed those glares either. Who? How come she's here? Naruto thought she's doing whatever out there. Thankfully, he escaped, well, actually, no. Uzumaki. Naruto. Naruto felt a chill creeping up his back hearing the cold voice behind him. Tsuchan, he turned around to face her, but his eyes were looking elsewhere. If you want the villagers to respect you, you shouldn't have disrespected the village's hero. Tsuyu's tone was mild, contrary to her anger. She didn't ask why he's doing that. She understood the reason. Naruto looked up at her, his expression a little surprised at her words. He thought Tsuyu would get angry and scold him coldly. It's not like the villagers ever change. It's been years and it's still the same, he said bitterly. Naruto is not so blind to not see the villagers still view him as an outcast. Even if they aren't blatantly pushing him away, they would ignore his existence and distance themselves like he had some bad body odor or something. Tsuyu opened her lips, trying to find a counterpoint. But he's right, so what can she say? So far, no. See. You know it, Naruto's tone becomes loud and harsh, on verge of lashing out. It doesn't matter what they think of me. Not anymore. Whatever, Naruto crossed his arms, turning his face away acting pouty. But his eyes contained deep sadness and heaviness, that he had to accept this fact. It doesn't matter. Tsuyu feels Naruto is giving an excuse. While it's true he wished it did not matter, and it shouldn't matter, but he still feels it matters. Otherwise he wouldn't have cried about it nor would he have felt stupid. Yes. It doesn't matter. Those people are strangers. They don't know you and you don't know them either. Tsuyu said, reinforcing Naruto's own words. But hearing these, Naruto felt like getting angry again. What do you know? Every day, they dash. Naruto bit his lips. He takes a deep breath, holding his chest to soothe the ache. This brat, you still care. She rolled her eyes inwardly. But I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't, it's not like they matter, they don't care about me. I don't care about them, Naruto looked down, kicking away at a rock. It's natural to get hurt from rejection, Nii-san. Naruto takes a deep breath, recovering from his feelings. He lay against a tree, looking up at the sky, or looking down at the ground. Tsuyu moved nearer, resting her back on another tree, constantly observing and trying to read on him. She remained silent, trying to give him space to talk now that he's not closing her out entirely. Do you? Tsuyu perked her ears. Think I am pitiful? Tsuyu went silent for seconds, thinking over it. No. Nisan. I don't think so. You know I had the fox in me earlier, why didn't you tell me? You aren't ready to know. Besides, it's a village secret, Tsuyu muttered the sentence, but she felt uncomfortable saying it. She knows Naruto wouldn't like it. Yeah, right, not ready whatever, Naruto's voice was almost choking. I don't even know why people hated me back then, it just sucks, you could have told me, you could have made it easier. Tsuyu turned her eyes towards the trees and flora in front of her. Thinking over his words. At the moment Naruto knew, he did crash out. But it's also true he did get better afterward. Tsuyu had watched him, and knew these were true. For Naruto, knowing the reason for the hate itself is a form of closure and acceptance. That lying to him had reasons to be a wrong thing to do, and if she had told him earlier Naruto would crash out earlier but, he would feel better earlier too. The same could apply to every other information she's hiding. I know what's best for you. But at times, I am wrong. I don't know how you take it. I thought it would break you. Tsuyu looked into Naruto's eyes, admitting her flaws, and what she thought. So you just assumed I will, what, act like a brat and cry all day? Tsuyu glared at Tsuyu for thinking so low of him. Tsuyu chuckled slightly. You did though for a few days. Why you? Naruto pointed at Tsuyu in anger. However, an unexpected sentence comes out from her. But I know I was wrong now, you take it well, you proved me wrong about you. You never let it break you, you never give up on yourself, and you still move forward. Naruto parted his lips, feeling surprised at her words. The words felt like a soothing current amidst the turmoil in his heart. That Tsuyu did, some part of her, believes in him. Naruto turned to the side, looking down at the ground again. Why, don't you tell me earlier you had the fox too? Naruto knew what words Tsuyu would say, honestly. Sigh. Isn't it obvious, Tsuyu said in a fake mocking tone. If you had said it from the very beginning. I wouldn't be so mad, stupid Tsuchan, Naruto kicked a rock away. Yeah. Okay, I get it. I shouldn't have lied to you. And I am sorry for that. Tsuyu added, her tone carrying a hint of self-reflection. She looked over at Naruto, seeing him now. Sure, he's still sulking and in a bad mood. But as expected, his crash-out episode only lasted for a short while, and he still didn't break. Maybe if it's anyone else, they would have completely broken down, losing their will to even live at that point, or turn to hate entirely. Wouldn't you feel it's unfair if you knew earlier? The treatment we received is different. They don't know about me. I thought you would be unable to accept it. Tsuyu still asked further, wanting to confirm what Naruto truly thought. Of course it's unfair. And who would accept it? Humph. But I won't just cry all day. You did, for last night. Shut up. Tsuyu's face turned red slightly from embarrassment. He still feels mad though. Silence prevails for a few seconds. Naruto continued. Even if they know about you, I bet you wouldn't care about those stupid villagers, unlike me, he said in self-defeat. Knowing the difference between them for sure. He accepts that Tsuyu is different, that he receives better treatment than him and even would react better than him even if she's in Naruto's place. This acceptance is why he wasn't upset enough to break. But of course, he still feels bad about it. But it won't change anything between them. Even if it's unfair, Naruto would never hate her. She is, will always be, his little sister. Tsuyu looked at Naruto, her eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. That Naruto knows her enough. I know it's stupid, you had the fox but, still able to do amazing things, even if everyone hates you like they hated me it's not like you would cry because of that, that's so weird. Tsuyu let out a small chuckle. Yeah. That's weird. The image of her crying like Naruto really is bizarre, it's actually funny. I am different from you. Everyone is different, Nii-san. What matters for me doesn't necessarily matter for you. What matters for you doesn't always matter for me. We each live for our own goals, not anyone else's. If you care about something, then you do something about it. It's your life after all. Unless you give it up, and if you want to give up, one should give up completely. That's how you move forward if you choose to. Tsuyu looked at Naruto as she said this. I won't just give up. Why do I have to accept those people who hate me? I don't deserve it. Naruto's tone turned angrier again. Tsuyu smiled slightly. She already expected this. Yes. You are right. You don't deserve it. So you wanted to prove them wrong. And truly, they are wrong. You don't have to prove anything. It's already a fact they are wrong, you know. I know. I want to prove it to their faces. I want them to see that they are wrong. I want them to regret it. I want them to realize they are stupid. One day they would. Tsuyu's sentence broke through Naruto's defense at the moment. He looks at her expression, seeing confidence and certainty on her. They would. Tsuyu turned to think. Nisan, to begin with, you understand why the villagers hate the fox, right? I know, but I am not a fox. I am me, why do I have to take the blame? Yes. But the villagers haven't seen this yet. Once you go out there, make a name for yourself, have people know the true you, they would get it. But, it's like no matter what I do it won't change anything, and it felt stupid. Idiot, Tsuyu said jokingly. What do you mean? Naruto emotions fluctuate again. You already have people who accept you, Nii-san. They see you. I see you. You should see what's right in front of you, see those who accept you, not those who reject you. The ones who are already with you are proof things can change. Don't be stupid. Proof that things can change, Naruto muttered. The word struck Naruto deeply. The people around him that sees him. Tsuchan, Kiba, Iruka-sensei, Hinata, Sasuke, and even those others that start to talk to him in class. Naruto looked down, digesting her words. I am stupid. I know, Naruto said weakly, in self-mockery and acceptance. It's not like everyone as in everyone hates him. Tsuyu went silent, letting Naruto take in her words. After seconds, Naruto suddenly said. I am sorry. Tsuchan. I shouldn't have said those things. I don't mean it. I don't hate you. I just hate everything. I don't know, the words carries heavy guilt. I know you don't mean it. I don't take it to heart. Naruto turned to face Tsuyu. His eyes teary suddenly. No. I am really sorry. I am really. Tears flowed down his eyes like a broken dam. Sigh. This crybaby. Tsuyu smiled slightly, knowing everything is fine now for sure. I forgive you. Don't think too much. Just train harder to make it up to me, understand? Got it. Naruto looks at the distance, feeling the turmoil in his heart recede a lot. He felt relieved for once, after talking everything out. Stupid Lord Fourth, Naruto cursed out of nowhere. Remembering the stupid Hokage who put the fox in him. He is, indeed. Tsuyu agreed. Yeah. He is stupid. How could he do this to me? Stupid, Naruto stood with vigor with Tsuyu's support. Who put a 100-meter-sized beast that could destroy a village inside babies? It's so unreasonable, Tsuyu added, shaking her head. Yeah. That's right. Stupid Lord Fourth. And worse, he just leaves just like that. And it's you who suffered. He had no sense of responsibility at all. Tsuyu also said this due to that guy being their own father as well. Yeah. He's a stupid Hokage. Serves his face right, Naruto feels more and more spirited cursing him. The villagers are stupid too. We both saved the village in a way. Without us holding it, the fox would have destroyed the village already. Tsuyu shake her head again. Yeah. Everyone are so stupid. Hi, Naruto suddenly chuckled, giving a silly smile towards her. Thanks Tsuchan. Naruto feels a lot better, cursing that guy and others with Tsuyu fanning the flames at the side. I am just telling the truth. Tsuyu let out a soft smile as well. Though, the whole truth that it's his own dad would certainly make Naruto curse at him more. Minato's consciousness inside the two of them cried with no tears, while Kushina's consciousness patted his back. Kushina, what do I do? I never expected him to hate me so much. No, it's not your fault. Naruto, he should have had a normal life. Kushina recalled the way Minato asked Hiruzen to take care of Naruto before their death. She wanted to say that that guy is the real problem and she's sure in the Pure Land herself had already beaten him until he died a second death. But that's Minato's sensei after all, so she can't say it outright. The siblings just stay there, feeling the breeze, letting the sound of the forest wash the tension away. After minutes of just silence, Tsuyu felt they should get back home, or better yet, give this brat a treat. Come on, let's get Ichiraku. Yeah, let's go. Wait. Tsuyu almost forgot. What Tsuchan? Naruto's stomach already grumbled. But then he felt his hair stand on end seeing Tsuyu crossing her arms, her eyes turning cold. Clean up his stupid face. It's vandalism against public property, and it's the Hokage rock out of all things. That's 500,000 ryo in fine maximum. I am already a shinobi and legally had to pay if they bring it to court. 5 to 500,000. Naruto gasped in shock. I am going right away. Naruto rushed out quickly, afraid they had to take out so much money. Silly brat. Tsuyu watched him leave quickly in panic, and heard another curse towards the fourth Hokage for being too expensive, but she still followed after him with a little smile. That's the Naruto she knows. Chapter 71, Hang Out. 2. 4. 8. 16. Each set of Niji's movements towards the dummy becomes faster and faster, his Byakugan is strained to the limit. 32. Niji gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated inside of him. 64. Pow. The last dot on the dummy abdomen is hit with accuracy, blasting the dummy meters away. Niji. Remember, your only purpose is to protect the main branch. Niji felt hatred towards the main clan. First is the birdcage that gives control over his life to anyone in the main branch. Then his own father is sacrificed. And finally, Niji slammed his fist against a nearby tree. The reminder that he is responsible to protect Hinata. He already mastered 8 triogram palms, and no one taught him personally. He watched they use it, take it as his own and learn it all himself. Hinata can't even hit 64 palms yet. Why do I have to protect a weakling? Why is she even the heir to the clan? If she's that capable, why would she need protection? The answer is, it had nothing to do with capabilities. With the escalation of war, the Hyuga members proceed in their own way. Hayashi watches over Hinata and Niji's training. His face is stern as always, but he does worry for both of them. While he worries for Niji because he is his brother's son, Niji's responsibility is still clear, he needs to protect Hinata. For Hinata, Hayashi ingrained the teachings of the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan, 8 trigrams 64 palms and revolving heaven. As for Niji, he really only shows him the gentle fist without its real technique. The 64 palms require a certain set of movements and motions, and patterns improved over the generations, so there's no gap in their defense when they utilize the technique. Everyone in the clan has Byakugan and can see Tenketsu points. And everyone could strike the Tenketsu point. But without the right guidance, the right pattern, the right movements, the openings you leave when you attack, the time it takes to finish all 64 palms, a lot of things can go wrong. However, Niji derived the main method from mere observation and training himself hard. And yet, even if he's exceptional, his only destiny is to be a slave to the side branch. If you are to die on the battlefield, that's your own weakness. Niji glared at Hinata secretly, already having thoughts that he definitely won't do anything if he sees Hinata in danger. He even hopes all main branches are wiped out in the battle that's about to come. But as usual, he knows that's impossible. The main branch will send the side branch to the forefront, while they remain at the back, staying at safer positions, throwing the side branch as cannon fodder, as sacrificial pawns. But what can Niji do? Nothing. Hayashi received a notice of visit from his servant. Hearing it's Uzumaki Tsuyu, he welcomed her into the dojo. Tsuyu, it's been some times. Hayashi-sama, it's been a while indeed. You look in good health as always. HN. You are here to see Hinata, I presume. Hayashi turned to look at Hinata. Hayashi has trained Hinata even with more effort the past days ever since unrest started to simmer in the village. It's not just the Hyuga clan, all shinobi clans within Konoha had the same pressure on them. It's rare to see a free shinobi around too, because all of them are busy taking missions. To keep up the appearance that Konoha is still strong, the shinobi are busy. After all, if the daimyo, lord of the lands, the nobles, all lost confidence in them, they would be abandoned and they would have declared surrender before war could even start. But this is the last they wanted. Having their lands taken away means taking away their money, their power and status, frankly speaking. The effect towards people born to the land taken away is second, having their riches drained outside of their home, leaving them poor and suffering and not able to enjoy the resources they gather themselves just to enrich the mainland. It has always been this way when it comes to takeover. If the daimyo decide to surrender and bow down to other countries directly, it wouldn't stop them from taking more lands from the land of fire. It would only make them more greedy to take all of it if they see such a weakness. In the view of higher-ups, they have to show resistance. Despite Konoha's current predicament, resistance will still cause losses to other countries and would make negotiations more favorable towards them, so in the overall situation, they can minimize their losses. Then what about the soldiers that they, the higher-ups, believes will lose anyways in the end, had to say regarding this? Shinobi cannot say anything regarding this matter. The daimyo and the nobles already believe they would lose. But they still engage in war instead of surrendering, sending the soldiers to die just to reduce their losses. In overall view, even if more lands are taken, the people might become poor. But they would live. Those are working forces, those who contribute to the economy, and it's not like civilians would die just because the owner of the land changed. Living poorly is better than dying. And in most cases, the change is only a lowered living lifestyle. Or might not even change anything. It's just the change of the owner of the lands, and it's up to the new owner. If the citizens are treated just the same as previously, and the taxes, the subsidy, the security of the people is maintained by the new lord, there's nothing changed for the people. What changed is to whom they pay tax to whom the riches go to. If the new lord is a tyrant, a greedy one, then the people will suffer. Any wise ruler wouldn't be cruel to its citizens, and maintaining the system and treatment only helps maintain the amount of resources generated by the land after the takeover. Changing the balance by raising the tax or slaving them just because it's a foreign land taken from others would lead to lowered production, and if they are extreme, people would run away and even rebel. So in overall view, war only benefits the rich and the higher-ups. And if these higher-ups have a brain and don't feel greedy for immediate, short-term riches, the citizens should be least affected. Coming back to Hyuga compound. Yes. It's been a while. I plan to hang out with her, if she had time in her schedule. Tsuyu answered Hayashi. Hayashi thought it over. Looking over at the Hinata. Then I hope you can fulfill my request. Spar with my daughter. I want to see how much of a gap she had with you. Hinata felt a little uncertain, but she still went forward nervously. Seeing Hinata getting more timid compared to the last time she saw her, she felt something was wrong. Tsuyu made a seal of confrontation before readying her posture. Hinata. Use all you have. Don't hold back. Think of me as an enemy on the battlefield. Tsuyu said this and wanted this because she didn't want this girl to throw her life away once the time comes. I understand. The veins on the side of her eyes popped, her Byakugan pushed to its limit. Here I come. Sigh. Both Hinata and Hayashi sighed inwardly at the same time, looking at Hinata weakly laying on the floor. Hinata's problem of holding back seemed to become worse. Was it because she's afraid? Afraid of the upcoming graduation, the start of life as a shinobi, and the fear of truly stepping onto a bloody path soon. Hinata was already the kind of person afraid to hurt someone. Killing someone is another level of matter. Hinata must have felt the pressure. Tsuyu looked at Hayashi. Hayashi looked at her. There's some mutual understanding. Seeing Hinata weakly standing up, she pulled her up and patted her shoulders. It's been a while since you last hang out with Naruto. You must have missed that. Tsuyu said low enough for Hayashi to not hear. What? Hinata blushed red. I am not sure if you even hang out with him in class after I am gone. Knowing Hinata's shy self, she is a passive person. Hinata recalled. In fact, over time, Naruto starts to eat lunch or chat with the other boys more. And because she almost never initiated a conversation, and bad at it even if Naruto tried to talk to her, Naruto naturally would hang out with others more. With Tsuyu before they always sit with her. This development is natural, since Tsuyu had always been the mediator. Once she graduates and isn't even in academy anymore, it's entirely up to Hinata and well, she can't do it. Tsuyu smiled slightly. Come on, let's see Naruto. Tsuyu said jokingly. As the two were going in a certain direction, Tsuyu had to ask her and try to help her, seeing Hinata being quiet. Are you afraid? It's clear what Tsuyu is referring to. A little, Hinata looked down, as if guilty. It's an admission that she does feel afraid, and not ready. Not just about the potential of killing or dying. It's also about the whole responsibility of a shinobi. The responsibility and expectation as the heir of the Hyuga clan, and the weight of expectation from her father. What if she failed? You are the heir to the Hyuga clan. This too, is a destiny. Hinata is raised as a shinobi her whole life, and her dream is to uphold the Hyuga clan and become worthy as an heir. But if there's no one forcing those responsibilities and ideas on her since she's a child, if Hayashi didn't give reward and punishments, showing his love only when Hinata fulfilled his expectations, would she independently choose to become a shinobi? Tsuyu felt it's unlikely. But it's already too late to think over that. Tsuyu thought over the right motivational factor for her. As the heir, you should be positioned at the safest position. I wouldn't worry too much. Tsuyu said this for certain. Her brows furrowed. Even if she feels it's true, she felt uncomfortable hearing it. The truth about the main and side branch, the unfairness of it. So that still makes her feel guilty. Hinata, what do you think about Niji? I thought of him like a brother. Tsuyu looked forward, muttering the next sentence served cold. As the side branch, he would have to protect your life first, his own life second. Unless you get yourself together, unless you become strong enough to protect yourself, you will kill him someday. This ominous word is almost a premonition. Hinata felt her heart being pierced by a needle. It felt like cold water poured all over her body. I know you cared about him. So, you know what to do. Hinata felt the wake-up call hitting her nerves. The responsibility over someone's life is much greater than her own. Thank you for reminding me, Tsuyu. She was finally able to look up at her. Good. Tsuyu smiled slightly. Hinata, Naruto is surprised she's here too, visiting their home. Suddenly a small dog jumped onto her face, licking her. Akamaru, Hey, thought you were cooped in your clan. Kiba makes himself known. Kiba. Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura too. Come. We are playing this awesome card game. Naruto called out. Sakura is entirely free as a civilian and Naruto likes her, so she decides to pull her in with Sasuke as bait. Tsuyu gathered them up casually for a hangout just to cheer that brother of his a little, let him see there's people around him. Ah. Oh okay. The sound of laughter from Kiba, mockery from Sasuke, angry shouts from Sakura, and Hinata's low voices mixed together. Tsuyu played along just because. With games won and lost, the members turned to conversations. Sasuke-kun, where do you live now actually? Sakura raised her courage to ask now that she had a chance to hang out with him. The Uchiha compound is not rebuilt yet since it's at the farthest side of the village. Or perhaps, because there's literally one Uchiha member remaining, the higher-ups put the Uchiha clan ground as the least priority to be rebuilt. Sasuke can live anywhere anyways. Sasuke felt embarrassed to admit it. Before he could even give an excuse. He sleeps with me, Naruto said almost too excitedly. Kiba gasps in shock, having entirely different ideas. Hinata and Sakura look just as shocked, turning their heads to Sasuke for confirmation. Erg. Yes. How? Sakura felt her world spinning. You don't do anything weird to him, do you, Naruto? Sakura felt anxious, as if Sasuke-kun would be snatched away. Haa. What weird thing? Naruto felt angry that he's being accused of something, not sure what, but it sounds bad. Weird thing. Hinata's face turned red and she fainted on the spot. Gahaha. So is it like the same bed dash? Kiba fanned the flame. Huh. What's wrong with that? Naruto had a questioning, innocent look on his face. No. Sakura felt like crying. She wished it's her. Hinata, that had just woken up from fainting, fainted again at the idea of being in Sasuke's position. So, same blanket, Kiba grinned again. No. That idiot always hogs it all. I had my own. Stop imagining things. What? I don't. You are the one who hog it. Team. Idiot. How would you know? You sleep like a dead log and move around taking up my space. At times I almost fall out of bed. No way. You are just exaggerating. I never fall out of bed, I don't move at all. What's this? Bedroom trouble. Hee, Kiba snorted in laughter. It's just sleeping. What the hell are you guys thinking? Sasuke, for once in a blue moon, said in indignation filled with emotion. He distanced himself from Naruto to avoid misunderstanding. But who in class didn't know the two kissed once? There's some underground joke about the two of them. Rival to lover theme. Fujoshis exist in all of the universe. Tsuyu shook her head. These brats are too young to think weirdly. Or maybe they are reaching puberty. Anyways. She believes Naruto is straight. Since he likes Sakura. Or, is he? She looks at Naruto suspiciously. Thinking about it, he seems a little too close to Sasuke and Kiba. The way his shoulder brushes in contact with Kiba almost too comfortably, as if enjoying the contact and warmth, and then he always tries to mess with Sasuke for no reason for his attention. No, it's just her imagination and exaggeration. Can't believe I am infected by these brats. Chapter 72, Graduation. With things returning to normal, the graduation exam eventually arrives. Naruto showed his skills as a shinobi, impressing the judges. Naruto is especially a master at transformation jutsu, showing the bountiful peaks, the smooth skin like jade, legs like that of a swan. Oni-chan. Iruka-sensei and the other sensei almost fainted from losing too much blood from his nose. Naruto. What are you doing? After a quick scolding from Iruka, Naruto shows his substitution jutsu. Then the shadow clone jutsu that's higher than cloning jutsu. Finally, showcase of his taijutsu against a Chunin instructor. Naruto had the upper hand even when he hadn't used his shadow clones, pushing the instructor into a defensive. Just like that, Naruto graduates along with others. Iruka-sensei already knew of Naruto's excellence and growth over the years, he watched him after all. He feels proud, really. But he's also worried. His status as Jinchuriki already made him a weapon for the village. And his excellence means he would be thrown into a dangerous situation sooner. However, it's the path Naruto chooses. And he can only support him. Congratulations, Naruto. From now on, you are a true shinobi. Irika looks at Naruto with a smile, handing the shinobi headband to him. I did it. Naruto jumped up and down, quickly put on his headband, looking around for a mirror. Most of those attending the exam passed. The standard is lowered slightly, as long as they show promise in due time they would be good enough. It's fine for them to graduate already. Sending them to real missions earlier would accelerate their growth and learning anyways. Sasuke looks at his headband, feeling good inside too because he's closer to his real goal. To kill him. Though he act nonchalant. Irika-sensei then make an announcement after everyone received their headband. Tomorrow, you will be assigned to your team and also see your Jonin instructor. 9 a.m. sharp, at Class 1A, don't be late. Sasuke clenched his fist, hearing this. He hopes he gets an excellent instructor. He thought back to the time he spared with Jeriah. He's really strong, and Sasuke wonders if Jiraiya-sama would become one of the instructors since he's back in Konoha. A part of him wishes to be under the tutelage of such a strong man. But unfortunately, even if Sasuke asked Jeriah directly, Jeriah would refuse him. Simply because his style and Sasuke's style are completely different. Though Jeriah already had Sasuke in his mind at this moment. Konoha Council. Jeriah had a foul expression, looking at Koharu, then at Hamura. He threw the papers containing the information on Naruto's supposed squad and his Jonin instructor. What's the meaning of this? He asked in a questioning tone. Jeriah had investigated. These people are very likely Danzo's subordinates. And he know enough how cold-blooded, scheming, or fake people under Danzo are. As if he would just look and do nothing. This is the best arrangement. We need to train him. You shouldn't let your emotion cloud your judgment, Jeriah. I know he's your late disciple's son, but for Konoha I don't agree. Jeriah is adamant. It's already decided. Suddenly, a cold voice broke through the tension. From the dark, Danzo appears. His expression is already ugly. He didn't expect Jeriah would care about this small matter to the extent of trying to disturb his plans. Is that so? I don't agree with it. As a Hokage candidate, my opinion matters. Jeriah never liked to use that, and never planned to be one, but he had to this time. Koharu looks at Hamura. Hamura looks at Danzo. Danzo went silent. Jeriah is right. He had the status and the rights to interfere. Not to mention the other candidate is Sununade, that most likely would support Jiraiya's opinion too. Then what do you have in mind for him? Danzo said with a hint of murderous intent. Well. Jeriah already had this thought. Naruto and Sasuke together is a must. They were buddies after all. As for their sensei, his mind turned to Kakashi. Kakashi is his disciple's disciple. A holder of Sharingan, who could mentor Sasuke in using it. And with his connection to Minato, he will treat and train Naruto at its best, he believes. As for the third one, he looked up the stacks of paper containing a list of students, glancing at them one by one. A civilian, perfect in theoretical exam, the best in chakra control, average in others. Jeriah felt. It's similar to his team once. This girl that's perfect in theory, with extraordinary chakra control is exactly like Sununade. Her face is cute too. He felt this is a good candidate to balance the team, and having a girl would make the squad lively. By fate, the first random one he selects is Sakura. This. Danzo looks at the three names Jeriah picked as the squad member, the Jonin instructor. Damn it. To think he has to tie the Uchiha to the Jinchuriki. Danzo felt even more hateful. He already had plans to obtain Sasuke's Sharingan, or his loyalty, with schemes in draft. After all, Sasuke had revenge in mind and it's easy to deal with him. And Itachi himself wouldn't expose the truth because that's what he wanted for Sasuke. He almost regrets calling Jeriah back to Konoha. Jeriah had always been uncaring about these matters regarding the council's decisions in his entire life. For him to barge in at this time. Just because of Minato's son. In fact, Jeriah barged in more because he knew Danzo was in control with the Hokage position vacant. He knew what kind of person Danzo is, of course he would see if he's up to something. His character that prefers to be alone and cold is not suitable to be a squad leader. The young genins need someone who would build their teamwork, lead, and encourage these young people as a shinobi of Konoha. His nature is far from inspirational, and his closed nature might lead to only neglect. Danzo tried to reason. And he believes this genuinely, actually. Kakashi is a depressed, closed-up person who already pushes everyone away. How could such a person lead these young genins? Even in the original it's arguable he did nothing much for Naruto and Sakura other than helping them work on their basics and teamwork, and is far from the best. Compared to the Jonin instructor he specifically assigned to cater to the skills and emotions to develop a mindset of a soldier, feelings of compadre, and the will of fire, even if it's full of fake feelings and emotional manipulation, to protect the village, his choice is 10x superior. Don't you forget. Kakashi had experience as a squad leader, a Jonin, since 13. Also he's an ANBU captain when he's still in it. Even if he's cold in there. Besides, I believe being a teacher would fix his cold attitude. There's no reason for you to deny this suggestion. Jeriah crossed his arms. The trio of Konoha Council remained silent. Fine, Danzo had to give in. Even if he didn't, Jeriah would always pester him, or he would pay even more close attention to Naruto since he's that wary. His plan will be disturbed regardless. Thinking that Tsuyu is still under his control, and that she is superior to Naruto multiple times, his restlessness turned to calm, though the bitterness is still there. I am with Sasuke-kun. I can't believe this. Sakura felt so happy. Naruto too feels happy. Yatta. We are in the same team. Hee, Sakura-chan, I will have your back. Count on me. Who wants to count on you? You are hopeless. Sasuke-kun is the only one that's reliable here. She looks towards Sasuke that's looking aloof, mature, and cool as usual. However, contrary to Sakura expectation, he look at Sakura with a cold look. Just don't hold us back and stay out of the way. In Sasuke's view, Sakura is the most useless in the team. It's not just that. She's a normal girl, and doesn't have the motivation unlike himself and Naruto. Sakura was shocked, her heart felt like it's crushed hearing such a word. Sasuke. How could you say such a thing? Naruto pulled on Sasuke's collar, glaring at him. Humph, Naruto, you really think she can keep up with us? She will. Sakura gasped slightly. She felt surprised that Naruto would support her. She's smart. She had the best chakra control among everyone. And you know what, yeah, she can do it. Idiot. Sasuke pushed Naruto's hand away. You better do, he said coldly at Sakura as if she's a burden shortly before turning away. TCH, what a jerk, Naruto almost forgot Sasuke had always looked down on almost everyone. It's only Naruto and a few others that was acknowledged by Sasuke to have abilities. Even the foolish Kiba or the timid Hinata would have been better than Sakura in his view. Sakura stood quietly, one hand holding the other arm, feeling insignificant. Sakura-chan, don't mind him. You can do it. Believe it. I will watch your back, okay? Naruto shows his bright smile, at least, giving Sakura a little comfort. Yes. Yes, I will Naruto. Sakura felt her spirit rise again. Sasuke-kun, I won't disappoint you. She clenched her fist. She will prove to Sasuke, she won't hold him back. Chapter 73, The Two Bells. The trio waited for their Jonin teacher, this guy Kakashi, to come. Seeing everyone in class already left with their respective instructors, Naruto felt impatient. Where's this guy? Naruto already moves around the classroom, jumping here and there. Unable to do anything, he feels restless. Waiting in class for so long made him want to do something. This person is really late. No discipline. Naruto's mind lights up. He took the board eraser, opened the sliding door slightly and created a simple trap. Hi, he's late, so serve him right. Idiot, there's no way a Jonin would fall for such a thing, Sasuke brooded over. Naruto. You are causing trouble, Sakura tried to persuade. But deep inside, she really want to see if it would hit. It's exciting. Just then, slide. Pawn. The whiteboard eraser fell onto his head. Dust of white slightly covers his gray hair and clothes. Kakashi looked a little dead-eyed, looking at the eraser in his hand, then at Naruto. Ha ha ha. He fell for it. There's no way. Sasuke felt this guy seemed hopeless. Sensei. I am sorry. I already told him but he didn't listen. How do I put it, my first impression, you guys are idiots. The squad introduced each other to Kakashi eventually, much like in the original timeline. He looks over at Naruto and Sasuke as they state their dreams. Naruto's goal is quite unique. But it's understandable. As for Sasuke, I want to destroy that person. The killing intent in his voice is undisguised. Naruto looks at Sasuke's expression, feeling sad for him. Sasuke had it hard, to want to kill his own brother, the one who did it. Naruto cannot imagine it. How horrible it felt for Sasuke to experience such a thing. Sasuke had it more difficult than him. That's what Naruto feels. He hopes that the villain will be captured soon. Kakashi looks at Sasuke's expression. In his view, revenge would only lead to a dead end. Sakura, her motivation is non-existence. Naruto's dream is the most normal and reasonable. Still, he's quite. You are unlike your dash. Kakashi was about to say something that had always been buzzing in Naruto's ears each time someone got to know him. Shut up. I know I am different. I know. Naruto screamed before Kakashi could mention her. Cough. Right. All of you are unique. Tomorrow, we will have our first mission. Survival exercise. Kakashi claimed it's the real graduation test set for these genins. And only 33% passed. It's true, before. But the order from the higher-ups is to be more lenient and only true wastes are discarded. This time, 90% or so would pass. Though, Kakashi won't say this. Even if they failed his expectations, he still needed to pass Naruto anyways, that's the Jinchuriki of Konoha. As for Sasuke, as far as he's concerned he's a prodigy so he will pass him too, even if he lacks thinking a shinobi needs. Konoha cannot be choosy at this time. Anyone with combat ability will be chosen, personality can be considered later. As for Sakura, he's not sure. The next day comes. Despite their grumbling stomachs, and that they had to wait for Kakashi who comes late intentionally, they had to pass Kakashi's test. Kakashi shows them the bells. The mission is simple. You only need to snatch these bells away from me. That's all. You have up until noon. Once time's up, you will be tied to the pole over there and watch me eat. Yikes. I am already hungry. Grumbles Naruto complained. But, there's only 2 bells. And there's 3 of us, Sakura pointed out the obvious. Naturally. It means, at least one of you will fail. Kakashi said it with a smile on his eye. The trio becomes serious hearing one of them will fail. But, Sasuke's first gaze reached towards Sakura. Already knowing who will fail. He believes in himself and Naruto to pass this test. You can use any tools, even shuriken and any jutsu and everything in your arsenal. Seriously. You can't even dodge the eraser. You would regret it, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto grinned, already feeling excited. Sasuke, too, had a hint of excitement. Hearing Naruto's words, and seeing Sasuke's expression and stance towards him, he felt dissatisfied. Rash. Overconfident. You two are too confident. Only idiots underestimate missions and their enemy. Those like you will die first on the battlefield. Naruto felt irritated hearing Kakashi's words. Sasuke, too. Only idiots underestimate missions and their enemy. Well, once I say begin, we can start. Naruto, unable to control his excitement and to prove himself, takes a kunai from his ninja bag. Take this, he threw it towards Kakashi. Seeing this, Kakashi simply dodged to the side, using a flicker to jump right to Naruto's face. Thinking his speed could easily win Naruto, he's about to grab him but Naruto launched a punch right as he flashed. This reaction. He blocked it quickly with his palm, grabbing it hard. Just as he's about to throw Naruto in quick succession, Naruto already reacted, he jumps on his feet, launching a powerful will kick towards Kakashi's side. His eyes widened in more surprise. Kakashi had to release Naruto's arm to block the incoming kick. Kakashi is pushed back a step from the kick while Naruto escapes his clutch. Yua. He almost got me, Naruto said in his heart. If he's slower to react, Kakashi would have thrown him in the half a second or twist his arm. I see. I couldn't think of him like a normal genin. He is her brother, and Minato's son. He is not a normal graduate. Kakashi had some light flickering in his eyes, observing Naruto's state. His battle readiness, the reaction he showed before, is almost like an instinct honed through multiple beatings. Sakura at the side looked shocked. I couldn't see anything. Naruto, he's so strong. The time it took since Naruto threw the kunai, for Kakashi to flicker to Naruto trying to grab him, and receiving a counterattack from Naruto lasted only for 3 seconds. Now. Let's not be impatient. I haven't even said start yet, Kakashi says in a relaxed tone. Silence envelopes them. Naruto and Sasuke instinctively move to the right and left side of Kakashi, leaving Sakura right there, not sure what to do. She looks at Naruto, then at Sasuke, then at Kakashi. Get yourself together. Sakura quickly moves in position as well. Start. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 shadow clones move with speed, surrounding Kakashi, while Sasuke threw his shuriken and kunai, blocking Kakashi's retreat. Unable to find a free path, he had to take out his kunai to deflect one of the shuriken. Clang. The other projectiles barely. Kakashi dodged the 2 clones, blocking a few punches and kicking one away into smoke before flickering to a safer distance. His senses tingled. Behind him, the real Naruto pounced on him amidst the distractions. But Kakashi is still able to react to block his kick. My left. Barely able to raise his arm, he blocked another kick coming from Sasuke that took advantage of his closed left eye. Naruto. Do it. Sasuke shouted. Yeah. Just then the 2 of them retreated quickly. Naruto made more shadow clones, tens of them swarmed Kakashi. So many. Kakashi dodge and deflect their punches and kick. Each of them is not strong, and Kakashi could use 3 moves to Chidori. But having all his sides covered make it difficult. Kakashi sees a point of retreat, directly killing a clone with a kunai before escaping. But looking forward, his eyes widened. Naruto and Sasuke already weaved hand seals and finished it while he's distracted. Wind style, great typhoon technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind and fire blasted towards Kakashi, combined and formed a raging firestorm. Pow. As the dust and fire settled, a charred corpse lay dead at the center. Kia, Sakura, who had been watching since earlier, screamed in fear and fell on her knees. But of course, the duo never believed this farce. That's for sure just a substituted dummy. Sasuke's eyes look left and right, trying to find him. No. Below. Tsuyu's favorite technique is hiding like a mole jutsu, and Sasuke is already numb at this point. As expected, the ground breaks trying to catch Sasuke off guard, but it fails. Sasuke dodged it quickly with a jump, and as he spun in the air he took out an explosive tag attached to a kunai, throwing it onto the hole below. With a hand seal, he activates it. Boom. The ground is blasted, blowing dust covering the area. 10 meters away from Sasuke, a figure emerges from the ground, wiping his cloth with his hand carefully. Not bad. I cannot let my guard down against you two. I thought you two wanted to really kill me. Sasuke turned his eyes to Naruto. Naruto flickered close and whispered something in his ears. Seeing those two seemingly excited more than usual, he felt worry. Naruto shouted loudly, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Another wave of shadow clones swarmed Kakashi. His reserve is really big. As few of them cleared, Sasuke flashed with speed. Sharingan, the one Tomo spun, his eyes locked onto Kakashi, finding gaps as Kakashi struggled against many. Each of Sasuke's strikes are decisive. The shadow clones tried to find a chance to grab the bells, while Kakashi had to constantly block and dodge. Kakashi moves with speed, blocking each of their attacks, counterattack, destroying the clones one by one. He is pushed back, but ultimately none of them are able to reach the bells nor land a hit. As Naruto and Sasuke fiercely attacks, Kakashi manages to block both of them at the same time. His two hands are occupied. He's about to retreat further, but just then, without him expecting it at all, a figure flashed from the ground. From the hole he dug himself. He is lead towards this place. Ring, ring, dash. The real Naruto managed to touch the bell and grab it. Poof. The bells turned into smoke, revealing those are mere leaves. A leaf. How? Looking at the direction where Kakashi flickered, only a log is left. Substitution jutsu, so fast. To think you two would lead me to the same hole I dug to catch me off guard, I have to give it to you. Leaves fall around them as both try to find Kakashi. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly. Naruto, Sasuke breaks out of the Genjutsu as he realizes what's wrong, but it's already too late for Naruto. Naruto grunted in pain as Kakashi already disabled Naruto, pushing him hard down the dirt. As Sasuke took one step to get Kakashi off him, Kakashi already placed a kunai next to Naruto's throat. Gasp. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, you two surpassed most of your peers. To display Chunin-level techniques right after graduating, I am impressed. You two are close enough friends to work so well. I assume you two trained together to know each other this much. But, Kakashi pressed the kunai on Naruto, breaking his skin. There's an obvious problem here. Sasuke. Get him. Naruto still shouted out to Sasuke, not caring about the kunai on his neck, even if a drop of blood already fell. This kid, he's quite impressed that Naruto could remain calm enough in this situation, even with the kunai on his neck. Naruto knew what the real murderous intention was. How could Naruto feel scared merely by this? He has enough resolve, and enough will to not feel scared and understand I won't injure him more than required since I am his sensei. I thought he's a simpleton. I am wrong. Seeing that Sasuke is really about to get him, that Sasuke too understood this fact, Kakashi stood and stored his kunai back, letting Naruto go. Naruto, Sasuke, you two show good teamwork, excellent in all aspects more than what most fresh genin do. But, let me ask you. Do I fail Sakura? Naruto felt stunned. He really almost forgot about her. As for Sasuke, he completely takes her out of the equation the moment the test begins, thinking she doesn't matter. No. She's in the squad too, Naruto said resolutely. There's only 2 bells. It's inevitable one would fail, Sasuke said with reasoning. Hearing Sasuke coldly implying Sakura should just fail, he felt extremely dissatisfied. Think with your head. The squad is in 3 for a reason. This test, for all 3 of you. It's to test your teamwork. Naruto. You want her to pass too. But have you tried to include her at all? You didn't. You didn't think of having her help, not at all. You think every mission is always with friends? Or did you believe Sakura won't keep up with you? If not, would you just do everything yourself thinking you would carry them? That's not how shinobi works. At times you have to work with someone you dislike. Someone who you don't know. Someone who may even burden you. Each of you had their own strength. Sakura may play a role if only you two had given her a chance, but neither of you give her any chance at all. One thing you absolutely shouldn't do is abandon and ignore them. Sasuke. You are worse. You completely disregarded her as if she's worthless. This is arrogance. If you two are like this, you will only kill your comrades at some point. Sakura. You may lack the skills like 2 of them. But while skills are important, that can be trained and honed. The problem is you never take any initiatives with either of them. You have the least resolve to become a shinobi. One thing you can do is to observe me properly, alert them on my movements as you had the best view on me. If you had, these 2 wouldn't have been caught in my genjutsu. They would have reacted faster each time I escaped. Or you could set traps around, and let the 2 know so they could lead me there. But instead, you are just watching like it's a show. Sakura bit his lips, feeling the pain stabbing at her heart. She held onto the corner of her dress, digesting everything Kakashi said. She was just stunned, seeing the 2 doing so great. And she's just lost, she doesn't know how to contribute. Sasuke remained silent. He had to agree that perhaps Sakura could play a role, but he already made assumptions she's useless before trying to know what she could do. Hearing the possibilities of what she could have done to help, he noticed it. Even the smallest of help matters. Naruto too reflected on himself. He feels guilty for Sakura. It's as if he subconsciously looks down on her. Or rather, it's because he knew Sakura was not as strong as Sasuke, he thought he could just carry Sakura. But that's not the way to go. Suddenly, Kakashi flickered right towards Sakura, grabbing her from behind, pulling her hair coldly while pressing the kunai onto her neck. And no, Sakura is shaken with fear, her eyes unable to stay open. Release her. Damn it, Naruto shouted. If you become a shinobi as you are now, one of your team will end up in this situation, taken as hostage, and die. Kakashi released Sakura and walked back. She fell on her knees, her body clearly shaken. Sakura, Naruto went to check up on her, his eyes glaring at Kakashi. Kakashi just turned around heading to a monument where the names of the heroes of Konoha are engraved. As shinobi, you walk with death each time in your missions. These names are those heroes who have fallen. A lot of my friends' names are engraved in this monument. I wouldn't want to see any of you die too early. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all look up at Kakashi's back. His tone was solemn, filled with sadness. Kakashi's words engraved into them, that their life can only be preserved if they work together. I will give you one more chance. Kakashi turned around to face the three of them. After the afternoon, I will be more serious, and it will be harder to take the bells from me. Those who want to take the challenge can have your lunch first. However, don't give it Sakura. It's a punishment for sabotaging the team down. Not playing any role as a member. If someone lets her eat, they will be disqualified. I make the rule here, understand? Kakashi walked towards Sakura and tied her up to the wooden pole quickly. I will be back in 30 minutes. He flickered, leaving no trace behind. Sakura stood there, tied to a pole under the sun, watching Sasuke and Naruto eating. She looked downward, her eyes teary for some reason. She feels like a burden. Just then, she saw 2 bento boxes handed in front of her. Sakura-chan. Just eat it. Quick. Sharingan. Sasuke looked around with his eyes, finding traces of chakra. He's not here, his sign is all gone. Take it quickly, if you don't eat you will drag us down even more. You might not even be able to stand properly. Sasuke's words sounded nonchalant. Sasuke-kun. Naruto, you too, but I don't want to drag you too. No, I won't eat. Drop of tears fell from her cheeks. Just eat. Sasuke picked a ball of rice with his chopsticks, handing it over Sakura's lips. This. Indirect KKKK kiss. Sakura's face flushed red as she shyly opened her mouth. Just then, Naruto stuffed the one he got into Sakura's mouth. MMH. Naruto. Why you dash? Blay. No. As Sakura accidentally swallowed Naruto's indirect kiss, suddenly Kakashi appeared like a ghost. You three. You defiled the rules, and you know what's coming. Kakashi tried to intimidate them. Sasuke just smirked, ignoring Kakashi's threat. Because he already knows the purpose of this test. What rule? We are a team. Sakura-chan is starving to bayo. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura looked at Naruto, then at Sasuke. Despite everything, they still won't just let her starve. I am a part of this team too. You said it's about teamwork. And I am trying. Kakashi glared more, trying to intimidate them. But just then, he clapped his hand. Good. You all pass. I know it, Sasuke muttered with a smug smile. Naruto scratched his head in disbelief. While Sakura felt grateful. What? But why? Sakura still felt it's unreal. First, a ninja must see through deception. Second, in the shinobi world, those who break the rules are considered trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Yuwa, so cool. Seeing Kakashi with the sun as the backlit, the cool words and atmosphere, Kakashi's coolness rises through the roof. Everyone passes. Group 7 will start their mission tomorrow. Yada, Naruto jumped, raising his fist. We passed Sakura-chan. Yay. Chapter 74, Shameless Kakashi. Now, your first mission is to find Lady Guji's cat, Yuki. Kakashi shows a picture of the cat. A fat, lazy-looking, orange boy. Eh? What kind of mission is this, Tebeo? Why are finding a stupid cat? Why not just call the police? Naruto retaliates, swinging his limbs here and there. The Konoha police force usually won't take such requests. Though, theft of pets can be considered, know what I am saying. Hiring shinobi is often the fastest. We are working directly after all. Besides, there are commissions to work outside the village as well. No. I don't care about that, why are we doing chores? I agree with Naruto, Sasuke supported. Until you three improve your teamwork, all three together, I wouldn't allow you to take any more than D rank. Just go find the cat. I will just be reading over here. Kakashi takes out Ika Paradise, ignoring the complaint from Naruto mostly. After spending 7 whole hours since morning to find the stupid cat, finally the team caught it. Thankfully Naruto remembered by the 3rd hour his shadow clones could share information and he just sent swarms of them to overrun Konoha to find the cat. Ah. My baby, how could you run from mummy? I am so worried, look at how dirty and stinky you are. The old lady hugged the fat cat, almost choking it alive. Thank you little shinobis. Here's the reward. The old lady handed 3,000 Ryo in 3 pieces of cash. Wah. 3,000 Ryo. Then it's 1,000 each. For all 3 of you. Kakashi take 1 note and handed it to the trio, while pocketing the remaining 2 notes. Ka, the crow of disbelief filled the silence. What? Kakashi-sensei. You didn't do anything. Give us our money. Hey now. I am stuck tutoring you, and I can't do real shinobi missions now, can I? So the largest cut belongs to me. No, Naruto just screamed in frustration. Dobe. You are well off enough. What are you screaming about? As for Sasuke, the money in the bank from his inheritance is large enough. His family was the family of the patriarch after all. As for Sakura, she has businessmen parents supporting her. That's Tsuchan money. I will soon get my own money and won't have to take money from her. Believe it. Now Naruto realized just how difficult gaining money was. He almost forgot he once was poor. These days he can eat anything and everything in the village whenever he wants, unlike when they were little. Hearing Naruto say that, suddenly Sasuke felt a little embarrassed. He's using what was left to him by his parents. Let's finish more D rank missions quickly. So we can get to C rank and get a real mission. Sasuke said to the 2 of them. Yeah. Kakashi-sensei, let's take another mission. No. For tomorrow we rest. The day after tomorrow we can go again, I guess. Kakashi shrugged. You are just lazy, Naruto accused. Shinobi need to balance work and life. I agree with Kakashi-sensei. Rest is important too, Naruto, Sakura chimed. It's just finding a cat. I am not tired. I am the Jonin here. No mission tomorrow. That's it. Ugh. Well, you 2 can leave. Naruto, come here. Where to? Kakashi-sensei, what do you want with Naruto? Sakura asks. Sasuke is also curious. Important matter, go back you 2. Sasuke could ask later since he's living under the same roof with him anyway, so he just left. See you then, Sakura. Sasuke said casually before leaving, not turning another look to her. Ah. See you later, Sasuke-kun. Sakura looks with blushing cheeks. Oh. I will train with Erosenin tomorrow. Erosenin. That's Jeriah. That's fitting, Kakashi muttered. Yes. A special training. Your little sister would explain to you in detail if you ask. She should have already undergone the training with him. Or you could just wait for Jeriah to explain tomorrow. Can't you just tell me now? What special training, Kakashi-sensei? How do I put it? Come on. 9 tails. You looked shocked. How do you know, since when? Naruto suddenly looked uncomfortable. It's more because he's afraid Kakashi would hate him. What? You think I would be scared of you? You are such a brat. You think too much. Kakashi knocked his book onto his head, giving a slight smile behind his mask. Ouch. Sensei, that hurts. Well, that's about it. See you then. Kakashi turned around, continuing his book. Naruto looks at Kakashi's departing back. Kakashi-sensei doesn't care about the fox either. A small smile grazed his lips. Let's ask Tsuchan about tomorrow. Tsuyu takes a sip of her imported luxurious coffee, one book containing compiled maps, especially the countries and lands bordering the Land of Fire. A notebook sprawled open on the table where Tsuyu writes notes. Some blocks, circles, triangles, and arrows are drawn. Not that Naruto understands what she's even doing. It's training to control Nine Tails' power. Jiraiya-sama will oversee our training, and hold us down with the sealing squad if need be. She said it lightly. Naruto recalled the scene last time where Tsuyu sent pillars of earth to bind and suppress her Nine Tails. His eyes almost shining, already thinking of beating the fox. He feels a lot of dissatisfaction towards it. Naruto, let me say it again. You should try to cooperate and work together with him. He is a reasonable poor fox. What? No way. Last time I saw him he wanted to eat me. Naruto crossed his arms. Are you aware why he's locked up in us? Tsuyu put down her book, looking at Naruto seriously. Of course. He destroyed the village. That, too. But before that. Before he destroyed the village. I don't know. Destroy other villages. Tsuyu was speechless. Do you know how the tailed beasts are captured and then distributed to each of the 5 hidden villages? What? Right. Of course you don't. At the founding of our village. Tsuyu yaps about Konoha founding. She's pretty sure she had already did, maybe it goes through his skull and disappears with the wind. Eventually, the captured 9 tails, the other tailed beasts captured and distributed. The tailed beasts originally are freely living in the wild. The first Hokage kidnapped them from their home, and placed them in cages called Jinchuriki. That's what happened. What? That can't be true. It's fact, for most people, the tailed beasts are dangerous creatures that could destroy everything easily. And they could. They had the ability to do so. So anywhere they go, they are often seen as a calamity. First Hokage, Hashirama Senju simply collected them and distributed them instead of letting them roam freely. That's so wrong. We take away their freedom. Naruto held his stomach, where the seal to Kyuubi was. Technically, even if the first Hokage didn't do that, humans always have feared the tailed beasts. Often they would find a quiet, isolated place with no people to live in. I read in a book, there's legends that once people worshipped them, with temples built too. Though, there are among them that are more violent than the other, and would choose revenge and vengeance. But if it's you who are locked up first, being used first, harm you first, you wouldn't just so easily let it go, would you? Naruto understood this reasoning. The tailed beasts have always been the first victim at the very core. Their reactions are out of retaliation. Then what do we do? Like I said, work together. I understand if you hate him. No. Not anymore. It's not like he asked to be inside me, just as I never asked to have him. But he will hurt everyone if we release him. He hates the villagers. It's a dilemma for Naruto. Nine Tails deserves freedom. But he hates everyone and would destroy everyone. Yes, he would. Humanity had done him wrong enough. We both have seen our mindscape. Being locked up in a cage, in such a gloomy place, unable to move anywhere, not able to eat anything good, have no one to talk to for years, for generations. If it's me, I would have gone crazy. Gasp. Naruto felt like crying for the fox suddenly. The more Tsuyu describes it, the more horrible it gets. No wonder he's so angry. Seeing Naruto understand the emotional point, it's easier for Naruto to work with him. And being a little kind to the fox helps cooperating with him with how susceptible he is to Stockholm Syndrome. Besides, Kurama will remain sealed in us, no matter whether we are purely using him as tools or as partners. At the end of the day, the tailed beasts had no choice. The choice is up to the hosts. If mutual cooperation fails, they can always force it. This is a dark truth. Tsuyu won't say it to Nine Tails though. Tsuyu wasn't deceiving Kurama at all, in fact, and when she made her promises she was serious. But if she failed or couldn't fulfill it, she would still use Nine Tails' chakra even forcefully if need be. Naruto had an entirely different idea. He must be lonely, all alone. Hating everyone. Sounds like me, but I do have people around me. He had it worse. Mindscape. You. Don't you dare look me down. I can crush you to pieces, kill everyone around you. Seeing Naruto looking at himself in that expression is a humiliation for him. I know you hate everyone. I can understand that. I still won't forgive you for destroying the village. And it still hurts, remembering the looks villagers gave me. But I won't hate you. Fox. Don't talk to me. Leave. Kurama forced Naruto out. His voice is so annoying. And he's talking nonsense. How dare mere human pity me? Naruto grumbled as his consciousness returned. Yeah, now that I think about it, he's like a grumpy, lonely old grandpa. Tsuyu almost choked on her coffee. Actually, that sounds accurate. I can see that. Fast forward, Training Field 5. The surrounding is cleared, a barrier is set up to isolate Nine Tails' chakra from leaking out of the area to avoid panic. The sealing squad is ready. Naruto looks around at the masked ANBU here and they're surrounding him. Then at Jeriah. Why there's so many people here, it felt awkward with so many gawking at him. These are the sealing squad prepared in case you lose control. Now, are you able to meet him? Yes. I met him a few times before. I got used to how it felt to go in there. You have it rough, Jeriah crossed his arms, looking a little sad for Naruto. A few times of meeting him means he must have experienced his lowest points multiple times. Well, it sucks a lot of times, but I will still become the strongest shinobi and let people see the real me. Believe it. Heh. That's good mentally to keep. Let's proceed. Met him, tap into his power. Ah, got it. Naruto sat down in a meditative state. His consciousness once more appears in his mindscape. You can never control my power, brat. Kyuubi looked down on Naruto. In fact, Kyuubi can choose whether to give it to Naruto or not. If Kyuubi wasn't a prideful, so-called strongest beast, and wasn't arrogant, Kyuubi would have sulked and refused to give any chakra at all to any of his previous Jinchuriki. But this means, he would be trapped for eternity, with zero chance of escaping. Kyuubi had 1,000 years of experience in the shinobi world, so he knows firsthand. So in his convoluted coping thinking, refusing to give any chakra to those who trapped him means he's acknowledging they might have the ability to control him. While not giving any means he's giving up on himself and cutting off his own chance at escaping. Hundreds of years of mental torture made him cope hard and end up giving his chakra. No. They cannot. I am Kyuubi, the Nine Tails, the strongest of the tailed beast. You can't control me. Breaking the seal, possessing its user, making them lose control is a show of his strength and pride. Since you asked for it, take it. A wave of bloody red chakra leaked out towards him, drowning his entire body. NNNH. Bubbles of red chakra form from under his skin, covering him in a red chakra cloak. One tail. Two tails, his skin starts to flake, the cloak turned darker as the third tail began to form. Ak, Naruto grunted in pain. Due to previous crash-outs, the seals are widened considerably, enough for Kurama to drown Naruto with his chakra all at once. Yes. Yes. More. More. Kurama had a crazed expression on his face seeing Naruto losing control quickly. He felt exhilarated seeing Naruto, who acted so confident, lost to him. F*******U. I won, loser. His eyes opened, his eyes blood red. All of a sudden, he let out a roar, and directly pounced on Jeriah. No. He's losing control already. Quick, suppress him. Jeriah takes a step back to dodge his attacks, quickly sticking a seal onto his forehead. The sealing squad surrounded Naruto, making hand seals and slapped their hands onto the ground. A suppressing kekai quickly formed with ruins surrounding and wrapping Naruto. And 7 totems of wood built from the ground, seemingly absorbing Naruto's chakra. Jeriah widened their eyes in shock. This is a ninjutsu, would release. Yamato, among the ANBU with masks, took action. Jeriah didn't know someone can use would release. Tsuyu wasn't surprised as she's acquainted with a fellow ex-root ANBU. Danzo naturally tells her since it's important for her training and Naruto's. But she does wonder if this Yamato has the potential of being as strong as the first Hokage. If the enemy village knows, it could be a deterrence. If he has enough chakra. A new plan suddenly popped in her mind. She would send it to Danzo later to see if it's feasible. Shaking the thought away, she focused her gaze back to Naruto. The berserking Naruto struggled and grunted. The formation of the third tail halted, ultimately receding little by little, until Naruto finally looked normal. He fell flat on the ground, as if all of his entire self was drained. His skin looks red and burned, there's a smell of blood emanating from him. Naruto's expression is that of pain, his eyes a little teary as he opens them. Erosenin, did I? Naruto couldn't remember his actions. But at the very beginning he felt angry, it's like a dream, that he attacked someone. All the bad memories flooded back into him. It just hurts all over. He feels angry, he wants to destroy everything that had hurt him. Tsuyu looks from a distance, feeling dissatisfied. Not to Naruto, but towards Kurama in Naruto. But this is Naruto's training, and if she went to scold the fox it won't help. Naruto has to learn to suppress his will by himself. Are you alright, Naruto? Jeriah asked with concern. I am alright, it's just, hurts all over. One of ANBU stepped in and used medical ninjutsu to soothe his pain. Jeriah felt bad for overestimating Naruto and underestimated 9 tails. He saw Tsuyu control the chakra up to 6 tails. And Tsuyu could limit or expand how much chakra she's taking into herself to slowly go from 1 tail and further. It seems Naruto couldn't even suppress the excess 9 tails chakra and control the amount flowing into him. He rapidly transformed into 3 tails directly. It's my fault. I should have tightened the seal for you first. We need to do this little by little for you. Naruto just nods weakly. Jeriah stood, giving Naruto space to rest while he summoned Gamatora. Jiraiya's throat bulges, moving into a bulging cheek. A toad crawled out of his mouth, reminding Tsuyu of that guy. The orange toad had a weird body, as it stretched up to reveal a scroll wrapping his torso. After a casual introduction about the Jinchuriki, Gamatora unrolled the scroll, letting Jeriah see the seals. After imprinting it on his hand, complex rune patterns cover the underside of his forearm up to his palm. Flames of chakra burst from his fingertips. 8 trigram seal. Jeriah pressed onto the seal on Naruto's stomach, twisting it anticlockwise, tightening the seal back up. Kurama sees all his effort go to smoke and growl in anger. Jeriah could feel deep malice somewhere. Kyubi would still hold a grudge against this old fool that made him see unholy dirty things. Good. It's done. Jeriah let out a sigh of relief. Naruto felt as if his muscles were all sore, like needles pickling him all over. You should rest now. We will continue once you feel well. I will tell Kakashi to let you rest tomorrow. Naruto just grumbled, seemingly wanting to reject that, but he's too tired mentally and physically. Chapter 75, Care. Tsuyu, you should take him back. Tsuyu nods. She summoned a shadow clone. She passed the house key to her, let her pick up Naruto like a sag of potato and disappear. Jeriah didn't think Tsuyu would stay on the training field. He expects her to take care of Naruto since he's hurt. Tsuyu, aren't you worried for him? He's strong, his body heals fast. I wouldn't worry too much, Jiraiya-sama. I see. Rather than not caring, it's more because she believes in his strength, thinking he won't need her at this point. But if at one point she assumed wrong, while Naruto is at his weakest and needed her, it would only make him feel abandoned, feel weak, feel like a failure. Now Jeriah understood what exactly felt off about these two relationships. Tsuyu, Naruto isn't like you. He's strong, yes. Confidence and belief in others are good, but, someone like him, at times he may not see it. I get you aren't the type to show care directly, but he may not see it. I don't think he needs me to hold his hands, Jiraiya-sama. He should be able to walk a path on his own. Tsuyu said while frowning. Matters on shinobi work is fine. But matters regarding her own family seem like a breach of personal boundaries from Jeriah. She's not a babysitter. And he wouldn't want Naruto to need her in the first place. She expects and wants Naruto to become an independently strong person, without any of her help at some point. I understand. You want him to be strong, able to stand on his own. But you have to let him know that you are there to back him up in case he falls. He should know. I am always supporting him, Tsuyu said as a matter of factly. Jiraiya sighs. Have Naruto ever felt uncared for? Tsuyu turned her eyes towards the patch of grass. At times he overlooked everything. At times I feel he's even ungrateful, not seeing what's right in front of him. Tsuyu said bitterly. But, he would always see it eventually. Tsuyu's bitter tone turned a little mild. Naruto may be a little stupid sometimes, but he would see it once he's done with his issues. That's good, but what if, at some point Naruto truly cannot see it? He would not be able to get back up. You are too closed up. Show some care outwardly, let him see it clearly. I am not sure. Tsuyu just said quickly. Honestly, she doesn't understand what Jeriah wants her to do. She felt like she's showing more than enough that she cared. Well, Jiraiya's head spun. Right, Tsuyu doesn't have parents. No one showed her care and love in a direct way since she's a child. Jeriah almost forgot Tsuyu too, is an 11-years-old child that never received enough love. Naruto seems to, but it's different. Well, for example, just now, you could have stayed next to him. Show him you cared for his well-being and worried for him. Tsuyu frowned. He needs rest. Sitting next to him won't help. Besides, Naruto wouldn't want me to think he's weak. Tsuyu is aware Naruto hates being looked down on. And coming from her would only break his confidence down more. She takes a stance to believe in him. Jeriah tried to rack his brain. It's really difficult to convey. Tsuyu's words weren't wrong, but she's missing a view. You are right, Naruto would hate it if you think he's weak. He must have a lot of jealousy for you, somewhere inside. You are a 1 in 100 genius. I can understand that. And to have someone who believes in him like you do is something more than he could have asked for. But, Tsuyu, there's a difference between letting someone prove themselves, and acting like you don't care if they do. The way you are acting, it seems like you are. I do care. I am proud of his achievements and growth he had. There's a lot to improve, but he's always moving forward. Tsuyu said resolutely. You could see his improvements. And thus you support and are proud of him. But if he fails and yet he insists on moving forward. If he shows no results and only regresses. What then? Jeriah wanted to help Tsuyu see a missing piece of her view. If he fails, then he should just quit. I wouldn't want him to waste his life, literally. The job is dangerous enough. Everyone has their talent and ability. He can choose other paths in life. This is it. Jeriah finally gets to the point. You're right. There's always another path, even if he fails. Jeriah was quiet for a while, his tone is a little empathetic. But have you ever thought that this path, his way to become a shinobi, is no longer just a path to his dream? Isn't it? He had always wanted to prove himself and gain acknowledgments. If he fails then it's all meaningless. You really would make him quit if he fails. Jeriah's tone is filled with exasperation and frustration. Yes, there's other ways to gain acknowledgments. If you can't become a great renowned shinobi, you can be a renowned great cook or whatever. He doesn't have to stick with a road that would lead to his death. Jeriah remained silent for a while. Tsuyu sees the core reason and basis for Naruto's dream. However, being shinobi is a part of who he is. You may think the path doesn't matter, and you may believe you see the real issue beneath Naruto's goals. But this specific path as a shinobi he chose, it matters. It's a part of Naruto, what makes him, him. If you force him to choose another if he doesn't show results, you will break him, Jeriah said solemnly. Tsuyu hasn't thought about it that far. Because Naruto did show promise, and she thus supported him. But if Naruto fails to show any promise amidst all her effort, indeed, she would have stopped him a long time ago. And if she did, would it break him? She believed Naruto shouldn't be that stupid and would understand he really doesn't necessarily have to become a shinobi at all. She even wants to disagree with Jeriah even. But if Jeriah is right, what would she have done with Naruto? No, she would still have him quit. She wouldn't let him waste his life and die for nothing. It's better than dying for nothing, Jiraiya-sama. I wouldn't want to see him waste his life. Jeriah remained silent. After moments of building his words, he continued. Naruto will disagree, Jeriah said. I can see that. But he just has to accept it and move on. You think he could move on afterwards? He will. He would grow out of it and see there's still other things he could do. What if you are wrong? That he would be broken, forever. Would you really make him quit then? Tsuyu clenched her fists. She's annoyed that Jeriah is saying such nonsense. That's impossible. Jeriah could see it. Tsuyu doesn't want to face that possibility. If making Naruto quit a death wish means breaking him forever, which is just as bad as that said death, she really wouldn't know what to choose. There's no choice. That's what Tsuyu thought. And logically the human mind isn't a law to have a 0 or 1. The two were silent. Jeriah recalled his closest friend in the past, that person that he had failed to bring back to light. And someone who he had to kill. The orphans he had taken as his students for a short while, and the news of the subsequent deaths of them. A lot of things had brought him pain. The choices he made ended up hurting him. Sometimes the hardest choices aren't between right and wrong, and at times there's no right or wrong at all, but it's to choose between different kinds of pain. Tsuyu looked down over the grass, thinking about that brat. Different kinds of pain, huh? His eyes turned soft, looking over at Tsuyu. Sometimes, the best thing to do isn't to protect someone from those hurt. It's to stand beside them, even if it means you have to watch them struggle, even if you have to watch them fail. To share their pain. That's what Naruto needs from you. Her eyebrows barely frown, her eyes looking at grasses. I can't feel his pain, Jiraiya-sama. I am not sure how to share it. Her brows are still frowning. It's not that she hides it, it's just a part of her. Perhaps she does feel something, but just as they come, they go away quickly. Sharing pain doesn't mean you have to feel it the way others do. You both had the 9 tails. But you don't feel any pain on that matter. It's just about being there. Listening. Standing by someone even when you don't fully understand what they're going through. You are a smart person, Tsuyu. I feel like you are similar in certain ways with someone I know. You looked at his feelings through the lens of observation, cause and effect, and stimulus and reactions. And that's fine, even if you cannot fully feel in your heart, because I see that you care. For me, that's love. And as long as you stay by his side, trying to share his pain when he had to cross that hard road, he would feel that care from you, it would be more than anything he ever wanted. I see. I will try, Jiraiya-sama. Tsuyu's tone is mild, almost soft. Good, that brat needs that. And you need that brat too. Huh. He keeps your path in light, Jeriah smiled slightly. He thought I would be evil if Naruto wasn't there. Tsuyu rolled her eyes inwardly. She has always been herself, whether there's Naruto or not. And the only thing she considers objectively evil is massacre without any benefit except pure pleasure from it. Even if she massacred a city, it would be under a legal loophole and has a clear objective. She's pretty sure she wasn't evil. It's just, Jeriah had this feeling. Whether from experience or his intuition. Perhaps Tsuyu is still calculating and pragmatic as ever. But Naruto would be her limit. The last light in her dark road. That if there's someone who could make her choose another path, it's him. You should go see him. Jeriah pats Tsuyu's head, shocking her at this unexpected gesture. Yes. I will see you tomorrow then, Jiraiya-sama. She had a weirded out expression on her face as she turned to leave. Jeriah chuckled slightly, seeing her leave. NNH, Naruto grumbled in bed, feeling sore all over. Tsuyu's shadow clone poofed a long while ago, leaving him alone here. The memories of those hate when Nine-Tails chakra plague made his heart hurt. Tick, tick, only the sound of the clock tickling in his room. Sasuke is still training outside, huh? It's only been an hour since he went out after all, and Naruto's training with Jeriah ended quickly. The pain on his body and chest, in this empty room, somehow makes him feel that feeling. It's lonely. Though, it's something Naruto is used to and he really doesn't think much and puts it at the back of his head. Just then, the door creaked open. Tsuyu came in without much expression on her face. Tsu-chan. What is it? Tsuyu was quiet. It's clear Naruto will be okay, but then, what did Jeriah say again? How do you feel? Her tone is kind of off, as if this question is a deliberate choice. Ah. It hurts all over, but I am fine. I just need some rest, no worries. Naruto smiled slightly, trying to appear fine. He feels nice that Tsuyu is asking him. He thought Tsuyu would just leave now, but this time she surprised him inside. Tsuyu went to Naruto's desk by his bed, sat on the chair and read the book she carried. What are you doing? Naruto furrowed his eyebrows. Reading. Don't mind me. Just rest. He looked at Tsuyu weirdly. Turning here and there, then she turned to Tsuyu again, her eyes still focused on her book. It's so early in the morning. She usually would still be training outside who knows where. You need anything? Water. Tsuyu asks in a neutral tone. Yeah. I guess I am kinda thirsty. Seeing Tsuyu leaving in a calm manner, and coming back just as calmly to give him water made him weirded out. Is she possessed? Naruto opened his eyes wide, trying to watch each of her expressions. With the way his eyes seemingly about to pop, it's as if he's trying to use Sharingan to see through her. Seeing he couldn't see anything, he takes a sip of water suspiciously. He smacked his lips, trying to identify the taste. This water is normal. Placing the empty cup on the bedside table, Naruto relaxed his guard gradually. He turned to look at Tsuyu again, who's still just reading her book. After seconds, an idea struck him. She just wants to accompany me. At this thought, suddenly he felt a sting in his chest. He wanted to deny subconsciously. Those feelings faded quickly, as if trying to protect himself from disappointment. But after seconds of seeing, and feeling Tsuyu's presence next to him, just sitting there, for him, something is filling and overflowing from him. As if it's about to make him float and crumble. Tears well up in his eyes. It felt overwhelming even. It felt like he's really cared for. The tears welling up in his eyes are quickly hidden away. He turned around to the other side, hiding his face. Tsuyu didn't know just how much this gesture touched his heart. What's Tsuyu doing in Naruto's room? Reading a book. Sasuke, coming back to rest and wash up, looked at Tsuyu suspiciously. His eyes sharp, as if trying to see through her. His Sharingan on verge of popping. He looked at Naruto just sleeping there, then at her. Naruto is clearly sleeping. So it's not for a chat. She wasn't doing anything other than reading her book. So what she's here for? Could it be an enemy ninja in disguise? She is trapped in Genjutsu. Sasuke's brain had been infected by the dobe. Chapter 76, Jealousy. Good, Naruto. Don't let it control you. Naruto sat in a meditative state. Fluctuation of heavy red waves of chakra emanates from him. Despite not even having a cloak forming yet, this is a good first step for Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes, that's already turned red. His claws became sharper, and he felt really restless, angry, like he wants to do things he doesn't want to do. Jeriah notes on how long Naruto could control himself. He would call on Naruto to see if he's still able to reply at intervals. Half of the time Naruto couldn't, because he's too busy trying to suppress himself. But Naruto didn't lose control, and the training went smoothly. Tsuyu, on the other hand, is also in a meditative state. She's in Three Tails' cloak, the transparent layer of red chakra enveloped her. Right. I really couldn't suppress this hate and anger. She said it's like it's a problem, but it's not a major problem to a point she shouldn't use Kyuubi chakra. Instead, she trains to acclimatize to the turmoil her body and mind is feeling. Much like someone who's fasting, holding himself to build their fortitude. While she wouldn't lose her consciousness with Nine Tails chakra, and wouldn't target her own ally, the impulsiveness and high emotions coming from it makes her lose her IQ. She noticed she would turn into some meat brain or have Naruto's brainwave that only sees its target. And miss everything else. So for her, this training is still necessary. Jeriah isn't sure how Tsuyu is doing exactly since it's about her feelings when using Nine Tails and not about her control. But he could certainly praise Naruto. He could hold on for a minute, fully conscious and still able to think clearly. Further, he's still himself. But like Tsuyu, Naruto's already limited combat awareness would drop lower. Okay. You two should rest now. The red chakra recedes from Naruto, his whiskers turn thin, his claws retracted. Naruto opened his eyes, regaining the clarity in his blue eyes. It's so difficult. Naruto clenched his fist. He wonders if Nine Tails always carries that much hate, all the time. He looked over at Tsuyu and from the very beginning till the end never showed any struggle. Except for some weird smile that he thought he's imagining. Jeriah felt it's time to add a little spice. Their training is going in the right direction, and in the gap in between training Nine Tails chakra, it's a perfect time to teach them the legacy of their father. Besides, these two need strength in the turmoil to come. He's especially worried for Naruto. A real battlefield is worse than even the highest-ranked mission. Life and death may be a serious concern, but war would drain you, make you lose a part of yourself. Bodies would turn into mere numbers. People no longer become people on the field. Can Naruto handle it? Soldiers are always forged in real war. That for each death they see, it would temper themselves into a harder weapon. But, at times, they would break instead. Jeriah pushed that thought away. It's still too early to think about it. Besides, he is sure Tsuyu would help Naruto in this regard once the time comes. Sakura-chan, Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei. I am going to train with Ero-sennin. Naruto waves his hand as he leaves the team with Jeriah right after he completes a mission with them. Don't cause trouble, Naruto, Sakura said jokingly, knowing the Sannin is a figure to be respected, she wondered if Naruto would do something stupid. Go on. Kakashi didn't say much. Jeriah had told him to leave Naruto's training to him. While he could focus on Sasuke since only he could teach him how to utilize it. Sasuke just remained quiet, looking at them leaving. But Kakashi noticed the look Sasuke had. The tense expression, the cold way he's standing. The truth is Sasuke felt jealous. To train under the legendary Sannin. He felt like he would be left behind, stuck with this Kakashi that shows no promise. Kakashi is strong, sure, but the more thought about it the more he felt he didn't give him anything. Sakura too, had the same feeling. That Naruto would be even stronger. She felt a sense of fear that she would be abandoned. She looked over at Kakashi, hoping he would help, maybe. Kakashi nonchalantly read his Ika paradise while saying, "All right. Let's disperse. See you guys the day after tomorrow then." "Wait, sensei." Sasuke called out. Kakashi put his book down, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes turned cold looking at him. Those D-rank missions did absolutely nothing for him. He wanted strength. He feels like he's stuck as long as he stays with this Kakashi. "I want to take on a real mission next time," Sasuke said in a cold tone. He's just trying his luck again. Kakashi just glanced at him, not bothering. "Nope, you are not ready." Sasuke clenched his fist hard. He feels like he's completely wasting his time while Naruto is out there training with the Sannin. Seeing Sasuke's dissatisfaction towards himself, he felt really annoyed too. As Genin, this is the best time for you to build your teamwork with Sakura. You had issues with her most. Just forget it. Kakashi's tone is more stern this time. He wanted Sasuke to learn real teamwork and care of his teammates first. Or well, just Sakura mostly since he's already close with Naruto. Sakura looks at Sasuke, seeing his eyes full of resentment towards Kakashi. As for herself, she's completely ignored by him at the time. Sasuke recalled Tsuyu's words before, that she could recommend her to ANBU. That way he could do something that's real at least, something that could improve his strength, using enemies as his grindstone instead of whatever he is doing with Kakashi's squad. And even, find the shadow of Itachi Uchiha. As for having Tsuyu or Anbu support in his revenge, no, he'd rather do it with his own hands. I need to talk to her later. Let me do it. Sasuke said coldly to Sakura, who hadn't finished even half of the area assigned to her to weed the field. Sasuke-kun, it's okay. This is my part. Sakura thought Sasuke was worried for her, and she felt slightly happy. You are too slow, damn it, Sasuke muttered lowly, but it's barely audible to Sakura. She felt her heart stung as she saw Sasuke quickly weeds next to her, as if he just wanted to finish the stupid mission quickly and get back to training on his own. Hey Sasuke. Don't be such a jerk. Sakura-chan, I am done too. I can use shadow clones to finish it quickly. Let me. Naruto also went to help. I keep letting Sasuke-kun down. Sakura felt dejected. But then she encourages herself that she will definitely keep up. She hastens her hands to clear faster. Kakashi, looking at the trio, then sighed. Sasuke is too preoccupied with strength, and it seemed seeing Naruto training with the Sannin made him ignore Sakura more. And those looks towards Naruto, his jealousy is obvious. This can't be done. After they are done with the weeding, the mission is completed. Sasuke is already about to leave quickly. Naruto left to train with Jeriah. Sasuke-kun, see you later, Sakura tried to say to him. But Sasuke, not even once glanced at her nor replied. Sakura felt Kakashi's hand on her shoulder. I will talk to him, don't feel too sad. Kakashi still says kindly to her. As Sasuke heads to the training field, he turns to see Kakashi following him. What do you want? He asked, annoyed. I understand you don't want to get left behind. Then, just follow me. Kakashi took the lead and walked ahead. Deciding to teach Sasuke his signature jutsu. Chidori. This could help Sasuke feel an improvement and stop being so moody. Besides, the time of turmoil that's to come does require him to be strong. So he gave himself an excuse to teach such a dangerous jutsu to him. The real truth is, it's because Kakashi saw himself in Sasuke, with the way he lost everyone and everything close to him. Cries akin to birds buzzing in Sasuke's ears. His Sharingan looks in awe and excitement at crackling lighting in Kakashi's hand. Naruto. I wouldn't let you surpass me. For the time being, Sasuke forgot about his original plan. With Jiraiya training Naruto, while Kakashi focusing on Sasuke, Sakura felt at a loss at times. Kakashi asks her to train the basics first, because she needs to reach Naruto and Sasuke's grasp in their foundation first. Sakura already had excellent ability to use body flicker, cloning jutsu, and was able to climb and run up the walls. It was the result of training earlier with Tsuyu in chakra control when she was still in the academy. But her combat ability, her ability to defend herself is lacking. Teaching her jutsu won't help much when she cannot keep up on the basic level. So Kakashi personally fights with her, showing where she lacks and what movements she's making wrong. In just a few rounds, Sakura already felt tired and had to rest. She looks at Sasuke, who's practicing the lighting release. Cries of birds echoed in the air. Sasuke rushed and thrusted his palm towards a big rock. Chidori. Crumbles. The rock is split apart into two. Kakashi nods in acknowledgement. With Sharingan assisting him, he learns really fast in just a week. Sakura looks at Sasuke, who's already so strong. While she felt even more useless. Basics. I couldn't even keep up with their basics. Sakura, after all, wasn't a hardcore like Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto had a dream of Hokage and desperation for acknowledgement, and Tsuyu as his guide that pushes him, that makes a world of difference. While Sasuke had vengeance as his drive. Sakura is just a normal shinobi, having parents at home, and doesn't have a grand goal to accomplish. So over all these years in the academy that Naruto and Sasuke worked their asses off, Sakura is more laid back in her training. And this is the cause of such a rift between their abilities. No. I will train harder and keep up. Sakura stood up again, practicing more of her movements. Kakashi glanced over at Sakura, also satisfied that she had spirit and motivation now. Chapter 77, Coming of Itachi. Amidst the seemingly peaceful days. A pair of men in black robes patterned with red cloud symbols observed the south entrance into Konoha. Itachi, so you really know this Jinchuriki? Kisame asked his partner. Yes, he's the kind of person who is loud. Loud? Ha. I am curious how loud he can be. It's time. Kisame, do it. Okay. The guards standing by the gate noticed mist appearing around them, gradually thickening. The red iris of the Sharingan glances at the two guards, and they act as if nothing is happening. The pair infiltrated Konoha without anyone noticing. The sibling pair, Naruto and Tsuyu, had finished their training with Jeriah for the day. Lots of water balloons were wasted just within an hour. I can't wait to master Rasengan. Sasuke won't be able to show off to me anymore. Naruto felt the fire of rivalry in his heart. The fourth Hokage takes 3 years to master the jutsu. It's a difficult jutsu to master. Remember, it takes time, Naruto. So don't put all egg into one basket. You have many things needing improvement. Tsuyu said this to remind Naruto so he won't feel stressed about not being able to do it. Also to herself, because she had too many jutsu and techniques requiring her training and focus to completely master one or another. Right now she can be called a jack of all trades but master of none in terms of what she had in arsenal. Hey! I will master it in 1 week, okay? Believe it. I am going to continue practicing. Okay. Go on. I have an important matter to attend to. Tsuyu let Naruto leave while she went to Route HQ for the weekly report and to have a casual discussion with Danzo, discussing methods and strategic placements. Meanwhile, Naruto went to Training Ground 5, and he saw Sasuke. Scree. The sound of Chidori buzzed in Naruto's ears. He saw Sasuke move at fast speed and completely destroy a whole tree, cutting it down completely. Sasuke is so strong. Sasuke noticed Naruto was here, and seeing his expression, Sasuke smirked in pride. Naruto doesn't want to lose, so he just said, "Just you wait, team. I will master Rasengan and show you." Hey, you can try, Dobe. The two didn't notice a pair of strange men in black robes with red cloud patterns staring at them. The ANBU keeping watch on Naruto had already fallen asleep silently. As the pair of rivals train together, suddenly Naruto feels a chill from his back as if a ghost just appears. Turning around, he felt his heart skipping a beat seeing the bloody red eyes looking down on him. Good evening, Itachi muttered a greeting almost politely, and yet his tone was almost emotionless. Who? This is that. Sasuke's brother. Naruto takes a step back, both in fear, stupor, and shock. Sasuke realized the situation and turned to see the two mysterious figures. But as their eyes met, Sasuke took a deep gasp of air. His entire body shaking. Itachi. Sasuke's voice was almost like a scream, filled with shock but also rage. Itachi just glanced at Sasuke, then he ignored him as if he didn't care. He stretched his hand out toward Naruto. You are coming with me. Sasuke's eyes contracted, his Sharingan activates subconsciously. Naruto. Get away. Chidori. Sasuke's Sharingan flared towards Itachi, quickly dashing towards him. Arrgh, Sasuke shouted in resentment, the Chidori in his hand left a trail of destruction on the ground whenever he passes. Chidori, huh? Itachi had a hint of surprise in his eyes, but quickly it looked indifferent once more. Arrgh. Die, Sasuke lunged forward, pushing all of his strength. Boom. Dust and debris filled the atmosphere for a second before it settled. Naruto gasped in shock seeing the scene. No way. Itachi held onto Sasuke's wrist, deflecting and dodging his attack easily, as if it's nothing. Too weak, Itachi muttered coldly. And just then, Sasuke felt a heavy kick deep into his stomach, pushing the content out of his mouth as he was sent flying. Sasuke. You, team. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Hey, he's really loud. Kisame standing next to Itachi made his move. He casually swung a single sword, killing all clones that stupidly charged together towards them. One hit, Naruto quickly flickered backward to get some space and make more shadow clones. Is that all you had, brat? Kisame chuckled. Kisame swung his sword a few times, killing all shadow clones easily. Naruto grit his teeth, and he finally decides to use Nine Tails chakra. Grr, come on. Nine Tails chakra. Kisame is slightly surprised that the boy can willingly use it at this point. But he doesn't care. He flashed towards Naruto that's standing there trying to gather chakra. With a swing of same hata, all of the chakra absorbed into it while sending Naruto flying. Naruto rolled off the ground, his body bruised from the hit of the large weapon. Leave it to me, Itachi muttered to Kisame. He walked step by step towards Naruto that's lying in pain. Sasuke shakily stood, he felt anger rise even more seeing Itachi approach Naruto. Leave him alone, Sasuke charged once more. Itachi simply blocked 3 of Sasuke's move, before grabbing his throat. Foolish brother. Itachi firmed his grip onto Sasuke's neck. At the same time, Itachi stepped onto Naruto's chest. With this much strength, you can only watch. Step. Naruto screamed in pain, his hands trying to shake Itachi's leg off him. He tried to muster Nine Tails chakra, but he couldn't. Itachi applied even more pressure to him, white froth and blood spilled from Naruto's mouth. Naruto felt his breathing weakening, his ribcage cracked an inch by inch. His body struggles become slower and slower. Tears flow from his eyes uncontrollable from so much pain. Kisame frowned because they aren't supposed to kill the brat. But he trusts Itachi knows what he's doing. Stop, don't, Sasuke is forced to look down on Naruto's figure. His Sharingan spun rapidly. No. Don't kill him. Why? Why are you killing everyone I care about? An extra tomo appears in his eyes. Foolish brother, you can't protect anyone. Tsukuyumi. Sasuke found himself in the past. Dad. Mom. Their smiling faces directed towards him. But all of a sudden, his vision turned all red. A blade plunged straight into his father's body. And another one slit his mother's throat. The 2 of them turned into corpses in front of his eyes. Itachi swung his sword, splattering the blood onto the floor. Everything keeps on going on repeat, over and over. He watched as Itachi killed them again and again. Sasuke, Naruto suddenly appears, holding onto him. Naruto, but just then, the same blade pierced from Naruto's back straight out of his chest. Blood splattered onto Sasuke's face. And Naruto. He shakily stood there, watching as his blue eyes faded, and eventually his body dropped dead on the ground. The illusion tormented him for days. And in reality he saw Naruto being killed in front of his eyes. Both reality and illusion intertwined. His eyes turned redder, tears of anger, rage, fear, all filled him. A 3rd tomo appeared, even surprising Itachi. This boy means a lot for him. If I kill him. Itachi calculated in his mind quickly. To let his foolish brother attain Mangekyo, and to prevent Akatsuki from reaching his goal. Besides, killing the Nine Tails means war won't happen simply because Konoha will have to surrender as they have lost their strongest weapon and had nothing much to protect itself. Even if he had to quit Akatsuki, most of his goals would be accomplished. This is all, for you, brother. Tsuyu, I will soon have to face you. Forgive my selfishness this time. Itachi moved his feet away from Naruto's abdomen, placing it onto his neck. Naruto struggles in vain. Itachi's cold eyes stared at Naruto like he's a dead person, choking him, crushing his bone. Naruto can't breathe, the air won't enter down throat. Tsuchan. Naruto called out to her as he felt his vision fading. Tears rolled down his cheek. Naruto. No. The Sharingan on Sasuke's eye spun rapidly. A new pattern on the verge of appearing. Badump. Out of nowhere, Tsuyu suddenly felt a crushing pressure and sense of crisis in her heart. At the same time, Nine Tails chakra inside of her running out of her body as if in crisis. As if the Nine Tails in her are telling her Naruto is dying at this moment from their connection. Naruto. Tsuyu stood up violently from her seat. The coffee on the table spilled and stained all the papers and files in front of her. Danzo was shocked by Tsuyu's sudden behavior. But before he could ask, Tsuyu already rushed out in shocking speed, destroying the steel door in a single motion, leaving cracks on the ground from her burst of chakra. Danzo recovered from his shock quickly and immediately called the available root member to see what's going on. Just as Itachi decided to really kill Naruto, suddenly a cry of a bird buzzed in the air. Raikiri. Itachi releases Sasuke and Naruto quickly as he sees the lightning speed figure rushing towards him. He flickered quickly, the Raikiri barely graze his cloth. Hatake. Kakashi. Itachi looked at him without much change of expression. Sasuke. Naruto. You, Kakashi points out with unhidden rage. Kakashi looked at both of his students, his heart felt stinging seeing both of them in such bad condition. Naruto almost had a purple color on his face even. You. What do you want? Is it Sasuke? Why harm Naruto? Kakashi's voice was on the verge of losing its calmness. We are hired to take away the Jinchuriki. Sasuke was just in the way. Itachi said calmly. Kakashi didn't expect Itachi to answer. But Itachi had his plans now that he cannot kill Naruto as he lost his chance. He turned his gaze towards Sasuke for a second, before returning his gaze to Kakashi. Kakashi's Sharingan met with Itachi's. His eye darted to Kisame at the side, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. I need backup. Kakashi was about to take a flare from his ninja tool. He was just going here to see the two train originally, and fortunately he realized they are in danger and rushed without a second thought to save them. Itachi already threw shuriken towards him forcing him to retreat. Tsukiyomi. The 3-pronged windmill Sharingan spun, sending Kakashi into a realm between reality and illusion. This is an illusion. This is just an illusion. Get out of it. Kakashi saw Itachi stab into flesh slowly, the blade twisting left and right in between his bone, scraping his flesh, causing him deep agony. Ah! Kakashi screamed from the endless torture. With each blade stabbing into his flesh every second, for 72 hours without rest. In reality, only a single instance elapsed. Kakashi fell to his knees, gasping for air. His body shaking, the pain he felt like a ghost still present in his body. Finish him, Itachi muttered to Kisame. Kisame draws his same hata, ready to deliver the final blow. Before Kisame's blade could swing down, he felt a terrifying pressure locked onto him freezing his movement. The air around them became as heavy as lead. Both Itachi and Kisame felt a heavy pressure in the air, as if a terrifying existence was descending upon them, pressing their body making them feel unease. Their sense of danger was repeatedly screaming at them in this very second. Chapter 78, Die, Itachi. Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, his sight enhanced to its limit as he looked in a direction. This chakra. Retreat. Itachi quickly pulled Kisame's collar and pulled him at lightning speed. Raging fist, Herculean. Crash. The axe kick missed Kisame's head and landed straight towards the ground. The crater spread like a breaking glass, creating a crater while sending shockwaves that pushed both of the Akatsuki back a few steps. You saved me there, Kisame muttered. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. His expression is no longer playful. From within the dust cloud, the ferocious red eyes give chills down both them. A wave of evil red chakra visibly emanates from the figure, making the atmosphere heavy and ominous. Itachi, this chakra, its 9 tails. How? Kisame already unwrapped his same hata. His eyes filled with confusion more than wariness. Itachi also frowned. Even as an ex-Anbu of Konoha he had no idea. Naruto is definitely the 9 tails Jinchuriki. But why is there another? As the dust settled, surprise flashed in Itachi's eyes. But in a quick moment, he appears calm again. I see. Tsuyu. I didn't expect you, or the 9 tails are. Itachi sort of understood the matter. Both of them are twins. To have 2 9 tails, it's only possible if 9 tails are split in half. As a life made of chakra, it's theoretically possible. To think she kept such a secret. No, Konoha kept such a secret so tightly even most of the ANBU didn't know. Tsuyu stared at both of them with murderous intent in her eyes. The red demonic eyes contained a deep rage. Itachi, what are you doing here? Itachi didn't respond. Her eyes turned to look at Kakashi who looks like he just went through some torture. She then turned her gaze at Naruto and Sasuke. She bit her lips subconsciously, a drop of blood rolled down her lips down to her chin. In an instant flicker, she appears in front of him. She crouched down to feel Naruto's vitals. His faint pulse. His weak heartbeat. His pale skin was as if he lost a lot of blood. The saving grace is Naruto is alive. No one makes any movement as Tsuyu checks on Naruto, followed by Sasuke. She stood up, made a hand seal and summoned 2 shadow clones. The shadow clone picks Naruto and Sasuke up like a rag doll. The other also went to pick Kakashi up. Kakashi managed to raise his head. "Tsuyu, don't be impulsive," Kakashi quickly reminded her. Kakashi moves his hand, reaching out to his ninja tool to get his flare. With great effort, he was able to launch it. Phew pop. A bright red flare flashed in the sky of Konoha. The clones quickly take Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi to the hospital first. Kisame, change of plan. Retreat dash. Who says you can leave? Itachi is taken aback as Tsuyu turns her gaze towards him. Heavy chakra pressed down on him instantly. Why did you hurt him? Her voice had a low, beastly tone. We are hired to take him away. Itachi replied based on the script he's told by Pain. Who? We can't divulge our client's information. Itachi muttered calmly. Kisame looked at Itachi, then at Tsuyu. HNHN, ha ha. Ha ha ha. Damn it. Shameless. Tsuyu laughed out loud at the sky, startling everyone on the field. Tsuyu instantly thinks about the reason. Akatsuki, a mercenary organization, hired to kidnap or kill Naruto. It's clear what motive this had. Tsuyu's red eyes darkened further. Which hidden village? Tsuyu already understood the matter quickly, and she wanted to know which hidden village she had to destroy first. She lost it. Kisame muttered. I cannot divulge the information. Itachi said calmly, but his body posture shows how wary he is. She had a funny smile on her lips, the grin on her face almost reached her ears. Itachi detected the other chakra signatures approaching them already. Kisame, we have no time. Kisame had to put his same hata on his back and quickly retreat with Itachi. Both of them use body flicker at maximum speed, running quickly out of Konoha. As if I would let you go. Tsuyu roared, chakra burst out of her feet as she quickly chased after them. Just as Kisame looked back. Flash. Kisame's pupil constricted as Tsuyu flashed right onto his face. Herculean. Kisame reacted quickly and crossed his arm to block. The punch sends massive force to Kisame's hands deep into his bones while sending him crashing into a few trees, causing a few to fall and dust to roll. Ha, Kisame felt embarrassed. That girl is faster than he assumed. He stood from the small crater. He wiped the dust off his cloak, twisted his neck and arms to pop it right back in place. The bones of his arms are cracked even, but it quickly healed in seconds from same hata healing power. Itachi-san. Since we cannot take the other, let's just take her. Itachi flickered next to Kisame. Tsuyu squinted her eyes, seeing Kisame is tough enough to receive her punch and he could heal too. Itachi's gears turning. He's not sure if they could outrun Tsuyu. Her body flicker speed with Nine Tails chakra is terrifying. As for using distraction like mist or shadow clones, Kisame is already angry and agitated. You two are not leaving this place alive. Tsuyu looks coldly at the two. Bubbles of dark red chakra form from beneath her skin, eventually coating her body into an image of a fox beast overlapping her with 7 tails. Her body hunched over slightly. 7 tails. Kisame, I will leave her to you. Kisame is more suited to fight a Jinchuriki directly after all. Itachi quickly retreated to let Kisame be at front while he would act as support. Ha! She let out a mouthful of turbid air, taking a deep breath. The branch beneath her feet snapped as he lunged towards the two of them. Kisame quickly swung his same hata to face her attack. Die. Her fist hit the blade head-on. Parts of her chakra cloak seemingly tore apart and were eaten away by same hata upon contact. The remaining force still pushed Kisame backward until he crashed into a tree. Tsuyu frowned seeing Kisame receive seemingly no damage at all. Tsuyu looked at herself in confusion. Her chakra cloak is left with only 1 tail left. So that's same hata. One of the 7 sword of the mist. I cannot underestimate him. I didn't think its chakra absorption was so terrifying. She had never thought anyone could resist a full-blown punch from her version 1 of Tailed Beast Cloak directly. Seeing Tsuyu's loss of ferociousness, Kisame gained superiority and confidence. Ha! Samehada really likes the taste of your chakra. He's in such a good mood. Hee hee. I wonder if fox meat tastes good. Tsuyu's chakra cloak dispersed. It doesn't taste good. Tsuyu replied coldly. The cursed mark on her shoulder pulsed, black, vine-like pattern spread slowly from her shoulder, creeping up to her neck. The mark creeped up onto half of her face, one of her eyes turned entirely black, leaving a yellowed iris and a dark slit pupil. Earth release, earth armament. Both of Tsuyu's arms turned heavy like lead, with black luster of metal gleaming. The curse mark tattoo crawled onto her arms in burning heat color. Can you take Senjutsu chakra too? Tsuyu had a dark grin on her expression as she once more launched her assault. Kisame grinned as well as he received her blows. Each of her fists and kicks explode with chakra on contact. Kisame dodge and counter, swinging his Samehada towards Tsuyu's fist. Clang. Samehada once more absorbed the chakra expulsion from Tsuyu's black fist. But Kisame noticed something was wrong. Tsuyu grinned seeing Samehada wiggling in discomfort, as if it had a stomachache. The chakra force from her punches becomes more effective over time. Tsuyu flickered and launched another fist towards Kisame. Kisame tried to block with Samehada, but this time the force was not reduced at all. The force managed to deflect Samehada up, leaving Kisame open to attack. Now. Tsuyu uses a palm filled with chakra right onto Kisame's abdomen. Kisame didn't expect Samehada to stop absorbing chakra, and he was hit directly. Coup dash. Kisame was launched forward without stopping, crashing into multiple trees before stopping. It's done. Tsuyu had an evil grin all of a sudden, successfully leaving a hidden mark on him. Itachi quickly replaced Kisame's position that was sent flying, seizing a gap in Tsuyu's movement after her attack. With the closed distance, and Tsuyu's eyes already on his Sharingan spun rapidly, turning into a three-pronged windmill. Blood drops from the corner of his eye. Tsukiyomi. Tsuyu opened her eyes, finding herself in a dark place. Her body is nailed into a cross, as if the steel nails penetrating her body are real. Her eyes glared at Itachi, holding her pain in. Tsuyu, you have grown strong. Itachi said coldly, taking step by step towards her. Ha! You should understand what it means to take away Konoha's 9 tails. You really want to see Konoha get destroyed? How could the mighty Itachi take orders for a mere mercenary organization? Itachi takes a step closer, stabbing his blade into Tsuyu's chest without mercy. The blade tore her flesh, sending pain into her entire body. Ack! Fuck! Tsuyu gritted her teeth in pain, her limbs tense holding herself. Her eyes bloodshot glaring at him. You dare touch my brother, but don't you forget I could take yours. Tsuyu said in resentment and anger. For once Itachi's eyes had emotions in them. He stabbed another blade into Tsuyu's abdomen, twisting it cruelly. HNHNHN. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, Tsuyu laughed from the pain. Ha. Mangekyo Sharingan, this illusion. I cannot break it normally. Itachi, I cannot defeat you in a fair fight. Tsuyu admitted, but her grin tells Itachi something is wrong. Crack. Crack. The dimension started to crack all of a sudden, white lining spread like spiderwebs, bursts of red chakra infiltrated the space. What? Grr. Damned Uchiha. Itachi's eyes contracted, the roar of the fox apparition in front of him caused his illusion to end. Itachi felt shocked. She had cooperation with the 9 tails. But he quickly regained composure to block a few punches from Tsuyu that's already awake. 9 tails had trauma with Mangekyo, of course he would help Tsuyu to get rid of him. As he retreats, he takes a breath in and casts another jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Tsuyu quickly dodged to the side. The fireball exploded onto the ground and burned the trees in the surrounding area. Just then, a water release from Kisame hit the burned area, causing the whole forest to be filled with mist. TCH. Her expression grew heavy as the mist covered her senses. This fog is not normal fog. It's filled with chakra, disrupting my senses. She could blow the fog away with heaven's roar or use wind release. But she had no time as he felt two figures on her left and right. Kisame is already difficult enough. Itachi too is powerful. Nine Tails chakra and Cursed Seal would consume her stamina and drain her too fast, and Kisame would eat at her chakra. She will die in a prolonged fight. Therefore. Foul play. Fine. Flying Raijin. Itachi's Sharingan only sees Tsuyu's chakra disappear instantly. Kisame, too, felt she went missing entirely. Itachi, can you sense her? No. The mist eventually dissipates after seconds. Both of them thought Tsuyu had retreated somehow. Let's retreat. Konoha ninja should be near. Kisame just nods. But both of them always felt something was very wrong with the situation. I will show you then, how you play foully. 3 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, she transformed into Bijou chakra mode, bones overlapped with her dark red-coated body. The 7 tails represented by her hair formed into a claw shape, gathering positive and negative energy. Itachi and Kisame that's on the run felt the large amount of chakra gathering a few hundred meters away from them. Sheesh, is that Bijou bomb? Kisame frowned in confusion, looking back at the red light visible amongst the canopy of trees. Itachi felt something was definitely wrong. She can't be planning to shoot from there. It's too far, she can miss too easily. Did she have a way to make sure she hits? Kisame, run faster. Don't let her hit you. Okay. Both of them move in a zigzag pattern across the forest while looking back at times. Their distance gets farther and farther away from Tsuyu. And from here it should be very difficult for her to hit even if Bijudama has a massive attack range. Just what is she? The dark mass of the chakra sphere grows bigger and bigger. The senjutsu from Curse Mark add even more fuel into the already sinister sphere. The grin on her face almost reached her ears. The ground and the trees around her shook, the earth beneath her trembled and cracked from the mass of chakra she gathered. The air vibrated, the birds and animals ran away. The massive mass of black-purple chakra sphere had signs of unleashing its terror after tens of seconds of uninterrupted channeling. Die. Flying Raijin. In an instant, a terrifying dark mass of chakra sphere instantly appeared in front of Kisame. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. And before he could react, Tsuyu already blasted the massive dark sphere right towards him at a meter distance. Itachi quickly flashed towards Kisame, his Mangekyo spun rapidly. Tsuyu covered herself in a mass of 9 tails chakra, using earth nature transformation making a thick shield of dark red chakra cocoon. Susanoo. Mirror of Yata. In a split second Itachi summoned full body Susanoo in an instant. The terrifying supercharged tailed beast bomb broke its limit right after. Boom. The Susanoo blocks the terrifying explosion. The powerful wave of red chakra force engulfed Susanoo's body entirely. Its body cracked inch by inch, corroded into its muscle form, and then into its skeletal form, eventually leaving only its rib. Crack, crack, the Susanoo cannot withstand it anymore and shattered completely. The remaining force heavily blasted onto Itachi and Kisame, hurling them to crash into trees and the ground. Cough. Itachi spat a mouthful of blood. Kisame is in the same situation. Blood flowed from a corner of his mouth. Itachi gritted his teeth and used his Sharingan to observe where Tsuyu was. The dust clouds settled. Only devastation and wasteland remained within 100-meter radius, as if it was flattened by a nuclear strike. From a crack on the ground, an arm stretches out, pulling herself out. Ha, ha. Cough dash, blood coughed out from Tsuyu's mouth. Contrary to the situation, she let out a small chuckle of disbelief and frustration seeing those pair at the far distance clearly alive. How can he even block that, ha. Tsuyu felt this world was really nonsense. He saw for a split moment, some giant chakra construct blocking it. She truly didn't expect it. Tsuyu's eyes met with Itachi's 100 meters across the wasteland. Tsuyu tried to step forward, but her knees gave out. She almost kneeled on one knee. She couldn't muster much strength at all. Her chakra network too is injured and in disarray. Itachi suddenly frowned, feeling his body condition worsening as he coughed blood out again. His eyes looked more blurry than before. He used a full-body Susanoo and tanked all of the supercharged Bijou bomb after all. And that already includes Mirror of Yata. Kisame, that's in better condition after being healed by Same Hata, quickly pulled and dragged Itachi away to retreat. Apart from that monster, Tsuyu, that plays unlike a shinobi at all, other Konoha shinobi are already coming here from the explosion just now. Kisame still felt how close he was to death facing such immense force. He had never seen anything able to destroy Itachi's Susanoo. But then he had never seen a fully powered uninterrupted tailed beast bomb either. Now he knows. Konoha shinobi arrives within a minute after seeing and sensing the massive explosion of chakra before. Jeriah looked worried as he went to Tsuyu. Ignoring the 100-meter radius wasteland she created, he went to check her vitals. "You are injured." She just nods before her legs really give out. Jeriah catches her quickly. "Those two are injured. Finish them off." Tsuyu muttered the sentence. Jeriah is taken aback at her words at this moment. But still, the other shinobi nodded to each other and went to chase after the tracks of those two. Damn it. I am not strong enough. Tsuyu thought she had gained enough strength, but she realized today she's wrong entirely. There are different monsters in this shinobi world. Not enough. She felt frustrated at the fact that she couldn't kill them. In her heart, she wanted to avenge Naruto, even if it's not what Tsuyu would say why she's feeling so frustrated right now. Jeriah left Tsuyu to an ANBU medic, deciding to chase after Itachi and Kisame. "Itachi, why are you harming Konoha at this time?" Jeriah asked himself as he chased after them. Danzo personally visited the site of the wasteland to observe. Tsuyu's control over Nine Tails is truly terrifying. But, what's more unreasonable is how Itachi escapes alive even facing such terrifying power. Danzo felt a sense of wariness. Susanoo of the Uchiha. Danzo recalled the scenes he sees when Madara back then use it. Itachi must have had it too. "Itachi, you dare to harm the village now. Did you really think I don't dare to touch your little brother? You crossed my limit." Chapter 79, Aftermath. Beep, beep. The sound of constant beat from a device slowly wakes Naruto up from his slumber. Beep. He opened his eyes lightly, but he's instantly blinded by the light entering his pupil. He frowned slightly, his eyes squinting, trying to adjust. The surroundings become clear after a while. The scent of the hospital and sanitizer filled his nose. And then, pain felt in his body. And then, Naruto touched his abdomen and chest lightly, feeling pain still there. My neck. Naruto realized he can't move his neck much because a thick gauze of some sort wrapped his entire neck. He looks like a giraffe at this point. Memories flooded into Naruto's mind finally. He finally remembered what happened. The last thing he saw was Itachi, looking down on him with those red eyes. Naruto felt shaken slightly, the memory made him feel anxious, and even fearful. He touched the clothes wrapping his neck lightly. The feeling of losing his breath, the loss of consciousness, the feeling of losing his warmth, how his body becomes numb. It's scary. Naruto turned around slightly to see the person in bed next to him. His eyes widened slightly seeing him. He felt so relieved. Sasuke. Sasuke had his arms behind his head, looking emptily at the ceiling. He's injured but not as bad as Naruto. He noticed the gaze, and as he turned his eyes to look, a flash of relief appears in Sasuke's eyes. "Idiot, you are alive," Sasuke said with a hint of annoyance, but there was genuine concern and relief in his tone. Not that Naruto could read it, and he didn't notice the redness in Sasuke's eyes. How would Naruto know that Sasuke would have fallen into a coma already if Naruto is truly dead? The stress and anxiety he felt back almost made his eyes turn into Mangekyo. The medic needed give emergency treatment to him while seeing his heart rate being so low as if he's dying. Seeing Naruto's condition stabilized became something that kept his mind from collapsing even after experiencing Tsukuyomi. Perhaps Naruto had become the only pillar that left him sane at this moment. "Team. You still can call me an idiot, NNH." Naruto mustered some energy to reply. "Yeah. You should shut up. You look horrible," Sasuke said calmly, but inside he felt relieved. Naruto is definitely fine. "What happened to him?" Naruto asked. "Because he couldn't remember and lost consciousness early. Since they are both alive and well, what happened to Itachi? At first Kakashi came to stop him. But Sasuke looks over at Naruto's other side. Naruto turned his body with great effort and found his sensei lying there, as if sleeping. He looks fine, he isn't wrapped like you or me, Naruto commented, looking at Kakashi's figure up and down. He's in a coma, Naruto. Sasuke said solemnly. Coma. They don't know when he will wake up. There's nothing they can do. No way, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's eyes turned teary. Kakashi tried to save them, and he ended up like this. He feels so sad and so weak. Sasuke's eyes turned very dark when Naruto wasn't looking. Itachi. One day, I will kill you. His eyes contained traces of obsession and even insanity. Naruto turned to face Sasuke again. He thought just now he felt something really scary, but maybe it's just his imagination. Then what happened? How are we, if Kakashi-sensei lost? Your sister came in time, she sent us to hospital first. I don't know what happened after. And no, Naruto's eyes contracted violently. He subconsciously wants to sit up and move out of bed. But pain came all over his body. Don't move. She wouldn't die easily. Sasuke said this because he felt and saw what kind of expression Tsuyu made. Those evil red chakra. Those red demon-like eyes, and the pressure she emits back then. Just what is that power? He's not sure. Still, he had a feeling that Tsuyu's strength is enough for him to not worry about. And knowing her intellect, Tsuyu is not someone who would die so easily, unlike Naruto who doesn't think much. Besides, Kakashi fired the flare and Konoha shinobi should have backed her up. Naruto turned to look at the ceiling. I am worried, what if? Naruto admitted his fear. He felt like shedding tears just from the thought. The fact that Tsuyu had to save him at all made him feel guilty. Sasuke didn't mention about hearing some form of explosion faintly from here half an hour ago. The earth trembles slightly for a second. He didn't know if it's related to Tsuyu or them. But definitely something really big happened, as if a powerful jutsu launched somewhere far away. Just then, the door to the ward room opened. Naruto turned in expectation, hoping to see Tsuyu first. But it's just Sakura. Sakura went to Sasuke, her eyes teary and filled with worries. Sasuke-kun. Naruto isn't sure why, but he felt his heart hurt a little. More because Sakura sees Sasuke first, and yet Naruto is clearly in a worse condition. A part of him felt jealousy for Sasuke. What happened? The shinobi are all going out. And I heard your brother, did he hurt you? Instead of expressing gratitude for the care, Sasuke's expression turned colder, as if Sakura was annoying him. It has nothing to do with you. Sasuke-kun. I am just worried. Sasuke turned his face away. But deep in his heart, he did appreciate the care slightly. But he is not willing to get closer to her. There's always a wall he cannot cross. Only Naruto managed to get through him for various reasons. While Sakura is just Sakura. I am fine, you should check on Naruto and Kakashi. He's stating a fact. Naruto almost died. Kakashi is in a coma. Sakura's first reaction is to see him, that's the least of the worries. That's annoying in Sasuke's view. Ah. Naruto, you are like a mummy. Sakura said in a low murmur. Her eyes widened seeing how bad Naruto looked with those bandages. Hey! Who's you calling a mummy? Naruto pouted. Hearing Naruto's still energetic tone, Sakura doesn't feel much worry for him. She then looks to Kakashi's side. Kakashi-sensei is in a coma, Naruto said solemnly before Sakura can ask what's wrong with Kakashi. Coma. No way, sensei. Sakura felt it's unreal. Kakashi is such a strong person. And yet he lies there, in a coma. Sakura went quiet. She looked at Kakashi, at Naruto, and finally at Sasuke. She felt her heart ache seeing all of them hurt like this. Seeing Sakura looking so down, Naruto tries to cheer her up. Sakura. We will be okay. You shouldn't worry. Hi. Naruto gives Sakura a bright smile, wanting to lessen her worry. Naruto, the stone in Sakura's heart lightened seeing his sunny smile. She felt guilty somehow, seeing everyone in her squad hurt. It's as if she cannot do anything for them at all, excluded from everything, unable to help. She felt a sting in her eyes so suddenly. Naruto's stomach grumbled so suddenly, making his face embarrassed slightly. Sakura chuckled. She turned to Sasuke, seeing him just staring at the ceiling. Sasuke-kun, are you hungry too? I will call the nurse to bring you guys food. Fine. Sasuke actually replied to Sakura. He did feel hungry. Sakura felt a little grateful that Sasuke replied to her. Her expectation became lower and lower that the slightest gesture made her feel so happy. The track of Itachi and Kisame eventually disappeared. Even the Aburame and Inuzuka among the ANBU cannot sense where they went eventually. Itachi knew of Konoha's method most, he had made preparations to lose their tracks naturally. Jeriah didn't give up and kept going on his own. He wanted to know what Itachi was planning. He highly suspects the person who gave him intel on Akatsuki is Itachi. Considering he knew something was off about the Uchiha massacre, Itachi wasn't someone who would want Konoha to be destroyed, otherwise why would he do what he did? Even though Itachi is branded as a traitor for killing his clans, but Jeriah as part of the people with high status know the inside information that Itachi took the blame for the stability of Konoha. The Uchiha clan, with proven ability to control Nine Tails, are very dangerous, especially with the presumption of the higher-ups that Uchihas are insane. Even if only the rebels and hardliners are executed, it won't change the status of Uchiha. The Uchiha massacre rewrites history so that Konoha's image as a united hidden village remains intact, to ensure most clans feel assured about Konoha's security. As for Nine Tails losing control on that same night, it was not written anywhere. Those who realize and notice the two events happening together would guess the Uchiha must have done something. The information of a mysterious Uchiha calling himself Madara was absurd enough to tell. Telling other clans and people of Konoha Uchiha Madara came back and that guy made the Jinchuriki lose control and haven't been caught yet would still lead to unrest. Besides, who would believe it's Uchiha Madara that's supposed to be long dead? It sounds like a fake pretense just to cover up that Uchiha chose to rebel. So even if other clans know about more of the details, the Uchiha will still receive discrimination. And resentment will still grow day by day amongst the Uchiha waiting for it to explode again. Cycle of hatred, this is what Itachi wanted to end. And in Itachi's plan, eventually Sasuke will restart the Uchiha anew, as a hero of Konoha who avenged the Uchiha clan by killing him. For most of Konoha's people, what they are told was that Itachi slaughtered his clansmen and that's all the information is limited to. As for his intentions, everyone can only make their own guesses. Even Sasuke only thought that Itachi is just a cruel, evil person who did it just to show his power. A 7-year-old Sasuke can only think that much back then seeing both of his parents' corpses. Recently, after seeing Itachi about to kill Naruto right in front of his eyes, Sasuke was so trapped in his hatred he had never stopped to think if his assumption about Itachi's intention were true. What? Is she okay? Daichi, one of Tsuyu's ANBU squad members that hasn't appeared for so long due to overwhelming number of missions, visited Naruto after the failed chase was over. He happens to be in Konoha today and is a part of ANBU chasing after Itachi and Kisame. He witnessed the nuclear explosion from afar in the wasteland Tsuyu created. She's heavily injured but not in critical condition or anything. She's resting right now. She's on the second floor, Ward 5A if you could visit. She asked me to tell you she's fine. Daichi looked at Naruto up and down, assessing his injuries. Naruto let out a sigh of relief hearing she's okay. Sasuke didn't think much, only felt glad for Naruto that he won't feel heartbreak from losing his sister. Sasuke had the urge to visit her to ask what happened in detail and figure out how strong Itachi is. He wanted to know badly, because one day he would hunt him down and he wanted to be strong enough. He saw Kakashi, an elite Jonin, lose in an instant against Itachi. For Sasuke, Itachi is already a Kage-level opponent. Too bad they escaped. Even when those two are already heavily injured they still manage to cover the tracks and mislead the team. It's him after all. Everyone that's been in ANBU long enough will know Itachi's skills and genius. Sasuke had a surprise flash in his eyes. He sat up straight, looking towards this guy that seems to be Tsuyu's and Naruto's acquaintance. You mean, she fought them and managed to injure both of them badly? That's what she says, and there's some blood tracks too. Daichi looks at Sasuke, his handsome eyebrows frowned in confusion at the weird question. Sasuke felt in disbelief. In his opinion, Itachi is such a strong opponent, one of the strongest shinobi of Konoha, someone he felt powerless against even. Tsuyu may be a genius on Itachi's level but she lacks time and experience. She is just 11 like himself and Naruto. No way could she seriously injure Itachi out of all people. How did she do it? Sasuke asks in disbelief. It sounds unrealistic in his ears. Sorry my friend, it's confidential information, Daichi said in a sorry tone. But then he turned to Naruto. Your friend is kinda weird, Daichi whispered to his ears. Naruto giggled hearing someone agreed with him. Who asks such an irrelevant question when someone is hurt? Yeah, he is a little weird at times but he's... Naruto looks at Sasuke with kind eyes. He's a nice guy inside, even if he's a jerk on the outside. Daichi snorted at Naruto's commentary. Dobe, what are you saying about me? Sasuke could feel the gaze and whispers. Heh. Just that you are always cranky. Idiot. You better shut your mouth or your neck might snap. Sasuke huffed in annoyance. He can't believe Naruto still has so much to say even when his neck is like a giraffe already. Well, see you someday then brat. I had to go out again, sigh, a tear escaped a corner of his eyes. Daichi felt like he's a slave for Konoha, each time he returned from a mission another one handed to him again and again. But it can't be helped. Konoha lost a lot of their forces and they had to keep appearance and keep income coming at this low times. Okay. Can you tell her I am doing fine too? Sure thing. I will leave her the message. As Daichi left, the stone in Naruto's heart lightened slightly. He turned to look at Sasuke again, wondering if he's really okay inside. Itachi, his brother who killed his family, returned after all. But Naruto cannot read his expression at the moment. After a day, Naruto's unreasonable healing factor already lets him walk around without much difficulty. He quickly went to the second floor and into Tsuyu's ward. He poked his head inside, looking left and right. Seeing the familiar figure, the familiar expression with a book in her hand completely dropped the remaining heaviness in his chest. Tsu-chan, Naruto quickly rushed in. You can already walk around. Inside, Tsuyu felt glad. If she could move to see him yesterday she would, but her insides were injured badly. Seeing Naruto made her feel relieved. But then seeing how Naruto clearly strained to walk her expression turned colder. You should have stayed in bed. TCH. I am worrying about you, you know. Naruto pouted. It's like she never felt touched by anything Naruto is doing. Daichi should have told you I am fine. Now you know I am fine, go back to bed. Stupid Tsu-chan, Naruto grumbled in murmur, inaudible to her ears. Naruto didn't leave and instead made the ward like his own home and climbed on one of the empty bed. Tsuyu is speechless seeing his behavior. Never mind. She's already too tired. How's Sasuke doing now? He's alright. I think. Naruto isn't sure. He seems normal but at times he feels something is off. At times Sasuke had some weird expressions, at times his face relaxed. At times frowning out of nowhere. Who knows what's going on in his head? Is that so? Tsuyu snickered inside. Of course he's not fine. That's his supposed parents and clan murderer. Tsuyu knows about the Uchiha rebellion and the subsequent consequence of being annihilated. There's too much stain on them. It's not exactly accurate to say Itachi slaughtered the clan wantonly. He chose to save Uchiha's name and the village over his own family, well, except Sasuke she supposed, no, she would take that back. Itachi makes his little brother suffer so much, death could even be considered mercy for him. Like Danzo said, the crazy does run in their blood. Recalling within minutes of her rebirth a masked man with a Sharingan on one eye placed explosive tags on her and Naruto to threaten her father. She was just a baby. And then Itachi is insane enough to use his own hands to kill his clans and loving parents. Then whatever absurd idea and crazy he had to make his own little brother suffer. It's as if Itachi really wanted to make Sasuke desire to kill him intentionally. Though if it's her she would have wiped out the older ones, leaving only children and young ones alive. Records of what happened should be burned. History can be reshaped. Uchiha is never discriminated against, and they are well respected throughout the ages. The young can be taught. What's left is to just treat the Uchihas as normal so they would integrate into the village normally in time. One may say she's just the same as Itachi then. But no. The Uchiha clan has nothing to do with her, their life and death wasn't personal and she had no feelings. Coming back to Jeriah, after a few days of chasing he finally catches up to Itachi. Or rather, a shadow clone. Jeriah was misguided, and it seems he can no longer give chase. But still, Jeriah still tries to communicate. Itachi. What's the meaning of your attack on Naruto? I don't believe you really want to harm Konoha. Otherwise all your effort, it would be in vain. The clone is silent. Itachi had always kept everything in the dark. And to expose anything about his intention means there's always the risk of information leaked to that Madara. He still needs to stay in Akatsuki to keep tabs on the Rinnegan user and Madara, so he cannot break his mask. Perhaps if he had succeeded in killing Naruto, he would have broken his mask. Tsuyu having 9 tails, and that her control over its power being at a terrifying level ruined his plan to make Konoha have least of losses. If Konoha becomes so weak it cannot fight at all, Konoha simply has to surrender. Sure, the lands of Land of Fire would be taken away by other nations if this happened, but Konoha's soldiers' lives are saved. For Itachi, his village matters more. Besides, Itachi understood the nature of war. Not fighting at all would cause loss of resources for the land and the lords. But lives are saved for both the soldiers of Konoha and the common people of Land of Fire. That is his initial idea. But an unexpected variable, Tsuyu, disrupted this plan. She has enough power to let Konoha resist. However, Konoha's resistance would lead to more deaths of Konoha's shinobi, prolonging the hopeless war. What is the end result? Konoha is fighting a defensive battle, besieged by 3 different sides. And if Kirigakure that had been silent suddenly made a move, Konoha would be besieged by 4 different sides. Itachi is definitely right because Tobi, who had control over Mizukage, will make a move once time comes. Resisting only means killing the shinobi of Konoha for absolutely nothing. Itachi rather have Konoha surrender and avoid any loss. The shadow clone turned into crows and disappeared. Jeriah felt disappointed and frustrated seeing Itachi just go away. Chapter 80, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Not enough. By the time Jeriah returned, he went to the hospital first to check on Naruto. Turns out they are already discharged. Still, Kakashi hasn't wake up yet. Jeriah stood in front of Kakashi that's still in a coma. You really don't know. Jiraiya-sama, the medic staff here tried their best. Maybe only Sununade-sama can help him. The nurse replied. Jeriah nods. It should be time to bring Sununade back. And just in time, Jeriah saw a bird on the window. A signal for him to meet the council. On Hokage's building rooftop, Koharu passed on the latest information on Tsunade's whereabouts and tracks that their sent team gathered. We have delayed enough. You should bring her back quickly, Jeriah. Okay. I got it. But let me take those 2 with me. Those 2? You mean? You guessed it. Those siblings. Koharu frowned upon hearing his request. Both of them are Konoha's Jinchuriki. While she wouldn't worry for Tsuyu, Naruto is an asset that hasn't been developed fully yet. But then again, Naruto had both her and Jeriah to protect him. What could go wrong? Fine. I am sure you would keep them safe. Update your location frequently, we need a way to contact you if anything goes wrong here. Koharu-san, you worry too much, Jeriah just grinned. Koharu shakes her head that Jeriah doesn't seem to be serious at all. Koharu almost had an illusion Konoha is still at peace and at its glory seeing Jeriah still have energy to peek at bathhouses at times even. Days had passed and Naruto, Sasuke, and Tsuyu had already been discharged. Right afterwards, the 3 set off to train harder than before, each with their own reason, but the core of the issue is they all felt they don't have enough strength. Tsuyu saw someone tanking a fully charged tailed beast bomb and that overturned her cognition for real. She needs something stronger. Itachi didn't know what kind of motivation and ideas he gave her. Tsuyu initially thought her firepower was more than enough, and she had always been focusing on finesse, skill, and mostly flying Raijin since she cannot use it in combat properly yet and there's a lot of issues she had to cover on the jutsu. But now she had this idea that she needed more firepower. Enough firepower to crush everything and anything first. What's the point of hitting the enemy if it cannot even break through enemy defenses? She put all her effort into learning Raiznan at this moment since this jutsu is a raw firepower technique. Jeriah mentioned the jutsu wasn't complete yet and that its true mastery lies in adding nature transformation into it. She is already looking forward to what kind of jutsu Raiznan turns into with earth nature infused into it. Multiple shadow clones are playing with rubber balls at the moment. She has already completed the chakra rotation stage of the technique. Now she needs to focus its power, increase the chakra density, and destroy the rubber ball. The training field is crowded with many of her clones. Sakura is on the field too. Initially she advised the three rest and shouldn't be so reckless. But no one bothered to listen. While the clones train Raiznan, Tsuyu goes ahead to guide Sakura since she's willing and takes her own initiative to come to the training field. She's not sure how to make Sakura reach the same level as Sasuke with his magical eyes or Naruto with Nine Tails chakra. Her talent lies in her excellent chakra control and her hand signs are perfect too. But her chakra pool is average. Her control makes her 100% efficient on her chakra but it's not enough compared to Sasuke and Naruto. Tsuyu felt a headache from this problem. One thing she wouldn't want is Sakura dragging either of them back and killing them in the process. So she had to make Sakura strong one way or another. Chakra control. Raging Fist uses a lot of chakra to use since it's blasting chakra out from Tenketsu on hit. That technique isn't suitable for her even if she could use it. She would be drained fast anyways. Now that she thinks about it, does Sakura have any special jutsu? Kakashi taught Sasuke Chidori at least, and his Sharingan is special enough. Naruto's shadow clones is cheating enough. Most Chunin would be overwhelming unless they have area effect techniques. With Nine Tails chakra Naruto might not even need anything else, and he is learning Raiznan too. Teaching her Raiznan. She looked at Sakura up and down. Right, if she could make it she would just be slapped to death by even trying to land a hit with that said Raiznan. Her foundation in combat is not up to her standard. People won't just stand there waiting to be hit. And Raiznan itself use a lot of chakra which Sakura don't have much to waste. Sigh. What can chakra control do? Genjutsu. Tsuyu's eyes lit up. And medical ninjutsu too. But that's the least of Tsuyu's skills. She had basics in those but she barely went any further. If she's not mistaken, Kurinai, Kiba's and Hinata's Jonin instructor is the best Genjutsu user in Konoha. Maybe I can ask her if she's willing to give guidance on Sakura in her free time. As for compensation, money. Kurinai may be well off as a Jonin but she definitely doesn't know true luxury. And as a gift maybe a good alcohol would do. Maybe a special alcohol for those occasions when she's with a Suma, heh. Tsuyu already made arrangements in her mind to lure her to teach Sakura. And now that she thinks about Kurinai's squad, did she even train her squad outside of missions? Hinata had his father's guidance. Kiba had his mom's guidance. And that quiet guy, what's his name too? Those three have their own clans to learn from after all. Kurinai is way too free, isn't she? As for medical ninjutsu, Sakura can just apply at the hospital to become a trainee first. Konoha always appreciates those who want to learn medical ninjutsu. Tsuyu is willing to invest in Sakura at this point so she wouldn't be a burden towards those two. Now all that is left is on Sakura's part after Tsuyu lays the path. Tsuyu talked to Sakura about her ideas while watching a show of those brats fighting again. Sasuke on the other side tries to get used to his 3 Tomo Sharingan while fighting Naruto. He observed Naruto's initial hand movement, and it's as if he already could see its trajectory even before he could launch the fist. Sasuke made a preempted dodge and landed a punch back at Naruto through the gap. Naruto took a few steps back. He felt confused and bewildered. Naruto didn't give up and went to pounce on Sasuke again. But each time he failed. It's as if he couldn't touch Sasuke at all at this point. How could he become so strong, so fast? Naruto felt shaken for once. While Sasuke feels a sense of elation he becomes stronger, but a part of him somehow feels disappointed and down that Naruto couldn't keep up with him anymore. Sasuke looks at his own hands through his 3 Tomo Sharingan. So this is the real power of my clan. Tsuyu occasionally looked and also noticed this situation. If Naruto didn't use Nine Tails chakra, he would have no chance at all at the moment. If she had to measure Sasuke's taijutsu right now, he would have broken to borderline Jonin. And once he mastered use of his Sharingan and trained his own body to keep up with the perception and reaction required, he would directly ascend in power. Even Tsuyu felt it's quite ridiculous that an upgrade to his eyes enhanced his strength so much and was quite in awe of those magical eyes. If only she could get a transplant somehow. Or get Sakura a pair so she could keep up. She just joked to herself naturally. After multiple rounds, Naruto lies down in defeat. His fist clenched in frustration and feeling of weakness. Sasuke-kun. You are amazing, Sakura raised her hands in amazement. Naruto looks at Sakura, feeling really jealous and angry that Sasuke got her praise. Team. Once more. Naruto stood up, his eyes fierce. Red chakra flowed inside of him. Naruto shouted a battle cry as he channeled Nine Tails chakra. Sasuke doesn't seem surprised, only understanding. Sakura gasped, feeling the pressure emanating from Naruto. So you finally use it. Naruto had told Sasuke he housed Nine Tails that one night when Naruto was down as hell. But this is his first time seeing Naruto use it in front of him. He didn't let his guard down at all, his Sharingan flared even more. Tsuyu just watched this good show with imaginary popcorn. He wonders if Naruto could defeat Sasuke with the minimum of Nine Tails enhancement. There's no chakra cloak visible yet, but the excess chakra already creates immense pressure on the surroundings. Naruto's eyes turned red, his claws grew longer, his whiskers grew thicker. An apparition of Nine Tails appeared in front of Sasuke, roaring at him. It wouldn't be a lie to say he wasn't intimidated. Tsuyu, what's going with Naruto? Sakura asks in shock. It's confidential, Tsuyu shrugged. You can ask him yourself. Tsuyu wouldn't want to break the law herself, and it's best for Naruto to tell her himself since Nine Tails is something sensitive and personal. Come, Naruto. Sasuke had an excited glint in his Sharingan. Sasuke. Flash. Naruto dashed at high speed, trying to land a punch to Sasuke. But Sasuke's 3 Tomo Sharingan is still able to see his movements. Sasuke deflects and dodges. Both of their speeds reached close towards the low Jonin standard. But one thing is clear, Sasuke has major upper hands. Even with Nine Tails chakra enhancement, Sasuke is able to see Naruto's fists and kicks and play defensive. He has to say Naruto has more firepower and each of his punches hit like a truck. But Sasuke's able to deflect to reduce its power and dodge it like playing a high-speed beats game. Naruto's simple straightforward attacks make it even easier for prediction. Kicking Naruto away to create a distance, he made hand seals quickly. Fire release, great fireball technique. The flames blasted towards Naruto. But contrary to his expectation, Naruto didn't dodge and instead dashed right through it. He blasted the fireball with a punch, unleashing a powerful shockwave. No way. Naruto's fist almost landed on Sasuke as he dashed through the flames, but Sasuke was still able to raise his arm to block. He's pushed back several meters away from the raw power of Naruto's fist. Naruto. Sasuke's Sharingan flashed. To think you can keep up with me. The two exchanged rounds and rounds. Initially Naruto dominates the offensive as Sasuke cannot slack off and focus on defense. But in just tens of moves, Sasuke had already gotten used to his 3 Tomo Sharingan. Naruto's movements are captured to more minute details. Soon enough, Naruto found his moves seemingly being read again and Sasuke managed to land hits after hits on him. With a preemptive dodge, he launched a powerful knee right on his face. Naruto felt a smack, his eyes went dark and he was sent spinning in the air before landing on the ground. Amazing, Sakura was stunned silly, and truly feel amazed at both of their performance. But deep inside she felt weak again. How could she keep up with them like this? Those two are monsters. NNH. Sasuke, Naruto stood up shakily. He channeled even more of Nine Tails chakra. Bubbles of red chakra start to form under his skin, covering him into a one-tailed chakra cloak. The chakra wave pulsing out of Naruto causes the grass to sway and dirt to blown away. Sasuke had a hint of incredulousness in his eyes. He felt his heart racing seeing him in this state. The overwhelming power emanates from Naruto. This strength, it's too much. Damn it. Flash. Naruto dashed left and right at supersonic speed. Sasuke's Sharingan is strained at its maximum. He could see Naruto's movement even at this state. But as Naruto flashed towards him, seeing the approaching explosive fist right towards his face, his eyes could only watch it in horror, his body could not move as fast as he perceived it. Sakura screamed seeing Naruto's speed and fears for Sasuke's safety. Just before the punch could land, a shadow flickered in an instant. Grab. Tsuyu appeared like a shadow and grabbed his fist with her metallic black palm. The shockwave of the punch still sent Sasuke stumbling backward a few meters from the sheer air pressure it created. Tsuyu's eyes were red with black slits just like Naruto at the moment, her black metallic arm from Earth Nature infusion holding Naruto's hand, not moving even an inch. Are you trying to kill him? Tsuyu's word was cold as ice. Her eyes returned to normal blue. Even she need Nine Tails chakra enhancement to match Naruto's speed with Kyuubi cloak, much less Sasuke. My fight isn't over yet. Go away. NNH-. Naruto tried to pry Tsuyu's hand away. But the arm infused with earth chakra is akin to a mountain for him, unmoving. Wake up. Tsuyu grabbed Naruto's arm with her other hand and swung him down. Crash. Naruto was thrown to the ground like trash. The chakra cloak receded, his body turned to normal. Your punch could bend metal and blast a tree. Does Sasuke's face look that durable to you? Her tone is a little milder, but still stern. Tsuyu crossed her arms. She knew Naruto wouldn't be able to think clearly using Nine Tails chakra. Even she is the same. But this is a serious matter. Naruto seemed to realize what Tsuyu was saying. Thinking about it, he didn't hold back at all. Like an angry beast just wanting to beat Sasuke. He didn't lose control, but his head stopped being reasonable. He felt ashamed and even guilty when he realized how serious it was. If Tsuyu didn't stop him, Sasuke's face might have been ruined. He turned to look at Sasuke. He seemed a little shocked mostly. Probably didn't expect Naruto to burst out with such fearsome power. Even the wind from his punch sent him stumbling. Sasuke at this time didn't receive enhancement from Cursed Mark, his body is not as durable or strong as Naruto's nor Tsuyu. Sasuke clenched his fist. He thought he's getting stronger, and may have surpassed Naruto. Turns out he still hasn't. Naruto went to Sasuke, seemingly guilty. Sasuke, my bad. I don't know what I was thinking. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Shut up. It's not your fault. It's me. Sasuke feels it's his problem that he's still weak. Tsuyu thought for a few seconds on what to do with Sasuke. Sasuke wouldn't be able to keep up with Naruto's stamina and pure speed with Nine Tails chakra. She acknowledges Sasuke has better skills and finesse, and even his perceptions are amazing. But his body couldn't keep up. His skill and understanding is impeccable. His hand seals are perfect, and his Sharingan ability to see his own chakra flow helps tremendously in using his jutsu with maximum efficiency and power. But the crux of the problem is his body is not strong enough. Therefore she already thought of a solution for him. She looks at Naruto, who is still looking like a guilty puppy over there. Nisan, I'm going to talk to Sasuke for a moment. Naruto blinked a few times before nodding and went to practice on the other side. As for her intention in helping Sasuke, it's just this guy is Naruto's catalyst that let him improve faster with this rivalry. Besides, Sasuke wanted to kill Itachi. She too wanted that. So helping him is natural since an enemy of my enemy is my friend, they say. Sasuke. Naruto's speed and power while using the Nine Tails chakra is not something you can content with at the moment. I noticed you are able to react slightly, and your eyes are really magical. But your body couldn't react in time, am I right? Sasuke clenched his fist. He noticed it too. After seconds of silent agreement, Tsuyu continued. Do you know of the Reikage of Kimogakure? Sasuke raised his head in confusion. He read about it one time in history class if he remembers correctly. But that's just for examination purposes and he already forgot. From the first to the current Raikage, they had a jutsu passed down from their lines. It's called lighting chakra mode. In records, the third Raikage fought 10,000 shinobi alone for 3 days and 3 nights, eventually dying from exhaustion. With that jutsu, he is said to have impenetrable armor and lightning speed. Hearing such a bizarre event, Sasuke felt his brain buzzing. Tsuyu understood the unreasonableness of peak shinobi combat power. Even her 9 tails power might not be enough on its own. While I don't expect you to recreate that jutsu perfectly from nothing, I believe in your talent. Your eyes could see your chakra flow in your own body and make adjustments far easier than most people. Only the Hyuga can be better at this aspect. Sasuke was quiet, he's contemplating Tsuyu's words. He had never expected himself to create a new jutsu entirely on himself from scratch. But if that could enhance his speed and body to match Naruto in that state, I will do it. Tsuyu had a slight smirk. Now, before we begin, you have to master lightning nature transformation first. I assume you had trained with Kakashi to be able to use Chidori. What kind of training did you do for it? He asked me to ignite paper or leaves by colliding chakra. It's different compared to fire nature transformation that heats, instead of creating sparks of energy by collision. I see. But this time to enhance your body with lighting nature, control is priority, power second. It's not the same as training Chidori. You wouldn't want to short-circuit yourself to death after all. Tsuyu said jokingly, but Sasuke gulped hearing the seriousness of the matter. I will ask around to see someone who's good at lightning release in this regard. Or maybe we can come up with it ourselves. As for the basis of the technique, we can start referring to my jutsu here. The same principle, different application, and nature dash. Tsuyu channeled her chakra, using earth nature transformation to harden her entire arm. The earth armament technique makes her arm appear metallic black, as if becoming metal. Thank you, Tsuyu. Sasuke said with respect and gratitude. Since he knew Tsuyu could even injure Itachi, his view on Tsuyu already separates her from a peer he could surpass, unlike Naruto. I am doing this mostly for Naruto. You are his friend, and you pushed him to be stronger. The stronger you are, the more you could push him better. Besides, I would want to kill him as well. Her eyes turned murderous at the next second. Sasuke saw those eyes, and he felt like he found someone that could understand him. I definitely will kill him. You wouldn't have to stain your hands. Sasuke supported this notion, his eyes even crazier than Tsuyu's. Both of these crazies seemed to be indulging in their own imagination of killing Itachi. Sakura saw those two having such crazy eyes and secretly cower and take a step back. Naruto hasn't noticed just what kind of people are around him. Only Sakura is normal, unfortunately. Chapter 81, Finding Sununade. Waste. Danzo shouted in anger, looking down on the barrier team that's standing looking on the floor like idiots. The Jinchuriki almost got kidnapped or killed without anyone noticing. This is a huge security issue. How come you guys didn't notice? Is this village some random downtrodden one that anyone can just come and go as they please? Truly a waste. The shinobi there just remained silent. How they are supposed to know? They don't detect anything unusual to begin with. It's Hiruzen's fault after all for leaving a way for Itachi to see his brother. This episode is a small one as we get back to the main cast. Sasuke. Sakura. I am going now. Naruto waves his hand towards the two. He's about to go on an adventure with Erosenin and Tsuyu. To find some beautiful lady in Erosenin words. Naruto refused at first, but thinking about having Jeriah away and not being able to oversee and guide his training, he reluctantly followed. Naruto. Don't cause trouble out there, Sakura said teasingly. Hey, I am well behaved. Bleh, Naruto stuck his tongue out like a brat. Sasuke snorted, seeing Naruto as childish as ever. As those trio leave, Sasuke is about to leave for the training field. Sasuke-kun. Sakura suddenly spoke. Sasuke stopped in his tracks, turned a quick glance to wait for her response. Kurinai-sensei, you know, Kiba-sensei, agreed to teach me Genjutsu. I will definitely try my best, Sasuke-kun. Sakura looks at Sasuke, hoping for a positive response, that he would believe in her. A hint of appreciation flashed in Sasuke's eyes, knowing Sakura is trying her best. As long as you can be helpful. His tone is not harsh or annoying, and only seems encouraging in Sakura's ears. Sasuke turned around and walked away. Sakura smiled slightly, feeling fired up at learning anything and everything that could have helped her squad. With Kakashi in a coma, and the higher-ups haven't assigned them a new squad leader, they each train on their own. Sasuke went to the training field and put down his heavy backpack. He takes out various objects, the long thick wires, creating a circuit connecting into resistors, fuse, and a light bulb. From Tsuyu's intel gathering and her own ideas, she comes up with different stages of training for Sasuke. The first thing is to achieve stable current and control of lightning chakra over an extended period of time. Sasuke needs to control the amount of lightning chakra he produces so that its current doesn't go beyond the limit, beyond what the fuse could handle while maintaining the light bulb brightness. Having the fuse break means he overdid it, the light bulb not maintaining its brightness means he's not making enough lightning chakra. After he mastered making stable current from his left hand, he would practice to produce it from his right. And then, with his entire body. Once the perfect control of a small amount of lightning chakra is achieved, then he would begin stage 2 of the training to infuse this lightning chakra into his body cells and get used to it and make his body adapt. This stage requires a different amount of lightning chakra distribution between his nerves and the rest of his body. So it is divided into 2 sub-stages, the nerves and the rest of the body. In Tsuyu's theory, the nerves in the human body only produce a small amount of current by default, and increasing just slightly would already increase the reflex and senses by a lot, and this part of the human body doesn't require that much lightning chakra. This is the part Sasuke had to be careful most when it comes to lightning chakra infusion, as if it's too much it would cause his body to lose control. The second substage focuses on the rest of the body tissue after Sasuke achieved perfect control over lightning chakra infusion of his nerves. The third stage is simply application. To sync his perception and his body movement perfectly. Various training can be done on this part. Then all the 3 stages are repeated after mastery at lower level to increase the amount of lightning chakra Sasuke can use safely. Further progress would have Sasuke changed the wire's material, change the fuse limit, the light bulb, and add resistors into the circuit to handle higher and higher stable current. I will definitely create that jutsu. I won't stay weak. With his hands holding the wires and completing the circuit with his entire body, Sasuke began his practice. Zzz sparks of electricity move from his one hand through the wire, causing the light bulb to shine bright, dimmed a little, then get brighter once more. Sasuke's body is tingly slightly, but it's safe due to low amount of current and the resistors and fuse in place limiting how much Sasuke receives at the end. He realizes just how difficult it is to continuously do a controlled lightning nature transformation. Chidori lets him go wild because the more the higher the penetrating ability. But for this training he needs to tame lightning, make it behave under a range. His Sharingan flashed, looking into his own chakra flow, seeing how each of his control made it weaker or stronger, fluctuating or becoming stable. Being able to see its fluctuation with his eyes makes his training far easier, especially at this early stage with a small safe amount of current. If the first Raikage in the Pure Land saw this, he would have coughed a mouthful of blood, because back when he's trying to create the jutsu he endured torture and risk of being electrocuted. After all, he could only feel if it's right or wrong, and using such a small amount of lightning chakra at first means it would be really difficult to feel to make good progress. Besides, there's technology now, and special resistors make sure Sasuke can see if he is outputting stable lightning chakra while being safe due to blocking how much lightning chakra flowing back into his body. Doo-doo. Naruto was humming while walking very leisurely out of the village, a rubber ball in his hand as he casually tried to burst it with chakra. Tsuyu too is doing the same. But well. Jeriah turned to look at his back. Tens of shadow clones of Tsuyu and Naruto were following them, all practicing the Raise-Non. These brats really have a different brain circuit. Jeriah twitched his eyebrows seeing this situation. Every passerby avoided them and looked just as shocked. Erosenin. So where are we going exactly? Let's see. He take out a map, looking over the locations where Tsunade's sightings were seen from the info sent. Based on the trajectory, Tsunade should be moving in this direction. We will go to this bamboo village first. I heard there's a unique cuisine where they bake rice in it. Yua. That sounds delicious, let's go. The trio traveled for days, stopping at different villages and towns. Contrary to Naruto's leisurely stroll, Tsuyu takes note of Jiraiya's methods. His words when asking for information, his decision-making, and also it seemed Jeriah also used the black market channel. So this is Konoha's top spy. Tsuyu is impressed seeing Jeriah working. While Naruto seemed to not realize each time Jeriah is going to flirt with women he only did so for half an hour or so before being serious in his job. She wished she could have followed Jeriah closely for observation personally. Alas, she can only send a shadow clone to observe since she had to babysit Naruto while Jeriah is going into more risky places, even the red light districts. He wouldn't want Naruto to be tainted, she guessed. After a few days, Jeriah finally found key information from a gambling house. With some money, one of the frequent gamblers told him Sununade is just here a week ago. Following the trajectory and most probable place Sununade would stay next, it's definitely the big town in the south. As Jeriah felt quite happy about everything, suddenly he saw a messenger bird in the air and it went straight to him. Taking out the small piece of paper, his eyes widened, and then his expression solemn. "Jiraiya-sama, what's the matter?" Tsuyu asked, noticing his expression. Jeriah seemed to contemplate whether to tell Tsuyu or not. But then again, she's in ANBU and would probably be involved a lot anyways. Kumogakure had sent their scouts at the border. They are making arrangements. Tsuyu snickered. Already? It's a pre-war preparation, scouting the lands and strategic positions, choke points, where to infiltrate, trap placements and so on. But these Kumongrels are really shameless. They act so blatantly ignoring the relation between the two lands. On the surface there's still a treaty in place. At least they could have made a declaration first. Not saying anything and blatantly provoking shows how much they look down on Konoha. Kumogakure what? Naruto seemed to overheard something. The enemy making arrangements for war, Nii-san. Tsuyu makes it simple enough for Naruto to understand. Why do we have to fight? Naruto had a frowning expression on his face. Jeriah is about to say something, but Tsuyu cuts him to it. Greed. Selfishness. Those shameless hidden villages, the lords of the land and those people above wanted to take more from our motherland. But really, you cut your own arm to gain 2 from others. But there's always 3 from the very beginning, it's just the distribution being the difference. Unless it's a complete free surrender or a crushing defeat, it's such a waste. Naruto was so confused at such a long statement. Jeriah is surprised again at her insight. Tsuyu had a smirk on her expression all of a sudden, almost weirding out Jeriah. The plans laid down to weaken the other shinobi villages are set, fermenting until it blows up. Once the war starts, once the resources and funding start to move for these soldiers, the balance would break, those hidden traps would show its symptoms. Tsuyu could see Konoha fighting a prolonged war this time as long as she is here. She's aware she is the trump card Konoha had, and why she supported and even gave suggestions on Danzo's effort to play dirty. She wouldn't want to fairly fight all 3 hidden villages head-on, otherwise she would definitely die, wouldn't she? Tsuyu is right, Naruto. But, there's also one more thing. It's the cycle of hatred. They wanted this war, supported it. The Kages and the daimyos and lords of the land had a balanced relationship. Both parties agreed on this. Besides, Konoha had blood in their hands, killing their shinobi. In the name of vengeance, hatred, grudges, they are gladly fighting. Other hidden villages also had the same blood in their hands. It just never ends, Jeriah said solemnly. I don't get it. Naruto muttered. If you want to become Hokage, you need to get it, Tsuyu said casually. Whatever. So complex. Everyone could have understood each other, why even fight? Naruto looked down on the road, kicking a stone he passed by. Tsuyu frowned. This brat hasn't got it despite how lengthy the words she had said. Did he think everyone out there is so forgiving? Never mind. Once he's out there, he will understand. But you know, I believe there must be a way for this cycle to end, Jeriah for once spoke so softly. Here, this is my first book. The protagonist has the same name as you, Naruto. And his friend has the same name as your little sister. I wanted to believe in peace, and I guess, I created this book, creating some fantasy that someone could bring about the change, with hope in their heart. Tale of the Gutsy Shinobi, whoa, the protagonist really has my name. Tsuyu wonders if Naruto gets the hint. There's no way he didn't notice at all. My name, and Tsuchan's name too, Erosenin. Naruto's voice was low, his eyes had a different gleam and longing. Ah, that, Jeriah felt complicated. Did Naruto understand Jeriah had a personal connection with his parents? Would he ask now? Oh no, what do I answer? My late parents must have liked your book. Naruto arrived at a different conclusion. That still makes sense, and there's a lot of cases like that, but still. Brother, are you an idiot? Tsuyu sighed. She gave Jeriah a look. Jeriah looked at her back. Oh, she's suspicious. Jeriah had a bead of sweat rolling down the side of his face. I know. Tsuyu murmured. Jeriah felt his heart stop for a second. What did she mean? Does she know? Tsuyu reveals it since she wanted to consider Jiraiya's opinion on whether to tell Naruto or not. Tsuyu herself didn't care much about her status as children of Lord Fourth being a secret. Naruto, an entirely different problem. She believes Naruto would get over it anyways, but maybe it's not necessary at all to tell him as long as the secret is kept forever. But it's kinda stupid that the secret can be kept for so long. Naruto's face and features are enough to directly connect him to Lord Fourth. Naruto himself never noticed because he had pre-assumption that no way children of the Hokage, a hero and a martyr too, would be treated like pieces of crap, and thus Lord Fourth can never be his dad. The logic makes sense. As they stopped in a small village before reaching the town where Sununade most likely is, they camped and made a resting place of their own. While Naruto is training his Rasengan, Jeriah pulls Tsuyu to the side silently. He wanted to say something, trying to make it natural. So Tsuyu, your name is also taken from my book. Haha. Tsuyu looks at this old guy like he's an idiot. I know. Lord Fourth was my biological father. Kushina was my mother. Jiraiya-sama, you don't have to tiptoe around me regarding this matter. How did you, I have my own methods. Besides, my appearance and Naruto's resembles the late Fourth a lot. Cough, yeah. That makes sense. You aren't mad? Jeriah asks carefully. I understand the underlying reasons. My late father had many enemies. The enemy of Konoha wouldn't want the second coming of Yellow Flash. Besides, even my mother's pregnancy is a village secret, and most people never knew this at all. Due to the weakness of the seal once the Jinchuriki give birth, the entirety of the pregnancy is kept hidden. But this results in no one knowing Lord Fourth had children at all, and the secrecy remained. Tsuyu, you take it so well. Jeriah had a surprised and complicated expression on his face. I never knew them personally. They are strangers to me, even if we do have a blood relation. Or well, she knew them for a few hours before they were skewered to death. Hearing such a response, Jeriah felt his heart break for some reason. For their daughter to say they were strangers, even if it's technically true, but seeing she really doesn't care much hurts him somehow. He felt bad for Minato, for Kushina, and for Tsuyu too. Tsuyu never received the love of her parents, and now she even says she doesn't care. It's almost heartbreaking for Jeriah. I do wonder where their inheritance goes. The village absorbed it and used it for their own, isn't it? Tsuyu said lightly, more as a light-hearted joke. Jeriah rubbed the back of his neck. Tsuyu knows that too. He didn't know what to say at the moment. After seconds of silence, Jeriah finally continued. I understand you are not affected as Naruto did, you are mature, and you weren't treated badly since no one knows about the 9 tails inside of you. But your brother, it's different. I know. I want to ask your opinion, if Naruto should know this. Jeriah takes a deep breath. He's not really sure. If you would want to tell him, it's not my place to stop you. He is your brother. His family. If there's anyone who should tell him, it's you. You are passing this baggage to me. Tsuyu's expression twitched. This Sannin is unreliable, and she noticed Jeriah is avoiding answering it. It's clear neither of them is ready to become the fuse that would trigger Naruto. Tsuyu believed Naruto would definitely crash out once he knew. But she also believes Naruto would move on and remain the same or stronger internally. So it's just a matter of time and place. Tsuyu decides that she will think about this later once they get to Sununade and bring her back. Meanwhile, It's been a long time, Orochimaru. Sununade squinted his eyes, looking at this old snake friend of hers. I have looked for you everywhere, Orochimaru said with a hoarse voice. His already pale face is visibly paler. The way he speaks sounds like he was sick. And what do you want from me? I am sure you don't want to just talk about the old days. Sununade said calmly, her eyes scanning him up and down. I have a favor to ask you. You should understand by now, Tsunade-sama. We are willing to make a trade. Kabuto raises his glasses, adding a sentence. Tsunade looks around, feeling 4 other presences surrounding her. Those are the Sound 4. During the Konoha crush, they survived and retreated with Orochimaru. Bringing your subordinates to surround me, I thought you had bad intentions. HN, those are my guards, they are just protective, don't mind them. They are no match for you. What if I refuse? Tsunade takes a more offensive posture, as if ready to punch him. Chapter 82, A Bet. The trio pass the streets of the big town. Both Tsuyu and Jeriah look at the wall surrounding a half-destroyed castle. Something big definitely happened here. That was what was left of Tsunade's punches yesterday. Meanwhile, the Sound 4 was in the vicinity, constantly monitoring Tsunade's location and make sure she didn't just run off or hide elsewhere. Tayuya noticed the trio pair, observing the leaf symbol of their headbands. Look. It's the shinobi of Konoha. Wait, is that? Kidomaru quickly took a small book from his pocket with his free hand. Flipping it quickly. Jeriah, the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru-sama's plan would be ruined at this point, no. Heh. Don't you forget our master is a Sannin himself. Besides, he already. The Sound 4 look at each other, each has confidence in their master. Jirobo looks at the blonde girl specifically. Isn't that the person Orochimaru had taken interest in? The 4 of them looked towards Tsuyu's direction. Kidomaru finally remembered. Tsuyu Uzumaki. Tayuya looks at Tsuyu, trying to see what's so special about her to have Orochimaru-sama interested in her. Heh. She looks weak. Just a little girl. What does she have? Who knows, maybe she's not what she seems on th. Kidomaru was about to say something but. Hide, Sakan quickly pulled everyone to lower their heads. Tsuyu turned to look at her back, feeling like there's a gaze locking onto her. Maybe it was just her imagination, she thought. Tayuya keeps track of Jeriah. Jirobo, Sakan, make sure Tsunade doesn't leave this place. I will report to Orochimaru-sama. Kidomaru, what's the matter? Cough. Orochimaru-sama. Jeriah, the Sannin is here. Kabuto raised his glass, frowning, while Orochimaru's expression turned really ugly at the moment. Damn it. Cough. To think he's here at this time. It's almost like fate is making a joke to him. Why can't Jeriah come a week later? Orochimaru-sama. Please calm down. I also have other information. Jeriah brought along 2 people with him. One is Tsuyu Uzumaki, the one you mentioned before. The other seems to be her relative, I think. They look similar. HN, ha ha ha. Orochimaru suddenly laughed. His eyes went crazy all of a sudden. The current body he's using doesn't have much time left. Perfect. Jeriah, to think you brought me such a gift. I don't want any interruption when I meet Tsunade. Kidomaru, I will have you and the others distract the ones he brought, but do not kill her. I want her. Kabuto, I will leave Shizun to you. You 4 will stop them in their tracks while I deal with Tsunade. Cough, remember, even all of you cannot defeat Jeriah. Use the others as your target, he won't just ignore them. Understand, Orochimaru-sama. HN, good, cough. Jeriah and the others went around, and it's clear Tsunade is here but they just never found her at all. Naruto is already grumbling and hungry. Erosenin. Let's stop searching and eat first. Hey. Okay, this brat. Just as he entered the izakaya, his eyes locked with a beautiful figure with light blonde hair and plump chest. Why you? Both Jeriah and Tsunade stood and pointed at each other at the same time. Tsunade, Shizun, Jeriah, Naruto, and Tsuyu sat on the same table. Jeriah poured some alcohol for himself, then for Sununade. It's a reunion after tens of years for them. Naruto looks at Sununade. She looks beautiful and young. And her chest. She's 50 years old for real. Sununade takes a big gulp of sake, sighing. Recently. I keep seeing old friends. Jiraiya's expression turned a little serious. He take another sip of sake, before making his guess. It's Orochimaru, wasn't it? What happened? Sununade looks at Shizen viciously, as if warning her to shut up about the trade between her and Orochimaru. Nothing really, we just exchanged greetings. Sununade took out cards from her bosom, shuffling them before placing it on the table. Naruto looks at these two. This Ne-chan, is she really the one who can heal any injury? Tsuyu remained quiet, silently eating her food while observing the interaction of those two. What about you, what do you want from me? Sununade asked. Her hand picks and chooses a card, placing it on the table. I will be straight. The village has decided to make you the 5th Hokage. Naruto almost spat the fish in his mouth out. 5th Hokage. What? Tsuyu suspected this, so she wasn't surprised. Did you know about Lord Third? Jeriah asked, to see if Sununade is even aware of what's going on with the village. She had been secluding herself and probably aren't aware that 2/3 of Konoha is even destroyed. Ah. I know. I heard about him from that person. Orochimaru did it, wasn't it? Tsunade's expression is almost too calm, as if an ex-friend killing their teacher is nothing at all. Seeing Sununade seemingly don't care at all, Naruto felt annoyed and even angry. Aren't you a Sannin too? He killed the Hokage. How are you so relaxed, Tebeo? That person killed Hokage Ji-chan. Naruto suddenly stood to protest. Just be quiet, Nii-san. Tsuyu glared at him with cold eyes. But dash. Tsuyu's glare turned colder, making Naruto shut up and sat down. Naruto crossed him, grumbling silently in dissatisfaction. She's not sure why Naruto is attached to the 3rd Hokage to react like this. That guy only visited once in a while and pretended to be nice. If Naruto knew the decisions Hiruzen made and the way he neglected him, would Naruto still care? TCH, Tsuyu thought Naruto was quite gullible. He considered anyone who's nice to him even slightly as someone close to him. Humph, and these two brats are. Sununade looked at the two. It's clear enough the two were siblings from appearance. This girl is Tsuyu Uzumaki, that one is Naruto Uzumaki. Sununade looked at Naruto first, having a thought. The Jinchuriki. She looked at Tsuyu, then at Naruto. Observing the siblings. You are really diff-dash. M.O. Shut up. I know, Naruto's sudden outburst surprised everyone on the table. It's as if Naruto already heard the full sentence of Sununade wanting to say Tsuyu is different from him whatever Tebeo. He heard that sentence his whole life. It could drive him insane. Tsunade-sama, I hope you can pardon my brother's rudeness, Tsuyu said respectfully. Damned brat. Everyone would want to learn and make connections with the Sannin, what the hell are you doing? She glared at Naruto as if wanting to chew him alive. Humph. At least one is sensible. Sununade looks at Naruto with a mocking gaze. Wah. You. Enough, Naruto. Jiraiya's words managed to stop Naruto. He sat quietly, grumbling again. After seconds of silence, Jeriah asked again. So, what's your answer? Sununade looked at the cards on her hands, seeing she's losing, she dropped all of them on the table. That's impossible. I refuse. Ha. Naruto listened in disbelief. How could someone just turn down the Hokage position? If she don't want it, just give it to me. Jeriah smiled slightly. I heard those words before, when I asked you out, you said the same thing. Naruto looks at Jeriah in shock again. Wah. I don't get it. Ah. And she refuses too. There's no one else other than her. Sununade had made a lot of contributions during the Great War. Her skills in combat and medical ninjutsu are unparalleled. During the war, she created antidotes for various poisons used by Sunagakure, rendering their advantage useless. She becomes the core reason Konoha won against Suna, Tsuyu added. Kid, you are informed. Sununade looks into Tsuyu, noticing she's different from what an 11-year-old brat is supposed to be. I admire geniuses like you and Jeriah-sama. Your feat and achievement make me want to chase your heights. Ha ha ha, Sununade suddenly laughed. What a sweet talker. Sununade looked at Tsuyu with a little satisfied expression. TCH, what's so good about her? Naruto mumbled. Besides, she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. No matter the status or contribution, she had it all. Once she became the fifth Hokage, she would return to the village and help treat Kakashi too. Jiraiya added. Naruto contemplated. While he's not so convinced about other points, he still want Kakashi to wake up. Jiraiya, compared to your previous apprentice. I see that one is similar. The other, completely different. Such a bad mouth, rude, and not handsome. Sununade is saying this as comparison to Minato naturally. What did you say? The veins on Naruto's forehead bulged. Haha, it's tough to compare to Yondaime, he had all the qualities of a great shinobi. Talent in jutsu, a bright mind, and, as handsome as me too. It's difficult to compare, though. Jiraiya looked at Tsuyu for a second. Sununade too noticed Jiraiya's look. If Jeriah can give her so much praise to compare her to Yondaime, it seems that Tsuyu is a genius of the current generation. So Minato does leave his gene behind, huh? Naruto realized these two were praising Tsuyu silently. He felt alienated and even down a little. I will prove to them I am talented too, Tebeo. But no matter. Yondaime still died so quickly, so young, using his own life. Life isn't like money. To take such a huge risk and lose it. What a fool. Sununade said with a mocking tone. Even the first Hokage and two ND, both of them try to stop wars, end up both of them died in vain. Sununade shrugged. Sarutobi-sensei too, he's already so old. But he still wants to be a hero. No wonder he died. Jiraiya was taken aback. Tsunade's words were traitorous enough. His eyes showed panic as he turned to Tsuyu, afraid she would be offended since she knew Yondaime is her father. If Naruto knew, he would have probably stood and tried to beat Tsunade for talking about his father's sacrifice like that. Tsunade just noticed Jiraiya's panic, then she realized what her mouth just muttered about Yondaime earlier. Does she know? Tsuyu looks completely unaffected, as if her words are not personal at all. Maybe it's just her imagination. But instead of Tsuyu that gets angry, it's someone else. Hokage is such a bother. Only a fool would take that position. Tsunade ended her rant. What did you say? Naruto stood up violently, the table shook from his anger. To diss the Hokage's effort. Even if Naruto dislikes the fourth Hokage, he understood he did it for the village. And he died saving the village. Hokage Jichan also died to protect the village. This Tsunade. Naruto stepped on the table and is about to pounce on Tsunade. Just then, two hands grabbed Naruto's back, holding him in place. Let me go. Tsuyu and Jiraiya just pulled him back to his seat. Anyone who talks shit about Hokage Jichan and Yondaime. I don't care if you are a woman. I will beat you up. Naruto clenched his fist, he's so pissed off at this woman. Seconds of silence passed. Even Tsuyu is in disbelief at such brazen words. That's the Sannin, not a random woman on the street. What the hell are you saying? Tsunade smirked in amusement. She stood and raised her leg on the table, looking at Naruto mockingly. Fine. Let's take it outside then. Gore. Sigh. Sigh. Jiraiya and Tsuyu sighed at the same time. I may not look like it, but I am a Sannin. Why would I take a genin brat like you seriously? What did you say? Tsunade suddenly showed one finger. I will just use one finger. This is enough to defeat you. Well, come on, brat. Tsunade furled her finger, taunting Naruto. Gore. Don't look down on me. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Tsunade's eyes flashed a surprise slightly. Okay, she cannot just use one finger to settle all these clones. Once the shadow clone attacks her, she moves at ease, dodging easily. Chunin level, interesting. I take my word back. But a punch is enough. Sunade punched one clone, sending it flying and crashing to all of them including Naruto accurately. Damn it. Before Naruto could dash to Sunade again, a kunai sent flying right before his foot. Naruto stopped in his track, looking at Sunade angrily. Before I beat you up, why are you so worked up on the mention of Hokage? Tsunade's words were stern and loud. Because, unlike you, I will bear the name Hokage no matter what. Because being Hokage is my dream. Tsunade had a little gasp inside. Hearing the sentence, the image of Nawaki overlapped Naruto at this moment. She turned her eyes away, feeling her heart touched at the similarity. She seems to be affected, regardless. I cannot tackle her head on. My clones does nothing. Nine Tails, no, this is outside the village, then. I can only use that. Naruto hold both his palms together, spinning and gathering chakra into a ball. Tsunade is shocked to see the jutsu of Yondaime. This jutsu. Even Tsunade cannot take Raiznan head on unless she unleashes her Ein seal and uses creation rebirth to heal herself. Gore. Take this, Naruto dashed while holding a semi-finished Raiznan. Tsunade regained her composure and quickly used her strength and punched the ground, creating 10 meters crack and split the ground. Naruto stumbled and fell, causing the semi-finished jutsu to blast onto the ground. It's incomplete. While Naruto is coughing up dirt and tended by Shizun. On the other hand, Tsuyu was observing Tsunade's technique and strength. It's amazing really. Jeriah. Are you the one who taught him that jutsu? You know only Yondaime and you can use it to give false hope to your student. No wonder he had the idea of Hokage nonsense. It's not nonsense to Bayo. Stupid. Stupid. Naruto gets mad again at her. If you give me 3 days, I will definitely master it. Heh. You said it, brat. Men don't take back their words. I stand by my words. Because, that's my ninja way. Tsunade snickered. Then what about a wager? 1 week. If you can master that jutsu, I will acknowledge you had the potential to be Hokage. And I will give you the necklace of first Hokage. Who cares about a damn necklace? Naruto, that necklace is worth a fortune, you could buy 3 mountains with it. Shug. Fine then. I will take it to Bayo. Tsunade-sama, but that necklace is, Shizun wanted to retort. That necklace had a curse of death on it. First it's Nawaki, then Dan. Now it's like she's asking Naruto to die too. I already decided. Let's go. I will master it in 1 week. Just you wait. Naruto returned to his own room, already planned to rest well and train hard tomorrow. Just then, someone knocked on the door. It's Shizun, Tsunade's assistant. Excuse me, Naruto. I know it's late but I want to talk to you. I don't want you to misunderstand Tsunade, and that necklace. What do I care about that old woman? Lady Tsunade is not the person you think she is. You know nothing about her. Shizun raised her voice, frustrated. She talked about Tsunade's past afterwards, about the kind brave person she was. About Nawaki, and Dan. That the necklace meant so much for her, and the death surrounding the necklace. Naruto feels solemn, his heart feels really heavy for Tsunade knowing her entire story. He clenched his fist, the stakes, the bet. Naruto walks past Shizun. Naruto. Where are you? I am going to train. Tsuyu looks at Naruto, practicing hard with his clones, throwing incomplete Raiznan after another. Tsuyu isn't sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing. She knows how hard it is to master Raiznan. Even she who had better chakra control could see it would take a few weeks based on her results and cheating use of shadow clones. How could Naruto master it in 1 week? That night, Naruto trained super hard, multiple shadow clones making Raiznan throughout the night until he falls into exhaustion and collapses. Sigh. Idiot brother. Chapter 83, The Sound 4 Ambush. The night before the date that Naruto promised Tsunade to master Raiznan. Jeriah drinks with Tsunade, catching up with old times. Sununade looks at Jeriah. Seizing the chance, she poured mysterious powder into the sake bottle out of a small sachet hidden in her hands. Colorless, odorless, tasteless. A poison that would act after it metabolizes and would take effect only after digestion. Seeing Jeriah take it in, Sununade acts like normal. Jeriah won't be able to use any of his chakra tomorrow. She won't let him take away the chance for her to see her loved one again. In her room, Shizun suddenly stood up. Her expression filled with worry for Sununade. "Sununade-sama, please do not agree to him." Sununade remained silent, unable to mutter a word. "Why don't you say anything? If you are going, what are you going to do? I will stop you with my life." "Shizun. Who do you think you are talking to?" Sununade just walked past her. With a single hit, Shizun lost consciousness. Even though she decided to make the deal, a part of her is hesitating. Is this really what she wanted? "I will resurrect your little brother and that man, with the forbidden technique that I mastered." Orochimaru's devil whisper rang in Tsunade's ears. Nawaki. Dan. She murmured those names. "Don't you want to see those too?" Sununade. Jeriah woke up groggy. Someone pushed and shook him up. He felt so much headache, his body ached all over. It felt like he couldn't move a muscle. "My chakra." Jeriah realized he couldn't muster his strength and chakra. Sununade. "To think you would poison me." Jeriah gritted his teeth and moved his body. He needs to meet Shizun to ask what's really going on. "Erosenin. How come you are poisoned?" "You always talked about how awesome of a ninja you are," Naruto said in disbelief. "Shut up, Naruto. She is the best medical ninja of Konoha. Only she is capable of concocting a poison even I couldn't detect. To think I let my guard down so much." "Shizun, tell me, what's really going on with her and Orochimaru?" "Orochimaru-sama, it's," Shizun explained the deal they made. Healing Orochimaru's hands, in exchange, reviving Nawaki and Dan. "We need to stop them," Jeriah mustered strength. Naruto too realized the seriousness of the matter. Damned granny, Naruto felt angry that Tsunade wanted to heal that evil person. "Tsuyu, I will rely on you this time. I cannot use any more than 30% of my chakra right now," Jeriah said to Tsuyu in a guilty tone. He is the Sannin, but this time, he may had to rely on her to stop Orochimaru. "Understood. I will do my best." Shizun is quite shocked that Jeriah had that much trust in Tsuyu's strength. Naruto too, felt complicated on this matter. Why Erosenin didn't ask him, he's not sure, but it does hurt a little. But regardless, he too wanted to stop stupid Granny Tsunade from doing such a stupid thing. The four people flickered in a direction that the Tauntaun the pig smells. But all of a sudden. Ahhh. Help! Naruto suddenly got hit by some sticky web-like substance and was thrown into the ground. The web tied him up like a dumpling. Naruto. Jeriah screamed out. All of them stopped for a moment. Kidomaru in his cursed Mark II pulls a thread on his finger, looking forward to killing the Sannin himself. Multiple kunai made of hardened mucus shot out from all directions towards them. Shizun uses chakra scalpel on both of her hands, deflecting them one by one. Jeriah uses lion's mane technique, using his hardened hair to protect Naruto and cover himself. Tsuyu used earth armament technique, hardening her body into steel, deflecting all of them. Clang, clang, clang. TCH, Tayuya. Go. Don't order me. I know what to do. The curse mark spread over Tayuya, fully transforming her into CM2. Demon flute, chains of Fantasia. The sound of flute echoed in the surrounding, catched off guard. All four of them were caught in the Genjutsu. At the same time, Kidomaru bit his thumb and slapped his hand onto a web. Kuchios no Jutsu. Mother Spider and its spiderlings began to drop to attack them. Naruto suddenly felt his body restrained, and his vision turned distorted from being caught. But the worst part comes. Naruto can only watch as his entire arm melts little by little. Spiders are approaching him, adding even more fear. He screamed in pain, feeling his tissue destroyed. His skin, flesh, even to the very bone. Tears shed from his eyes. It hurts so much his entire body is shaking. Nissan, Tsuyu, who broke out from Kurama's help in the next second, quickly helped everyone release the Genjutsu with a slap of chakra infusion. Focus your chakra on the tenketsu in your ears, Tsuyu screamed out. Everyone did as told and resisted the sound Genjutsu, but they cannot use their chakra for anything else. Tsuyu, being able to resist with Kurama's will, while she handles all the spiders that's coming at them, dashing left and right, sending chakra blasts through Raging Fist. Naruto is going in and out of the Genjutsu constantly from not being able to do what Tsuyu instructed, at times in pain, at times he felt okay. He screamed in frustration, summoning shadow clones once he's awake, but even the clones fall into Genjutsu. Tayuya's most dangerous technique is the fact that as long as she's playing, the Genjutsu never ends. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Poof. 3 Tsuyu's shadow clones appeared, each going separate directions to find the caster, blasting the spiders on the way. Jeriah is sweating profusely. He cannot believe he can't muster his chakra to break out of the Genjutsu at first. And now he cannot use any jutsu from focusing the chakra to his ears to block and resist the sound effect. He uses his fist and kicks to destroy the endless spiders coming at them. Meanwhile, Kidomaru took this chance to prepare his final strongest technique. He made a large long arrow from his mouth, using all his 6 hands and thick thread to pull it as hard as he could. Too many, Shizen. Despite being able to fight while blocking the Genjutsu, she is overwhelmed by the spider. Her hands moved as fast as she could to cut them too with chakra scalpel. Tsuyu too is overwhelmed on the surface, but in fact the spider couldn't even break her skin with her body infused with earth chakra. The Genjutsu eventually stopped. Her clone found the caster. But in just few seconds, the memories transmitted back to Tsuyu. She turned her glare to southward direction, where the caster is. There's someone protecting her. There's 4 opponents in total. TCH. Tsuyu made hand seals quickly. Earth release, earth dome. She slapped the ground and infused her chakra. The earth trembled, a dome of earth formed covering them all completely in all direction, isolating them from the sound and the spiders. Seeing this, Kidomaru launched his powerful arrow hoping for a blind shot. Whoosh! Boom! The wall of the doom is blasted, leaving a large hole on 2 sides as it pierces through. But as the dust settled, Kidomaru saw a hole deep underground. A tunnel. Kidomaru is taken aback. Shit! What a coward! You are the Sannin. Damn it! Jirobo, Sakan and Yukon, and Tayuya flickered towards Kidomaru. Our ambush failed. Kidomaru looked at the tunnel. He never expected them to just run this way. Don't just gawk, chase them. Tayuya started to move, but Jirobo pulled her back. There might be traps set in this tunnel. Don't be reckless. Let me find the direction and use other way. Jirobo crouched down and slammed his hand on the ground. Sending earth chakra, reflecting it, he found the direction of the tunnel. Follow me. But before the sound 4 could move, a powerful pressure suddenly pressed them like a mountain. Who said you can leave, ha? 4 of them look up, instinctively taking a step back, looking at the figure standing on the branch. Her blood-red eyes with black slit looking at them like prey. The blonde hair swaying in the air. Tsuyu will hold these 4 on her own. Naruto, Jeriah, and Shizen keep going, following Taunton to Tsunade's location. Naruto clenched his fist, feeling so useless and so worried for Tsuyu. Erosenin. Let me help her. Don't be stupid. You will only drag her down. Those should be Orochimaru's people. There should be 5 people. Each with a unique ability. 4 of them on their own may be people you can fight with. But when they work together, even a Jonin would fall from their techniques. You have seen it just now. Jeriah had read the files on them. During Konoha Crush, their abilities are recorded. The most fearsome is the user of Shikatsumiyaku. Jeriah is not sure if all 5 of them are there since they escaped earlier. But 2 are confirmed to be present. 5. You are saying she's fighting against 5 people. Erosenin. I don't care. I will help. Naruto felt his heart filled with anxiety. He turned around, but Jeriah quickly snatched him. Do you want to kill her, Naruto? I dash. Naruto is shaken after hearing Jeriah say that. Jeriah knows Naruto is strong, but it's against potentially 5 opponents. Naruto would become her weakness instead of helping. Once Naruto is in a disadvantage, or being targeted for being the weaker one, Tsuyu might die instead. Listen. Trust her. She is strong enough to fight them. You have never seen her go all out, but I had. It's up to us to stop Orochimaru and Sununade. Naruto bit his lips, unable to retort anymore. Tsu-chan, please be safe. Chapter 84, Tsuyu vs. Sound 4. Tayuya looks up at Tsuyu arrogantly. Ha! You think you can defeat all of us, trash? Jirobo, the calmest of them all, could feel it. The fact that Tsuyu is standing here is already a testament to her confidence. Kidomaru suddenly raised two of his arms, giving signals to both his team and Tsuyu to stop for a second. Wait. Orochimaru-sama has a message to pass to you. Tsuyu squinted her eyes. What did he say? She's just curious. So she's having this conversation. You are someone he chooses. You shouldn't be working like a blind dog, manipulated and hidden from the truth. Danzo and the entire Konoha have hidden many things from you. If you come with us, you will know. He sees you as special. Ha. It doesn't matter. He's just exaggerating. You need to show us if you really all that first, Tayuya provoked again. Hee, that's right. Not just anyone can work under Orochimaru-sama. Sakan added. Are these guys idiots? Tsuyu snickered inwardly. But she's still curious. Oh. And what benefits do I get working under him? And what exactly I didn't know. It's already a blessing to work under him. Don't be so demanding, trash, Tayuya raised her voice. Wow. Orochimaru's brainwashing might be twice as good as Danzo's. Tsuyu was impressed how their brains seemed to be a little off. Kidomaru stopped Tayuya. Don't you want to know? Kidomaru smirked. Kidomaru gawked, spitting out a scroll from his throat. Mucus covered the scroll, reminiscing Orochimaru's method. About everything. About Danzo, your parents, give Jirobo some space. Tayuya's summon moves to attack her behind. Tsuyu snorted in disdain, making hand seals. Earth release, mud wall. The wall of earth blasted off the ground, pushing off the summons and blocking the projectiles. She slapped a roll of explosive tags on a side of the wall and launched a powerful raging fist palm towards it. The part of the wall breaks from the ground, blasting towards Kidomaru like a cannonball while crushing the remaining incoming projectiles. Kidomaru dashed to the side quickly but... Szzz, boom. The force of the exploding blasted earth caught him off guard, mashing half his flesh. Even his hardened mucus armor can't block those explosives. 3 of his arms can't be used anymore. So strong. Tsuyu sees white transparent worms-like thing trying to attack her. She dodged and threw explosive tags with kunai to each of them, destroying them with explosives. She is about to turn to Jirobo to continue where she left him, but he already finished making hand seals. Earth release barrier, earth prison dome of magnificent nothingness. Dome of the earth stood from the ground, covering Tsuyu completely. Tsuyu felt surprised that her chakra was seeping out of her body. What a unique jutsu. Not that it matters, since she had a lot to spare. Though, this earth release. I want it. She's about to just blast the wall, but without her expecting. Yukon, who managed to crawl to Sakan during this time, threw Sakan in the air. Sakan, with barely enough strength to move his hand, smeared blood and slapped his hand in the air. Summoning, Rashomon. The wall summoned above the dome, sending it down to crush Tsuyu. The Rashomon fell down and broke the dome open, landing right onto her, smashing her like a pancake. The dome of earth quickly recovered and trapped her beneath. The Sound 4 let out a sigh of relief, thinking it's all over. But out of nowhere they heard a chilling, barely audible laughter from within the dome. Heavens! Roar! Overloading her tenketsu, she blasted powerful chakra shockwaves from all of her tenketsu, creating a massive explosion with her at the center. The Rashomon destroyed, the dome of earth crumbled to dust. Jirobo was caught in the radius and sent flying, sending him rolling on the ground. He coughed a mouthful of blood from the extensive damage he received. His transformation became undone. From the dust of destroyed ground, fluctuation of powerful, dense chakra causes the rest of the conscious 3 to feel powerless. It's as if they didn't do much to her at all. Now, give it to me. Tsuyu's expression turned from craze to calm. Her red eyes glared at Kidomaru. Kidomaru gulped a mouthful of saliva before agreeing. He threw the scroll towards her. Tsuyu didn't intend to kill them for reasons. Her curse mark needs an upgrade like these people, and their bodies contain the secrets. Danzo would definitely help her on this part. She opened the scroll to see what the so-called secret was. Reading it, her expression doesn't change much. Right. I overthink it. Orochimaru really thinks Danzo brainwashed me. Danzo schemes. Using me. I already know. Laughable. And why would I care so much about the village hiding my real parentage to betray Konoha? TSK. That's it. Huh. Wait, this. Koto Amatsukami, a genjutsu that's subtle, the victim won't realize they are under control. That's something. Tsuyu squinted her eyes. Rethinking to herself. Is she affected by it without realizing? Is her loyalty towards Danzo a result of genjutsu? Well, no. She would ditch Danzo if he's no longer useful and it's no longer beneficial, and if it causes losses. She's not some faithful dog like other root members. She reassured herself. She would write a coded note on her fridge to see every single day to remind her to not be loyal to Danzo blindly, just in case one day she gets genjutsu-ed into being a faithful dog. Seeing it's supposed to be subtle, a simple reminder would snap her back to senses supposedly. The sound 4, except fainted Jirobo, quietly watches Tsuyu read it. At this time, her strength convinces all of them. She's terrifying. And maybe she had been toying with them all along. Now that you know the truth, come with us. Orochimaru-sama will surely treat you well. Kidomaru said carefully, not sure if Tsuyu is really going with Orochimaru. Besides, this girl is a Jinchuriki. Is her body even useful for Orochimaru-sama? What a fool. Tsuyu tore the scroll and threw it to the ground. She's done playing. Only Tayuya is well enough to fight at the moment. Flash. She rushed towards Kidomaru, not holding anything back. The sound 4, knocked out and captured alive, sealed and stored. I was delayed enough. I should get back to them. Flying Raijin. She appeared in front of a trembling, shaking Naruto in a flash. She gave him a kunai with her mark on it after what happened before. Naruto, as if seeing hope, suddenly burst into tears and started to say nonsensical things about her leaving. Seeing Naruto like this, and the surrounding pressure, she knew something's wrong. It's just been a second since she arrived and adjusting to her disorientation and dizziness. She ignored this brat and turned behind her to observe the situation clearly. Her eyes widened in shock at seeing everything that's going on. Chapter 85, Naruto's Resolve. Jeriah, Shizune, and Naruto arrived at a street filled with blasted holes on the ground and walls. What's going on here? Naruto looks around. He still feels anxious and thinks about Tsuyu behind them. Sununade-sama must have refused him. Shizune analyzed the fallout. Her eyes landed on Tsunade's robe on the ground. She quickly picks it up, and once more relies on her living bacon to guide their way. Taunton the pig oinked his way, rushing towards Tsunade. HN, haha. Tsunade, you are rusty. Kabuto isn't someone you should look down on. Kabuto raised his glasses. After taking a chakra pill, his speed and power increased, even Tsunade, though far in her peak, unable to catch up. She has been wasting away for tens of years after all, and had not been going on serious fights for years. Kabuto dashed towards Tsunade. Dodging her powerful punch, Kabuto found a chance. With a quick incision through chakra scalpel, he severed her muscles on her arm and thigh. That kid, his medical ninjutsu. Kabuto smirked arrogantly. He already planned to finish her, using her fear of blood and knock her out. Tsunade seemed panicked and launched a fist towards him, but Kabuto already expected it. Slash. Spurt. Kabuto cut his own hand, letting blood splatter onto her. Tsunade frozen in shock and terror seeing blood. Her entire body pale and shaking. Tsunade-sama, it's unfortunate, as a fellow medical ninjutsu specialist, I have always admired you. You are such a shame. Kabuto kicked Tsunade like trash. Ah. Go away. No, Sununade was trashed on the ground, looking miserable. Just then, a smoke bomb explodes all of a sudden, stopping Kabuto in his tracks as he retreat. As the smoke settles, Kabuto's pupil constricted. Orochimaru smiled, licking his lips. Jeriah. Orochimaru, it's been such a long time, doesn't it? Jeriah is calm on the outside, but honestly he felt anxious. He felt something was different about Orochimaru. He looks pale and sick. But the aura of the strong is present in him. He doesn't feel wary of me at all. Orochimaru shouldn't know he is drugged by Sununade yet. But Orochimaru has confidence. He turned to look at Kabuto. Is this kid someone good? That's his first thought, thinking his assistant is someone really strong. He sees Sununade is lying there, trembling. Blood splattering on her face and cloths. Sununade. Jeriah feels angry and wanted to strangle Orochimaru already. Shizun quickly dashed towards Sununade, trying to help her. Granny Sununade, Naruto also rushed to her side. Orochimaru turned his eyes towards Naruto. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, an average fellow with nothing noteworthy. HN. Jeriah, where is your other disciple? You abandoned her. He asked playfully. Team. What did you say, you snake? Naruto shouted. Snake, Orochimaru had a snickering smile, flicking his tongue. It's a nickname he got called a lot, so he doesn't feel offended or anything, well, for his acquaintances and comrades back then of course. But no unworthy kid ever calls him that, so this is a first. HN. Jeriah, you take on such a good apprentice. Naruto suddenly stood up proud, despite the situation. Being praised by a villain still makes him feel flattered slightly. But only the inferior one is left with you. To think you leave her to fight against my guards on her own. No matter how good she is, she would fall. You gave me a good gift, Jeriah, HN. The trio gasped. Naruto felt his heart racing hearing such words from the snake. What do you mean? What do you mean a gift? Kabuto chuckled slowly. Naruto-kun, you are really slow. Orochimaru-sama had already set his eyes on her for past years. She's such a talent. A genius, but she won't be able to fight against all of the ones Orochimaru-sama had raised. Naruto takes a step forward. He felt angry hearing such nonsense. What does that have anything to do with you? She won't fall in your hands. And she is strong. She won't lose. Naruto said half convincingly. He's scared, really. Jeriah already figured that Orochimaru wanted her body, a highly classified information on what truly Orochimaru is trying to achieve. Immortality by shedding body. Tsuyu never had imagined Orochimaru's way of immortality was so backward and didn't suspect it. She thought the specifics are more about genetic engineering or bodily modification, not outright stealing someone's body. Thus in her opinion Orochimaru doesn't have anything against her to begin with. HN. I gave her the power she needed, and she knows how to appreciate it. What are you saying, Orochimaru? Now even Jeriah feels angry. The look in her eyes once she received my gift. She craves power. She's almost like me. HN. Orochimaru smiled evilly. No. She's not. Stop making up things. Argh, Naruto rushed like an idiot towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru almost laughed seeing Naruto use Shadow Clone's technique. Kabuto stood in front of him. Naruto isn't worthy for Orochimaru to make his move. Kabuto moves and dashes, countering and killing each clone one by one. The real Naruto was kicked and sent tumbling on the ground. Naruto, Shizun quickly tends to Naruto, seeing some of his muscles are severed. She healed him with medical ninjutsu. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows slightly seeing Naruto's skills just now. Based on the Shadow Clone's movement, and Kabuto being serious in those fights, Naruto isn't bad at all for his age in fact. Though, that's just average in his opinion when adding in his stupidity. An average person will achieve nothing in their life. Even though you both come from the same womb, only one inherits from him. Orochimaru snickered. Biology is always a wonder. At times it can't be predicted, mutations happen, and this Naruto is produced somehow despite how good his parents are. Naruto hears the words in confusion. From him. Who? My parents. Orochimaru knows my parents. You know my parents. Orochimaru. Your poisonous tongue is the same as always, huh? Jeriah stood in front of Naruto. He doesn't want Orochimaru to say more. HN, ha ha ha, your disciple should already know the truth. She is now in my hands. The truth. You. Jeriah had a dumbfounded expression. He knows Tsuyu already knows. What else could she possibly not know? And she pretty much doesn't care, unlike Naruto here. No. What are you saying? She won't just go with you. And what truth are you talking about? What do you know, Naruto-kun? Do you really think you know her? Orochimaru licked his lips. Tsuchan. Tsuchan isn't someone who will go with a bad guy like you. I know her. No matter what you say. She's already in his hands all this time. And now, she will be in mine. Orochimaru said with such certainty, his greed for her body flared in his eyes. The curse mark had an effect that corroded her mind and susceptible to his will. So he is certain. Impossible. Jeriah can understand who that he refers to. There's only one person. Jeriah doesn't want to believe this nonsense. How could Tsuyu willingly work with Danzo and Orochimaru? No. It can't be. Even if she works with Danzo, maybe that's still acceptable as long as she's still thinking of Konoha, but Orochimaru, he's a village traitor. Did Danzo work with this traitor too? Tsuchan won't leave. She won't. Naruto doesn't buy Orochimaru's words at all. He looked at Jeriah, as if wanting his support. Jeriah can only remain silent. He needs to talk to Tsuyu to ascertain the truth. But if Orochimaru is right, then Tsuyu, a Jinchuriki that could control its power, would become an enemy of Konoha. A terrifying enemy. Jiraiya's eyes turned serious. I will have to kill her if it comes to it. Jeriah always put Konoha first and foremost. Though, his eyes turned to Naruto. He is certain, as long as Naruto is here, Tsuyu will never stray into darkness entirely. It's not too late. Naruto. Your sister won't leave. You are here. She has you. Jeriah pats Naruto's shoulder, reassuring him. Erosenin. Yeah. You are right. Orochimaru snickered. That's why he will kill Naruto, the only thing that Tsuyu may have any emotions for. He knew Danzo's method, his brainwashing and erasure of emotions and attachments. Once Naruto is gone, Tsuyu will be completely his. Not to mention, it would prevent trouble with those Akatsuki. It's killing two birds in one stone. Jeriah noticed the murderous gaze from Orochimaru. Shizun. I am leaving the one with glasses with you. I will deal with Orochimaru. Jiraiya-sama, understood. Kabuto smirked. I want to see whose disciple of the Sannin is the stronger between us. I am looking forward to it. Kabuto covers his hand with chakra scalpel ready to engage with Shizun. Orochimaru rushed towards Jeriah launching an attack. While Kabuto engaged with Shizun, Naruto stood next to the shaking Sununade, trying to help her somehow. Ninja art, lion's mane. Jeriah wraps his hair around himself, hardening them into spikes. But Orochimaru ignored it, launching a flying kick towards him. Jiraiya's pupil contracted violently seeing the unexpected. Ash white bone protruded and extended out of Orochimaru's soul. The sharp edge glistened, glimmering with danger. **T. Jeriah put more chakra into his lion mane, hoping to block it. Now it's too late. Stab. Blood splattered out of Jiraiya's back. The sharp bone pierced through his chainmail and into his chest, his white hair dyed red with blood. Sununade screamed in horror and terror. No, Sununade felt so shaken in fear. Memories of Nawaki and Dan overlapping Jeriah. She stood, trying to move despite how she's trembling. Jeriah coughed a mouthful of blood from the blood pooling in his lungs. Orochimaru, this, cough, you. HN, a nice body wasn't it, this Kekkei Genkai, bones harder than even steel. But to think you are so weak. Sununade gave you something, doesn't she? HN. Orochimaru retracted the bone and kicked Jeriah like trash. His face seemed complicated. He really didn't expect such a thing would get Jeriah to begin with. He didn't plan to kill him. Whether it's because Jeriah was his close friend before or it's unnecessary, who knows what's in his heart. Orochimaru turned to look at Kabuto, who already won against Shizune. But his eyes flashed with surprise. 9 tails. Naruto stood up in front of Shizune, his eyes red with a slitted pupil. I will beat you up. Naruto summoned 10s of shadow clones, all with red iris and chakra of 9 tails. Kabuto is unable to confront the shadow clones anymore, and is forced to a corner. Your opponent is me, Orochimaru. Seeing that Orochimaru might make a move on Naruto, he retook Orochimaru's focus. Jeriah takes a blood-clotting pill to stop his bleeding and uses a basic cauterizing method on his wound. His face only twitched slightly as his flesh burned up and closed. As a Sannin who went through 2 wars, it's nothing. Orochimaru wasn't surprised either. You are having a death wish, don't you, Jeriah? Orochimaru launched another assault. 2 bone blades extended out of Orochimaru's arms, slashing wildly at Jeriah. Jiraiya's movements, albeit still slow, are more nimble. He dodged left and right, and even managed to land a counter kick to Orochimaru. The bleeding managed to get some of the poison out of his system faster, letting him move better. A blessing in disguise. Jeriah, Orochimaru screamed as he rushed towards him. Jeriah takes a step back while making hand seals. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. This dash, Orochimaru found his feet stuck, and his body slowly sinking. Unable to do anything else, his neck stretched unreasonably long, planting his head like a nail with Kusanagi sword into the ground. He managed to pull himself out of the predicament. Damn you. Orochimaru bit his thumb, drawing blood onto the Fuin Shiki on his arm. He has other ways to use a few techniques, especially with his new body. Jeriah noticed the action and he too quickly did the same. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Gamabunta and Manda summoned, facing each other. Both of them look at each other like sworn enemies. I will offer 100 sacrifices, kill him. Orochimaru shouted. The 2 giants fought, shaking the entire battlefield. Despite the shaking ground, the fight between Kabuto and Naruto is ongoing. Unable to resist the clones, Kabuto manages to escape into the earth. This technique again. Naruto is so sick of this technique. But among the 5 shadow clones, Kabuto, someone managed to get the real Naruto. He appears out of the ground behind the real Naruto. What? Kabuto manages to grab onto one of Naruto's legs, cutting his muscles there. Kabuto is a perceptive ninja, noticing the real Naruto just from the fact his posture is different from the rest of the shadow clones. Just as Naruto raised his defense, Kabuto kicked the leg Naruto was injured at, causing him to stagger. Seizing the opening, Kabuto launches a fatal chakra scalpel attack, cutting a wound open through his shoulder down to his chest. Dash. No, Tsunade screamed out, seeing Naruto injured. Ha, Kabuto took a breather. Naruto was truly strong and difficult. A part of him feels bad about injuring Naruto this much, since he's just a kid. Regardless, he's a shinobi, and Naruto too is one. Seeing Naruto unable to move anymore, he returned to face Tsunade. Tsunade, do you want to see the others die? Kabuto mocked her as she stepped closer and closer. No, please. Tsunade closed his eyes, covering her head. Her body was shaking from seeing so much blood. Pathetic, Kabuto felt so disgusted seeing the Sannin he respected act like this. You have some use for Orochimaru-sama. Just obey. He gathered force in his fist, ready to punch Tsunade's disgusting face. But all of a sudden, flash. Tsunade and Kabuto gasped inwardly. Naruto is still standing, taking the blow on his forehead. And yet he's unmoving. Bubbles of red chakra flow from beneath his skin, his eyes flaring red, his claws grew sharper. His injuries heal at a speed visible to the naked eye with a sizzle. Enough already, you bastard. Naruto launched a powerful fist towards Kabuto. Kabuto tried to deflect it to no avail. Kabuto is blasted a few meters before rolling on the ground. It will be okay, because I am here. Naruto turned to Tsunade. Naruto. Tsunade's shaking stopped slightly. She revealed a smile, feeling reassured by this brat somehow. Kabuto tried to stand up, but he realized his healing technique cannot heal him completely. He's out of chakra. Orochimaru noticed the situation and became more certain on what he should do. He can use Nine Tails chakra willingly. I need to take him out first. Orochimaru jumped down from Manda and rushed towards Naruto like a hunting cobra. Your opponent is me. Jeriah also jumped from Gamabunta, rushing to him. Orochimaru turned his body to Jeriah and launched an attack with his long tongue. He grabbed his ankle and threw him hard to the ground. Crash! He opened his mouth, the sword of Kusanagi extended out as his body slithered towards Naruto. Naruto, Tsunade, and Shizun screamed out. But instead, he stood resolutely in front of Tsunade. Burst of chakra flowing more from him, the red chakra covers his entire body, forming a one-tail clock. Seeing this, Orochimaru decides he will have to end Naruto right here and right now. Die. Stab. Blood splattered from Naruto's pierced back. And yet. NNH. Impossible. Orochimaru's blade pierced Naruto, and yet, Naruto stood like a mountain. The red chakra glows even darker. Naruto grabs the blade, piercing him with one of his hands, holding Orochimaru in place even if the blade cuts into him. His red eyes glaring at Orochimaru with anger. You are still standing. Orochimaru can't believe this kid is this daring. Blood drips down Naruto's body, soaking his jacket, and despite his shaky body, the pain he endures, Naruto wouldn't bulge. Why? Tsunade asked shakily. Granny Tsunade, because I made a bet with you. I will definitely win that unlucky necklace. I never go back on my words. That's my ninja way. Kagebunshin no jutsu. Naruto let out a roar, his other hand gathered swirling chakra. His clone compressed the formed chakra sphere, Kyubi chakra infused into it, covering it in red. Both of the Sanin's eyes widened. This jutsu. Damn you, Orochimaru struggled to get away, but Naruto's hand holding onto his sword is like an unmoving mountain. Raise-non. Naruto sent the raise-non straight to Orochimaru's abdomen. Arg. Orochimaru is blasted tens of meters away, eventually blasted onto a rock. Tsunade looked in shock, and in awe at Naruto. Tears glistened in his eyes. Hee. Granny Tsunade. I won our bet. I will definitely become Hokage. Naruto turned around to face Tsunade, his sunny smile and words reminded him of Nawaki and Dan. Fine. I lost the bet. I admit, you have what it takes to be Hokage. Tsunade let out a sigh of relief and a smile. It felt like it's all over now. After seconds of silence, eerie laughter suddenly sounded from afar. HNHNHN. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Everyone turned to look at the direction where Orochimaru got blasted to. Half of his face is torn off, revealed a different face with green eyes and sliver of white hair. The body of Kimimaro is confirmed. Cough, Orochimaru coughed a mouthful of blood. This body, to think I received so much damage, to think you could master the jutsu of Yondaime, cough. His eyes glared at Naruto, filled with murderous intent. I am planning to preserve this body a little longer, but, you forced me. Brat. Cursed mark pulsed from his chest. Tattoo-like markings spread all over Orochimaru's body. His body undergoes a transformation, bones protrude out of his back. His entire body turned dark brown, his eyes turned entirely black, leaving only the yellow iris. He glared at Naruto with hate and murderous gaze. He bent down, taking out his own spinal column as a blade. Die. Orochimaru rushed towards Naruto. I won't die. Red chakra covered Naruto into one tail once more. Both of them rushed towards each other. Orochimaru stabbed towards Naruto, but he dashed to the side, and re-dashed towards Orochimaru with a punch. Blast of air spread from the impact. But Orochimaru is not moved at all, his hand covered in masses of bones blocking his fist. Orochimaru retracted the spinal blade and stabbed towards him. Naruto flickered backward at fast speed, dodging the attack quickly. Damn it. Orochimaru's arm turned into a mass of bones formed into a drill shape. Seeing this, Naruto summoned a shadow clone, and once more gathered chakra in his palm. Die, brat! Orochimaru dashed towards Naruto, the drill coming for his life. Naruto exchanged the attack with a Rasengan of his own. Rasengan. The two attacks clashed. The cracks of the bone spread like a spiderweb, eventually destroying it completely. Orochimaru's arm is completely destroyed from the blast. Ha, ha. The Kyuubi cloak starts to disappear. Naruto cannot maintain that form for too long, his body stumbled slightly, almost falling. But at least, it's over. Naruto thought. Orochimaru lying dead on the ground opened his eyes. As if taking a last resort to take everyone out, and making a subsequent plan, he uses most of his remaining chakra. Dance of the Seedling Fern. Naruto, Tsunade's body moves on her own, wrapping her arms around him and flickering to dodge. Sharp blades of bones as tall as trees grow from ground like a wave tide, changing the entire terrain. The ground shook and eventually stopped. Naruto opened his eyes. Everything happened so fast that he could not react. But as his view became clear, his pupil constricted. Granny Tsunade. Tsunade held Naruto up despite her body being pierced by multiple blades. Cough. Tsunade coughed a mouthful of blood. But her eyes are strong and resolute. Granny Tsunade. Naruto felt a sting in his eyes. All of a sudden, Orochimaru appeared from among the bones behind Naruto. His bone blade stabbed towards him, wanting to end his life. Tsunade saw this and quickly threw Naruto far away from the field of bones, letting the blade land on her. Spurt. Tsunade. Why do you have to go so far? Orochimaru is going to lose it. It's so hard to kill him. Because I will protect Konoha's future. I am the 5th Hokage. I will stop you here. Orochimaru. Her body no longer trembles, her homophobia is cured. Een Seal, release. Ninja art creation rebirth, strength of 100 technique. All of her injuries heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a single punch, she broke all of the bones around her. This jutsu. What is it? With this jutsu, any injury I sustain will be healed in an instant. Stimulating synthesis of proteins and enzymatic reaction. I accelerate cell renewal 100 times. I will not end here. Orochimaru's body seemingly unstable, multiple bone blades much like cancer spread from all over his body. Tsunade was stabbed multiple times, but she ignored it all and punched him again and again, wanting to kill him for certain. At the side, Naruto stood with Shizune, hoping for the best for Tsunade-bachan. All of a sudden, like a shadow, Tsuyu appeared through flying Raijin. Tsu-chan, Naruto almost cried out. His body was shaky from everything that just happened. Don't go with Orochimaru. He's evil, Tsu-chan. Tsuyu, seemingly still disoriented and dizzy from the teleportation, hearing such nonsense from Naruto the second she teleports adds more headache to her. She felt the pressure around and turned her head. Her eyes widened seeing the forest of bones, and in between the gaps a figure of Tsunade clashing with some kind of bone monster. Orochimaru. Chapter 86, Orochimaru's End. After observation, she can ascertain Tsunade is able to fight Orochimaru. Her body was seemingly unable to get injured. The cuts completely heal in a second. So this is the legendary Tsunade. Tsuyu was in awe seeing her in action. She turned to look at Naruto again. She overlooked the fact that he seems injured. But looking at him up and down, the blood on his jacket already dried up and he looks fine enough to utter nonsense. He had 9 tails after all, and Naruto's healing factor is twice or thrice as much as hers. Turning her focus on Tsunade, she observed the way Tsunade fights. Each of her punches break and crack those bones. She often punches and kicks the ground, creating massive craters. The forest of bones makes it a little cramped and difficult to maneuver. Her help isn't necessary at the moment, so she observes. She doesn't think the Sannin needs help against a disabled Sannin. But really, Orochimaru, even with his supposedly unusable hands, is still terrifying. His ability to move inside and outside of the forest of bones make it more difficult for Tsunade. Where's Jiraiya-sama? Ah, Erosenin. Naruto almost forgot. Gamabunta and Manda already disappeared from trading blows. Naruto pointed a direction, where Tsuyu quickly left and found Jeriah in a crater. He's injured. Tsuyu picked him up and brought him to Shizun. Jiraiya-sama, Shizun mustered the little chakra she had left to administer treatment. Orochimaru noticed the arrival of his most wanted person. A crazed expression crazed his eyes. Dodging another fist, Orochimaru suddenly coughed a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this body can only last few more minutes. I need her body, now. Orochimaru made the final decision. With another dodge, Orochimaru hides inside the forest of bones and uses the remaining chakra he had. No one can stop me. Bones spread like cancer from around Sununade. It pierces through all of her limbs and muscles, squeezing her entire body, immobilizing her entirely. Orochimaru knew it wouldn't last long and he needed to get away fast. Kabuto. Kabuto had been recuperating silently after he's defeated. He barely had any strength left, but he's still able to move and flickered to Orochimaru. Tsuyu. I will be waiting for you. Orochimaru managed to shout before he and Kabuto run away like cockroach. Tsuyu is about to chase. But all of a sudden 2 hands grabbed her. Naruto grabbed her arm tight, while Jeriah grabbed one of her legs even tighter. Tsuyu, you have your brother with you, don't? Jeriah said weakly. Tsuchan. Don't go with him. I will stop you if I have to. What nonsense are you guys talking about? Tsuyu was baffled and speechless. Both Jeriah and Naruto were stunned. He's running away. I am going to finish him off. Jiraiya-sama, pardon my rudeness. Tsuyu shook both of their hands off her body and went to chase Orochimaru. Tsuchan. Naruto screamed out. Maybe we overthink too much, Jeriah murmured. The look in her eyes is definitely serious about killing Orochimaru. NNH, cough. Orochimaru and Kabuto escape into one of their nearby secret hideouts through a secret entrance that they left open. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto looks worried. I am going to take her body, now, this is my only chance. Kabuto helped Orochimaru towards a room, and both of them made preparations. Tsuyu chases after them into the forest, and eventually arrives in front of a big tree, where those two disappeared. The entrance leading to the underground is the only place left for those two. Tsuyu lightly raises a flare from her ninja tool bag and comes down the stairs. She saw there's a door at the end of the hallway. As she pushed the door open, what lies on the stone bed is Orochimaru. Cough, HNHNHN. Tsuyu, you came. He smiled, as if almost happy. He coughed another mouthful of blood. Tsuyu. I can give you a meaning to your existence. Become my vessel. What? Tsuyu was dumbfounded. HNHNHN. Come. Orochimaru haven't figured out Tsuyu come to him for the kill. Something come out of Orochimaru's body, revealing his original true form. A large white snake with a human head. Multiple white snakes making up his entire body. Your body is mine. Tsuyu frowned, casually dodging the direct attack. She blasted a fist towards him, smacking him onto the walls. Rotten stench emanated from Orochimaru's body. Why are you betraying me? What nonsense are you talking about? Orochimaru. Even if there was a trade between Danzo and you, and I benefited, it's not enough to sway me. I am not that cheap. You. Damn you. Tsuyu suddenly felt dizzy. And her entire body felt numb. Poison. Since when? She looks at Orochimaru's bleeding body. His purple blood is poisonous. Just then, Orochimaru's body moved in front of her, its mouth opened wide. Mine. Tsuyu opened her eyes, feeling herself unable to move. Weird flesh things surrounded her entire body, locking her in place. HNHNHN, it's finally mine, my new vessel. Orochimaru is like a flesh monster, slowly crawling towards Tsuyu. Tsuyu felt shocked at this situation, her brain buzzing and realizing what's going on. Her body is being taken over. There's no way. Tsuyu struggled to move. But she couldn't, she wasn't Sasuke that could undo a jutsu through his eyes. Kurama. Tsuyu shouted. She didn't think he would just watch. Orochimaru doesn't know who or what Kurama is. But looking towards Tsuyu's back, a big red gate stood tall. Two red eyes hanging inside roared towards them. Red chakra flooded the scene. The fleshly body around Tsuyu starts to corrode. Impossible. How come you have the 9 tails? You didn't know. Tsuyu snickered inwardly. It seems that Orochimaru is so outdated. It's his bad luck that he never witnessed it. And he didn't even question where the sound 4 went, as if his predicament made him stupid. Orochimaru. It's unfortunate I will have to end such a genius like you. Tsuyu said this genuinely. This guy is the Einstein of shinobi world. It's such a waste to kill him. Tsuyu takes a step closer, step by step. No, don't. Go away. Orochimaru's fleshly body turned around, trying to run. But he couldn't escape once he committed to the jutsu. No. But all of a sudden, a purple snake-like thing slithered from behind Tsuyu. Rabi. Tsuyu almost forgot this guy is here lazing around with Kurama all day. Tsuyu looks at the now ugly fat wrinkly Rabi in confusion. This guy had always been sleeping comfortably in Kurama's fur, probably leeching off his chakra while getting fat each day. Hungry. It muttered a word. Tsuyu is stunned. Rabi didn't say more and opened its mouth wide, swallowing up Orochimaru like a noodle. Orochimaru's scream eventually went silent. Rabi seemed satisfied. It went to rub its head on Tsuyu for a while. Rabi sees Kurama as his food source, while Tsuyu is his house. Of course he's good to them. As Rabi slithered away to Kurama like a lazy fat caterpillar, a face appeared behind its back. Orochimaru is somehow alive in Rabi. His eyes were bloodshot, looking at Tsuyu. He wanted to curse. Rabi felt a little uncomfortable and his body wiggled, burying Orochimaru back into himself. He went to squeeze in between the red gates, and found himself a comfortable spot beneath Kurama's fur and continued to sleep like a fat lazy worm. Tsuyu herself didn't know what to think about the whole situation. Kabuto looks at Tsuyu carefully. Which one are you? Tsuyu turned around, looking at Kabuto up and down. He must be Orochimaru's henchman. Seeing her gaze, he knew this wasn't Orochimaru at all. Kabuto quickly throws a smoke bomb on the ground to flee quickly. Tsuyu wanted to chase, but she realized her body was poisoned and paralyzed still. Damn. She activated the seal planted on her back. Mad Puppet Seal, release. Lines spread to all of her body, covering her muscles, tendons, and tissues inside of her. With pure chakra she mobilizes herself and chases after. She found another secret tunnel, but as she's about to step in. SZZZ, exploding tag. Tsuyu quickly retreated. She can only watch the tunnel collapse. TCH. It seems I can only let him escape. Tsuyu collected the remains of Orochimaru's true body and the now broken Kimimaro body, storing them inside a scroll. As an ANBU she had kept this habit of storing corpses, giving them to ANBU's or Roots Research Department. Also as a proof of merit. Orochimaru's body too must contain secrets. She returned to the team, seeing Sununade is healing Jeriah. Seeing Tsuyu returning, Jeriah didn't let his guard down. He already told Sununade to be careful. Because there's a possibility Orochimaru would take her body. Seeing the unkind gaze from all of them, except Naruto, she wonders what kind of nonsense they are thinking. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama. I had dealt with him. But his henchman escaped through a secret passage and blew up the route. Forgive my incompetence. You killed Orochimaru? Jeriah asked in disbelief. He always thought Orochimaru was the hardest thing to kill. He let his guard down. It seems he had some misunderstanding about me. Trying to steal her body when there's 9 tails inside of her is like sending himself to his death. It's quite funny when she thinks about it. Even if she stole her body, 9 tails would probably kill him and break out. It's so stupid. Tsuyu. Jeriah let out a sigh of relief. He had a lot to ask and talk about with Tsuyu, about her and Danzo and even what kind of gift Orochimaru gave her. He can be sure Tsuyu won't betray Konoha, and she has her priorities. In a sense she is like Danzo. Even if it's dubious and questionable, she wasn't against Konoha. Tsuchan. Tsuchan. You won't believe this. Hee hee. What is it, Nii-san? Naruto looked too excited and jumping around. I mastered Raise-non. Hee hee. I can do it before you do. Tsuyu's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Watch this. Naruto summoned a shadow clone. Tsuyu frowned, but kept observing. Naruto gathered chakra in his palm, gathering them into a sphere. The shadow clone helps to do the compressing part of the process. The Raise-non is completed. Ni-san. A smile carved on Tsuyu's lips subconsciously. She felt so damn proud of this brat. Maybe if she had seen Naruto standing still holding onto Orochimaru while receiving a blade through his chest, then blasting Orochimaru with it, she would have made a small celebration for such a growth. Naruto showcases his jutsu, destroying a big tree to pieces. You are a genius, brother. Tsuyu feels genuinely impressed. To use a shadow clone to alleviate the control required to do two things at the same time. This brat's brain is a wonder. Why does no one ever think of that? Genius. I am a genius. Yeah. I will become Hokage. Believe it. Everyone let out a light chuckle seeing Naruto so excited and happy receiving her praise. Tsuyu wanted to try it out herself. Summoning a shadow clone. And just as easily, she completed the Raise-non. Naruto is dumbfounded. Everyone is also dumbfounded. Taunton the pig too is shocked. Tsuchan. That's unfair. I used shadow clone first, Tabeo. You can't just copy me. This is so unfair. Naruto starts throwing tantrums. He felt like Tsuyu stole his jutsu or something. His achievement of mastering Raise-non first dimmed after Tsuyu did. Ni-san, it's not like you have the copyrights to it. I have to give it to you, it's ingenious. Tsuyu let out a soft chuckle. Shadow clones are really my own chakra. Of course it could, then, doesn't it mean, I can use nature transformation using a third clone? Or using a fourth clone as the one stabilizing the jutsu? Or I can separate different processes with more clones, and my real body only needs to focus on supplying chakra and rough rotation. Huh. Wait. My clones can hold my Raise-non then, can't they? And my shadow clone can use flying Raijin. Naruto didn't know he had just given her some ideas that are close to a bug or cheat in the shinobi world. Ni-san, let's celebrate once we get back to Konoha. You deserved it. Yeah. Let's celebrate. Naruto's sulking mode from having his jutsu stolen returned cheerful. Tsunade smiles lightly. Then, let's return. Tsunade stood up, her body upright. She's already decided to take on the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Chapter 87, Hot Spring Stop. On the way back to Konoha, naturally they stop at a few towns along the way. Tsuyu. I am out of chips. Exchange for more quick. Ah, yes. Tsunade-sama, she gave a fake smile, her eyelid twitched as she exchanged the chips with her own cash. Shizune whispered to Tsuyu. You really should refuse. Just tell her no. I will say no if I really can't afford it. How much money do you have? No, it doesn't matter, you will make her too comfortable, trust me, I went through this before. She won't pay. Shizune. Stop disturbing this good child. I will win and pay you back next time, I promise. No. I should play to cover my losses. Tsuyu made a decision. Oh. Joining finally. Tsunade-sama, I may not gamble often but I believe in my skills. Skills? You are like me. Indeed, who says gambling is all about luck? Let's show them. Yes, Tsunade-sama. I prefer we gamble on cards. We can win more based on calculations. For example, once a card is out of the playing field, and you know the cards others have already used, you can calculate what isn't possible anymore and how many odds the cards in your hand have considering what cards are still in the playing field. Yash. Let's see who wins more. 10 rounds of gambling later. Shizune looks at those two, standing on the balcony staring blankly into the sky as if they had lost everything they had in their life and questioning their life choices. Going into the hot spring, Tsuyu awkwardly enters the spring with Tsunade and Shizun. Oh, and the pig too. Tsuyu looks at Tauntaun, boiled pork. Tsunade sighed. Her skin was wrinkly after she used tons of her chakra a few days ago, now it's getting a little better. Tsuyu. Yes, Tsunade-sama. What kind of person are you exactly? Tsunade asked casually. She just thought she's a little enigma. Most of the time she seems normal really. I am not quite sure how to answer that, but if I have to describe myself, I am someone who chooses to do my best to achieve my goals, otherwise I wouldn't feel happy about it. I can see that. You aren't just a little genius. You work hard too. As a PhD holder in medicine in the ninja world, she could see from her body the signs and tear from hard training. That aside, you really work with Danzo. In Jeriah's words, when Tsuyu wasn't looking, he tells her it's a possibility, and since she would be the 5th Hokage she should know. Yes, Tsunade-sama. You admit it. Tsunade is quite surprised. I understand the nature of Danzo's work. Even then, the late Lord Third approved of his methods. From my understanding, Danzo is doing everything for the good of Konoha. He may want to consolidate his power, but I see his end goal is always for the village. You know him well. He remains an advisor for so long for reasons. Tsunade acknowledged it wasn't wrong what Tsuyu said. The fact is Hiruzen let Danzo run free and let him have his own power through root. Otherwise Danzo would have been gone already. Remember, during Hiruzen's tenure, Konoha had to face 2 major wars without using 9 tails, without Hashirama and Tobirama. The death of those 2 causes major power loss on the village, making the other hidden villages dare to make their moves. All the surrounding hidden villages had always wanted to make some move, taking lands from Land of Fire. It gets desperate enough that even Hiruzen leads the project on Hashirama cells, and the Senju clan volunteered because they are the most compatible theoretically. Konoha needed the power of First Hokage badly to maintain peace. Danzo's questionable actions back in those hard days helped Konoha survive, turning enemies against each other, letting Konoha hide from the highlight, weakening the enemy little by little, instigate internal conflicts, prolonging the little rest time Konoha had to recuperate before the enemy set their sight on them again. Tsunade went closer to Tsuyu, her mountains pressed into her side. Tsuyu tried to move away, unfortunately Tsunade is too strong. She checked out those cursed marks, quite impressed at its work. Orochimaru is truly a genius, his attainment in the human body may surpass her own understanding. Quite interesting really, you really remind me of Orochimaru, he wasn't bad at all back in those days. Back then, I preferred him compared to that pervert honestly. You might be just like him. Tsunade seemingly reminisced about the past, her eyes seemed a little complicated knowing Orochimaru is entirely dead. Being in the academy together, from genin to fighting in wars. Orochimaru was truly their comrade. When did it go wrong? And I hope you don't turn out as crazy. Tsunade's voice was almost cold, her fingers on her shoulders were almost gripping, as if a threat more than an advice. I would not go against Konoha, Tsunade-sama. You can be rest assured. Tsuyu is not fazed by such words. She knew what she stands for. I believe you wouldn't, but I hope you don't pick up anything from Danzo, he's not the best adult you can learn from. You are still too young, and that guy is quite shrewd. If you have any doubts, you can always find me. I will be the 5th Hokage after all, and everyone, including you, are my responsibility. Tsunade's meaning is clear for Tsuyu. That she is above Danzo and she wants Tsuyu to place herself above that guy. I understand. I will seek you if I have any doubts, Tsunade-sama. Good, Tsunade smiled, relaxing once more. She wouldn't want Tsuyu, someone that Jeriah claimed to be of Minato's caliber, to work under someone else. The fact that Tsuyu is unfazed by her pressure already tells her a lot. Tsunade-sama, I do wonder if you have any thoughts on taking an apprentice after returning to the village. Tsunade looked at her suspiciously, then closed her eyes back to relax. Who knows, the village has too many things to settle, doesn't it? Why? Interested in learning under me? Interested in the seal in my forehead? Don't tell me you want to learn all the jutsu in this world like it's your dream. Tsunade opened her eyes, looking at Tsuyu while cracking her fist. She's just joking about Orochimaru really. But half serious about her suspicion that Tsuyu wanted more power. It's good 99% of the time to want to be stronger, but she's already powerful in Jeriah's description to her before. A Jinchuriki that could control Nine Tails power, nintaijutsu with Raging Fist, good arsenal with various earth release techniques, multi-shadow clones technique, Raiznan, and even flying Raijin. Sununade would suspect Tsuyu is really crazy for power. No. One of Naruto's squad members is someone very talented and can be considered a genius in chakra control. I believe if you take her in, Konoha would produce another great medical ninja like you. Frankly, it's also because she needs a good mentor. Naruto is learning with Jeriah. Sasuke Uchiha is a genius that is able to grow with just a little guidance. His Sharingan already makes him surpass most of his peers. As for her, she is left behind. It would be a favor for my brother and myself if you are willing to give her a chance, Tsunade-sama. You are quite honest, since it's Naruto's friend, fine. I will see that girl you speak of. But no promise. If she's not up to my standard, I won't take her. But this chance is still a favor, let's see. My debts are all settled. How about that? Tsuyu smiled slightly. That's fine. A chance to learn under the legendary Sannin is immeasurable in value. Good. Just how much money a 11-year-old like you can have? You start working in ANBU for just over a year, no. I have a small deal on making explosive tags with few workshops. And I own the rights to a few patents too. Of course, Tsuyu didn't mention about the cut and dividend she gained from the company established by Root to complete Operation Devil's Trade, which she contributed a lot of her money into. I should have borrowed more before I agreed, damn it, Tsunade mumbled, regretting her decision to agree quickly. She could have borrowed far more and had it settled instantly. What happened to all of your Senju heritage? Tsuyu's eyelid twitched after hearing her mumbling. I wonder what those rascals are doing. It sounds noisy. She could hear some noises behind the high wooden wall blocking the other side. Tsunade suddenly grabbed a piece of rock and tore it off the walls of the spring and hurled it 70 degrees up to the sky. Phew. Erosenin. No, Naruto pounced on Jeriah that's about to peek at Tsunade, climbing onto his head. He doesn't usually care that seriously, but his little sister is in there. You pervert. Erosenin. Naruto. This is my chance. Years. It's been years. What the hell? Get off me. A huge stone suddenly fell right on Jeriah's head. His head spinning, he saw Tsunade's figure going round and round above him as he fell face first into the water. Blub blub blub. Bubbles blubbed on the water as Jeriah's face sunken in. Erosenin. Naruto tried to shake him and poke his side, wondering if he's dead. Chapter 88, I will catch up. Akatsuki Zoom meeting. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, to think Konoha has kept them a secret for all these years. Pain said in a cold voice. Then, what do we do now? Konan felt worried the existence of Tsuyu Uzumaki would bring trouble to their plans. Our goals haven't changed. The war will weaken every nation. Let them tear each other's flesh. Konoha's hidden weapon will only help us achieve our goal. Deidara looks at the projection of injured Kisame, his eyes shining. Not because Kisame is handsome, but the description of the massive explosion, he wished he could have seen such an art. Toby, behind his mask, had a serious look. He didn't know there's a second Jinchuriki. So Minato split the Nine Tails into two and gave each to his children. And Flying Raijin too. He looked over at Itachi's projection. He looks fine on the outside, but in fact, he's hiding his injury. This cannot escape his Sharingan. Toby felt a sense of dread knowing Minato's daughter had learned his technique. And what's more, this girl sends a Bijudama to their face and not just a Raiznan. He had trauma remembering it. Itachi knew Kisame had the Flying Raijin mark on him, and that mark is permanent. But ultimately, he is doing everything for the sake of Sasuke first, Konoha second. So he didn't tell Kisame or anyone about it for now. They won't be fighting Tsuyu anytime soon after all. And just in case, Itachi had to break away from Akatsuki at some point. Meeting adjourned. As Toby exited the Zoom meeting, he felt somewhat uneasy. It should be time to test Konoha's will. Toby swirled and disappeared. Training Field 5. Kurenai, being free and about with her own students training in their own clan compound, agreed to guide Sakura. The wine Tsuyu gave was top-notch, and well, the date with Asuma went so well. Kurenai blushed, remembering the night. Shaking her head, she returned her focus to Sakura. Sakura takes a deep breath, focusing her chakra. She weaved 2 hand seals for the building block of the bigger jutsu, dog snake. Sending and manipulating chakra on Kurenai-sensei as the target. In Kurenai's vision, a simple tree appears from the ground. It looks really realistic at first glance, though on more focus, it seems illusory and there's very slight transparency. Good work, Sakura. But you need to maintain and concentrate on the image and senses you want your opponent to experience perfectly. Your chakra contains your will on what you want your opponent to experience. Genjutsu is in-release in nature, to form from imagination. Have a clear image, even the exact color, the exact small details and lines. Steady your chakra control on the visual cortex. Otherwise the image will have distortion and can be seen through. For the jutsu I taught, sight is the most important aspect to control first, as our chakra would infiltrate through the tenketsu in their eyes first. Only when the opponent's senses and brain is tricked into thinking it's reality, even if they know in their mind it's a genjutsu, their body is tricked into believing it. Mastering manipulation of sight and then touch senses would at least give you a second or two even against expert opponents. This can be fatal in a real battle. Kurenai, on the other hand, can manipulate all 5 senses all at once, controlling her chakra into different parts of opponent's brain. Kurenai might not seem much, but aside from Itachi or the Uchiha, she's the most powerful genjutsu user of Konoha, with many S rank and A rank missions completed. Understood, sensei. Sakura's expression tightened. She once more made hand seals. Dog, snake, monkey, ox, tiger. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. The minute chakra entering through tenketsu points of the eyes move along the nerves, infiltrating into the primary visual cortex in the occipital lobe. A tree grows up from the ground. At the same time, Sakura also controlled the chakra to move to the primary somatosensory cortex responsible for sensation of touch, faking brain signals to make the opponent feel the strangling of the tree as it wraps around Kurenai. Good, Kurenai praised her as she finally succeeded in using the jutsu. Although there's many flaws, in a battle even a second of success is enough when it comes to genjutsu. And Sakura had only been learning for a few days, and yet she already grasped the anatomical structure and the nerves and chakra network path as if her brain was like a sponge, and she can apply theory to practical with ease, moving her chakra through the chakra network and the nerves network to exactly the parts of brain required. Sakura takes a deep breath. The focus it takes stresses her mentally. Even though it's barely something, Sakura felt happy. Okay, let's stop for today, Sakura. Kurenai smiled slightly. She's a genius, she commented inwardly. But in Tsuyu's words, do not make her complacent, so that she keeps working hard. Yes. Thank you, sensei. Before Kurenai leaves, she turns towards Sasuke, who's doing some weird training with those wires and light bulbs. She noticed Sasuke stopped and stood and decided to stay for a while to watch. Is he finally showing what's that all about? Sakura too looked over. It's been a few days since he's been training to do that. It seemed, Sasuke already mastered controlling his chakra to produce a constant stable lightning chakra. Tsuyu and Sasuke don't think creating a chakra armor like Raikage is necessary, because Sasuke wasn't a brute nor does he need to crash people like a train. His Sharingan already consumes chakra constantly and he needs to utilize the advantage of enhanced perception from Sharingan. What Sasuke needs is a boost in speed and only enough for his body to handle that speed fluidly. Thus the jutsu Sasuke is mastering is different from lightning chakra armor. He calls it, lightning flow dance, Raryubu. Sasuke made a single hand seal, generating chakra and using lightning nature transformation. From his left hand where he usually uses Chidori, traveling throughout his entire chakra circuit. Sasuke's Sharingan flared up, looking into his own body. Success. Now, infusion into the body, outward. Only a little to my nerves, then the rest to my tissues. Sparks of electricity are barely visible on Sasuke's body. Minute lightning chakra surrounds his nerve cells, surrounding its membrane rather than entering it, increasing isolation and sensitive his action potential. Now. Lighting release, lightning flow dance. Stage 1. Sasuke flashed upward, a small arc of electricity generated from each of his movements. Sasuke takes kunai and shuriken from his tool bag, throwing them on the targets ready around him with a flashy spin midair. My speed, my senses. Sasuke felt how fast he's moving even with Sharingan perception making everything seem slower. But his body is not so slow anymore. Almost a 1.2x speed improvement. But in others' eyes he moved like a ghost, almost inhuman-like. Thud. 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 Each of the projectiles is only slightly off the bullseyes. Sasuke comes down, taking a deep breath of air. He felt all his muscles strained. It's not that bad, since it's only a minute improvement. Sakura and Kurenai watching from a distance is shocked. What jutsu is that? Such speed, perception, and even control. Kurenai feels shocked inside. Speed is one thing. But anyone moving at such a speed wouldn't be able to have enough perception and control normally. Of course, the Sharingan helped his perception, while the lightning release infusing into his entire body tempered his body to withstand such speed, and the nerves reaction was boosted, allowing control. I need to infuse more lightning chakra into my body, it's straining, but keep the amount in my nerves the same, okay. Sasuke thought inwardly and kept training. Sakura looked in awe. In just a week, Sasuke created and used such a powerful jutsu. In the next few days, Sakura kept watching him from a distance, not wanting to disturb him while focusing on her own training. Medical ninjutsu in the morning at the hospital, genjutsu in the evening at the training field using a few monkeys as a test subject. Medical ninjutsu use her stamina, while genjutsu use her spiritual power more. So at the end of the day she's completely exhausted. But so is Sasuke. Being in the training field with Sasuke already gives her motivation to catch up. Sorry, monkey, here we go again. Triple AAA. The monkey had enough of being binded to trees. But all of a sudden, Sakura noticed a flash of lightning from Sasuke's direction. She heard a grunt for a second. Her pupil constricted seeing Sasuke convulsed on the ground so suddenly. Sasuke-kun, Sakura rushed towards him quickly. Lighting arcs move around his body. It seems he's electrocuted a little from trying stage 2 of the technique by increasing his lightning chakra output. He's too impatient for rapid improvement. Sasuke, Sakura calms herself and uses medical ninjutsu, relaxing Sasuke's convulsing and shaking muscles, isolating them from the electric impulses. Sakura. Sasuke opened his eyes, surprised Sakura actually came and did help him. His body stops moving uncontrollably. You are so reckless. Sakura muttered. Sasuke didn't comment. He is reckless. He thought he mastered using the small amount and can increase a little more and won't lose control, but it's more difficult than he anticipated because there's a ratio he needs to keep between amount of chakra sent to the nerve and the rest of the body. If stage 1 he sent 10 unit to nerves, while 100 to the body, there's a 90 unit difference. But stage 2 requires him to send 20 units to nerves, 200 to the body. This is 180 units different to control and kept constant. The jutsu difficulty increased exponentially the higher stage he went. He should follow Tsuyu's guideline to train properly with those circuits first. Thank you, Sakura. I am fine now. Ah, sure thing. Sakura, you are learning Genjutsu now, aren't you? Yes. I can only do the basics so far. Sakura is afraid Sasuke would feel disappointed. I need your help then. I need to train to break his Genjutsu. I would like you to cast Genjutsu on me. Use me as your practice target. Sasuke recalled Tsuyu's words. That if he wants to kill him, his Genjutsu is the first priority to settle. Because even Tsuyu cannot escape without 9 tails, an external person's help. Yes, sure Sasuke-kun. Let's train together. Sakura felt so happy inside. For the first time, she felt seen by Sasuke. Sakura felt more motivation to improve her Genjutsu, so that she could be useful for Sasuke, even if it's for his training. She stayed late until the sun almost set, exhausting all of herself mentally. As she returned home, she saw a look of disagreement from her parents. Sakura, where have you been? It's already so late. I was training, Ka-san, I am tired. Sakura had enough of their complaints. You know shinobi work is dangerous. Why do you even? Ka-san. You know they would send you out there, right? What if? Ka-san, don't worry, that's why, I am training now. I will make you proud, I promise. The two went silent and just watched as Sakura went upstairs to her room. She didn't notice her mom already cried, with her dad patting her back. Seeing her training hard makes them realize convincing her to quit is no longer possible. They can only hope for the best. Everyone in Konoha could already feel the pressure in the air. Even though the council tried to stop rumors from circulating, but there's movements from the three nations at the border. A few of Konoha's scouts at the border were found dead, possible breach by the other village already. Of course these small things isn't enough to trigger a complete fight. As long as one of the hidden village make a major move, a war would break out. They are only waiting, either for preparation or a major chance of weakness from Konoha. Chapter 89, Minato's Trust. Knock *3. As the door pried open, Naruto poked his head towards Tsuyu on bed, reading tales of gutsy shinobi Jeriah made her read before. Tsu-chan, Sununade looks at Naruto up and down, this kid looks so serious for no reason. Can we talk? Sure. Tsuyu felt it's out of place for Naruto to actually ask so seriously. Sununade feels she gets it. Orochimaru did blabber about stuff for a second and probably Naruto's head finally remembered after days. Naruto, wait outside. Sununade instructed. What? I said, wait outside. I have something important to tell her first. Hey, I come first, Tobeo. Gore. Naruto grumbled and just closed the door. Tsuyu, what exactly did Orochimaru tell you? My parentage. That's all really. I understand Konoha kept my identity a secret for reasons. If there's any dissatisfaction, it's my late parents' heritage that went missing. As for other things, although I was raised an orphan, I don't feel missing out per se. You take it far better than I thought. Well, you are different indeed. The fortune of the fourth Hokage should be quite substantial. If it's me, I would have betrayed the village. Tsuyu looks at Tsunade blankly. Hello. You are the Hokage here. I am not sure what that old guy did with it. But I will see if it's still there once I take my seat. Probably not though. Tsunade-sama, thank you for your consideration on the matter. No need, no need. It's unfair for you both already. Tsunade said with a hint of guilt and solemnity. But Naruto is quite more emotional than you are. I can tell him in your stead. As the fifth Hokage, I will have to carry Konoha's guilt as well, and consequence of the late Hokage's decision. Tsunade-sama, it's all right. I am his little sister. It's better if I tell him. If you insist then, go tell him then. I will take my leave for a while. Naruto sees Tsuyu come out finally. Tsu-chan, let's talk outside. Ero-sennin will bother us. Okay. As the siblings went outside, they walked a distance away from the inn, sitting on a bench under a street lamp. The night was quiet, barely any passers-by. What truth do Snake Guy tell you? Does he know our parents? Tsuyu takes a deep breath. Promise me you won't crash out. What? Of course not. I am not a kid anymore. Naruto felt more embarrassed than anything. Good. Our dad is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Tsuyu said in a straight sentence without a stutter. What did you just say? Naruto felt he misheard something. Our biological father is Lord Fourth, Minato Namikaze. Stupid Lord Fourth. Naruto painted his Hokage rock face with excitement, cursing his stupid face for everything he did to him. The memory played in his head for a second. That guy is our father. Naruto stood up in shock, his mouth agape. No way. He's the fourth Hokage. The one who dash. Naruto felt his brain just can't think. It felt so bizarre. It hadn't registered in his head. Just calm down, Nii-san. I have this photo. Jiraiya-sama gave it to me. Tsuyu takes it out from her wallet. It's a photo of Minato giving a peace sign over Kushina's shoulder. While Kushina is pregnant, her hand on his stomach. Naruto took the photo with trembling hands. Kachin, Otosan, Naruto looked at the picture of the two. The lady with red hair had a pregnant belly. Our parents. His eyes glistened with tears. Why is he the fourth Hokage? He said almost in a pained tone. Why then, why he, why I? His voice choked. Why did he suffer so much then? He's the Hokage's son, not just anyone. And yet. Seeing Naruto shaking and only had tears glistening, it seems he didn't crash out fully. That's good, she thought. Naruto had it worse after all. You can ask Jiraiya-sama, our father is his disciple. He should know more. Tsuyu pat Naruto's shoulder. Yes, she's passing the blame onto that pervert. He's the adult here, no? Yeah. I will ask him. Naruto's voice was calmer, even if it's as if he's on the verge of crying. How long did you know? Tsuyu was stunned by this question. Since when Naruto is so smart to ask such an important question? I suspected it for a long time ago. Haven't you seen his portrait? It's not exactly that far-reaching. Who else in the village had blonde hair and blue eyes like us? Orochimaru confirmed it for me. He used Konoha's abandonment over us to bait me to work with him. He's really overthinking it. Tsuyu snickered. Konoha, yeah. The village, why no one knows? Why we don't know? Naruto suddenly stood up, his fist clenching in unhidden anger. Calm down. It's not that complicated. Listen, Lord Fourth had many enemies. He's called the Yellow Flash for a reason. A person who won a battle against 1,000 shinobi. Our identity is kept a secret to protect us from the enemies. If others know, we would have a bounty on our heads even as a baby. But, why are we? Naruto fixed his words. It's not we. Why do I have to suffer so much? Everyone hates me, Dad died for the village. Why? Tears rolled down his cheek. I know. It's unfair. He sacrificed his life for the village, sealed the 9 tails into his own children, and yet the villagers treat the children of a hero like ungrateful bastards. Yeah. Those people. How could they do this to me? Naruto is shaking with anger. He can't believe this. His life sucks so bad and somehow he is the son of 4th Hokage, a hero who died protecting Konoha. It's almost disgusting. They are so dash. Tsuyu helped Naruto finish his words, shameless. Shameless. Bastards. Stupid. 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 Naruto cursed everyone that had ever hurt him. He doesn't understand how people can be so cruel to him. I never asked for the 9 tails. Dad put it in me, he never cared. He just left. And I had to suffer. Stupid, stupid dad, idiot. Naruto rant on his own, his fists clenching and unclenching. But overall, Tsuyu feels he take it better than she expected. Number 9 tails chakra breakout or anything. Naruto sat down as if losing his entire energy and soul. He looks at the picture for a long time. Otosan, Kachin, why you have to leave? Tears dropped down his cheek, wetting onto the picture. Tsuyu just sat there in silence, letting Naruto grieve over the loss of their late parents. Only by knowing can they feel the loss. Minutes passed silently. Naruto kept staring at the picture. It's getting late, let's go to sleep. You can keep the picture. I will try to find some more pictures, maybe late Lord Third kept them somewhere. Lord Third. Lord Third should know too. His eyebrows frowned, maybe if Tsuyu didn't mention Lord Third he wouldn't think about it at all. Being with Tsuyu in this life also raises his IQ slightly. Dad is 4th Hokage, so, he should know him too. He must know. So why did he never? Recalling the times Hokage Ji-chan visited their house, Naruto felt angry again. Stupid. Stupid old man. Stupid. Naruto stood up again, cursing the dead old man. Huh. This brat noticed. He hid it from me too. Why? Naruto sat down in defeat again. It felt like everyone was hiding it from him. It's a village decision to keep our mother's pregnancy a top secret. So most of Konoha never knew they had children at all. Our mother is a Jinchuriki too. And during labor, the seal of 9 tails weakened significantly. That was the day when we were born, and the day 9 tails escaped for a while. Huh? What? Our mother, Kushina, is an Uzumaki. Her bloodline with high vitality and her Fuinjutsu skill is a perfect candidate for housing 9 tails. In fact, the Jinchuriki before her is also an Uzumaki. You can say it's a thing for our bloodline, I guess. Hearing their mother is a Jinchuriki as well, Naruto doesn't feel so bad anymore. It's like it's a family thing then. Oh. I see, so mom has the 9 tails too, so 9 tails knows mom. Naruto had the idea to disturb 9 tails later. Naruto looks over at the picture. His mother is so pretty, her red hair is unique. As for his father. Stupid dad, he wished he had mom's hair color. Not this stupid dad's. Naruto went silent once more. Someone killed them, Nii-san. Tsuyu decides to reveal it. From experience with Sasuke, Naruto would definitely gain motivation. Besides, that person is powerful enough to release and control 9 tails. What? What did you say? Someone targeted our mother during that day. That person broke the seal on our mother, and released 9 tails. Naruto felt his entire body trembling. Anguish, grief, anger. Who? Who is it? Tsuyu shrugs. Uncertain. It's still under investigation. That person wore an orange mask on that day, with only his right eye revealed. This information is Tsuyu's own from what she remembers. But a mask can always be changed daily, so this information might as well be nothing. She hides the fact that the person has a Sharingan because Naruto might figure out the cause and effect of Uchiha's extermination. She wouldn't want Naruto to ruin Itachi's plan for Sasuke. Let Sasuke kill that bastard, heh. Naruto clenched his fist. He feels so angry. He stood up and walked in the opposite direction. Where are you going? Tsuyu frowned. Training. Raiznan. 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 Naruto blasted the surrounding area over and over, wanting to vent everything in his heart. Stupid, stupid. Naruto punched the tree over and over until his fist bled slightly. His eyes red, his body thrumming with so much stress. Tsuyu left him alone to give him some space. After he's done venting, Naruto just lie flat on the ground, looking at the stars. I will, definitely. Naruto clenched his fist. He will find out who it is. He will avenge them. Naruto returned to his room shortly after. Jeriah was writing his latest novel, glancing curiously at this disciple of his. Naruto, where did you go? Training so late. Naruto seemed down and only replied with a yeah. Did she tell you? Jeriah figured from Naruto's ugly expression. You didn't tell me too. Naruto sulked, he turned his face away from Jeriah. Well, we have our reasons really, Jeriah rubbed the back of his neck. You talk about your late disciple Yondaime this Yondaime that when I am his own son. Stupid Erosenin. Cough, well. Jeriah felt guilty, it's true he hid it from Naruto. And he kept mentioning Lord Fourth because seeing Naruto, his child, brought memories. Stupid, Naruto sulked again. Seconds of silence passed, with tension hanging in the air. Jeriah sighed, his eyes solemn, his expression sad. Your father, he would have wanted to be there for you, Naruto. Naruto remained quiet. You know why he gives the 9 tails to you both? I don't know, he just wants to save the village, he sealed him in us. Naruto replied sulkily. It's as if this stupid dad of his just has no other person to use. As if there's no other shinobi in the entire Konoha that could consent to it. Well, that too, but also because he trusted you both with them. He believes in you, Naruto. Believes in me, Naruto turned around to face Jeriah. Konoha had an enemy out there. And he entrusted 9 tails to you and your little sister, hoping for you both to protect Konoha with its power. And I believe in you too, Naruto. Naruto felt a little touched, but still. But, it's so hard, it's, really. Naruto's eyes turned teary. Housing the Nine Tails wasn't easy at all for him. Maybe it is for Tsuyu, heck it's as if it never mattered for her. But for Naruto it's really difficult. I know, but you have your little sister. And, you have me too. You are not alone, Naruto. Jeriah ruffled Naruto's hair. Erosenin. Just take a bath and go to sleep, you stink. I am not. Stupid Erosenin, Naruto huffed and went away. Jeriah let out a sigh of relief. It seems Naruto took it better than he thought. Maybe, Naruto already cursed and vented his frustration after all. Dad trusted me with 9 tails. Naruto thought to himself. Protect Konoha, the enemy. Naruto clenched his fist. I will try, stupid dad. Chapter 90, Gathering Power. Tobi casually genjutsued a lot of Konoha's shinobi scouting around the border between Land of Fire and Land of Lightning. While at it he genjutsued Kumo's ninja to kill Konoha's messenger asking for explanation about the breach into their lands and the death of their shinobi just to add insult to their injury. Konoha increased vigilance some more, while Kumo sent more shinobi at the border. These little movements are like little stones in one's shoes. Tobi is just trying to accelerate things since it's a little boring. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, a blonde-haired person riding a clay bird came down right on Tsuchikage's office. Deidara realizes the battlefield is the best canvas to showcase his arts. He willingly comes back after Pain agrees. Sensei. Deidara shouted outside of Tsuchikage's building. Anoki thought he heard a ghost. As he looked out his office window, his eyes bulged out. This rascal traitorous disciple of his. Deidara. You dare to come back. And you dare call me sensei. I will kill you. Particle style dash. Beams of light shoot across Iwagakure. Although he's a traitorous disciple, Anoki reluctantly forgives his treason since IWA needs combat force and this person is his own disciple. And he knew Deidara wasn't a bad person, he's just a little crazy with his nonsense art. Sensei. I need a large amount of explosive clay. You are the Tsuchikage and have money, right? This traitorous disciple. Did you come back just for these? Particle sty dash. Danzo almost crumpled the report in his hand. Those Q-mongrels, Tsuyu taught Danzo this word, are so shameless. The treaty is still literally there on the surface. But it's a small thing and mere provoking, so he doesn't put that much thought on it. He read the report Tsuyu sent over. Orochimaru is killed. Sununade cured her of homophobia. The Sound 4 captured alive. Good. At least she's more useful now. Humph, I guess I have to give it to you then, Sununade. Danzo can let a functional Sununade to sit on Hokage's throne since he acknowledged her status and contribution. Besides, Danzo already had his plans to overshadow Sununade. She may save a lot on the battlefield. But for Danzo, Konoha will not just survive, but win. Tsuyu gave him this confidence. With her bright mind and his power, over the months route had already grown deeper into territory of Land of Wind and Land of Rock, controlling a good chunk of the black market economy in those lands, with funds constantly adding up from Kimogakure being the biggest funder buying their own ticket to hell. Danzo wanted to laugh. It felt almost too unreal. Danzo had been scheming for tens of years. But he never had scheming to such a large international scale. It's all possible because of her. He felt more and more proud of her indirectly with the good reports coming from his subordinates. Rebellions occur in a few smaller villages in Land of Wind already, from starvation, plague and poisoning that's slowly spreading. With the local lords not sparing their money to help their struggle, or they don't have enough money to begin with because food is priced like gold. Bribing and seducing companies and tradesmen to form a monopoly to increase their exporting price at the same time in the name of more profit works to disrupt the food supply of that country. He doesn't even have to move many people since these tradesmen are greedy by nature. The local lords didn't bother to regulate them either, that or there's no law or enforcement on regulation of price for export since it's up to the foreign land to buy and the local lords too received more money from business tax done by these greedy people. Everyone in Land of Fire wins. As for Land of Rock, while its estimated 6% of Land of Stone's economy is now circulated into its black market, it might not seem much, but this is a scary figure when you consider the whole country. With time and once resources are mobilized completely for war, the livelihood of the normal people in that land will deteriorate significantly, and this will cause chain effects. If there's a successor to Root, he already considered Tsuyu. If she's old enough, he would plant her as the Hokage instead of himself. Tsuyu will like my gift. He stood from his seat, planning to go to the research department of the newly established subdivision of Aerial Technology Research. This is a part of Konoha's research institute under ANBU that's completely legal and has nothing to hide. Except there's dubious source of funding because Danzo is the one who is funding it, mostly with who knows where the money that even the Hokage wouldn't have come from. Using technology from Sky Shinobi and reverse engineering technology used by Anchor Vanshin for its flight and its main cannon, prototypes of devices much like combinations of wings and jetpacks are made. Tens of chakra guns are made too, but chakra-conducting metals and the workmanship into these new tools are expensive and time-consuming, so these weapons are only for the elites. Besides, it wasn't exactly that more effective than the traditional method relative to its cost, seeing the Sky Shinobi is all dead, so Danzo doesn't care much about these chakra-fueled guns shooting projectiles. Though, there's one gun that's different from the rest. On an altar with many monitoring devices, a semi-automatic rifle with a bayonet attached at the end, mimicking the SKS self-loading carbine system. The body had a cold glint from it, concentrated chakra emanating from its body connected to multiple chakra-conducting wires. It's undergoing its second performance test. Danzo made a huge investment on this mysterious metal with the highest chakra conductivity, with the theory that this metal is the basis of the 7 swords of the hidden mist. He sent his elite root members to loot, trade, and steal from all over the countries to gather enough. The radiant nether steel not only amplifies chakra flow but also records residual chakra memory, meaning weapons made from it can adapt and resonate with the user's chakra. With Fuin engraving based on the main cannon of Anchor Vanshin, it's a mini chakra cannon at this point. He is just waiting for Sununade to come into her seat to officially form the aerial unit subdivision of the Konoha's Army 5th Division Special Unit. And he already planned to head this subdivision himself and gain prestige and merit, with Tsuyu being the commander of 1st Company. He wanted to select young people that are more open to learning new combat tactics and techniques, since aerial units are different from standard shinobi. A fresh mind and body would be best as they learn faster. Thus, he already decided to let some of the young Shimura clansmen into them. The company of 12 would have been made up of 3 squads. Tsuyu would lead one, a privilege he wanted to give to her as trust. As for the other 2 squad leaders, Jonin of Root would be selected. He's thinking of Kaito that is able to use wind release and sound release, and then I am as the other. These 2 are familiar with Tsuyu as ANBU squad mates. Just as he's about to leave, he remembered something. He headed to Root's research department and stopped by the Special Research Center. He remembered Project Gozu Tenno. He entered one of the huge laboratories, only to see various monitoring devices and ceilings connected to a sapling of a tree grown from Hashirama cell. The sapling had dark chakra emanating from it. Various designs of Fuin Shiki are planted on the walls, with various documents and research on Hashirama's cells spread on the tables with various notes on them. In fact, this sapling is a conduit to another dimension. A spatial fluctuation occurred when they tested Hashirama cells in those days, and eventually this led to this discovery. With various instruments and techniques, it is found that negative chakra and Hashirama cells input into the space would give birth to a creature. But the creature would die shortly after its creation without continuous stable infusion of chakra. It needs a host. With results from research, they managed to call out to this creature from that dimension for a short amount of time and ascertain its abilities. Thus Project Gozu Tenno goal is about the creation of a seal, creating a host to connect to the secret space and the creature born from it. Danzo-sama, the head researcher, Tanuki Shigaraki, sees Danzo entering and quickly bowed. "How's the project going?" "Danzo-sama, it's going well. But the seal has a major problem at the moment that I am currently addressing." "Explain." "Ah. Yes, the seal needs a large amount of Hashirama cells to be created. It's just the caster of the seal needs to have the ability to withstand those Hashirama cells as they have to contain them in part of the creation. I am still having difficulty over this part, and there is also the issue with the host requirement. Normal people won't be able to withstand it, so I am still making adjustments over these parts as well." Danzo thought for a second. Tsuyu is an Uzumaki. And her body is already strong enough to receive the cursed mark, and the cursed mark itself strengthens her body over all this time. If there's anyone who could take the seal, it's her. As for the caster. The requirement of the caster, you say? Danzo thought about Tenzo, he meant Yamato. But unfortunately Yamato is not in his route anymore thanks to Hiruzen. Wait, someone who can withstand Hashirama cells, isn't that himself at the moment? Danzo looks at his bandaged hand, where multiple Sharingans suppressing the Hashirama cells lie there. But as a cautious person, he naturally doesn't want to risk his life. So he really needed to see how much risk exactly it had. After statistics and experiment data was showcased by Tanuki, Danzo made up his mind. He takes calculated risks, besides he has insurance. I will cast the seal myself. I found a suitable host for it, my disciple, you can say. Danzo-sama. It's dangerous. You need to infuse a lot of Hashirama cells into your body while casting the seal. I have my own method. He is willing to sacrifice his life for Tsuyu, well, one of his lives. In a few days, Tsuyu returned to Konoha finally. She makes a stop at Route first, sending those sound 4 parts of Kimimura's body and parts of Orochimaru's body for extraction, dissection, and research. She still needs to send most of Kimimura's body and Orochimaru's to ANBU for merit's sake, and that she needs to keep the appearance of loyalty to Konoha, not Route. A Yamanaka extract their memories, gathering secrets like locations of Orochimaru's hideouts that may contain his researches and different jutsus they know. The first memory they search is related to Cursed Mark naturally. Secrets of the Cursed Mark are reverse engineering by taking their tissue sample, forcing them into using their Cursed Mark and such. Coordinates and locations of the specific experimental base for the Cursed Mark are figured out to hasten the research. Perhaps, Tsuyu would meet Karen, Yugo, and Suigetsu soon. Because they are living people, extraction is done with ease with intact memories. But it would take time to browse through each memory of their whole lifetime. Tsuyu left those technicalities to them and doesn't give much thought about whatever happened to those people. She does leave a note on prioritizing extracting the jutsu used by Jirobo and Tayuya first. An earth release that can even absorb chakra from opponents and sound-based genjutsu is truly powerful. She wanted to give the latter to Sakura in case she could use the hidden technique. Training Field 5. Tsuyu. Thank you very much. I don't know how to repay the favor. Sakura thanked Tsuyu after she found out Sununade is willing to see her in case she's interested in taking a disciple. She felt in disbelief. To have a chance to be taken in as a disciple of Sununade, this is almost a golden ticket to success. She just needs to do her best to impress Sununade. She felt nervous honestly, as if she's going on an interview for her dream job in a highly prestigious company. That's lucky of you, Sakura. Sasuke commented genuinely. Both Naruto and Sakura had a chance to train under the Sannin, while himself, he can only train on his own at the moment. He felt a little down somehow. He almost thought that maybe Orochimaru is supposed to be the one who trains him or something. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei would wake up sooner. Tsunade-sama should be checking up on him at the moment. You can continue training with him. Tsuyu saw Sasuke's expression and can see what he's thinking. Oh. I see. Saki almost seemingly doesn't care at this point. Kakashi. He got one shot by Itachi with a literal glance, he felt so unconvinced by him. Naruto on the other hand feels happy. Yash. We can continue doing missions then. Right, missions. Sasuke wants to throw up at those D-rank missions. He hopes Kakashi will have some change of brain once he wakes up. Never mind. Dobe, come and fight me, now. Sasuke challenged Naruto. He wanted to see how much Naruto improved. Heh. Bring it on. I will win. Tsuyu walks to the side to eat melons, and is quite curious over Sasuke's progress over the 2 weeks she's gone. Sasuke-kun. You can win, Sakura cheered at the side. Naruto glared at Sasuke, hateful that Sakura always supports him. Sakura-chan. Watch me. Naruto gets serious. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. TSK. Is there anything different? Sasuke sneered. With 3 Tomo Sharingan, he easily and swiftly dodge and counter the clone's attack, arriving at the real Naruto. They exchanged blow after blow. Naruto lost easily due to Sasuke's fluid attacks. Dobe, use that power of yours. Otherwise you are wasting my time. Sasuke looked chill and relaxed. It's just a warm-up. He wants to fight the beastly Naruto with those red chakra once more. Bastard. Naruto groaned as red chakra flowed. His eyes turned red, his hair spikier, his claws grew sharper. I will defeat you. Flash. Sasuke's Sharingan spun, and each of Naruto's movements was predicted. Seeing him launching in fist, Sasuke dodged preemptively, and already moves his fist to hit where Naruto's face would have been in the next half a second. Pow. Naruto is punched on the face, spun midair once before dropping on the ground miserably. Damn it. Naruto groaned in pain. Use more of your power, Sasuke said with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Naruto looked at Tsuyu, as if wanting her permission. Go. I will stop it if you guys go too far. She trusted Sasuke's judgment on wanting to face one-tail cloaked Naruto. Naruto tapped into more Nine Tails chakra. It gathers to form a cloak around him with one tail behind his back. Grr. Sasuke. The pressure from the chakra blows strong air towards Sasuke, but Sasuke doesn't feel scared. With a hand seal, he unleashed his new jutsu. Small arcs of lightning jump around Sasuke's body, his nerves stimulated and accelerated, his body tissues and muscles enhanced. Lightning release, lightning flow dance. Stage 1. Come. Naruto, Sasuke's Sharingan flared. Gah. Naruto dashed left and right like a shadow, leaving dust and wind behind. But Sasuke's eyes are locked onto him, his eyeballs moving at the same speed. I can see him. Seeing Naruto extending his chakra cloak from his arm into a long-range fist, Sasuke rushed in instead of dodging. Sasuke, Sakura screamed seeing Sasuke rushing into Naruto's punch. But instead of being hit, Sasuke jumped right on time, dodged it and ran across the chakra limb in a flash with arcs of lightning accompanying him. Naruto widened his eyes in shock. He launched an attack with his free fist while retracting the other. But Sasuke already predicted it and dashed to the side and dashed in almost inhuman speed. Naruto, not having Sharingan, unable to perceive the attack even if his body technically could move at a high speed, an uppercut landed on Naruto's jaw. Just then, Sasuke flashed and kicked Naruto's back, sending him up further, using a combo of kicks towards him midair at fast speed, ending with a wheel kick towards his abdomen. A streak of lightning flashed as his leg swung, containing the power of lightning chakra. Lion barrage. Naruto is sent hard onto the ground, creating a crater burying him. Any normal person would probably crack their spine. Naruto, Sakura for once actually worried for Naruto. But Tsuyu wasn't worried in the slightest. Sizzle, sizzle. Team. Naruto in one-tail cloak healed at a fast speed, the damage done almost negated entirely. A second tail is about to form. Just then Tsuyu flashed right in front of Naruto, slapping a ceiling tag onto his face before he lost control. She can predict he's angry. Naruto hasn't acclimatized to using 2 tails worth of chakra yet. It's not suitable. Tsuchan. Naruto felt dissatisfied with her. The seal widened enough for 2 tails worth of chakra. Now's not the time to use it for spar. Learn to control yourself with it first. Fine, Naruto had to give in to her. In fact, you would win against Sasuke in the long run. He won't have enough chakra to outlast you. He had to kill you if he wanted to defeat you completely. Tsuyu spat bluntly. Sasuke is in deep thought, and he admits this fact. Naruto's healing, chakra and stamina is unreasonable. Naruto's eyes seem to lose their edge, realizing that sounds about right. Yeah. I would win. Sasuke team. Naruto said smugly. Yeah. I might call you a punching bag then. Sasuke mocked. Team. Tsuyu shook his head. These brats are a little too obsessive with one-upping another. She turned her gaze to Sakura. How is your training with Kurinai? I am doing well. Sakura-chan. Show me. Naruto heard the conversation and immediately stopped bickering with Sasuke. Naruto, watch out, okay? Sakura smirked, wanting to show off too. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. Whwa. The tree, Naruto watched in panic as a tree suddenly sprouted on the ground and blinded him. Sakura-chan. How did you learn would release? Shug. Naruto looks at Sakura in awe, as if seeing the birth of a new god of shinobi like Hashirama Senju. Idiot, Sasuke muttered in disdain. It's a Genjutsu. Chapter 91, Konoha's Wings. Danzo-sama, these are. Tsuyu's eyes were shining with dazzling light and in awe. Those devices shaped with wings and chakra propellers, these must be made purely from chakra-conducting metal. And the craftsmanship, just how expensive it would be. Tsuyu, you can give it a try. Let's head outside. Danzo had a very rare smile seeing Tsuyu's rare excitement. These days he had imperceptible smiles on his face, scaring a lot of people that know him. Tsuyu seems calm on the surface, but inwardly she does miss the feeling of freedom in the sky. Freedom has always been her core goal, and being in the sky reminisces the concept. Connecting the inner chakra conduit on the special vest first, then attaching the metallic parts resembling wings with exhausts here and there for chakra propulsion. Phew. She moves her chakra through the wings on her back. With rapid chakra circulation on the wings, it cuts air into two parts to create high pressure above and lower pressure below to generate lift. The thruster will provide propulsion to go forward. With excitement, Tsuyu flickered up and forward with her feet, sending more chakra towards her wings. Burst of chakra propel her up to the sky. Danzo gave a satisfied expression seeing her go. Onlookers noticed the object in the sky, the barrier team quickly notified the ANBU and even Sununade was alerted. Ha ha ha, Tsuyu laughed in the air, feeling a little excited. The wind blowing on her face, the vapor hitting her skin, the clouds moving with her. Freedom. She tested the wings with few maneuvers. It seemed it works more like an aeroplane and she cannot exactly stay still while having a lift except to use chakra propulsion upward. But most people can never do this because it will consume too much chakra. But for her, it's feasible. The thruster on her back blasted with more chakra as Tsuyu flew even higher. 30 meters. 50 meters. 100. 500. 1,000. 2,000 meters. She started to feel slightly dizzy from being too high up in the sky and hasn't been used to it. Looking at Konoha from above, she felt like she's looking down at a miniature version of it. The Hokage rock becomes the highlight from her view. After testing the equipment, she came back to the training field. She noticed ANBUs moving in her direction. But she doesn't mind. As she landed, Sununade was the first to approach her. Tsuyu. She turned to look at Danzo that she just noticed, just standing there under the sunlight. Is the sun going to rise from the west? Danzo. In broad daylight. Under the sunny sky. Sununade, this is a project I spearheaded. Aerial Shinobi Unit. Danzo said with pride, even if his expression is as calm as usual. Aerial Unit. Land of the Sky. She got the info on the attack on the village and the subsequent losses and gains. So she figured out Danzo took apart their technology. But with what money though? How Danzo had enough funding to do all this? Iwagakure with their weightless technique and Sunagekyu's Kazekage had always been a major threat for Konoha's shinobi. With our own aerial advantage, it's no longer a problem. I am going to introduce the units to you once you take your seat officially. Sununade is genuinely impressed. Since when Danzo is heading on an honest project in broad daylight and not scheming in the dark? Well, she can guess Danzo used dubious means to get funds and extract technology from the prisoners of Land of the Sky, but she can overlook it seeing his achievements and that she had no direct evidence on what Danzo did. Very impressive, Danzo. Sununade had a complicated expression in her eyes. She genuinely wanted to dislike him, but he didn't do anything wrong this time, openly that is. Tsuyu, bring me up. Let me see how good it is. Sununade crossed her arms, she said so seriously. Ah. Yes, Sununade-sama, Tsuyu was surprised. But anyway. Tsuyu grabs onto Tsunade's waist, with chakra enhancement she's not heavy. She launched up again, giving Sununade a tour around Konoha from above. Faster Tsuyu. Faster. Gahaha. Sununade is having too much fun at the moment. She got to experience the sky and freedom materialized. As Sununade comes down, she feels reluctant. She looked at Danzo, almost wanting a wing for herself, should she be shameless. She's considering it. Danzo-sama, if you would like I can carry you as well, Tsuyu said lightly. She's just joking with Danzo. No, I am too old. I am not suitable for this thing, Danzo said flatly. But inside he feels slightly embarrassed. Kid, you are shaming this old man. But perhaps this is why he's more fond of his disciple. Sununade almost laughed. To think Tsuyu can joke on Danzo out of all people. How many units do you have? She changed the subject while holding her laughter. Currently, only 9 units are made. They are made entirely from different chakra-conducting metals with few Shiki engravings to create its chakra circuit and manage its flow. These cannot be mass-produced quickly. I see. Since there's too few, she cannot be too shameless, unfortunately. Aerial Shinobi Unit, it's evolutionary. Looking at the example of Iwagakure, their use of sky bombardment from their weightless corp to target important structures had always been a problem for Konoha. The only saving grace is their weightless technique requires expertise and they only had a dozen or so in that corp in the last war. Now Konoha can copy their tactic. Sunugakure's Kazekage aerial advantage too had always been a problem. What can you do when he just stays in the air and shoots down a barrage of iron sands and gold sands? It's equivalent to shooting a Gatling gun from a helicopter. Right, and they love to coat poison into their metals too. It's almost cheating. I am planning on creating a new subdivision under the 5th Division of Konoha's army. That would be the Aerial Shinobi Unit. I will bring it up at the next meeting. I would head the subdivision personally. Danzo said the last sentence, wanting to tell Sununade this is his project and his unit. He won't let Sununade just snatch its control. Sununade squinted her eyes slightly, understanding what Danzo wanted. Do as you wish. But your subdivision would still follow the arrangement of the Strategic Command Division. Your subdivision had a lot of advantages they could use. Naturally. I am not that talented in scheming in the open, Danzo said as a joke to Sununade and himself. He acknowledges in terms of strategies of war he's lacking. Giving it to those Yamanakas and Naras that could see the entire battlefield like their chessboards are better, this is from his experience. Who are you selecting to be inside these special units of yours? Sununade crossed her arms, curious over his selections. I am still selecting. But for her squad, I am letting her pick. I believe young blood would learn faster on using the new devices and learning new formations and tactics. He didn't say half of the young blood would be Shimura clansmen. You trust her to pick her? She felt it's bewildering that Danzo trusts someone at all. And it seemed Tsuyu's relationship wasn't exactly like those of a follower and its leader. But subordinate. Partners. You should read the report on her results on her missions in ANBU. You would be surprised. I guess I will have a look. She looks at Tsuyu, who respectfully stands there, respecting their positions and not interfering with their conversation. If it's Naruto, he would have probably barged in their conversations. Tsuyu, are you a Chunin now? Yes, I am promoted through recommendation. As ANBU, her squad mates and leader approved of her skills coupled with her merits, thus she's promoted silently. I see. To lead a squad, you need to be at Jonin level. I will arrange your test. Are you confident? I am, Tsunade-sama. Good. I will give the date later. Speaking of which, we need to hold the Chunin exam soon. Danzo wanted more combatant on the front line. The fresh genins aren't doing much. Konoha had 3 major fronts to cover, assuming Kiri didn't make a move. Where can they get so much combatant if they don't promote those genins? You cannot be thinking of promoting those children, aren't you? Tsunade felt Danzo was being too outrageous right now. Konoha needs manpower. You had seen how much the village lost, Sununade. You are the Hokage now, your decision will decide Konoha's future. I will consider. Sununade said uncomfortably. Humph. I hope you aren't as indecisive as that person. You. Sununade felt angry when he mentioned Hiruzen, her own sensei. She still felt Danzo had something to do with his death and dealing with Orochimaru. It's her gut feelings. Tsuyu, meet me in an hour. I wanted your input on the new subdivision. Danzo says blatantly. Understood, Danzo-sama. Danzo's words are telling Sununade Tsuyu is his person and she shouldn't try to control her. He turned around and left like a shadow. The weight of responsibility as the Hokage finally truly landed on Tsunade's shoulder. She looks at Tsuyu, and realizes she too is a part of those children. But she had seen her like a true kunoichi all these times due to her maturity. Indeed, some children are already ready. Thinking back on Naruto standing in front of her, taking the blade from Orochimaru and blasting him with Rasengan, she put faith in new generations. Though Konoha is supposed to protect the young, that's what her grandfather intended. But now, there's no choice, doesn't it? I will be at my office, Sununade spoke before leaving. Meeting Danzo, she gave input on her thoughts over the aerial units. Tsuyu made her own suggestion. Each squad needed a Hyuga member as their sensor. She would say their eyes are the most important for long-range scouted from the air. An expert Yamanaka that can transmit information at long distances to pass over information to the command center is also needed. The aerial unit will almost always be far away from the main camp and act on their own, and the information they gather as an aerial unit is far wider than most scouts. As for what the units should do most, it's to target specific facilities, pre-scouting high-risk areas, guerrilla warfare, aerial bombardment, aerial support, and finally to kill high-value targets, though this is mostly left to Tsuyu. Danzo listened to Tsuyu's blabbering on what the unit can do in awe. It's as if she had experienced a battlefield as a part of an aerial unit herself. I can utilize flying Raijin to move the whole company as well. I believe we could mobilize support when a front needs backup. Our unit can create a safe retreat. Konoha is stretched far too thin. Tsuyu yaps, and she only meant it as literal support, somewhere relatively safe in the air, providing cover and deterrent, and targeting enemy backlands or important structures and camps, and such. Not fighting head-on like normal units. But Danzo thought Tsuyu was saying she would fight at all fronts in the main battlefield, using her power as a Jinchuriki to face the enemy head-on whenever she's needed. He almost forgot. What is this? A teleporting Jinchuriki. With the amount of her chakra, she could indeed travel between the lands in an instant. In the original timeline, Minato is able to teleport from the land of Frost to Konoha during the Fourth Shinobi War. He can already see enemies screaming in horror, thinking Tsuyu is out there fighting another hidden village at another front, and they decide to send their main forces and their own Jinchuriki to defeat Konoha's army since she wouldn't be able to support it, but suddenly she just appeared like a ghost. Danzo already had ideas of sending Tsuyu to the battlefield directly. Minato, you left Konoha with a monster. Tsuyu didn't know Danzo trusted her strength too much. He expects her to fight at the front line for all fronts when Tsuyu never meant that. Tsuyu would definitely regret learning flying Raijin once she sees what Danzo is thinking. Chapter 92, Wake Up Call. Naruto screamed as he's brought into the sky. The wind and coldness hitting his face and whiskers, it's almost unreal. His eyes looked down at Konoha with wonder. Konoha is so tiny from here. Quite a sight, isn't it? Yeah. Tsuchan, I want those wings too. Naruto wanted to turn his head to plead with his puppy eyes. No. For the time being, aerial unit had a limited quantity. Stingy. Naruto grumbled. Since the brats are too excited, she just lets them play around, even with Sasuke who acts like he's not interested, so you can see through his expression he wanted to try too. She came down with the still, acting, indifferent Sasuke in a minute. Okay, no more playing. I have my own training to do. Kakashi-san, do not go easy on him. Even if his bone cracked, it would heal the next day. Sakura can use those two as her medical ninjutsu practice as well. Kakashi felt surprised inwardly. She's quite harsh, eh? Tsuyu said so seriously and factually. Young part of Kurama had an extraordinary healing factor, and whenever she beats Naruto she takes this into account. Though nowadays she didn't get the chance to beat Naruto since he had been training with Sasuke, and often he already gets tired at the end, so she can only let him rest. Besides, she herself is busy with her own training. This time there's no more Ika paradise in Kakashi's hand, which is a good sign as she had to leave it to Kakashi now and flew away in style. Unlike Sasuke, she still views Kakashi as someone respectable and knew of his genius and achievements, even the moniker copy ninja, and that he knew 1000 jutsu. Yash. Hear that, Naruto? She wants me to break your bones. Naruto smirked. Kakashi-sensei, I am strong now, okay? It won't be easy to Bayo. If anything, training with someone else is better than with Tsuyu, Naruto thought. Kakashi raises his eyebrows, not really believing him. Even if Kakashi felt he needed a week or two training to get his body back in shape, he is still confident against this brat. Anyhow, Kakashi had the urge to train with Might Guy later. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, you three, let me test you all again. Kakashi-sensei. I will beat you this time. Kakashi looks lazy, not expecting much from Naruto. Yeah, come on, show me what you got. Kakashi-sensei, you will regret it. Watch this. Red chakra burst out of Naruto's body instantly. Red chakra surrounds himself, circulating in his entire body. His eyes turned flaring red, his fangs bared, pupils locking onto Kakashi like prey. Oi oi oi, hold on a sec dash. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Multiple shadow clones infused with Nine Tails chakra dashed towards Kakashi from different directions. Kakashi felt his knees wobble seeing Naruto going to kill him. Take this, Kakashi dodges and kicks the shadow clones away. Each of their punches hit hard and it barely grazed his skin each time. Beads of sweat rolling down his face and armpit, trying hard to maintain his form. But just then the real Naruto made his move. Dash. Like a ghost he blew dust and wind, launching a powerful fist towards Kakashi. Kakashi is barely able to block the punch by dragging Naruto's shadow clone as a meat shield to redirect his attack. Kakashi felt what it means to be rusty. He can't let Naruto push him around. It's embarrassing enough. Kakashi made his decision, revealing his trump card. He pulled up the headband covering his left eye. Sharingan. The three-tomo Sharingan spun, taking in Naruto's movement. With ease, he saw through his attacks and dodged, counterattacked to destroy all clones in swift strike. He rushed towards the real Naruto, wanting to teach him a lesson. They exchange blow after blow, even if Naruto is at a disadvantage, taking hits after hits like a punching bag, but he's not done yet. Sakura couldn't keep her feet steady, feeling awe at Naruto's strength and speed. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. 5 more shadow clones rushed towards Kakashi. Those really just mere distractions. Kakashi cast a glance at the real Naruto, seeing a great deal of chakra alerting his eyes. On Naruto's right palm a sphere of dense chakra is forming, with his shadow clone helping. Is that, dash? Kakashi is shocked. He pushed the clones away and rushed towards Naruto, wanting to stop him. He rushed in time, and quickly kicked Naruto's hand away, disrupting its formation. Poof. Shadow clone. Kakashi was bamboozled as he can't differentiate them. As he felt behind him, he turned to see Naruto holding a completed Rasengan with a hint of red chakra inside, rushing madly towards him already. Take this. Rasengan. Kakashi is hit directly in the abdomen. The Rasengan blasted a long crater as the Rasengan force sent Kakashi straight tens of meters across the training field before ending in a blast creating a 3 meters wide crater. Sakura screamed in horror, thinking Naruto had killed Kakashi at this point. Suddenly Naruto felt a blade pressed on his neck. Huh. Naruto is trying to process what's going on. He looked at the front, seeing pieces of destroyed wood. Then at the blade on his neck. Not bad, I suppose. Kakashi said calmly from behind. But his mask was already drenched in sweat. Kid, you really wanted to kill me, don't you? That jutsu isn't something you point at an ally, Naruto. You could have killed me. Kakashi's words were cold. Sensei. I thought you wouldn't get hit. No way, no way. You are our sensei. I am just trying my luck. I am strong, right? And to show off to Kakashi that he masters a jutsu of Yondaime, of course, so he could see he's a genius too. Hee hee. Praise me now, sensei. No, don't be arrogant now, brat. This brat. If you knew a normal person would have their organs mushed inside, would you still use that? Kakashi scowled inwardly. The reddish chakra around Naruto's body receded, his face contained dissatisfaction from Kakashi not giving him the praise he wanted. If Kakashi had to judge Naruto, it would be still Chunin on the higher end. He has extraordinary raw power and speed that can be matched by standard Jonin and may defeat low Jonin opponents without much problem once he uses shadow clones to drain and create openings, using Kyuubi chakra to boost himself, and Rasengan to top it up. But Naruto had too many openings, and once it's no longer about direct confrontation he would lose. Even if Naruto could defeat a standard Jonin in a brute battle, he is far from being a real Jonin. He needs more than just shadow clones, raw power and speed. Unless he had so much power and speed, everything else doesn't matter, but Naruto hasn't reached this level. Though, that Raiznon, he looked over at the meters-wide crater at the end. To think you can master Yandame's jutsu after just 2 weeks while I was in a coma. Kakashi's impression of Naruto improved by a ton. It seems Naruto is a genius. Though he noticed the use of shadow clones as a crutch, it was ingenious regardless. You need to work on your combat awareness. Even with your speed and power, like just now, you had too many openings. Sasuke, you are next. Sasuke came over with hands in his pocket, looking relaxed. He pulled it out, ready to engage with Kakashi. You are getting more arrogant since I am out cold, Kakashi mocked, not liking his expression. Let's get this over with. Sasuke closed his eyes, and once it opened, 3 Tomo Sharingan revealed itself. 3 Tomo. Was it the stimulation from Itachi back then? In fact, it's not any 3 Tomo Sharingan, but a Sharingan that was stimulated close to Mangekyo. Its ocular power is better than normal 3 Tomo. Though, Kakashi's own Sharingan is a real Mangekyo in disguise, thus he cannot be underestimated. Kakashi gets serious about this. He needs to have Sasuke see him as his squad leader, as an elite jonin, and for Sasuke to respect and listen to him. You might get injured, Sasuke. Get ready. Then let's do it. Both of their Sharingan flared, strained to the maximum. Sasuke doesn't do any nonsense and directly enters lightning flow mode. Small arcs of lightning jump over his skin. Kakashi's eyes widened, his Sharingan capturing the movement of lightning chakra circulating in Sasuke's body. What is this technique? Dash. Arcs of lightning flashes as Sasuke moves like the wind. Fast. Kakashi felt his heart in turmoil, but as an elite he steadied himself in the next second. Both of them trade blow after blow, Sharingan against Sharingan, with Kakashi on the defensive. The battle almost made Sakura forget to breathe, Naruto unable to blink. Arcs of lightning jumped around each time Sasuke swung his fist and kicked. Kakashi is pushed back a few steps. His Sharingan spun, as if trying to do something to get out of this situation. An arc of similar lightning jumps around Kakashi imperceptibly. Sasuke launched a barrage of kunai and shuriken. The perception of Sharingan combined with her enhanced nerve speed let him use a complicated angle, targeting Kakashi's blind spot. Just before multiple kunai deflected at complicated angles about to pierce his body, Kakashi's movement suddenly increased by a point. Arcs of lightning similar to Sasuke jump around over his body as he deflected 2 of the kunai in a swift swing of a kunai and dashed through the opening. This technique. My technique. Sasuke gasped inwardly. Kakashi flashed to Sasuke. This time, with his base state higher than Sasuke, he managed to outspeed Sasuke, an 11-year-old boy. He landed a huge knee to his side, cracking his ribs. Sasuke isn't losing and launches a fist right to his head. Though, Kakashi is still faster, dodging barely while grabbing Sasuke's arm after he missed, pulling and slamming him onto the ground like trash. Sasuke groaned in pain, his shoulder dislocated from the force, his body bruised. Kakashi had heavy breathing at the moment, catching his breath as he tried to hide the strain on his body. He placed the kunai on Sasuke's throat to mark the end. You lost, he said blandly. But he's hiding just how drained he felt. The jutsu Sasuke used wasn't a standard jutsu that one can learn in one day. His muscles are tingling, parts of his body are twitching, his muscles are strained to the extreme with tears of tissues in some places. If he continued any longer, he would have shown weakness and lost face. How did you? Sasuke felt in disbelief. He trained for 2 weeks for that. But Kakashi just stole it in a few seconds. It's almost too ridiculous. My moniker is Kakashi the Copy Ninja. Not shabby, huh? You can do the same if you train enough. Kakashi smirked inside, pretending to be cool. A part of Sasuke's heart felt open to this Kakashi now. He's quite cool. He shouldn't have underestimated Kakashi. Although he cannot defeat Itachi, as long as Sasuke cannot surpass Kakashi, for him his sensei is now someone that could help him. Sensei. You are not bad. Sasuke had to admit. Arrogance can only get you so far. There's always someone better than you even at your age. You know an example personally. Yeah, whatever. Naruto suddenly interrupted. Even if Kakashi didn't mention who, it's clear who. He's almost sick of it honestly. Jeriah, Sununade, Kakashi, and even the damn snake are crazy about Tsuyu. Praising her like she's some god. Naruto crossed his arms, huffing away. He may not say it or admit it nowadays, but everyone seems to already see her like a real badass powerful shinobi they respect. She's his age, like Sasuke and Sakura too. But somehow she's so different to a point even Sasuke didn't think of competing with her at all. As if she had become an unsurpassable mountain. But I will surpass her, for sure. Naruto never witnessing Tsuyu's actual strength adds to his jealousy, he only heard of her achievements. Like defeating Sound 4, heavily injuring 2's rank Nin on her own, fighting along Konoha's force on Anchor Vanshin etc. He's not sure why they keep blabbering and mention her way too much. A part of him feels it's all over-exaggerated, that maybe her opponents weren't that difficult, like they are all fawning and really going over the top because he never saw it. In fact, even in Tsuyu's own perception, she's only a standard jonin at the moment if she excludes external sources of power and the unreasonable advantage she had. Her base speed, strength, perception, and reaction are only above average at best. Her own chakra volume combined with her own techniques and tactics would bring her up to elite jonin. But she would need to put in hard work and risk of death to face other elites using her own arsenal. So Tsuyu already reached her limit supposedly, and she herself won't claim she's that strong. Only through boosts and transformation from Nine Tails and Curse Mark could her stats multiply by folds to go against Kage-level opponents and crush elite jonin with absolute strength. Tsuyu doesn't take Nine Tails' power as her own and won't claim she's stronger than Kakashi even at this juncture. She made that clear in her own mind. Without the benefit of Nine Tails, she wouldn't have enough strength at all. She always keeps in her mind in case the fox suddenly refuses to lend his chakra for any reason, her upper limit plummets to elite jonin much like Kakashi and Might Guy. Kakashi stood up from Sasuke, cleaning the dust on his body. Suddenly Sakura came forward. Sensei. It's my turn now then. Sakura wanted to show Kakashi her Genjutsu. Kakashi panicked inwardly. His body is not in the best state at the moment, and if she lost to Sakura now. Ahem. Sakura, I see you are practicing medical ninjutsu. You can focus on that first. Sasuke sustained a lot of damage just now. You guys can practice on your own for the rest of the day. I will see you guys tomorrow at the same time. Like a shadow, Kakashi ran away with body flicker. He's already planning to train himself back, otherwise one day he might really lose to Naruto or Sasuke. Sakura felt like crying. But still, she crouched down to heal Sasuke's body. Naruto crossed his arms, his expression ugly seeing Sasuke so close to Sakura-chan. And why Sasuke didn't tell her off as usual. He went to Sakura, suddenly having an idea. Sakura-chan, I am hurt too. Kakashi-sensei beats me a lot to Bayo. He tried to act pitiful, holding his arm out. Sakura looks at him up and down, and instead feels angry and annoyed. You look fine, idiot. Don't disturb my focus. Pow. Her knuckle landed on his head. Naruto can only cry at the moment. Chapter 93, Gozu Tenno. Danzo-sama, these are. Tsuyu entered the laboratory space, or rather a large hall. Wires, tubes connecting to multiple glass tanks containing thick translucent liquid, and a sapling in a glass chamber at the center. Did Jeriah give you the summoning contract for the toads? No, Danzo-sama. It seems he doesn't trust you with too much power. Danzo said his conclusion. He is correct in this regard that Jeriah is reluctant to give it for various reasons. Tsuyu doesn't comment on Danzo's opinion. Perhaps he's right, but she's not offended or anything. While summoning beasts could be helpful, so far I have not found a suitable chance. I may have no need for them either. True. With your full strength, you hardly need any. Summoning beasts are ultimately just a tool. But having the right tool for the right occasion is also what a shinobi should utilize. Come, I will have you contract with a beast that Root had been researching for years. The beast is different compared to most, and resides in another dimension. The seal I would be planting on you would create connection between you and the beast we call new. Yes, Danzo-sama. Tsuyu had a complicated mixture of gratitude and a little reluctance. Danzo seems a little too good to her, and she's aware Danzo had a genjutsu technique that could control her without she herself even realizing. She figures out Danzo is like this only because he regarded Tsuyu as his own completely. She's not sure whether to feel flattered that her value is that high for Danzo or feel wary that her free will would be taken away. She genuinely likes working with Danzo, who sees and appreciates her values and opinions. Even when establishing a new army subdivision, he takes her input very seriously, and gives her a chance to command a squad of her own. I will need a backup plan for myself. Kurama might not remind me, or there's a possibility I wouldn't get out of it even if Kurama did. Tsuyu already made her calculations. Her encounter with Orochimaru's consciousness gives her some ideas before. So you are Tsuyu Uzumaki. I am Tanuki Shigaraku, the lead researcher of Project Gozu Tenno. A middle-aged man in a white lab robe comes forward to introduce himself. Tsuyu shakes his hand, giving him a quick nod. Tsuyu looks around in the secret research laboratory owned by Root. She saw multiple regular staffs already ready, checking and monitoring the tanks containing translucent liquid. A sapling emitting dark purple chakra contained in a glass chamber with tubes connecting to the tanks become the highlight of this place. Shinobi world is filled with weird things, so she doesn't ask too much. Take your seat on the altar. I will need to plant the seal into your back. Understood. A staff member helped to cover Tsuyu's front with a piece of black cloth while she took off her jacket. Let's get started. Danzo unrolls the bandages on his arm. The staff each hold a tube connecting to the tanks, connecting them into a single large tube. Danzo-sama, I will connect it to you now. Proceed. One of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm flashed. The staff connects the tube to Danzo's back. The valve is then opened, letting Hashirama cells flow and circulate into Danzo's body. Danzo felt the foreign cells invade, tearing his body cells slightly. Each of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm emit chakra to suppress them. Danzo is using all of his chakra at the moment, otherwise he would turn into a tree. Beads of sweat rolled down Danzo's face. He struggles as he starts weaving hand signs. Tsuyu, though his face turning away from Danzo, could feel how much Danzo was struggling. A part of her felt very complicated that Danzo would endure pain for whatever this is. Fuinjutsu, Gozu Tenno. Danzo slapped his palm onto Tsuyu. Tsuyu grabbed onto the altar below her, her fist clenched tight as a seal formed behind her to a point. Her hands turned white, the altar cracked from her force. The pain as if she's being branded by flaming hot steel alive. A large red seal covering most of her back forms. A pattern like an eye at the center of the seal. At the completion, Tsuyu could feel a massive amount of her own chakra drained into the seal, and instinctively she feels a being is born at the same time created from her chakra, connected to her. Suddenly, Tsuyu could feel unstable chakra fluctuation coming from Danzo. A root ninja quickly pulled Tsuyu away from him, dashing quickly. In Tsuyu's shock, Danzo screamed in pain, sprouts of wood and leaves growing from his entire body. Tsuyu caught a glimpse of Danzo's arm filled with many Sharingans but did not care about it for a moment. Eventually Danzo is completely engulfed in branches continuously growing and destroying everything inside the underground laboratory. As the dust settles, what lies there instead of Danzo is just a huge tree. He turned into a tree. Tsuyu felt her heart in turmoil. She never thought Danzo faced such a risk by giving her the seal. Just when Tsuyu is about to grieve her good boss that would sacrifice even his own life, the tree suddenly turns illusory and disappears like magic. Her eyes bulged out in disbelief. Genjutsu. Just then, like a ghost, Danzo appears like magic as well. The seal was planted successfully. You can try to bring it out. Danzo nonchalantly speaks as if he didn't just turn into a tree and died a few seconds prior. Tsuyu was so confused and speechless. Was it all a genjutsu? She looked around, the laboratory was devastated. A staff member even died there. Don't be too surprised. I have my own methods. Danzo said calmly. He had his Izanagi that could save his life. Of course he took this risk. It's just unfortunate he had one less life. Tsuyu calmed herself down. Danzo is definitely not simple at all. She mobilizes her chakra. The seal on her back emits a red glow. Purplish light appears in space in front of her, and from it a small little cub much like Akamaru pops out a dimension. He's so small. Nu looks at Tsuyu with its big eyes, already treating her like his mother. She observed how weird the pup is. The tail is a snake-like thing. It had manes on its head that looked like a monkey, its legs were striped like a tiger. Tsuyu looked at it, then at Danzo. Why does it look so useless though? Nu feeds off negative chakra, and would eventually grow into a strong beast. He had the ability to grow vines and plantations, much like the first Hokage though to a lesser extent. He could drain the opponent's chakra as well. Tanuki, who was saved by a root ninja, comes forward. Nu is not to be underestimated. With time, he would grow into a terrifying entity as long as there's enough negative chakra. But remember to take care of its life. If its life is gone, the seal on your back would break. And you would have to start over from scratch. I understand. Ah. Danzo-sama, are you alright? Tsuyu saw Danzo's complexion look really pale. It's nothing. I just need some time to recuperate. Since we are done here, you do the final checkup on your own. I will take my leave. Yes, Danzo-sama. She felt more complicated about Danzo. He treats her as his own quite literally, but her free will is at stake. But then, perhaps Danzo wouldn't use Kodomatsukami as long as Tsuyu never goes against him. After all, why would he waste such a powerful jutsu for someone already loyal to him? The staff went to do a final check on Tsuyu's condition before letting her go. Out of root basement, Tsuyu heads to a secluded forest, resummoning Nu again. Show me what you got, you little thing. Tsuyu crossed her arms, looking at it with expectation. And it slapped its small paw on the ground, vines grew out of them and latched onto a tree binding it. Sigh. Didn't expect I would get a pet at this point. Good, I suppose. But practice more if you want to be useful, understand? Nu nods obediently. But then it seemed to sniff something, it looked at Tsuyu with bright big eyes and turned into purple chakra and whooshed into Tsuyu's body like a shadow. What are you dash? Kurama in the mindscape opened his eyes. His heart was in shock and turmoil seeing the little cub in front of him. Whatever Nu was, he felt it's eerily similar to the scent of 10 tails, albeit different. Just what is that beast? Rabi also opened his one eye and wiggled out of Kurama's thick fur, seemingly happy he had a new sibling. Nu can be said to be sort of a tailed beast as well, since it's a living entity made of Tsuyu's chakra and Hashirama's cell. It's just that Nu lived in a different dimension and wasn't living inside of her own body unlike Kurama and Rabi. Or maybe it's already planning to now. Nu went close to the red gate, looking up at Kurama sensing so much negative energy, food, from him. Tsuyu also gets into her mindscape to see whatever he wants to do. She looked in bewilderment as Nu squeezed into the seal just to go to Kurama. You little beast. Who do you think you are? Kurama roared, blasting Nu away with his chakra slamming it heavily onto the gate. Nu cried out and ran to Tsuyu like a baby. A hint of guilt flashed in Kurama's eyes. Kurama, he's my summoning beast, Nu. Humph. Such a weak thing. So useless. Kurama snorted in disdain. In time he would grow, Tsuyu just held him in her arms. Nu looked at Kurama so pitifully. Rabi butted his head onto Kurama a few times, making Kurama glance at him. He gives Kurama a puppy eye, as if asking Kurama to be nice to him. Humph. Whatever. Just don't annoy me, beast. Kurama just lies down, pretending to sleep. Nu jumps down from Tsuyu's arm and carefully walks towards the gate again. Seeing Kurama not doing anything, he squeezed through the gap carefully. Tiptoeing with its forepaws and sitting right next to Kurama, feeding his negative chakra. Rabi went to greet Nu. Nu seemed to welcome it and found a companion that also enjoys the same food. This fox seems a little less irritable. Tsuyu wondered if it's because he finally had company inside this dark cage. It's bizarre he's actually coping with 2 little critters. In a way, Kyubi doesn't have anyone to talk to for 3 generations at least, and having Rabi inside made him feel better, she guessed. Or that they fed off his negative emotions and indirectly made him feel better. Rabi cast a glance at Tsuyu, just then its head turned into blobs of purply flesh before it turned into my face. It showed a happy smile with teeth, but in Tsuyu's vision it looked creepy enough. Tsuyu's face turned into a fleshly thing before turning into Orochimaru's. HNHNHNHN, HNHN. It let out a laugh like that person. It darted his tongue out, licking his lips while locking his eyes onto her. At this point Tsuyu is already on guard, ready to kick this thing out at any moment. It suddenly grows orange fur before turning into mini Kurama's head as if he's really just playing around. So he's been feeding on my chakra, Kurama's, and then he ate Orochimaru and this guy turned like this. Kurama's head on Rabi turned into fleshly purple, before it formed a monstrous amalgamation of Kurama, Tsuyu, and Orochimaru's face, with multiple eyes and irises. Tsuyu, why is Kurama locked in here? It spoke in a mixture of 3 voices, creeping out even Kurama. Its tone is only pure curiosity. It's a long story, Rabi. Tsuyu is not sure what's going on with this thing. It gained wisdom and now asking questions. Tsuyu felt really wary of this thing now. Kid, it's humans who captured me, and use me for my power. They are evil creatures. Kurama answered to teach the young Bijou to be wary. I see. Rabi nodded like a good student. No. It's more accurate to say they are greedy and fearful. But humans generally aren't inherently evil. Tsuyu decided to add her own point. That's the same. Kurama retorted. I see. What constitutes evil? Its creepy eyes with multiple irises locked onto Tsuyu earnestly. Tsuyu decided to answer his philosophical questions since Kurama might be teaching him one-sided things and might make it turn against her. For her evil is cruelty without a purpose, only for the sake of cruelty, only for their gratification. If it's to win, using tactics to demoralize opponents, or that it's the most efficient way to victory, that wasn't evil in her definition. You are fighting for a real purpose and a real goal. But to be cruel just for the sake of it is another matter. Rabi nods vigorously, as if agreeing instead of understanding. This Rabi gained wisdom after ingesting Orochimaru's soul, making his being as complete as that of a real Bijou. Perhaps his personality is an amalgamation of the 3 things it consumed. Tsuyu gets out of her mindscape after an hour with a tired sigh of trying to answer Rabi's questions, and that Kurama is always telling him nonsense about humans being liars, untrustworthy, selfish, etc. Nu is just playing around because he's not smart enough to talk. I should learn 8 triagram sealing soon, just in case. Danzo would just let her learn from scroll of sealing, she guesses. For now it doesn't seem hostile though, and if I can use its power that would be beneficial and a mutualistic relationship would be preferred. Tsuyu had a headache. It felt like her body was now a zoo housing 3 beings. If she just locks Rabi up in front of Kurama's face, he might become hostile to her again since he sees Rabi like a fellow Bijou and that it would seem like she is the same like other humans. She promised Kurama freedom. If she locks Rabi now it would make her like a real liar, wasn't it? Letting Rabi free seems risky on the other hand. Oh, headache, headache. Chapter 94, Chunin Exam, 1. Sigh. Tsuyu put down her small tower after wiping her sweat and some dried blood. She looked up to the cold ceiling of Root HQ training ground. She just stares at it for seconds. It's really tiring. For once she admitted it inwardly. She just wants a peaceful life. And looking back over the years so far, counting the time she's a child, back in the academy as a student, the daily antics of Naruto and others. It's a life she had wanted really, if she excluded the need for her to train so hard. Even then, training is sort of her work, and there's no risk of death either given her actual strength. There's also fulfillment in gaining strength, so she didn't feel burdened about training. Then, there's her unreliable brother, the friends she made, the work she does. These brought her sense of normalcy, away from the battlefield, away from real danger to her life. Even the existence of 9 tails inside of her gives her assurance on her life somewhat because its power is unreasonable enough to make her feel safe in a weird way. Close to 12 years of temporary peace, it's about to break soon. Working as an ANBU isn't as hard as being a soldier. In fact, most of the time during missions is used to gain information and for traveling. The battle part barely lasted a few minutes, so for a week or 2 it's more like vacation. She didn't have to eat tasteless Murray either, as ANBU at work wear a disguise, use transformation jutsu and stop in towns and villages except when they had to intercept enemies at certain routes and they needed to camp. When she's back home, she can indulge in books and cuisines, having a few days of rest in the comfort of her own home after her work. If this is not peace, what is? I wonder if those guys are retired now. You guys better be alive. She murmured in her heart, recalling her subordinates in past life. Kaito looks at Tsuyu with a questioning look. He wiped the blood on his blade. His eyes scan her deeply as if trying to see through her expression at the moment. Is there something on your mind, Tsuyu? Nothing, Taishu. Let's go again. Tsuyu stood, ready to face Kaito once more. Very well. I will keep this peace. Any means necessary. After taijutsu training, Tsuyu made her decision. She has the chakra. She has the power. She has the chances and opportunities. She has a cheat. She decided on the quickest, effective way for her to fight. As long as it didn't break shinobi code of ethics. Not that there's any enforcement. Kumo can hide their soldiers in the homes of civilians during war, plunder and do horrendous things to them, then they try to kidnap Hinata in the past. But magically Konoha is the one who executes Hisashi, giving his corpse to them to prevent war with Kumo. It's almost ridiculous. Shinobi Code of Ethics, SCE, did nothing at all. There's no sanction since Land of Lightning is powerful only second to Land of Fire and other nations couldn't afford to do that to them. So for Tsuyu at the moment, SCE is nothing but a mere word of mouth. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Shadow clones and herself are put into intensive nature transformation training, trying to compress Earth Chakra into the feather hard enough so it sinks into the water. Once she succeeds, she would want to use nature transformation into Raisnon. The Chunin exam is held in just 2 weeks for Konoha to increase their soldiers. This time, they work in a squad of 3 and there's a special change on the exam based on Danzo's suggestions. Sununade looked at the papers in her hands. She is certain it's not Danzo's ideas but Tsuyu's. This time, she agreed to change the standard exam into a simulation during wartime. The exam is prolonged into 14 days inside the Forest of Death. The examinees are divided into 2 factions, Heaven and Earth, with the main base located at the opposite end of the forest. The goal is to breach and capture the main base of the other side and hold onto the base for 1 day. Food and supplies are restricted, they have to be replenished through any of the members by meeting a proctor at assigned supply routes, and they have to carry the resources back to their supply depots. They have to manage themselves safely and distribute it themselves. The locations of important simulated structures such as supply depots, command centers, and camps are all hidden from the other sides. Only the location of the main base that they need to capture is known. Sununade looked at the papers in her hand almost in awe and astonishment. It's too fantastic for Danzo out of all people to come up with such a thing. It must be Tsuyu. As for squads, they had made arrangements. This time, 924 people applied pooling from new graduated genins and previous genins. Many fresh genins are added from the ease of graduation. Due to the large number of applicants, only 300 people participated for this session, selecting the most promising one first. It's planned to have 2 more sessions later. This is by far the biggest Chunin exam ever done. Admitting defeat equal to death, and they are withdrawn from the battlefield in the Forest of Death. Konoha at the moment only had 10,000 shinobi to work with in the upcoming war, so they need to increase their number somehow. There's a special guest on each side. On the Heaven side, Tsuyu is the special guest that would teach how to war and give rough guidance. Despite Tsunade's refusal at first, since clearly Tsuyu never been on the battlefield either, Danzo's words and Tsuyu's absurd theoretical knowledge made her reluctantly give it her way on account Heaven's side would have 2 proctors. The other proctor is Jeriah, who has gone through 2 wars himself and also a part of those who made decisions in the 3rd Shinobi War. On the opposing side, their guide is Shikaku Nara, father of Shikamaru. Shikaku had experience of being the chief of intelligence in the command center, and had been playing the battlefield like a chessboard. He has rich experience to describe war as well. The guide would only give rough guidance and make suggestions on the division of the members at the beginning. They would not make any move personally. First day of examination. Tsuyu in her standard ANBU uniform stood in front of rows of disorganized 150 people, mostly made up of brats recently graduated and young shinobi that had been genin for years, totaling 50 squads. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke are among the ones at the front row. Tsuyu walked up to them with Jeriah. Her eyes turned very cold, as if she had brought herself onto the battlefield once more. The participants had been chattering in excitement or nervousness. Silence. Hearing the command, everyone shut their mouths and turned their heads. The 11-year-old girl had her hands behind her back. Her eyes dead cold, as if looking at them like they are mere numbers. "Hey, your little sister seems off," Sasuke whispered. He doesn't know why, but it's as if something switched. "What is this? A festival? A picnic?" she said with deep scorn and sarcasm. Jeriah didn't get a chance to speak and he himself was stunned. The people's voices hushed, including Naruto's own. Tsuyu strides to the center, her sandal crunching the dry leaves beneath her. "From this moment, you are Konoha's military assets. Your survival, and your squad's performance, will depend on coordination, discipline, and tactical clarity. Laugh, and you die. Wander off, and you are eliminated. Hesitate, and you are dead weight." Konoha Council and Sununade watching using the crystal ball are both surprised as well. This simulation has command centers, supply chains, reconnaissance structures, and terrain advantages we artificially created. That is not for decoration and for you to see and think with your head. You are being evaluated not just as fighters, but as a soldier, either as a leader or as someone under one. She takes a deep breath, before looking at Jeriah finally remembering he's here too. "Kohum. Tsuyu, you haven't introduced yourself." "I am Tsuyu Uzumaki. Jonin of Konoha. A part of ANBU. I may be your age, or even lower than most of you. But my hands are bloodied from my missions, unlike most of you who never knew how to take a life. If you ever treat me without respect, I would not hesitate to break your bones. Here I am your highest leader, second only to Jiraiya-sama. I am the vice-general here. Disrespect is unacceptable. Understand?" Just then, Tsuyu's eyes darted to the back row. A small minuscule laughter escaped from one of the examinees. "Who laughed just now?" Silence filled the surrounding. But Tsuyu's steps filled the silence with the sound of crunching leaves. The rowdy crowd moved and parted like the sea, eventually her gaze locking onto an ordinary-looking young 17-ish teenager. The boy had a little smile still lingering on his lips from whatever joke he heard, though his posture shows he's uneasy. Name. Squad number. Suda Hayashi. Squad 17. His voice betrays his nervousness. "Tell me what's so funny. Let's all hear it." It's nothing, sorry." Suda has no idea how to address Tsuyu who's only half his height. "Tell me." We thought you are." Tsuyu glared at him, waiting for him to finish. Naruto is about to step forward wanting to stop her from escalating all this, but Sasuke grabs his arm. You are cute." "I really didn't mean anything bad." Before Suda could finish his words, without warning she drove her knee into his gut, knocking the wind from him. Before he can crumple, she grips his collar and slamming him flat into the dirt. He groaned in pain, his hands holding onto his stomach. Tsuyu stepped on him like a bug, grinding the sole of her foot on his chest, pressing them down like a mountain. In a real war, looking down on your commander, daring to disobey, you get killed. Insubordination spreads rot like infection. I don't tolerate infection. Everyone gasped inwardly. The groan of pain from Suda creates heavy pressure on everyone. All of a sudden, Naruto comes forward from the crowd. Sasuke unable to hold him any longer. "Tsuchan. That's enough. You're doing too much." She cast a glance at Naruto. Her heart felt more annoyed and irritated. To think someone can speak at this moment, against her. Her eyes turned almost bloodshot. Speaking out of line, especially to a superior officer, is insubordination. Even for you. Before Naruto could react, Tanya already grabbed Naruto's collar, twisting and pulling him towards her. She drove her knee to his side with brutality. Crack. An audible sound of bones cracking made everyone shudder. Naruto was thrown away onto the dirt next to Suda, his face red with pain, his arms clutching his side. His breathing heavy, trying to hold the pain. He turned his face with red eyes towards Tsuyu, not understanding what's wrong with her. "I am not your little sister here. Dare speak out of line again, and I will personally disqualify you right now. And in this simulation, it means death." Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes turned down, unable to look into her eyes nor utter any more words. After seconds of silence, Jeriah stepped forward and took over. "Tsuyu, leave the rest to me." "Medic, take him to the hospital site. A medic nin assigned to the exam picked Naruto up and brought him elsewhere. Suda wasn't injured and didn't need it. Jeriah cast a glance at Tsuyu for a moment, seeing her cold expression. Her arms still behind her back, silently watching each of the examinees. Jeriah felt his heart in turmoil slightly. He never knew Tsuyu had this brutal side. This isn't a real war, and even if it is, it felt like she's being out of it. He decides to talk to Tsuyu later, to tell her to take it easy. He's not worried about Naruto physically since he would heal it fast anyways. But his emotions on the other hand. Everyone listen up. Jeriah takes out a huge scroll and opens it up. This is the map of the Forest of Death. Our location is here. The assigned camps and Jeriah gave the overview over the sites in Forest of Death where their side had. In this exam, the enemy doesn't know any information except the location of our main base. The same as our side. It would be your task to gather intel as well, and to protect your own information from leaking and respond to it. Among you, there will be planted spies. Those people had their own missions to betray you for the sake of promotion. You will be divided into 5 divisions. Assault, Recon, Logistic, Command, and finally Defense. Assault Division is as it says. Composed of the main fighting force. Jeriah explained each role, and where they would be assigned. But if any of you want to form a special unit and division, either stealth or ambush unit, trap specialist units and such can arrange on your own. We and the other proctors watching from all over the forest will evaluate your performance and abilities. Organize your squads within the hour. Report at dusk to me after you have made your decisions on your roles. Jeriah let out a long sigh before walking towards Tsuyu. Tsuyu, you can relax a little. I understand you want to make them listen and not underestimate you, but injuring Naruto is. Jiraiya-sama, pardon my harshness. He would heal in the next few hours. I am clear on this. I need to make it clear so they understand the gravity of real war. Sigh. All right. I can't change your opinions. At least visit him later, understand? Understood. I will see to it. Okay, good. Contrary to Jiraiya's turmoil, Danzo, watching through the crystal ball along with others, had a slight imperceptible smile. You always surprise me. Chapter 95, Chunin Exam, 2. Tsuyu entered the medic tent, her eyes darted to Sakura and Sasuke at the side. Then at the medic nin healing Naruto's injury. His side where he got kneed was purplish. Though, it visibly gets better with help of the medic nin applying medical ninjutsu. Tsuyu wasn't worried at all given his healing factor. For Sasuke, his eyes contained begrudging respect. But Sakura on the other hand felt timid, as if she's afraid she would be chewed alive. Nisan, I know your body. You would heal in the next hour completely. Don't take it to heart. Remember, your team leader is to be respected and listened to. They maintain order, and often they are leaders because they are experienced and know better than you do. Unless proven otherwise. Tsuyu's words were calm, and she genuinely is saying this as his little sister, not as a vice commander. Others would never have the privilege of an after-talk after a beating. Naruto remained quiet, refusing to look at Tsuyu. Hey! Tsuyu frowned slightly, seeing Naruto not giving her a look at all. Just leave me alone. Fine. I will leave. But I hope you won't disobey orders next time. I will kick you out of here if you fail. I won't play favorites. Tsuyu felt irritated. It wasn't even that bad, wasn't it? And he's still talking back to her. She looks at Sasuke, tilting her head to signal him to come talk outside. Sasuke nods and goes out of the medic tent. I assume you are the squad leader. Yeah. I am more reliable than him. Good. What role have you selected? Assault Division. As for placement, they are still discussing. I personally would want to go to Sector 2, where the main battlefield was. Naruto and I are stronger than most genins here already. It would be a piece of cake for us to break through enemy defenses and go straight to their base. Sakura would play a support role, ensuring safe retreat, taking care of our behind and our sides, supporting with traps placements and genjutsu if a difficult opponent comes. Straight to their base, huh? Given your strength and Naruto's, it's feasible. But only if you had cooperation from others. Both of you wouldn't last against many enemies. Besides, you need to hold the captured base for 24 hours for a victory. Reinforcements would drown you both in time. Sasuke went quiet, realizing this problem. The adults and older genins were taking control of the placements and taking the leader positions. Not sure if they would trust my squad to be stationed at the main front and follow what I had in mind. After all, they are a bunch of 11-year-old kids. Sasuke shrugs as he says this, helpless over the situation. Unless you can convince them, Vice General. Tsuyu huffed in amusement at being called by her title at this moment. Sasuke learns fast, she likes it. Me and Jeriah are only here to give rough guidance and won't force a decision. If I make a move myself to arrange everything, you guys could capture their base tomorrow, and by the day after tomorrow Heaven's side would have won. There's no point in this exam then. I will only highlight the core principles, what's important to focus on. How they strategize is up to them freely. I see. I will head out to see each of the head of division. Do your best. Yes, Vice General. We would not disappoint. Tsuyu smirked slightly. I believe you guys won't. Tsuyu turned around, flickered in a flash to the command center where divisions are being distributed and decided at the moment. Jeriah is overseeing their divisions, giving his suggestions on how many people needed in each and highlighting the responsibility of each of the appointed head of division. Different groups of people consisting of 20 to 30 people are grouped into separate divisions. The Assault Division and Defense Division is the largest group, consisting of close to 40 people more than the other. Her eyes flickered to the group of Recon Division consisting of more or less 20 people, currently trying to get familiar with each other. A familiar trio was among them, Kiba, Hinata and the Aburame. Jeriah talked to one of the older genin appointed to be the Recon head. Head of Recon and Deputy Head, you are responsible for disseminating intel gathering missions and map updates. You two will be the painter of the whole battlefield. Find the spots you need to paint first, use the people under you and send them where you want them to gather info. Intel gathering is the first priority at the very beginning. Your division will work closely with the command division and be highly tied together. Set schedules, rotations, and set relay paths for the squads to follow. Your division will have to move as soon as you have completed delegating the squads to their locations. You don't have to wait until dusk to start moving. I will come back later to check on you too. Jeriah then headed to the logistics division, also giving explanations to the respective head and deputy. Jeriah taught them seriously, giving a rough idea on how to head a particular division, giving a guideline to follow. The specifics, however, are left to the appointed leaders to figure out. But as adults, they quickly absorbed and applied immediately. Tsuyu heads to command division, curious how these genins would strategize initially. The location of their camps, bases, recon towers, supply replenishment points, are all known for their side naturally. But on the enemy side, there's almost nothing since the recon division hasn't made its move yet. Tsuyu does know roughly as she's the proctor, but that would be cheating if she just points it out. Head command, deputy command, come see me. From the tens of people, 2 people stepped forward. Both of them are in their 20s, and they had calm composure in them. Outwardly Tsuyu nods. You two, report your names. Head of Command, Takaru Mori. Deputy Head of Command, Yu Asano. Tell me, what is your first plan now? Takaru stepped forward, his eyes filled with respect after seeing Tsuyu's action previously. We will make intensive checks on all divisions and troop placements on key locations to make sure everything is going well. Today is everyone's first day, so mistakes may happen. Good. Stabilizing and securing our own bases first is almost too basic, and generally the head of each division would be responsible, but for you newbies it's crucial for a double check. Afterwards, it's intelligence gathering. We would have Recon Division prioritize finding out enemy movements and locations of their important structures and camps nearby. Only then we can plan the next move. Good. You have the basics down. Remember, just as you will gather intel on the enemy will gather intel from you too. Use this to your advantage. Highlighting possible routes and paths the enemy could take to gather intelligence on our side, lead them by the nose to a fake objective, intercept them, or even follow their steps that would lead to their nearest command center. Giving fake intelligence, lying and deceit is a part of war. As for the specifics and how it's out of scope for me to tell. If you want to be more honest in your strategy, that's up to you too. Remember, you two are the ones in charge of the overall movements of Heaven side, along with Recon Division. That's just as important. A missed information means a missed command. Takaru and you look at each other in bewilderment. They were both honest people and suddenly they were injected with some ideas. We understand, Vice General Tsuyu. Good. Tsuyu nods, satisfied that they listen well. She's looking forward to what they will be cooking. Oh. Tsuyu decided to give these two some tips on what to do with the only information they had at the moment and an obvious terrain advantage they had. There's only a single river here. Our supply of food and water is limited. I guess I am going to get a drink from there. Tsuyu left with those words, making those two confused. Takaru doesn't seem to notice the hint. On the other hand, you poke Takaru's side, seemingly he understood something. Does she mean we could control the water source? You mean, if the river is heading downstream from our side to Earth's side, we could block it. Make a dam or have a group of Earth release users build the block. Wouldn't they have no water to drink for days then? That's a bit. I don't think they ever said that it's not. They only do not allow killing intentionally, and they can surrender and withdraw. Takaru seemed a little reluctant. But they still decided to send the command to the logistic division since they are responsible to have people gather water from the river already and let them take anyone with Earth release to build the blockade. You added they are given authority to draw people from other divisions and request for Earth release users if they lack them. Oh right. I think we can set traps since it's expected the enemy will react once they realize it. We can allow the logistic division to draw from the defense division when needed. Let's have the recon division put a little bit more attention to guard this dam once it's built. You, the deputy head blabbered in one single breath. Hey. You become the head. Takaru passed his hat. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura are assigned to the assault division, at the east base camp with the main task of flanking the Earth side from the east as well as capturing opponent's base and structure in that direction. Their task also includes disrupting their supply line and information line. They are asked to monitor the perimeter and scout the surrounding area until further notice since the recon division haven't had enough intel to move them so far. When are we going to fight? I can't wait. Be serious for a second, Dobe. We need to wait for orders. Besides, we don't know where the enemy might come from and where their bases are yet. Sasuke thought for a second. Naruto, use your shadow clones and just send them out. If you find an enemy, have one engage, the other hide and observe to track their movements and maybe we may find their bases and camps. We can report it directly after. Sheesh. You are talking so much. Naruto grumbled. Fine. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Tens of shadow clones spread out. After tens of minutes, Naruto suddenly gasped. My shadow clone beat someone. And that person ran away and led it to the camp. Good, draw it on the map. Naruto takes the map, holding it and staring intently at it. He looked at Sasuke, blinking his bright blue eyes as if in confusion. I don't know exactly where my clones were, the forest looks just the same to Bayo. This idiot. Chapter 96, Chunin Exam, 3. Naruto's attempts to use shadow clones to get info was faltered due to his own confusion to ascertain the clone's direction. Sasuke gave up the idea since he's unreliable. Meanwhile on the opposite side. Leader, the recon sent info Uzumaki Naruto is on the east side. I heard this guy is a genius of their batch, capable of shadow clones jutsu and training under the Sanin Jeriah, and his teammates include Sasuke Uchiha, also another genius. He quickly takes a pen and writes down on a scroll, asking for reinforcements on their side. In a matter of tens of minutes, Shikamaru, the appointed head of the command division, read the scroll. In fact, Shikamaru, despite being 11, is approved to be there because his dad is the proctor, so the older genins cannot complain. It's definitely nepotism if Tsuyu saw this. What a drag, reinforcing won't help. Shikamaru had personally seen their performances back in those academy days, and it's been months since then and surely those two are even more monstrous. Ino, the deputy head, gives her own suggestion. We can send Niji's squad to reinforce the east side. What do you think? Niji is really strong and can fight with those guys. Lee is not to be underestimated either. I'd rather not use those guys to merely defend. Our objective is still to capture the enemy base. In fact, the fact that those two strong guys are assigned to this position to flank means their leader didn't have too much trust in their strength. Our advantage is I trust Niji's squad as our trump card and I can make the decisions and placements. While the heaven side doesn't. They wouldn't dare to make large actions on the first few days, because they don't know their own allies' strength. So we will do the opposite. We will do it large. Straight to their base. Shikamaru, isn't that risky? What if the east side decides to go full-on assault? Our side and rear could get breached. Who says I am abandoning East Camp? We will delay them, not engage directly with those two freaks. I still think they won't make such a bold move from the get-go though, still. Shikamaru lazily picks stacks of paper containing names and abilities of every single person on Earth's side. Shikamaru being Shikamaru asks everyone to list their abilities and specialties and send them to him prior. He turned around to face one of the appointed command officers and placed the stack of paper in front of him. I need people skilled in distractions. Trap specialist. Genjutsu user. Anyone with shadow clones, I guess. Anyone with water release and fire release. Anyone that knows hiding like a mole technique. I will write the details later, just skim through these. Yes, leader. The young male quickly skimmed through them, taking out a suitable candidate one after another. Meanwhile, Shikamaru takes his pen to write the strategies they had to use to trap those two, already considering the abilities of shadow clones and the weakness of Sharingan in his head. Using mist, forest fire, deep underground traps, Genjutsu is to defeat the strong with the weak. Also, considering Naruto's brash personality. At the same time, Shikamaru wrote to the Assault Division to especially intercept information going to Heaven's east side. As long as they manage to delay information from being sent to them, those guys won't be able to move Naruto's squad to reinforce the main front. As for the second instruction, Shikamaru had the strong combatant ready to engage the main front with Niji's squad as the lead. Despite being young, it's the order of the head of command. What do the older genins have to say? Ino suddenly feels a signal coming from a fellow Yamanaka. She made a hand sign, bringing both her hands together into a triangle and closing her eyes to receive the message. Shikamaru, urgent report. There's a problem with the river. It stops flowing. Huh? This. Shikamaru is taken aback. Is this simulation that serious? They even block their water source. The river is upstream from their side, that makes sense. What a drag. We won't have water if it keeps going for days. Should we send people to remove their blockade? They would anticipate that. In fact, they may put more resources into the site. Instead of walking into a trap zone. I would rather find an alternative and avoid engaging with their trap and gain nothing. Shikamaru takes his pen once more to send for all the division. Frugality, find nearby water sources and even ground sources. Had anyone with techniques that could help find a water source one way or another, form a team quickly. The exam is only 14 days, not a whole month. They can afford to struggle a little. This is more difficult than I anticipated. Shikamaru sighed. He suspects they would play a long game. Though, after he knew Naruto and Sasuke were placed at the flank, he already decided to play it fast, and preventing them from reinforcing the main front had been the key to winning in his head. Second day Chunin exam. Hours passed, it's already afternoon. The assault team field leader of East Camp looks at the updated map and receives instructions. Okay. Everyone, we have received instruction. This is the latest map of Forest of Death. One of the enemy supply routes is along this road. Our side had blocked the river and made a dam, blocking their access to water. We will further deplete their resources. Squad 12, you will camp here to confirm and intercept their supply and break their supply chain here. Hold your ground after it's captured. Squad 10 and 11, engage with their flank directly but only put pressure on them. Delay, use hit and run tactics, put constant pressure so they have to remain on guard in their camp, but don't fully engage. If they put more force to regain their supply route, Squad 10 would reinforce. We are playing the long game to deplete them little by little. Naruto frowned. He felt like they could just crush their flank straight, and take over their east camp entirely in one fell swoop. This is also what Sasuke thinks, honestly. Their strength is enough to do that. Ah no. Why don't we just go capture the enemy base there? My squad can do it. Naruto pointed to his chest with pride. The field leader looks at Naruto in dissatisfaction. Look. We already have our advantage here. Our strategy is to drain them. That's that. Don't speak out of turn, brat. I am not a brat. My squad is strong enough to bayo. Naruto's tone doesn't hide his discontentment at all. Sasuke may agree with Naruto, but he won't outright disobey. Besides, the current strategy of draining the Earth side from their resources and biding their time is just as viable. Brat. I am the leader here. You have no say in the matter. The older genin looked at Naruto with frowned eyebrows. Naruto, just listen, okay? Sakura grabs Naruto's shoulder, wanting to calm him down. TCH. What a waste of time. Naruto grumbled silently. Despite having the trump card of Naruto and Sasuke, like Shikamaru's prediction, they weren't utilized properly because of a lack of trust and ego of older genin since Naruto and Sasuke are just 11. Tanya also noticed the situation but didn't give comments. She only observes, looking forward to how they would react. If the Earth side cannot solve their water issues, they would lose with time anyways. But of course, she hopes that they don't put a single strategy in one basket. Because there's always other water sources, and playing this long game would force the opponent to try to win quickly and they make a move right towards the main front out of desperation. If it's up to her, she would have turned the river into a small slow stream, still enough as a water supply but stagnant enough to be poisoned with rotten animal corpses and shit. Just dunk Tide corpses into it like it's tea and there's no need to guard that much either. Once they notice there's something wrong with the water, it would be too late and some would have already gotten sick, and taking care of useless members consumes more of their resources for nothing. It's better if they are dead. Tsuyu snickered inwardly. Though this exam wasn't hers, it's for them, so she didn't say it. Squad 10 leader, Masiki. This is Ayano, and the other is Aizawa. Squad 10 introduced themselves to Sasuke's squad. Ayano smiled sweetly to everyone, bowing respectfully. Let's work together. We all can do it. Naruto blushed slightly, seeing how the girl with brown hair and a ponytail just slightly older than him is pretty cute. Squad 10 and 11 are assigned to put pressure onto the enemy's east camp. On Sasuke's command, Naruto sends shadow clones to surround the east camp, figure out the patrol, see their weakest side, and also having the shadow clones trigger traps if it's already there. Squad 10 looked in awe seeing Naruto could create so many shadow clones. Him knowing shadow clone, a grade B ninjutsu, is already amazing for a genin. Most genin from civilian born can at most get C rank ninjutsu after countless D rank missions. But most genins know a couple of D rank ninjutsu at least. Though relatively, Naruto is in fact very lucky. The place is really full of traps. Naruto muttered as the memory of 2 clones getting caught was sent back to him. Let's focus on one side, that way their traps would be consumed on a front. Masiki suggested. Sasuke nods in agreement. Hey! Let's try to take over their camp. How about that? Trust me, we are strong. They won't expect it to come and we can win faster. Naruto brought his idea again to the team. Hoping that they would agree and prove those old guys wrong after all. But the order states we only have to pressure them. Masiki doesn't want to just do whatever. Naruto, don't be an idiot. You want your little sister to beat you up. Sasuke frowned. I know you agree with me. Come on, Sasuke. What I learned from Kakashi is to not be arrogant. We both may surpass other genin, but I had a feeling they already considered us being here. It won't be as easy as you think, Dobe. What, since when you are so cautious? TCH, fine, let's be boring then. Naruto sulked. As long as we pressure them long enough we will win, Naruto-kun. Ayano said with a smile. Naruto sheepishly rubs the back of his neck, agreeing with her as if he didn't just disagree before. Naruto sends his shadow clones to clear a front clear of traps, coupled with Sasuke using Sharingan to see further. It's really cheating for them both, honestly. Sakura and Ayano plant their own traps around the temporary camp, also securing escape in case they suddenly bring reinforcement to engage them full on. They need to apply constant pressure, not letting them leave nor rest. Seeing it's evening, and preparations are done, Masiki gives his words. Let's engage now. Naruto, let a shadow clone lead in front. Sakura and Ayano would care for our sides. The rest including me will engage. Only harass them. Retreat if they come out fully. Flash. Each of them gets into position. The scout of East Camp noticed their movements and quickly alerted the camp. Naruto looked at the high wooden wall. The watchtower inside had a member constantly watching over. Sasuke had no nonsense and flashed tens of meters in front of the side walls of the fortification. Fire release, great fireball technique. One side of the wall is burned, the explosion crumbles the side. The enemy quickly mobilized, bells alarmed. If they just let him do whatever, their tents would be burned eventually, so they had to respond. Sasuke signals to Naruto to retreat backward and engage them little by little. But out of Sasuke's frustration, the idiot stayed where he was, seemingly excited to battle them head-on. Idiot. Move. Come on. Let's beat them now, and they cannot defend anymore. A squad of genin appeared. But instead of engaging directly like Naruto wanted, they seem to have received the order on what to do, that they cannot defeat Naruto and Sasuke. They didn't follow nor engage, but instead guarding the perimeter, keeping safe distance. Seeing they don't dare to fight him, he felt frustrated. Sasuke also noticed the movement, realizing they are wary of them, and also refused to engage. And just as they wanted to fight a protracted battle, they too wanted it. But isn't that disadvantageous for the Earth side overall? Naruto with Sasuke can only do minor harassment tactics. Either sending a shadow clone to engage, using projectiles to attack at range. Sasuke realized a problem though. They don't have infinite shuriken and kunai to keep attacking at range. The enemy somehow had so much of it, as if they were fully prepared instead. Whoever planned this had it all figured out. Still, he used what he could at the moment. The enemy is forced on guard for hours without rest. Neither side received a heavy blow. A whole day passed without much difference. Naruto returned to his tent sulking. It's tiring enough to play hide and seek, send shadow clones just to attack them, and Sasuke made him use his shadow clones to retrieve their thrown weapons. Misaki thought they were doing very well. The enemy did try to make a move on the side when Naruto and Sasuke were engaging, but thanks to Sakura's carefully placed traps they were deterred. One of them even got lightly injured. Still, the situation at the enemy camp had not changed. The next day comes, early in the morning, once more they do the same tactic to clear out traps and everything, choosing a side to engage on. Hours passed in Naruto's frustration. This time, however. Naruto. What are you doing? Naruto flashed to the front, sending shadow clones to rush madly towards the 6 genins hiding behind the trees as covers. The opponent quickly retreated fast, letting the clones fall into newly placed traps. The shadow clones are killed one by traps placed deep in their camp territory. The real Naruto arrives at one of the slower genin that failed to retreat fast enough. Sasuke already felt something was off. Take this. The genin tried to block his punches, but Naruto is far more skilled in taijutsu and delivers a punch. Poof. Shadow clone. Someone else knew shadow clone. Even Sasuke is surprised, his Sharingan didn't see it either. But he realized something is definitely wrong. Naruto is too deep. That shadow clone only pretended to be slow and intentionally led Naruto deeper. SZZT. Naruto heard a familiar sound. Before he could find where it's from, the ground beneath Naruto caved in from the explosion beneath. Naruto lost his footing and fell into a huge deep pit that was tens of meters wide and tens of meters deep. A pit dug through hiding like a mole technique since yesterday, deep enough that Sharingan couldn't see. 4 people from the opposing side re-engage. 2 of them quickly weave hand seals. Water release, water wave. Earth release, crumbling earth. One shoots water right into the pit, the other follows after to crumble it. Creating heavy earth burying Naruto as if they want to kill him. Misaki and Aizawa saw the situation and foolishly moved to save Naruto and were forced to fight with others. Sasuke, seeing this, also had to move forward reluctantly, his Sharingan flared. Just then, smoke and heat rises around them. Flames flashed across the forest surrounding them, wind release blew the smoke further reducing visibility. Along with it, mist also filled the surrounding. Sasuke felt shocked that it happened so fast. Shikamaru had made a plan clearly for this side and it's executed flawlessly at the moment due to clear details on what to do with the specific composition of the squad he personally assigned. Sasuke's Sharingan had its visibility reduced from the chakra inside the mist along with debris and dust. The opponent uses ranged attacks and avoids taijutsu battle with Sasuke, while Sasuke is reluctant to go closer knowing deeper there's traps underground most likely. His Sharingan couldn't see through deep. Just then, out of the buried pit where Naruto was, the earth shakes. Naruto uses Rei's non-rotation to dig up outward and get himself out. Naruto takes a deep breath once he's finally out. He is about to engage with frustration and anger but Sasuke quickly pulls him back. Idiot. Look. Between smoke and mist, the two figures are held with kunai on their throats. Misaki and Ayato were already captured and held as hostages, with cuts and bruises on their bodies. They weren't Naruto nor Sasuke level to stand on their own ground. By right, in real war, one can already consider them dead people. Damn it. Let them go. Come any closer, and we will kill them. The proctor nearby is watching the situation, overseeing and constantly judging. The right decision is to consider those two dead. Whether they retreat or engage it won't change it. But to engage means to walk into the trap buried underground. The right choice should be to regroup. It's clear the East Camp of Earthside had made preparations to play on the defensive, also to hold their ground against these two specifically. You. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. They are already dead. Idiot. Sasuke scowled. What you mean? Come on, we have to save them. Sasuke's Sharingan flared, looking at Naruto with irritation. Kunai on their throats aside, it's clear there's more traps behind them. Use your brain for once. Those two are already dead because of you. We will regroup. Sasuke forcefully pulled Naruto's arm, dragging him to retreat. Naruto can only watch behind him, seeing Misaki and Aizawa declared dead and withdrawn from the exam. In the proctor's view, saving their teammate is fine. But only if you have the ability. Sasuke engages as well, but he is still careful and never overextends beyond high risk and within scope of his ability. The proctor shook his head over Naruto's brashness, writing his report over the performances of them. He's quite surprised on the Earth side though. The execution of their trap is almost too good. It seemed they were given specific instructions, and the one who gave the order knew Sasuke and Naruto well enough. Since no one can fight them directly, a trap specialist tailored for Naruto and Sasuke specifically is deployed on the side, playing defensive against them. Though, the proctor thought even if the East Camp cannot be captured, the Earth side still has problems with their resources. They cannot retake their supply route regardless. Of course, they cannot let East Camp fall because Sasuke and Naruto do have strong skill and power. If a full assault with proper formation is deployed from East Camp here they could breach into the important structures deeper inside with those two leading the charge. How did they fall? The field leader had his eyes from stress. Naruto turned his eyes downward, clenching his fist in guilt. Sasuke chewed him with tens of words on their way back to camp. It's my fault. He looks at Ayano, the remaining girl from Misaki's squad. She looked down after her teammates had died, while Sakura seemed to try to make her feel better. It's me. Despite how heavy it is his responsibility. Naruto raises his head, even if it's hard to admit but it is his accountability. Tell me what happened. Their team leader is still reasonable and wants to know what's going on. It's heavily trapped you say, and it's catered for you too. Okay, it's not your fault. It seems you two do have a reputation to have the East Camp prepared for you too. Suddenly, the sound of crunching leaves moved step by step towards their tent. The flap of the tent pushed aside, revealing Tsuyu's stature. Her eyes locked coldly to Naruto, looking at him like a failure. The moment she reads the report by the fellow proctor overseeing Sasuke's squad, she felt like breaking someone's bone. Uzumaki Naruto. Meet me outside. Tsuyu went out of the tent after speaking such cold words. Naruto felt his body shaking slightly, understanding Tsuyu is disappointed with him. But he is not afraid, and he takes a step forward, ready to face any punishment. You killed 2 people because of your idiocy. Do you understand the gravity of your actions? Yes. I understand. Naruto looked at the ground, his fist clenched. His eyes turned to Tsuyu once more. Good. At least your brain is still working to see that. Now, what do I do with you? What are the consequences of insubordination? Her eyes squinted, glaring sharp at him. I deserve punishment. Tsu, Vice General. Naruto called her by her title. His stature is stiff, but upright. The guilt in his heart woke him up to realize how stupid he was. A little light of surprise flashed in Tsuyu's eyes, seeing Naruto understand what he had done. He woke up finally. 500 push-ups, 50 rounds around the campsite. Now. Yes. Vice General. Naruto quickly went down, and started doing push-ups. If it's real war and he had killed someone for real, Tsuyu would have broken his leg for sure. He's fortunate it's an exam, and it's still a learning experience. Field Team Leader. Make sure this brainless fool finishes his punishment. Ah, yes. Vice General. The team leader felt a little nervous when he's called out. He thought she wanted to punish him. Tsuyu cast a last glance at Naruto that's mindlessly pushing up, before leaving. She wonders if she's being too lenient. If it's anyone else she would have disqualified them entirely. But then again, what's the difference between failing them after and during the exam? It's a chance to learn, so maybe not. Though. Who gave such a specific strategy just to defend East Camp against those two? She asks the other proctor to see if he knows. Shikamaru Nara. How come he's the head of command division? No one refuses. I guess his father placed him there. The proctor just guessed. TCH, isn't that cheating? But then again, she can see Shikaka didn't give any words for Shikamaru, and whatever he decides is entirely his own ideas and decisions. So Shikaka didn't do anything wrong and she couldn't complain. If he places a random 11-year-old as head of command division, it would mean he's destroying the Earth side. But this 11-year he chose wasn't just anyone. This Shikamaru has a good head and isn't afraid to control and order people even if he's so young. Confidence in their own strategy and their eyesight. A rare talent. Though, it's an information advantage. Naruto and Sasuke are too well known for their tactics and skills, and they do practice almost daily on a public training field. It's not that difficult to create countermeasures if you really go for it. Perhaps he also considered Naruto making a mistake or two. Shikamaru has confidence that those two are the key figures that play the heaviest role in Heaven's side based on their strength, and invest just the right resources to defend East Camp from the two with his own detailed plans. There's no big response at the sight of the dam, as if they just gave up on it. It means he must be going for a direct strike soon, ending it fast. If it's me, I would have moved the two immediately to the main front. But, if I am Shikamaru, I would have made measures to prevent reinforcement into the main front when the time comes. Tsuyu looks forward to what Shikamaru had in mind. If her guess is correct, Niji's squad will make a move and lead the main front soon. Chapter 97, Chunin Exam, 4. East Camp Field Leader takes the scroll from their recon. Put pressure until further notice. He didn't think much about it. The enemy flank side isn't making a move on them and seemingly playing a turtle much like them. It's like poking a turtle with a stick. He had to withdraw Squad 9 from the enemy side supply depot as 2 of their members were caught. He didn't realize the recon that had just given the scroll went to take a dump somewhere. Looking around, he undid his transformation before relieving himself. He snickered inwardly, wondering how no one actually noticed the guy he's disguised as was withdrawn after an ambush. He felt quite excited each time he went inside the branch command center of Heaven's side and they really didn't notice anything amiss. It's just that the transformation requires some chakra to maintain though, so he really had to be careful and not appear in front of others too much. After minutes of rest, he transformed himself once more and rushed to branch command center to be on standby. But after an hour as he comes back, the branch leader already hands him another scroll. It's urgent. The main front needs reinforcement. Go quickly. Yes, leader. He pretended to flash quickly, but midway he just burned the scroll to the ground. He felt so happy playing like this, it's like trolling people. It would take a few hours to travel between the East Camp to the main camp. They won't notice reinforcement that they expect didn't come, and by the time they send the instruction once more it would be too late. Gentle fist. Niji rushed forward, dodging kunai and shuriken coming in different directions with ease. His Byakugan can see everything. With a palm he blasted the nearest opponent, ending him instantly. Gate of Life. Open. Lee flashed at fast speed. Even with only second gate, the normal genin is no match for his speed. Tenten uses various weapons, staff, kunai and shuriken, sword, morning star. Her Genjutsu skills with various weapons prevent them from understanding her tempo. A team of ninjutsu specialists at the back supports them. Niji's Byakugan render any trap set useless. We can't hold on. Retreat and regroup. The main camp is taken over in a matter of hours. And as if like a machine, they group up and head straight to the main command center. You slam the table hard, almost cracking it. His eyes already red as if he's really playing the role of the head of command division. Where is the reinforcement from East Camp and the River Camp? Didn't I send the order early on? There's a lot of personnel guarding the dam they built. But this time, the recon division had resend the order. Damn it. Could it be that they intercepted the order? But it means they have to camp for so long. There's no way the scout didn't notice. No way the command center didn't notice either. Unless the order is successfully sent, so they didn't notice. It means spies. You slammed heavily on the table again. These stupid people can't even do their job. You throws the papers to the ground, taking an empty glass, smashing it to pieces. How do some 12-year-olds get to beat them around like trash? These useless people can't even beat kids. He's referring to Niji and Lee specifically. He slumped onto his chair, closing his face. Takaru shivered backward. He saw Yu's progression into what he became now for the past few hours. He almost thought he's in a real battlefield from Yu's performance. Yu, we have to retreat from here. Let's regroup and make a temporary camp. Yes. I know. Damn, even our command center is gone. How we recapture our main camp? It's done, it's done. The light in Yu's eyes disappears. We have 24 hours to recapture. It's not too late. Takaru tried to give some hope. Okay, his tone seemingly lifeless as the main command center emptied out, and eventually fell. The team field leader of East Camp was drinking tea leisurely. Because there's no movement from the enemy side on their flank. To this point he still hasn't realized something is even going on with the main front. Sasuke, isn't it weird? They have been doing nothing for hours, we too. Sakura voiced out while they were about to switch shifts. Yeah, it's off. I feel like they are planning on an attack on either the river camp or focusing on the western flank. It would take time for us to reinforce that part. Sasuke gives his idea, but didn't consider the possible information block. Makes sense. Just then, Naruto came in shouting. He met Kiba, Hinata, and Shino delivering important news. Sasuke. Sakura. Problem. Our main base is already captured. What? Even Sasuke was dumbfounded. They are there doing nothing and suddenly their base is already captured. Kiba came forward. His body was bruised and had a few shallow cuts. Hinata and Shino also had light scratches here and there. They blocked the information from reaching this side. We got ambushed on the way here just now. Thankfully they weren't that strong. Kiba had used biological and psychological weapon dynamic marking onto the ambusher, and with their loss of composure they were dealt easily with Fong over Fong. Kiba is not to be underestimated. Damn it. Team field leader came over and shouted to everyone. Squad 8, 10, and 11, regroup at temporary main camp. Squad 12 would stay here, don't let our flank breach. Kiba turned to face Sasuke's squad. Come on, let's get going. Yu, the head of command division, looked over at the overall situation. They still hold the supplies, since the Earth side cannot afford to send more troops to take over them. In fact, those soldiers attacking all had dried lips and pale complexions. It's clear the resource depletion works, but there's only 24 hours left. They already gained a foothold on the main base and would focus troops there. Once they do, it would be their disadvantage to regain them. But in a sense hope is not lost. In hours, Sasuke's squad arrived. They are briefed over the situation. You decided to draw people from other division to supply to their main assault force. Kiba and Hinata are drawn in as Kiba is competent enough while Hinata has a gentle fist, and that you thought Hinata as the heir must be stronger than whoever Niji guy is, right? And both of them had similar techniques and Kekkei Genkai. So on paper Hinata will win. Hinata, your main task is to take down Niji. Squad 16 and 17 will back you up and disarm traps along the way. It's more of an order instead of a suggestion. Huh. I. Hinata felt her feet wobble. You is expecting way too much of her. But she cannot refuse. Squad 10, you will deal with Lee. I heard you two are geniuses. Hope you both can deal with him. Naruto and Sasuke only said yes. Naruto turned to look at Hinata, feeling worried for her. She looks so timid and fearful. As if she's afraid of being unable to fulfill her responsibility. Naruto went to Hinata's side, patting her shoulder. Ha. And Naruto-kun. Naruto gave a sunny smile to her. You can do it, Tobeo. Prove that guy wrong. You are a strong person, believe in yourself. Naruto-kun. I will do my best. Hinata's eyes firmed, her body turned upright. Tsuyu at the side noticed use arrangements. If it's her, she would say Hinata would lose. But this is a good battle for her. Naruto's encouragement works wonders for her already, so she doesn't have to step in this time. Shikamaru himself actually left the main command center and took over as Heaven's main camp leader. He looked at the sun position, facing behind him and drawing a long shadow towards Heaven's temporary camp. This is an advantageous time for a Nara like him, and unfortunately he decides to drag his lazy ass out because there's two freaks that would be coming here. Nighttime full-on assault is too risky. As for waiting for tomorrow, it means the base would be even more secured and become more difficult to take over. So Shikamaru believes they will try today itself. Jeriah stands at the side with Tsuyu, having an amused expression. You wasn't idle and realized whoever the enemy strategist was had things going in their head. He learned to trust the younger genins and place hope in them. He formed Wind Corp out of the members available that can use wind release. From experience they may use delaying tactics including forest fire and stuff. The goal is to hold the base for 24 hours after all. Naruto is assigned to go with Hinata to disarm traps on their way since he can use shadow clones and Hinata Byakugan can see through everything. Once their target opponent appears they would then go to where they need to go. Tsuyu, you think our side can regain our base? I believe it's tilted to our side more. The Earth soldiers are not in their best shape. As for their elite, our side's elite are better. I see. By the way, Tsuyu, I heard you punished quite a number. His tone was more questioning. Jeriah had seen someone running around in laps until they collapsed. And even then he kept crawling to finish the round. Jeriah tried to stop him, but the team field leader intervened, saying Vice General Tsuyu would disqualify him if he didn't finish. He felt Tsuyu was really going over it. Rather than disqualifying directly, I rather keep them as cannon fodders. Now those useless piles can be useful here. Tsuyu said so factually, and admitted she would have disqualified them if not for the usefulness in their numbers. Jeriah was taken aback at her words. Useless piles. Cannon fodders. It's as if Tsuyu at this moment no longer look at them as real lives, but numbers on paper. Humans make mistakes and learn from them, Tsuyu. That's why I give such punishment. So the lesson is drilled into their bones. Tsuyu can understand Jeriah is dissatisfied with her methods. She wondered how this war veteran still had such a soft heart. Most of these guys weren't in ANBU. In your organization, it is strict to a point. I cannot get into it either, haha. But it's not the same for the majority of us, and ANBU's way is not suitable for most. Konoha's shinobi are a part of our village, those we protect and fight for. We are not united solely by law and strict rules, but by the heart. Keep this in your mind. I will remember your words, Jeriah-sama. Tsuyu said so, but in her mind she thought Jeriah was a fool. United by heart? That's a part of it, sure, but for her, law and order is always the first force binding an army together. Even sentiment can only be upheld by having order first. The time eventually arrives. The real battle approaches. Earth-side main army moves in two-pronged directions, led by sensors on the perimeter. Ino received the message. It's starting. Shikamaru, that's lazily sitting in the tent, stood up and stretched his waist. If we can't hold on, we lose. Shikamaru muttered. Everyone, get into positions. We will win this as long as we hold on. His words were more factual than some encouraging words. Meanwhile, the Heaven's army seemed down. We lost a lot of people. And those guys are so powerful. We had a lot in the medic tent. Shouldn't they also draw from the river camp? They want to keep that pressure on. Hey look, we have the Sanin student now. I think we can do it. Despite some hope, most of them had some bleak expression. It's also because they experienced defeat against some kids that VE only been genin for a short amount of time. All of a sudden, a loud smack onto the table draws everyone's attention. Vice General Tsuyu stood upright, hands behind her back. You think it's over? Hush. Everyone was silenced, the murmur and discussion